If the spring breeze harbors a tender affection for blossoms, might it grant me the grace of youth once more? Jiang Chen found himself transported back to the summer of his 18th year. In his previous life, though wealthy beyond measure, he was impoverished in spirit, yearning solely for a soulmate, yet missing out on much of life's beauty, left alone in a vacant villa, engulfed by solitude and desolation. But now, Providence has bestowed upon him a second chance. He desires wealth, status, a life of exhilaration, and a sweet, blissful romance, all within his grasp. Chapter 118, The Nourishing Feast. Upon seeing these words, Gu Qingyao immediately conceived a plan of action. She picked up her phone and called Cheng Yu, instructing her, in the name of the company's president, to issue an order to the Research and Development Department to restart the creation of the frameless television, demanding a prototype within half a month. After contacting Cheng Yu, she proceeded to call the directors of both the R&D and manufacturing departments, conveying that this time the development must be conspicuous in its activity, loud in appearance, but minimal in actual disturbance. In essence, a grand show concealing a vigorous push toward mass production of the smart television. These two directors had toiled alongside Gu Qingyao's grandfather for decades, and upon hearing her directives, they quickly grasped her intent. After a discussion, they were impressed by her astuteness and grew increasingly excited. It was a resurgence of the old, long-dormant passion, rekindling the fervor they once felt when expanding their empire under the elder Gu's leadership. By the time Gu Qingyao finished issuing her instructions, twilight had fully descended. "Shall we wait a little longer?" Jiang Chen asked, gazing out the window. Gu Qingyao rose and approached the dining table. "Let's eat first." No sooner had she sat down than there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chen opened it to find Aunt Wan standing there, carrying a large insulated box. "Young Master Chen, this is dinner from you and Madame Gu. I won't intrude on your private time. Wishing you both an enjoyable meal," Aunt Wan said, handing the box to Jiang Chen with both hands and bowing politely before departing. Jiang Chen silently closed the door, surprised to find he no longer felt ashamed. Could it be he was gradually acclimating? Placing the box on the table, he unzipped it and began to take out the exquisitely prepared dishes, visible even through the transparent containers. Yet, what was this? Jiang Chen stared at the label stir-fried lamb testicles on one of the boxes, momentarily lost in thought. Setting it down, he retrieved another container labeled braised ox whip blossom. More followed: grilled lamb penis, grilled lamb kidney, crispy donkey meat. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Chen tapped the table and asked, "Miss Gu, do you think this tonic is too mild in effect?" Gu Qingyao looked up puzzled. Jiang Chen pointed to the labels on the dishes. She glanced over, initially confused, but as realization dawned, her face flushed crimson. "That Aunt Wan acted on her own accord," she hissed through clenched teeth, immediately reaching for her phone to call her. "I told her to buy whatever you like," Jiang Chen interrupted. "Aunt Wan only wants your well-being in mind." Glancing toward the kitchen, he opened a refrigerator, took out 2 tomatoes and 2 eggs, and prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodle soup for Gu Qingyao. "If you're eating that, what will you have? Did you eat dinner already?" Gu Qingyao asked as Jiang Chen cooked. "I'll eat this. I can't let it go to waste," he replied, noticing some malva and nuts at the sink, which he brewed into a cup of tea. To avoid internal heat, Gu Qingyao picked up her chopsticks, stirred gently, and took a bite. The flavor was exceptional, remarkably so. Though she had savored countless Michelin 3-star dishes and rare delicacies, it was this simple bowl of tomato egg noodles that awakened an unprecedented taste sensation within her. She ate delicately and quietly, careful not to spill broth upon herself or elsewhere. In contrast, Jiang Chen noisily bit into a sausage-like dish, chewing vigorously alongside his rice with an audible crunch. Though delicious, the dishes were somewhat difficult to swallow. Yet Jiang Chen relished them heartily. Surely no man could resist a vigor-enhancing feast. Regardless of how robust he already was, such instincts were ingrained deep within his genes. Jiang Chen's hearty eating prompted Gu Qingyao to glance up from time to time. She found nothing unseemly in his manner. Rather, there was an unfeigned authenticity to it. Perhaps his handsome visage made even his odd habits endearing. Attractive people rarely inspire aversion, no matter their quirks. Gu Qingyao lifted her bowl to sip the broth, then suddenly sensed something amiss. Given his constitution and now these dishes, she hurried to intervene, only to discover several containers had been nearly emptied by Jiang Chen. Chapter 119, Jiang Chen's Image. Silently swallowing a large mouthful of soup, Gu Qingyao said, "I'll have Aunt Wan escort you home later." Jiang Chen slowed his chewing. "I said, Aunt Wan will see you home," she repeated. He fixed his gaze on her, but she averted her eyes and rose, stating, "I have work to attend to shortly. You've been coming late all along. Since you're here, don't trouble yourself with another trip. You handle your work, I'll take a shower and sleep." Jiang Chen stacked the meal boxes and tossed them into the trash before heading upstairs, pausing on the stairs to declare without turning back, "I'm sleeping in your bedroom." Gu Qingyao gripped her chopsticks so tightly her knuckles whitened, but ultimately abandoned the idea of sending Jiang Chen away. Unsure what to say, she doubted the meal's effects would be so immediate, and had heard such tonics were mostly nonsense, the notion of curing being sheer folly. With that thought, she felt somewhat at ease, leaving her utensils on the table and taking the elevator upstairs. Upon reaching the third floor, she found her bedroom door ajar and heard water running in the bathroom. Jiang Chen was showering. Taking advantage of the moment, she entered her room to ensure nothing inappropriate was visible before retreating to the study across the hall. She remained unaware that she harbored not the slightest resistance to Jiang Chen bathing in her bathroom or sleeping on her bed. Indeed, she failed entirely to perceive any impropriety in these circumstances. After finishing his shower, Jiang Chen dried his hair and body with a hairdryer, then directly exited the bathroom and collapsed onto the bed. He had changed out his clothes. Otherwise, what was the point of bathing? Moreover, who sleeps dressed? Upon noticing a switch by the head of the bed, he extended his hand to turn off the light, closed his eyes, and slipped into slumber. It was barely 8 o'clock. Jiang Chen had essentially preemptively taken his rest for the night, conserving his energy. It wasn't until after 11 that Gu Qingyao ceased her relentless typing. Gazing at the promotional plan she had spent so long crafting, she could not shake the feeling of dissatisfaction. The publicity department was not managed by her most trusted subordinates, making it premature to notify them. However, when the time came to devise promotional strategies, she feared it would be too late. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to revise her work once more. Yet, glancing at the time, which had already surpassed 11, and considering Jiang Chen, who was still in the adjacent room, a thought unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. Why not ask Jiang Chen for his opinion? Unbeknownst to her, in her subconscious, Jiang Chen had subtly become an embodiment of someone capable of resolving all matters, which was why such an idea emerged at this moment. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately decided to awaken Jiang Chen and inquire about his insights. A female CEO overseeing a company worth hundreds of billions, seeking counsel from a first-year university student majoring in philosophy. If this were to circulate, it would undoubtedly leave many astonished. However, this did not imply that Gu Qingyao lacked capability. Her ability to stabilize the group under such circumstances had already garnered sufficient recognition. Rising from her study, she made her way to the bedroom. The light flickered on, only to extinguish again within 3 seconds. Gu Qingyao's cold voice pierced the air. Why are you not dressed? Chapter 120. Jiang Chen and the Nightgown. What a wear for sleep. Moreover, I have worn those clothes for an entire day, and in this sweltering summer heat. How could I possibly not break a sweat? After bathing, putting them back on would render the wash pointless. I certainly cannot lie on your bed while still dressed. Jiang Chen sat up, lazily tugging the thin blanket, which he had kicked aside in his sleep, back over himself. He yawned and remarked, "It does seem that way." Gu Qingyao found herself unable to refute this. "Shall we begin?" Jiang Chen inquired. "No. With it being so dark, when are we going to start?" Jiang Chen yawned again, questioning her. "I need your help with something," Gu Qingyao replied, turning to walk out of the bedroom. After taking a few steps, she turned back, opened the wardrobe, and pulled out a pure cotton white nightgown, tossing it onto the bed. "For now, wear this, or you could put on your original clothes." Gu Qingyao genuinely worried that Jiang Chen might come out barefooted. However, reflecting on it, he would likely prefer to wear his daytime clothes and take another shower rather than don that nightgown. Upon entering the study, Gu Qingyao had just settled in front of the desk when Jiang Chen, now clad in the white cotton nightgown, walked in. Gu Qingyao averted her gaze, focusing on her computer screen. "What is the matter?" Jiang Chen asked. Gu Qingyao responded, "The promotional plan. I've contemplated quite a bit. It still feels lacking in the momentum you described." "Let me take a look," Jiang Chen said, moving to the desk and leaning down to grasp the mouse. Gu Qingyao shifted back slightly, leaning against the chair's backrest, and caught a glimpse. The nightgown was pure cotton, soft to the touch. Such fabric tends to cling to the form. Indeed, cling to the form. Recalling the scene she had witnessed when the light was first turned on, Gu Qingyao bit her lip and turned her face aside. The overall plan is commendable, but it lacks something, Jiang Chen mused after reviewing several documents. What is missing? The female CEO looked up at Jiang Chen. A resounding advertising slogan. Jiang Chen declared, "If we are to create momentum, we must accentuate it, ensuring that everyone has a subconscious impression of the group's forthcoming product launch, akin to that phrase. Anything is possible." "I understand." Gu Qingyao nodded earnestly. In an instant, she comprehended Jiang Chen's meaning. She placed her hands on the keyboard. However, after considerable thought, the lines of advertising slogans she penned were swiftly deleted. They certainly had the potential to serve as advertisements, yet they were not sufficiently striking. What constitutes striking? Quite simply, creating momentum can also be described as boasting. Jiang Chen bent over, typing on the keyboard. Guanggu Television, leading a new era of internet television. XX month, XX day. A transformative era. Stay tuned. After establishing the launch date, he emphasized the need to commence advertising, making sure to highlight the launch date. Inviting multiple media outlets to attend the new product release on launch day, focusing on how the new product differed from existing market offerings, underscoring its uniqueness. Jiang Chen spoke fluidly, yet after a while, he noticed the absence of feedback and glanced down to find the female, so gazing up at him. Her large eyes wide and unblinking, clearly lost in thought. Apologies, Gu Qinzhou snapped back to reality, offering a hasty apology as her fingers flew across the document, capturing everything Jiang Chen had just articulated, having not missed a word despite her momentary distraction. Chapter 121, Enhancing the Efficacy. As Gu Qinzhou continued writing, Jiang Chen elaborated. In addition to media, another crucial aspect is online advertising. The internet has become the most significant sector, and we must not overlook it. We could collaborate with video operators and various traffic-oriented websites for ad placements. Gu Qinzhou diligently recorded everything, then paused to look at Jiang Chen. For instance, do you have any excellent recommendations for websites? Jiang Chen unabashedly suggested. Have you heard of englishaudiobook? I have. Gu Qinzhou nodded. It's your creation. Huh. Jiang Chen chuckled. You certainly have done your research. There are numerous large websites, yet the cost and effectiveness of advertising placement are not necessarily proportional. My recommendation is to promote on smaller, emerging websites. Englishaudiobook may currently have a limited user base, but before the smart television launch, the user count will undoubtedly surpass 6 figures, and the advertising fee is a mere 100,000. No tricks there? 100,000? I'll transfer that to your account shortly, Gu Qinzhou stated. It's just 100,000. What difference does it make to you? For other potential websites, let your company's PR department continue the search. Oh, and you might consider engaging with Weibo. Securing an advertising slot around 5 million would also be acceptable. Weibo will soon announce that its registered user count has surpassed 50 million, significantly enhancing the product's influence. If we can negotiate the ad placement in advance, it will be a tremendous profit. As the clock struck 12, Gu Qinzhou focused on her writing. Once she finished and set down her pen, Jiang Chen glanced at the time displayed in the bottom right corner of the computer screen. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. After a moment of silence, Gu Qinzhou stood and said, "Let us head back to the bedroom. Can we leave the lights on?" Jiang Chen grinned, his pearly white teeth shining. Even dressed in a white nightgown that looked rather peculiar, he still exuded a sunny charm. Gu Qinzhou withdrew her gaze. "No, all right," Jiang Chen replied cheerfully, showing little reaction, and stepped out of the office first. Gu Qinzhou, rubbing her fingers together, sat for a moment longer before also rising to leave. Upon seeing the bedroom door ajar, she noticed the lights were already off. The tension in Gu Qinzhou's heart eased considerably as she turned off the hallway lights and quietly entered the darkened bedroom. However, upon locking the door and turning around, she found Jiang Chen seated at the edge of the bed. "Why aren't you lying down? When I asked you if we could leave the lights on, you said no, but you didn't mention that I should lie down this time. Now I'm saying it. Don't lie down." Gu Qinzhou's words were abruptly silenced, her eyes widening in the darkness. This was certainly not her first kiss. Jiang Chen had already crossed that boundary before. However, those previous instances had occurred in a euphoric state, with stronger emotions diverting her attention. Now, in the pitch-black environment, her senses were heightened, and both were still standing. If visibility were possible, one would undoubtedly see Gu Qinzhou's cheeks flushed, resembling a ripe red apple. While lament the willow's sorrow, the spring breeze does not pass through the jade gate. Gu Qinzhou clenched her teeth, denying Jiang Chen any opportunity. Yet, just as they reached a stalemate, two groups of individuals suddenly flanked and launched a surprise attack on the central and rear camps, accompanied by an instinctive gasp, causing her once tightly aligned teeth to finally part. "What do you intend to do, Star Demon? You think taking medicine is a one-sided affair. You don't realize how long it takes for it to work after entering the stomach. My clothes, just wear it. It enhances the efficacy." Chapter 122, Undercover Eyes. The matter concluded, Gu Qinzhou was overwhelmed with embarrassment and fury, wanting to kick Jiang Chen away, but finding herself utterly immobilized. As she felt Jiang Chen gently lay her down, tenderly removing her clothes to ensure her comfort for sleep, her feelings of shame and anger inexplicably diminished. Fatigue and drowsiness intertwined, and she quickly closed her eyes, slipping into unconsciousness. However, it seemed she had barely lost consciousness when she felt her face being pinched. Struggling to open her eyes, she vaguely discerned Jiang Chen's outline nearby, his eyes shining brightly in the dark. I ate too much and feel a bit overheated. I think I might have a nosebleed. Gu Kinjao harbored a foreboding feeling. This one is complimentary. No charges apply. Get lost. As Jiang Chen departed from the Villa District in the Rolls-Royce driven by Aunt Wan, he noted that the female CEO remained in a deep slumber. He refrained from taking advantage of the situation to lift the covers and indulge in a moment of admiration. A gentleman is cautious in solitude and does not deceive in the shadows. Indeed, the lady had unknowingly cocooned herself in the blankets, resembling a mummy. And Jiang Chen feared that tugging at the covers might rouse her from her slumber. She had certainly exhausted herself the previous night. It would be best to let her rest a while longer. Seated in the back of the Rolls-Royce, Jiang Chen inserted his SIM card, registered a new ID, and powered on his device. The previous card had no data and had seen little use. Coincidentally passing by Service Center, he chose to cancel that card. He then sent messages to the scant few contacts in his phone book, informing them of his new number, and proceeded to download essential applications. He first stored the contact details provided by the female CEO and opened the iOS version of the app for deeper exploration. The true user experience can only be attained through genuine engagement from the user's perspective. After approximately 10 minutes, he identified several inconvenient aspects and promptly messaged Jiang Xin on QQ, requesting modifications alongside PhoneLay. Mr. Chen, Aunt Wan spoke as she caught sight of him putting down his phone in the rearview mirror. He replied, curious. Was last night's meal to your liking? She inquired tentatively. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Chen responded, that is a question better directed towards your esteemed President Gu. Aunt Wan nodded in realization, deciding against pursuing the matter further. Having perused numerous tales of domineering CEOs, she grasped the subtleties of the situation. With classes scheduled for the afternoon, upon returning to school, Jiang Chen first visited the office, where he established 2 QQ groups, one for the ground promotion team and another for the development team, inviting everyone to join for streamlined collaboration. He then sent a message to Shun Shiju, requesting her QQ number. Shun Shiju, puzzled by the request, realized she lacked a QQ account and was ignorant of what it entailed. Hovering her fingers over the screen for a moment, she noted that noon was approaching. He invited her to lunch at a local eatery across from the school's main entrance. Gu Kinjao, awakening to an empty space beside her, felt a fleeting sense of inner emptiness wash over her. Rubbing her groggy head, she recalled the events of the previous night, acutely aware of her languid and weakened state. Clenching her teeth, her icy demeanor could chill the room without the need for air conditioning. Attempting to sit up, she discovered herself ensconced in the blankets like a caterpillar. She remembered the compulsion of her biological clock that had forced her awake earlier, yet the fatigue and weariness urged her to succumb to slumber once more. Just before sleeping, she had yanked the covers away, enveloping herself entirely. The manner in which she had wrapped herself was unchanged, suggesting that Jiang Chen had woken earlier but had not disturbed her as she slept. Her expression softened slightly, though remnants of irritation lingered, and after a moment's pause, her peripheral vision caught sight of her neatly folded white nightgown at the bedside. Recalling Jiang Chen's appearance in the nightgown from the previous evening, she chuckled softly, her cool visage now adorned with a hint of mockery and playful mischief. She picked up the nightgown, resolved that each time Jiang Chen visited, he would don it as sleepwear. However, after her mirth, she sent a message to Cheng Yu, instructing him to procure several sets of men's sleepwear to stock in the villa. Upon receiving the message, Cheng Yu felt as though struck by lightning. Scrutinizing it repeatedly to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. Men's sleepwear? Has President Gu taken a boyfriend? And sleepwear at that? Is he already living in President Gu's home? Oh my god. As the events of yesterday required further arrangements today, Gu Kinjao promptly notified her team of a meeting upon arriving at the office, announcing the establishment of a borderless television project group. Chun Junda, upon learning this news, nearly erupted in laughter. Is this it? A borderless television? You intend to wager against me with this? The potential of borderless television was indeed significant. Yet to rely on it to win a bet against his uncle seemed utterly absurd. Chun Haidong chuckled, yet his brow furrowed as he pondered. Could this be a ploy by Gu Kinjao? Chun Junda's smile faded, and his brows knitted together as he contemplated this possibility. He then picked up his phone and dialed a number, but after a few rings, the call was abruptly disconnected. Soon after, a message appeared on his phone. Chun Haidong, curious about who dared to hang up on Chun Junda, leaned in to read the message together. Arriving at work just before noon, Cheng Yu bought several sets of men's pajamas and placed them in Gu Kinjao's car. Chun Junda threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, I was led to believe my niece was truly the frosty goddess aloof from the world, who knew that when it came to romance, she could delay her arrival to work until noon. Is this the so-called ice goddess? A workaholic? How amusing. Chun Haidong recognized that this was a result of Chun Junda placing a spy among Gu Qinjeo's acquaintances, and his initial alertness diminished significantly. Yet, he found it hard to smile. As the moment his caution subsided, he was overwhelmed by a surge of jealousy and hatred, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 123. When I initiate a video call, it is, of course, to gaze upon you. Yuan Qianqian, what are you doing? In the president's secretary office. Cheng Yu inquired of the new assistant Yuan Qianqian, who had been engrossed in her phone for quite some time. As the secretary to such a large corporation, Cheng Yu was equipped with several assistants. A few days prior, one assistant had slipped in the restroom and sustained a concussion, and Yuan Qianqian had only recently been hired. I'm so sorry, Cheng Yu. My mother has been hospitalized, and it's quite serious. I was messaging a friend to help take care of her. But she is okay now. Yuan Qianqian fabricated an excuse, offering a feigned smile, devoid of any guilt for using her mother as a pretext. Cheng Yu regarded her intently and remarked, if there is a real issue, please take a leave, before turning back to her workstation. This is QQ. You've successfully added my account, and we are now friends. You can send me messages, voice notes, images, or even make internet calls and video chats. In a corner of the local eatery, Shun Shizhu sat alongside Jiang Chen, listening intently as he instructed her on how to use the QQ application featuring the little penguin mascot. Shun Shizhu pressed the video call button, and soon the familiar sound of the original QQ ringtone resonated on Jiang Chen's device. He unlocked the screen and answered the video call. Their faces immediately filled the display. Shun Shizhu, with an expression brimming with curiosity, waved at the camera and blew a few kisses, though there was a slight delay, and her on-screen image mirrored her actions as if caught in a time-lapse. Jiang Chen, how do I enlarge your view? Shun Shizhu pointed to the video window, showing Jiang Chen in the upper corner. Just tap here, Jiang Chen replied, lightly tapping her phone screen. The two frames swiftly exchanged positions, with her becoming the smaller view and Jiang Chen taking center stage. Her perfectly aligned white teeth gleamed as she smiled, nodding in satisfaction. Aren't you going to look at yourself? Typically, girls gaze at themselves during video calls, yet Jiang Chen remained oblivious to this commonality. Of course, when I initiate a video call, it is to gaze upon you, Shun Shizhu declared, her reference to you distinctly aimed at Jiang Chen himself. Although he informed her that she could add other friends, her subconscious seemed to dictate that this application was specifically designed for conversing and video chatting with Jiang Chen. In the afternoon, both students had classes. Jiang Chen had just returned to the classroom and found a spot to sit when his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Shun Shizhu, accompanied by a photo of their classroom. Following that, several messages appeared. Jiang Chen, I've arrived at the classroom. Jiang Chen, chatting with you on QQ feels so delightful. It was curious how she had already figured out how to use emojis. This smile unequivocally represented joy, even if it didn't in general parlance, but certainly did for Shun Shizhu. Jiang Chen replied, Si Ting, Jiang Chen is here so early. The empty seat beside him caught Chun Si Ting's gaze as she pondered. Should we move there? It would seem too desperate to approach him first. No, if I were to sit closer, he should be the one to come over. Jiang Chen sensed someone was watching him, glanced up, and caught Chun Si Ting's eye. In an exaggerated motion, she tossed her hair back dramatically and sauntered off to another corner of the room. What a spectacle! Today's college students are truly exhibiting a concerning state of mind. Jiang Chen shook his head and redirected his focus to his phone screen. Shun Shizhu sent another message. The professor has arrived, and then silence fell. Jiang Chen chose not to respond, wary of encouraging her to further bombard him with messages. Navigating to his recent contacts, he scrolled through the messages and saw one from Ding Ming. Jiang Chen, I need your help with something. If you're willing to assist, reply with a 1. If not, reply with a 2. Jiang Chen replied curtly, Go away. Just then, Gao Zifei and the other two from his dormitory entered the classroom, quickly making their way over to Jiang Chen. Gao Zifei raised a hand, gesturing AV sign, with his index finger pointing at Jiang Chen's chest. What were you up to yesterday? Spill the beans, or I'll shoot your heart to pieces. Idiot, the heart is over here. Jiang Chen swatted his hand away. Gao Zifei's expression morphed dramatically. Resembling a tormented character from a meme, he lamented, Old Jiang, just tell me you aren't in a relationship. Jiang Chen, please. Gao Zifei, I beg you. Tian Chen, no. Gao Zifei. Really? Jiang Chen, with unwavering certainty. Of course it's true. Gao Zifei's demeanor shifted in an instant. He waved his hands dismissively, adopting a solemn expression. Well, then it's nothing. Damn it, idiot. Go Yuguai cursed, eliciting a subtle smile from Chun Junjun. An iPhone 4. Old Jiang. You've switched to an iPhone 4. Gao Zifei exclaimed upon noticing Jiang Chen's phone. I asked my mom to buy me one, but she told me to go cool off with a new phone I just got. Let me see it, come on. Chapter 124, Backward Compatibility. Jiang Chen thought back to the idea of giving Gao Zifei money to procure a phone for him. Perhaps he had overestimated the situation. What does it mean to come from wealth? In recent years, every Land Rover Range Rover in the northern region has been sold out, with 80% in Jin province, one sold for another. Yet, Gao Zifei's lifestyle certainly did not align with the notion of wealth. However, whether it was due to a small fortune or some other reason, it hardly warranted further scrutiny. The depth of their friendship had little to do with Gao Zifei's family background. Such an amazing device. Truly remarkable, Gao Zifei exclaimed, handling Jiang Chen's phone with great excitement. He refrained from delving into privacy-sensitive applications like QQ or text messages, opting instead to explore the camera, followed by QQ Music, and ultimately indulging in a few rounds of Temple Run, all the while lamenting the inadequacy of his current phone. He regretted ever purchasing it. The notion that it could have been used for better games was nothing but self-deception. The vendor selling phones deserves a good scolding. Quietly returning the phone to Jiang Chen, he retrieved his own device, caressing it with a look that conveyed his sentiments. Honestly, mine is still better. If only it weren't so difficult to operate. It could have been used for playing CF. After class, Jiang Chen visited the administration building, intending to consult Li Tong about the situation to secure additional entrepreneurial support. Jiang Chen aimed to apply for 2 more offices, one for himself and another to segregate 2 distinct products. The Xiaohongshu app would soon be launched, necessitating the hiring of additional staff. While the current office was spacious enough to accommodate more employees, having separate spaces for different functions would undoubtedly be more advantageous. The advertising fee from the Guang Group, while sizable at 100,000, was not particularly burdensome. Jiang Chen facilitated this collaboration not primarily for the money, but for the prestige it carried. Requesting 2 more offices, he pondered the prospect of hiring more underprivileged students. Jiang Chen, you're taking a huge leap. Be careful not to trip. Here's what we can do. I'll approve the office next door for you. But you should reconsider your hiring plan. As a representative of the school, I hope you can address the employment challenges faced by underprivileged students. However, as a teacher and mentor, I must caution you. Secured an advertisement with Guang Group? 100,000 for an ad? Approved. Get the paperwork done immediately. Both offices next door are yours. Li Tong's swift change of demeanor left everyone astounded. In less than half a day, he had completed the necessary paperwork for Jiang Chen. All done. 2 copies, keep them safe. Great. I'm off work now. Jiang Chen, do you have any plans later? If not, call Lao Tan and have him treat you to dinner. Li Tong adjusted his rimless glasses, looking at the seemingly harmless Jiang Chen with a friendly smile. If Tan Jinshin learned that Jiang Chen was expanding his workforce, he would just treat them to dinner. He would likely go all out. Ahem. As a teacher, it was merely a casual meal. Jiang Chen had no plans for the evening, so he gladly accepted the invitation. Soon, Tan Jinshin arrived, his steps light and cheerful, bursting into laughter upon seeing Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen were to hire another batch of people, it would effectively resolve several months of work for him. He took Jiang Chen and Li Tong to their usual barbecue spot across the street from the school, a place they frequented due to its cleanliness and pleasant environment. Initially, Tan Jinshin expected Jiang Chen to be somewhat reserved during the meal, considering the dynamic of 2 teachers dining with a student. However, to their surprise, Jiang Chen engaged in conversation, sharing his insights on the topics they discussed without a hint of shyness. His demeanor and mannerisms radiated a comfortable aura, perfectly balanced. This sensation, Tan Jinshin realized, stemmed from the compatibility of roles. They were the recipients of this dynamic. Yet Jiang Chen in that moment appeared to be the epitome of a diligent student, sipping beer in tiny sips. Tan Jinshin scratched his nose, feeling somewhat perplexed. Was it an illusion? Chapter 125, Too Beautiful a Scene. Jiang Chen, you truly excel. I find myself lacking in wisdom to impart. As your teacher, my only advice is to ride slowly when you and your employees are on tricycles around campus. Otherwise, it could lead to significant trouble if someone gets hit. On the way back, Li Tong spoke somewhat slurred, his steps unsteady. Jiang Chen had only consumed 1 bottle, reminding him that as a student, moderation was key. Overindulgence would not fare well. Little did Li Tong know that the seemingly harmless Jiang Chen had a tolerance several times greater than his own. Old Li, what's the story with that shop? I heard it was approved by you. The other day, I saw it still under renovation, and now it seems to have stalled. As they approached the main entrance of the school, Tan Jinshan pointed toward the only vacant storefront that remained closed. Ugh, don't even get me started. Li Tong nearly erupted in frustration, exhaling deeply. If only all matters could be as worry-free as they are with Jiang Chen. Not long ago, a young woman sought support for her entrepreneurial venture as a university student, wishing to lease a storefront. I facilitated the process, reducing the rent a bit for her. And she promptly paid the rent. But then what happened? What could possibly go wrong? Dan Hyunsen in Guayev. Oh, let me tell you, Li Teng replied with a grim smile. The fault lies entirely with me. I failed to inquire what her intentions were for the space when I rented it to her. A while back, Principal Chun suddenly called me, asking about the rationale behind a shop at the school entrance selling stinky tofu and adult products. It was then that I realized this girl intended to divide the space into two sections. One for stinky tofu from Xiangzi and the other for, well, adult items. Wasn't that a disaster waiting to happen? I quickly refunded her the rent and had the sign removed. The place was initially well decorated, but now it's a chaotic mess. Renting such a costly space only to have it in disarray, I can't find another tenant anytime soon. Every time the school leadership passes by, they message me, demanding to know why I haven't secured a renter yet. I've been losing sleep over it. Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter, but managed to cover his mouth just in time, expressing a semblance of empathy. How unfortunate. That person clearly lacks foresight. Jiang Chen gazed at the storefront and then at the school sign. To be frank, if the stinky tofu were well prepared, this location could indeed be profitable. As for the adult products, they encompass a wide range of items, catering to both individuals and couples, and with so many spirited students around, there's ample potential for sales. However, this is the main entrance of the school, the very face of the university. Selling such items and stinky tofu here would be a disgrace, a direct affront to the institution. How could it possibly be allowed? The person behind this idea is somewhat clever, yet amusingly misguided. They have their schemes, but they are woefully lacking in judgment. Jiang Chen examined the storefront. Approximately 40 square meters in size, suitable for division into two shops. It featured a large glass front, effectively allowing for at least two distinct spaces. The entrance was cordoned off, and as Jiang Chen approached for a closer look, he realized he had underestimated the layout. It indeed comprised two sections with a central doorway, flanked by two floor-to-ceiling windows. This configuration is simply ideal for a cake or dessert shop. Director Li, what's the rent for this place? I'd like to take it over, Jiang Chen declared. Hearing this, Li Teng was jolted awake, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you serious? Absolutely, Jiang Chen affirmed. No, I don't want you to feel obligated to help me, because I'm in a tough spot and decide to lease this place for that reason. No, I'm not. Why are you crying, Director Li? I genuinely just want to rent a storefront. The inebriated Li Teng entered a sentimental mode, stubbornly refusing to believe that Jiang Chen's intentions were not to assist him, grabbing Jiang Chen's hand with teary eyes. Jiang Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably as he fought to suppress his reaction. Jiang Chen, you really do have plans to do something here, right? Dan Hyunsen interjected. Pulling Li Teng aside, it's a bit embarrassing with all the foot traffic at the school entrance. Yes, I plan to open a dessert shop, Jiang Chen replied. To help me out, you're specifically opening a dessert shop? Li Teng looked at Tan Jianshin, deeply moved. You should go get some sleep. Tan Jianshin nearly slapped Li Teng, dragging him back to the school. A couple of hours later, Li Teng called Jiang Chen back. Ahem, Jiang Chen. I might have had a bit too much to drink earlier, and don't quite recall everything that happened. I heard from Lao Tan that you're interested in renting that shop. From his awkward tone, it was clear he was well aware of what had transpired. But since he'd forgotten, Jiang Chen decided not to remind him. Yes, social niceties. I may have had a bit to drink too, just woke up from a nap. Yes, I've been planning to rent a place to open a dessert shop, and this location is perfect. I had already intended to do this. But if I rent there, I will need to do substantial renovations, which will require a significant investment. No worries, renovations are part of the deal. I'm not just renting for a year or two. All right then, I will do my utmost to apply for a rent reduction for you. I'll contact you tomorrow. Great. After hanging up, Li Teng felt a warm glow in his heart. What a good kid. Truly a good kid. A wave of headache washed over him as he tapped his forehead, glancing at Tan Jianshin, who was nearly bursting with laughter, and sighed deeply. My tolerance for alcohol is clearly diminishing. I can't believe I got tipsy after 2 bottles of beer and embarrassed myself in front of students. At least it wasn't worse. Brother, when has your alcohol tolerance ever been good? Last time at the school gathering, you barely managed 2.5 glasses of wine before throwing up all over Secretary Liu's car, and he had to cycle to work for a week. Today, you downed 2 bottles, and I thought you'd build up some tolerance, but it seems you've regressed. Ha ha ha. Tan Jianshin chuckled, his face crinkling with laughter. Despite Jiang Chen's words, Li Teng subconsciously felt that Jiang Chen's decision to rent the place was more for his benefit than anything else. With a heart full of gratitude, he swiftly handled the matter, and by the next afternoon, he had finalized the rental agreement for Jiang Chen. Not only had he secured a 20 entrepreneurial subsidy, but he also managed to apply for 1,000 yuan in renovation compensation. While 1,000 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket for the renovations that would cost tens of thousands, it was better than nothing. After signing the contract and pocketing the cash, Jiang Chen rode his tricycle to the storefront, surrounded by a backdrop of construction barricades. He had already planned to rent a space, making this part of his broader business strategy. What should he name it? After some contemplation, he settled on a name for his shop, a summer ice cream and winter dessert and hot drink store, aptly titled Ice Fire Queen. While the former name might have been a spectacular hit, it lacked the decorum for a public establishment. Using that name might lead to him facing the same fate as the previous tenant, evicted before he even hung the sign. So, Ice Fire Queen it is. Having settled on a name, Jiang Chen's vision for the shop began to evolve. With such a title, it would be remiss not to offer the finest products. Casting a glance at the surrounding bubble tea and hot fruit tea shops, he silently expressed his apologies and paid tribute to them for 3 minutes. He held no animosity towards anyone in particular. It was simply time for all to make way. For renovations, of course, he needed a professional team, and Jiang Chen had just the right contacts. In his past life, he frequently collaborated with a renovation company, which likely still operated as a small team. He headed directly to their location. Why did he know where the renovation company's owner lived? Well, that is a long story. The owner of the renovation company, Chen Mukin, had a name that sounded quite fashionable, but after meeting him, one would undoubtedly have a radically different impression of those 3 characters. In reality, he was a bald, portly man, short in stature with stubby limbs, an image that was, well, quite difficult to compare. In any case, that is how it is. In his previous life, when he expanded his business, it faced dire performance, and the renovation company was on the brink of closure. At that critical juncture, Jiang Chen provided them with a significant project, which could be described as turning the tide for Chunmu Village, akin to a heroic figure soaring on a rainbow. Subsequently, this old fellow became quite persistent, often lingering around Jiang Chen's Bentley, and, at that time, Jiang Chen was not yet 30 and had not purchased his SF-90. Chunmu Village insisted on treating Jiang Chen to dinner as a token of gratitude. Unable to resist his enthusiasm, Jiang Chen acquiesced on one occasion. Once the ice was broken, he found himself visiting frequently. Jiang Chen swore that his interactions had no connection to Chunmu Village's alluring wife, who, though over 40, still retained her charm, nor to his strikingly beautiful daughter. In her early 20s, had long, fair legs and often called him Brother Jiang Chen. Their camaraderie was purely about enjoying drinks together, devoid of excessive considerations, allowing for a certain degree of genuine emotional expression. Mr. Chen, is he at home? Jiang Chen inquired, having parked his tricycle in the quiet old neighborhood of Jing'an and made his way to room 201 on the 2nd floor, where he knocked on the door. It was opened by Chunmu Village's wife, Jiang Quixiang, who, compared to Jiang Chen's initial encounter a decade earlier, was now in her 30s and appeared significantly younger. Chunmu Village himself emerged, sporting a bald head and a stocky physique, showing little change from a decade hence. The couple standing together evoked a sense of impending adventure, reminiscent of Wu Song's legendary tale. Who are you, young man? Chunmu Village inquired, seemingly perplexed, unable to discern any familiarity in Jiang Chen's visage. I heard this is the home of Mr. Chunmu Village, the owner of the Liao renovation team, Jiang Chen replied. I am indeed Mr. Chen. I have a renovation job for which I would like to hire you. Please come in, come in. Chunmu Village eagerly invited Jiang Chen inside. After stepping aside, he turned to Jiang Quixiang, bewildered. He had indeed been advertising recently, but how could someone find their way to his home? Oh, I stopped by your shop, but it was closed. The lady selling ice cream next door directed me here. Jiang Chen had indeed made a deliberate visit, as it was on his way. Oh, Chunmu Village exclaimed, inviting Jiang Chen to sit down and instructing his wife to pour tea. Without further ado, Jiang Chen articulated his purpose for the visit. After finishing their drinks, Chunmu Village followed Jiang Chen on his electric bike to the entrance of Fuda, where Jiang Chen's persistent address of him as Mr. Chen left him momentarily taken aback. Ultimately, he refrained from raising his price, offering the most economical rate instead. Having shared numerous drinks in his previous life, Jiang Chen found it easy to establish a rapport with Chunmu Village. The term Mr. Chen was a deliberate form of flattery to elevate him. Ahem, that seems a bit excessive. After finalizing the agreement, Jiang Chen requested that the first step of the project be to install the sign, by placing it outside the school. The entire student body would soon recognize the business, allowing for a more aesthetically pleasing wall adorned with advertising cloth, rather than complete demolition. Once settled, Chunmu Village insisted on treating Jiang Chen to dinner, displaying an enthusiasm reminiscent of their past encounters. He exuded an air that suggested he would return the next day if Jiang Chen did not accompany him home. Although Chunmu Village had not yet reached the point of imminent closure, he had not received work in quite some time. He understood that every worker had families to support, and his own anxiety was palpable. Jiang Chen's arrival alleviated his immediate concerns. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen was greeted by Jiang Quixiang, who headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, initially serving them a plate of peanuts. My younger brother is a student at FUTA, and he has already begun his business endeavors at such a young age. Truly a prodigy. But please, do not call me Mr. Chen. I'm hardly worthy of such a title. At that moment, a 12 or 13-year-old girl, clad in a school uniform and carrying a backpack, entered the house. Shenmu Village quickly beckoned her over, pointing at Jiang Chen. Lu Yao, come here and greet Uncle Jiang Chen. Chen Lu Yao assessed Jiang Chen with curious eyes before sweetly addressing him as Brother Jiang Chen. This scene was familiar to Jiang Chen, though at that time, Chen Lu Yao had already blossomed into a mature young woman. The familiar narrative unfolded once again, evoking a sense of nostalgia. As Jiang Chen savored a peanut, he felt as though he had been transported to another world. His smile brightening with the realization that though the same story was being told across different time periods and ages, it was inevitably reshaped by the passage of time. Chapter 128. Salary distribution. Upon returning to school, Jiang Chen first took out paper and pen to design the logo for the sign. It could be said he sketched it from memory. However, his artistic skills left much to be desired. Upon closer inspection, one could decipher its meaning, yet at first glance, it was hardly a sight to behold. In the future, he would undoubtedly encounter many such tasks, including designing the logo for his company when the time came. For now, he needed to create advertisements for the customers he would serve. Thus, it was high time to consider hiring a design employee. Having acquired the keys to the 2 adjacent offices, Jiang Chen knew the recruitment process should be initiated. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the recent transaction notification he received after swiping his card. The rent, paid up front for 3 years, had deducted over 300,000 after discounts, but in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, especially in a prime location like in front of FUTA, such rental fees were hardly exorbitant. The endorsement fee of 100,000 had been swiftly deposited into his account by Guo Qinjiao. After accounting for the 300,000 rent and other expenses, Jiang Chen still had over 180,000 remaining. Locking his phone and placing it back in his pocket, he rode his tricycle to an ATM on campus to withdraw 20,000 in cash. On the way back, Jiang Chen messaged the group, asking everyone to gather in the office to await his arrival. By the time he returned to the incubation base office, everyone was already assembled. Everyone's here. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and smiled. The reason I called you all back is that today marks the last day of the month, and I am here to settle your salaries. The crowd was taken aback, none anticipating that Jiang Chen would suddenly distribute salaries today. Among them, even Lu, who had started working the earliest, had yet to complete a full month of service. With the National Day holiday approaching, individuals from various cities could now take the opportunity to return home or travel for a short break, should they wish. However, if any work needed to be addressed, they would still need to assist. As for those who chose not to take a holiday, every rest day would be compensated at double the usual rate. Boss, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, everyone felt a tingling sensation, as if electrified. Each of them had previously held various positions and had witnessed the exploitative nature of many employers, akin to vampires, squeezing every ounce of effort from their employees. The notion of double pay and the promise of paid leave for efficient work was a rare gem in their experiences. Jiang Chen's actions and words enveloped everyone in warmth and concern, particularly as all present were from less privileged backgrounds, having faced neglect and disdain throughout their lives, rarely receiving care or consideration from others. Boss, after graduation, can I still work with you? Lu inquired. Of course, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation, pleased by the question. Indeed, this group of individuals, in terms of both character and capability, possesses commendable qualities, making them suitable candidates for nurturing into core personnel in the future. Upon hearing this response, a palpable sense of reassurance washed over everyone in an instant. Qian Li was among the crowd. The individuals previously mentioned as impoverished students were all except her. During this period of grassroots promotional work, her skin had visibly darkened several shades. At this moment, as she listened to Jiang Chen's words, she was overwhelmed with a profound sense of emotion and belonging, her eyes brimming with tears. She sniffled, realizing that she had perhaps become a bit too engrossed in her work. After all, she had initially come to draw closer to her handsome junior, intending to win his heart, yet here she was, genuinely invested in her duties. Chapter 129. Data Export. Only, no sense 50. If you don't have change, take 1,000, please. The bonus is 50 yuan. If you find it insufficient, I can provide change. Not too little at all. Lu, 1350. Give me 1,400. The majority of salaries were odd numbers, and Jiang Chen rounded them all up to whole figures. He rummaged through his pockets and produced some coins to make the amounts whole. Everyone was aware that this was not merely rounding, It was a deliberate bonus for them. 50 yuan may seem trivial, even somewhat scant. Yet for these impoverished students, it represented a substantial portion of their living expenses for quite some time. All right, everyone's salaries have been distributed. The payroll schedule will tentatively be set for the end of each month. Once we are on a regular track and have an accountant, it should shift to around the 10th. I have also applied for the 2 adjacent offices. When we return from the holiday, the offices will be designated for different projects, with responsible personnel assigned to separate spaces. After Jiang Chen had finished his instructions, everyone returned to their respective posts, more focused than ever on their work. However, some could not shake off their worries. The treatment here was exceedingly generous. They were aware that the website's traffic was surging and recognized Jiang Chen's remarkable abilities, especially since he had secured 2 additional offices. Yet, they remained uncertain about how Jiang Chen was generating income. They were oblivious to the monetization strategies of the website. With such salaries being disbursed monthly, was Jiang Chen incurring losses? Under Tan Jianshen's organization, Jiang Chen conducted another round of part-time recruitment. This time, he interviewed over a dozen candidates and successfully hired 3. One in art design, another in journalism and communication, and the last from the computer science department. The computer science student was Lu's senior, named Shen Lily, the only 4th-year employee. She planned to pursue graduate studies due to her family's financial constraints. She had to work part-time. However, working externally significantly hindered her studies. She had collaborated with Lu on a project under a professor, and during a meal, they happened to sit together. After Lu mentioned her current part-time job, Shen Lily proactively sought out Tan Jianshen to apply for an interview. Similar to Lu, Shen Lily was a girl of few words. Due to her higher year, her capabilities surpassed Lu's, and their compatibility was notably high, enhancing their work efficiency. Jiang Chen, a journalism major, was a tall, thin young man wearing glasses. Jiang Chen arranged for him to work alongside Zhou Yuan on the tasks at hand. The art design employee, Hong Yu, was a petite, lively girl from Sichuan, occasionally bursting in a charming Sichuan dialect. With the 3 new hires arranged, Jiang Chen settled at his temporary desk. On the surface of the table lay a sheet of paper with a list of tasks inscribed at the top. He took up his pen and noted down website development, app development, website maintenance, and app maintenance beneath the development department, inserting the names of Lu, Shen Lily, Jiang Chen, Feng Lei, Su Zhan, and Han Li. He then proceeded to jot down grassroots promotion and website publicity beneath the marketing department. To scale the enterprise, clear delineation of responsibilities was imperative, and Jiang Chen meticulously listed them. With only 2 offices available, he temporarily separated the personnel for the 2 projects, intending to categorize the departments once he secured the remaining offices on this floor. Jiang Chen's ultimate vision was to acquire all the vacant offices in this incubation base, temporarily utilizing them as the company's launchpad. Though he could stay for no more than 4 years, this duration was ample. Ideally, he aspired to claim the entire incubation base as his own, transforming it into the company's headquarters for simplicity and convenience. However, since the first floor was occupied, despite the previous encounter with 2 rather dim-witted individuals, Jiang Chen had no intention of playing the villain. Currently, there were 12 employees in total, with many departments still unfilled, such as legal and financial divisions. The present scale did not necessitate these roles, and they could recruit as suitable candidates emerged. Certain specialized positions were not easily filled by inexperienced university students who had yet to graduate. Having written extensively, Jiang Chen set down his pen, stretched, and made his way to Hong Yu's workstation. There was no urgency regarding advertising. The priority was to finalize the logo for the storefront. Upon seeing the drawing Jiang Chen handed over, Hong Yu wore a puzzled expression and awkwardly remarked, "Boss, what is this? I can't quite make it out." Jiang Chen flipped the paper over. Hong Yu scrutinized it closely, then picked up a pen and sketched an additional design underneath. "Boss, is this what you had in mind?" "Yes, precisely this," Jiang Chen exclaimed, admiring the logo that closely matched his vision, giving Hong Yu an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Hong Yu, I can see that you were right during the interview. You indeed possess a flair for artistry." Her creativity and intelligence were precisely why Jiang Chen had chosen her from among numerous art design students. He then requested minor adjustments to the details, and she opened design software on her computer to create a version. After several modifications, they achieved a rendition that satisfied Jiang Chen. Her computer was likely valued at 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. To be frank, within this field, that price point was rather insufficient. The computer appeared pristine, reflecting her care for it. Upon completing the logo, Jiang Chen described a character in a red theatrical costume, with an oval face and large eyes, raising a hand to adjust contrasting sunglasses. After listening to his description, she swiftly sketched an outline on the drawing board, which mirrored the image in Jiang Chen's mind flawlessly. In an instant, the frustration of wanting to connect the data cable to extract the visions from his mind dissipated entirely. Nice. Chapter 130, Homeward Bound. After hailing a taxi out of the school, clutching the newly designed logo, Jiang Chen proceeded to register the trademark and copyright. It was now 2010, and awareness of copyright was still relatively underdeveloped. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen understood the paramount importance of legally securing trademarks and copyrights. Once the design was finalized, he planned to create additional pieces in a similar style to secure the patent for this image, naming it Guoqiao, national trend. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Junjun and Gao Zifei had already begun packing their belongings, while Go Yugui was preparing a backpack. It was their first extended journey away from home, having not returned for a month. Even Go Yugui, hailing from the distant Kaiying province, felt the urge to return home. Unfortunately, he was not heading back. During the National Day holiday, tickets to Kaiying province were exorbitantly priced, often reaching 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, which he found hard to accept. Thus, he resolved to embark on a trip instead. Where to travel? Naturally, to the Magic City. He planned to take advantage of the National Day holiday to explore the entirety of Shanghai via bus. After exchanging greetings, Gao Zifei hurriedly departed, closely followed by Chen Junjun. Jiang Chen, however, was unhurried. His ticket was for just after 10 o'clock in the evening, and dusk had only just begun to settle. As Go Yugui shouldered her backpack and left, Jiang Chen found himself alone in the dormitory. He leisurely packed his belongings and pulled out his phone to check QQ, where a message from Ding Ming awaited him. He had set off with a small bag, taking a taxi first to Ding Ming's school, and the two of them had a meal before heading to the bus station. Jiang Chen, I've arrived home, came the message from Shun Shizhu just as Jiang Chen boarded the train. Shun Shizhu, hailing from Hangzhou, had been picked up by a driver. All right, I'm on the train and should arrive home around midnight, Jiang Chen replied. MHM. Shun Shizhu responded with a single acknowledgement, and Jiang Chen tucked away his phone, opting not to reply further. They were not seated together, and noticing the train was still mostly empty, Ding Ming scooted over to Jiang Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed. Jiang Chen, I genuinely need your assistance with something. Just nod if you're willing, or shake your head if you're not. But no telling me to scram, or else, and then what? Jiang Chen's eyelids fluttered open slightly. I'll be so mad that I could burst. Ding Ming managed to squeeze out after a moment, eliciting a chuckle from Jiang Chen, who promptly retorted, scram. Damn it. Ding Ming, irritated, playfully slapped Jiang Chen's thigh. But the impact was so firm that it hurt his hand. Jiang Chen remained unfazed, closing his eyes once more. Ding Ming immediately softened his tone. Brother, I'm begging you. Can't you help me? Big brother, uncle, dear elder, just keep your distance, Jiang Chen replied, feeling a bit nauseated, and pushed him away, exasperated. Don't call me elder. Try calling me foster father. Foster father. Ding Ming didn't hesitate. Calling me foster father won't earn you any help. Ding Ming jumped up in frustration. Jiang Chen, I swear I'll strangle you. Despite Ding Ming's desperate pleas, Jiang Chen urged him to disclose the matter at hand. Eventually, he revealed that he would tell Jiang Chen after the holiday when they returned to Shanghai. Jiang Chen replied that he would also provide an answer then. Even though Ding Ming insisted that it was a good opportunity for Jiang Chen, his evasive demeanor suggested he was concealing something insignificant. The train arrived at its destination, and Jiang Chen, too lazy to ponder further, shouldered his bag and playfully smacked Ding Ming, who had fallen asleep after just 2 minutes. Wake up. We've arrived in the capital. What? We're in the capital? Ding Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly gathered his belongings and exited the train. His face serious until he saw the large red letters indicating they were headed south, not north. He finally exhaled with relief. Wait. Something feels off. He rubbed his slightly stinging face, pondering for a while, but failing to identify anything amiss. Chapter 131. Who can endure? Jiang Chen had initially intended to call for a ride when he spotted someone waving from the car window ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was the familiar black Buick adorned with a recognizable license plate. Wasn't he that his family's car? Dad, Mom, I told you I could just take a taxi home. Why are you here to pick me up so late? As he settled into the back seat, a warm sensation enveloped him. Your father insisted on coming. Qin Yun, seated in the passenger seat, turned to explain. Your mother misses you, Jiang Jinyang chimed in, offering a different reason. Regardless of the rationale, both expressed their profound love for him. A smile involuntarily crept onto Jiang Chen's lips, soaring as high as the heavens. Love you, Mom. MHM, love you too, Dad. He tossed his backpack to Ding Ming, instructing him to place it in the trunk. Just as Ding Ming secured the bags and closed the trunk, the vehicle roared to life, leaving Ding Ming wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the taillights, resembling a character from a meme. I'm not in the car yet. Jiang Chen called out to Jiang Jianyang, who showed no signs of stopping. We can only park here for a maximum of 15 minutes, or we'll be fined. But Dingming hasn't gotten in yet. Huh? Jiang Jianyang glanced in the rearview mirror, spotting Dingming sprinting towards them at full speed, his mouth moving rapidly as he waved. After a short dash, Dingming, out of breath and drenched in sweat, plopped into the back seat, casting a resentful look at Jiang Chen. Sorry, little Ming, I was too focused on avoiding a fine and forgot about you. Jiang Jianyang apologized from the front. Huh? It's fine, Uncle Jiang. Dingming's expression shifted to one of confusion, scratching his head and instantly forgiving Jiang Jianyang. Once Dingming was dropped off at home, Jiang Chen returned to his own abode, washed up, and collapsed onto his bed. The back of his head ached from hitting the hard surface, yet the sensation was oddly comforting. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Have you made it home? Shun Shizhu inquired. Jiang Chen's fingers flew over the screen. Why are you still awake? In the next instant, a video call request popped up. On the other end of the screen, Shun Shizhu lay on what appeared to be a silk-covered bed, the warm yellow light creating an inviting ambience. The white European-style headboard and wardrobe hinted at an air of elegance. Shun Shizhu's slightly blurred, yet undeniably delicate face filled most of the frame as she yawned, clearly struggling to keep her eyes open. You told me to let you know when I got home, so I expect you to do the same. Her drowsy expression was enchanting, her words wrapped in a soft, sleepy tone, complemented by her melodious voice. Jiang Chen had always dismissed the notion of being enchanted by one's voice, yet in that moment, he understood that such a phenomenon was indeed a reality. Yu Shun Shizhu's words left Jiang Chen momentarily speechless, and he felt like swarms of mosquitoes had descended upon him, leaving him itching with discomfort. Paired with the video's portrayal of her innocent yet bewildered beauty, he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, damn, who could resist such a girl? His heart raced, and he realized that, paradoxically, it was he who should take the initiative to flirt, yet he often found himself on the receiving end of her charm. Once again, was she truly not doing it on purpose? On the screen, Shun Shizhu's eyelids appeared heavy, as if laden with lead, completely unable to stay open. Glad to hear you made it back safely. Get some rest, he urged. Chapter 132. The only heir the following morning, Jiang Chen was roused early for breakfast. As he gazed at the simple yet delectable and healthy meal before him, his mind wandered unexpectedly. He recalled a conversation with his parents during the days leading up to his rebirth. In their 50s, with graying hair, his parents refrained from their usual marriage pressure, not even nagging him. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Qinyan offered him another, and upon placing it in front of him, she uttered a poignant remark. Son, always remember to have a good breakfast. We're getting older, and you need to take care of yourself. Those words froze Jiang Chen in place, and in that moment, he suddenly realized how old his parents had become. His handsome father now had streaks of gray at his temples, and his beautiful mother had sprouted strands of white hair, her face marked by numerous wrinkles. In that instant, he grasped why his parents incessantly urged him to marry. They were acutely aware of their advancing years, fearing they would one day be unable to care for him, leaving their beloved son without support, transforming into a solitary figure in a world devoid of love and care. That meal, Jiang Chen consumed with remarkable haste. Once back in the driver's seat of the SF-90, he slammed the steering wheel in frustration, tears cascading down his cheeks like beads from a broken string, a sensation he had experienced in years. That night, Jiang Chen sat in the desolate villa, lamenting how he had overthought so much over the years. This day bore significant relation to that sentiment. In a trance, he gazed at his youthful parents across the table, their hair still dark as night, and he was resolute that such a day would never come again in this lifetime. When the time came to bring Shun Shizhu home, he was certain they would take a liking to the little flower. As he mused, the image of Gu Qinjiao suddenly flickered in his mind. Though she was as cold as an ice block, surely his parents would also appreciate her, right? Why was he indulging in such fanciful thoughts? Shaking his head, Jiang Chen focused on his meal. I'm full, Mom and Dad. I must go practice driving now. Take your time eating. Setting down his chopsticks, he dashed into the bathroom, hastily washed his hair, splashed water on his face, brushed his teeth, and slipped on a pair of canvas shoes before stepping out the door. Have you dried your hair before leaving? Qinyan called out. It's dry. My hair's short now. Jiang Chen poked his head through the door, grinning broadly. Love you, Mom. Qinyan immediately noticed the change in his hairstyle. Just yesterday, she had told Jiang Jianyang how handsome their son had become. Once the door closed, she couldn't help but chuckle, playfully scolding, this little rascal. When did he become so sentimental? Is he learning from you? Jiang Jianyang, feigning innocence, replied. What does it have to do with me? He didn't say he loves you, Dad. With a playful smile, Qinyan leaned closer and whispered, I love you, dear. Jiang Jianyang's feigned melancholy vanished in an instant. What a mischievous son, but still my wife. For a seasoned driver adept at handling a Ferrari with one hand. The third driving test was not particularly daunting. He merely needed to remember the sequence of procedures required at each juncture. Within an hour of practice, the instructor had already determined that Jiang Chen was likely to pass, though he still needed to log enough hours. Arriving at 8:30 in the morning, he didn't return until evening, having completed the requisite practice time over 2 days. On October 3rd, he accompanied his parents to visit his grandparents. The elderly couple resided in a time-honored ancestral home, a quaint Jiangnan courtyard nestled in the Qinhua district. My big grandson, come and let Grandma see. You've grown taller and more handsome. I'll make you some stewed pancakes for lunch. Grandma, hailing from the Central Plains, had ensured that alongside duck dishes and fried dumplings, Jiang Chen often enjoyed stewed pancakes and noodles. Her culinary skills were unparalleled, and Jiang Chen relished every bite. Thus, she always prepared them for his visits. Seeing his grandparents again stirred a complex array of emotions within Jiang Chen, though not overly intricate. After all, they had lived well in his past life. Yet, a pang of guilt washed over him when he recalled how his grandparents would stroll outside, dancing with others their age, while their peers proudly cradled great-grandchildren, some even beginning to date. Envy stirred within him as he, the sole grandson of 3 generations, had yet to marry, let alone consider great-grandchildren. It seemed the lineage was on the brink of extinction. Chapter 133. Ice, please. On October 4th, under a clear sky, Jiang Chen emerged from the examination hall, nearly bursting with joy. Hooray! I passed the 3rd driving test. The current examination system was unlike that of his previous life, having undergone numerous revisions. He could not recall which version it was, but it was relatively accommodating for him. He could immediately book the 4th test, scheduling it for the morning of the 7th. Once he completed it, he would have successfully navigated the first hurdle of his rebirth. Ding Ming had been trying to arrange a meet-up with Jiang Chen for several days. Knowing about the exam, he inquired about its conclusion and rode his tricycle to the testing site. The early October weather had lost much of its heat, but remained pleasantly temperate, making the ride on the tricycle quite enjoyable. Jiang Chen noted a peculiar connection with tricycles throughout his life. Even in the Magic City, he had ridden one with Shun Shizhu. As he pondered, he glanced sideways at Ding Ming, whose high cheekbones and squinted eyes bore a resemblance to a princely figure from the countryside, prompting Jiang Chen to quickly avert his gaze. Without further ado, Ding Ming whisked Jiang Chen to an internet cafe, reasoning that since they were already here, a brief gaming session wouldn't hurt. After a while, though, Ding Ming could no longer endure the defeat and dragged Jiang Chen off to play a shooting game. After some time, Ding Ming insisted on treating Jiang Chen to a meal. Sure, but I won't promise anything unless you clarify first, Jiang Chen stipulated in advance. Ding Ming remained silent, and Jiang Chen grasped his meaning immediately, waving his hand dismissively. I'm heading home. Mama's making dumplings today. If you want to eat, come along. Ding Ming hesitated but ultimately decided to follow Jiang Chen home. The dumplings were delightful, but Ding Ming was anxious. Hey, Junior, how did it go? Can we arrange something for the first day back after the break? Or maybe return a day early. I'll handle the accommodation, so he doesn't need to worry. I've already bought a ticket back to the Magic City. You wouldn't want to let your senior down, would you? Hang in there, Junior. I believe in you. Upon returning home, Jiang Chen checked his phone, finding a flood of messages from Zheng Xiaohan. A senior he was fond of sending so many messages at once was initially heartwarming, but the content soon made Ding Ming's mood exceedingly complex. After a long silence, he still couldn't think of how to respond. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated refusing her, but after much deliberation, he merely replied with a simple, boss. What do you think of this? Jiang Chen received a drawing from Hong Yu, meticulously crafted with colors, lines, patterns, and portraits that perfectly matched his envisioned concept. Excellent. Design it into a promotional poster with a red background, white font, and place the logo and brand name in the upper right corner. This pattern should be on the far left, and the tagline should read, "Let me think." After a moment of reflection, Jiang Chen messaged Hong Yu. The Overlord Ice Fairy, the more you eat, the more youthful and beautiful you become. Though slightly cheesy, the catchy rhyme left a strong impression. I'll send you a few photos shortly. Make sure they look enticing, particularly the food. Hailing a cab, Jiang Chen headed straight to the ice shop, ordered a serving, and snapped a photo. However, one picture felt too mundane. Ordering another would be wasteful. His gaze soon settled on a table of young women nearby. Noticing Jiang Chen's glance, one of the bold women playfully winked and silently mouthed a message, and though Jiang Chen couldn't read lips, he understood instantly. She said, "Hey handsome, my husband is on a business trip." Rising, Jiang Chen approached the table of women and politely interrupted, "Excuse me ladies, I apologize for intruding." But could I trouble you for a few minutes to take a photo? A photo? What kind of photo? Is this a new approach to flirting? The woman who had winked tossed her hair playfully, of course. We're not afraid of you eating us alive. Handsome, what do you want to shoot? Should we pose for you? Her latter remark suggested that if the current setting wasn't suitable, they could easily relocate, casting him a knowing glance. Confident he would grasp her meaning. Indeed, what do they have to fear? Handsome, just tell us how you want it. Should we help you with a leg pose? Ha ha ha. Such audacity in conversation could easily startle the young man. Birds of a feather flocked together. A few individuals chattered away, all of a similar ilk. Particularly that one in flesh-colored stockings, who began to brazenly flirt with Jiang Chen. As a result, Jiang Chen snapped a photo of each ice treat with a decisive click. Waving his hand as he said, "Thank you, goodbye," he turned on his heel and walked away, as if he had made a firm resolution. The group of young matrons exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What on earth? Photographing ice cream? Chapter 134, The Ice Shop. Jiang Chen sent the photos to Hong Yu, and soon a complete poster was crafted. He instructed her to export it for Gao Chao and then asked Gao Chao to print a copy to deliver to Chunmu Village. The design plan for the storefront had already been sent to Chunmu Village, and construction had commenced today. By the time the 11-day holiday concluded and the students returned to school, everyone would know what kind of establishment had opened here. Upon returning home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. After taking a shower and lying down, Jiang Chen opened the message interface for Shun Shiju. Jiang Chen, I'm so bored at home. There are no roommates, no friends, and none of the diverse personalities or intriguing knowledge from school. In this vast villa, there's only one maid, who remains holed up in the nanny's quarters, emerging solely to cook and tidy up. During this visit, without his grandmother's supervision, Shun Shiju could watch television endlessly. She had cried for a long time when her grandmother passed away, finally managing to step out into the world again. This was a different house. Otherwise, even if she had emerged, living in that home laden with memories of her grandmother would have been unbearably sorrowful, especially being alone. When one is solitary, all emotions are magnified. On the first day back, her spirits were exceedingly low, but gradually they improved. Curled up on the sofa, she watched the images flickering on the plasma television. In the past, she had yearned to watch longer, yet now that she could, it inexplicably felt so dull. Was the drama itself tedious? She couldn't quite tell, but her mind was filled with memories from school. Most of those scenes featured Jiang Chen, particularly the day he shouted joyfully while riding a tricycle. That was an experience she had never had before, and it brought her such happiness, even now. She recalled Jiang Chen's promise to take her to the Oriental Pearl Tower, only for their tricycle to be stopped. Jiang Chen, let us return to school and go to the Bund or the Oriental Pearl, shall we? The tricycle isn't allowed in. We can leave it outside and walk in, or take a bus, or even have Uncle Min drive us there. At first, she thought she disliked riding in vehicles, but the prospect of visiting the Oriental Pearl with Jiang Chen made her excited about the journey itself. Smart as she was, she quickly grasped an important truth. It wasn't the act of riding that bored her, but rather the destination that seemed uninteresting, leading to her disinterest in the ride itself. Quite a convoluted realization, but she truly understood it. Uncle Min was her driver, and during the break, Jiang Chen had learned this tidbit, though that wasn't the crux of the matter. Wasn't this just her own line? Jiang Chen pondered the situation throughout the night, unable to comprehend why pursuing a girl was turning out to be so passive for him. The next day, the poster was affixed to the decorative fence. In the days that followed, all the shop owners in the vicinity keenly observed the stir surrounding this soon-to-open establishment. After all, no one wished to see additional competition encroaching upon their business. The bright red poster drew immediate attention. Selling ice cream? Huh. Opening an ice shop at this time is akin to inviting calamity in the autumn. Gong Chengcheng, the 30-something proprietress of the Kinkin milk tea shop, who favored wearing stockings, sighed in relief and couldn't help but chuckle. She had heard it was a student from the university renting the place. Clearly, they were lacking experience. Even though Shanghai's winter was milder than the northern chill, it was still quite cold, and without heating, the temperature indoors and outdoors was the same, relying solely on one's own body heat to keep warm. Who would choose to indulge in ice cream rather than a comforting cup of original milk tea? Chapter 135. It would be embarrassing not to gloat. As Gong Changchang stood idly outside, a middle-aged man approached, cigarette in mouth, adjusting his rimless glasses, and asked mockingly, "Aren't you standing out here, just like Mr. Su?" Gong Changchang immediately bristled and turned to leave. Su Bing, the owner of the hot fruit tea shop, was an old rival. "Our shop has employees. My standing here doesn't affect business." Su Bing raised an eyebrow. "As if our shop has no employees," Gong Changcheng scoffed, turning to walk away, muttering under her breath, Fool. Many students hadn't returned home during the holiday, and that glaring poster had already spread like wildfire around the campus in just a couple of days. The weather was still warm, and the allure of a bowl of ice was quite significant. It was just a matter of when they would open. Jiang Chen's plan was to open by the end of the month at the latest. Shenmu Village was expediting the creation of the storefront sign, aiming to complete it before school resumed. The interior renovations were also in full swing, and Jiang Chen had set a tight schedule, but fortunately, he had allocated substantial funds, allowing him to gather nearly all the workers. They were working in shifts, day and night, and the project was expected to align closely with Jiang Chen's timeline. As for the methods of making ice and other related materials, there was no need for concern. During his university days, Jiang Chen had often held part-time jobs, spending 2 years at an ice shop where he eventually became the manager. He was intimately familiar with the process of making fluffy ice and had a thorough understanding of the differences in ice shaving machines. He had even commissioned a manufacturer to create a customized machine, only needing to modify the blade head, which posed no significant challenge. Other products were also completely unproblematic. Having made the decision to open this shop, Jiang Chen felt confident and assured. During the 11-day holiday, the traffic for Aduan surged dramatically, with daily page views approaching 100,000 and app downloads reaching astonishing numbers. The total number of registered users was nearing 200,000. Each day, reviewing the backend data revealed new highs, and Han Li's tone became increasingly excited as he reported the situation to Jiang Chen. Aduan had effectively entered a stable phase, requiring only maintenance of the website, monitoring for bugs in the app, and occasionally updating patches. The Zaihongshu website was ready, and Jiang Chen had remotely pointed out a few modifications. It was expected to launch once the holiday concluded. Everything was progressing steadily. While remotely overseeing operations in Shanghai, Jiang Chen also devoted 2 days to studying for the written driving test to avoid the pitfalls of previous experiences, aiming to pass on the first attempt and promptly secure his driver S license. When he heard that for an additional 500 yuan, he could upgrade from C1 to C1D without additional testing, he registered immediately. The process of increasing his license category would only become more cumbersome in the future, and spending an extra 500 yuan seemed trivial, especially if he ever wished to drive a small scooter. Burning the midnight oil, he read late into the night. When he awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. With the driving test scheduled for noon the next day, Jiang Chen planned to return to Shanghai that afternoon. He had arranged with Shun Shizhu to visit the Oriental Pearl Tower together that evening. Stretching lazily in bed, he picked up his phone and saw 2 messages on QQ. Shun Shizhu. Good morning, Jiang Chen. Gu Qinjiao. Are you back in Jinling? I have a meeting here this afternoon and would like to see you tonight. Just a casual meeting. Jiang Chen replied to Shun Shizhu with a morning greeting and then opened Gu Qinjiao's chat interface. Are you all set? Yes. Let us discuss it in person then. Okay. Conversations with Gu Qinjiao are invariably brief, yet impactful. One might even describe them as succinct and to the point. Just as Jiang Chen pressed the return button, Li Meng, Han Pingping, and Ding Ming simultaneously inundated him with messages. Li Meng, Jiang Shen. Have you returned home for the holiday? Wan Cheng mentioned in the group that he's inviting classmates who are back to join him at a bar tonight. His cousin is the manager there. Han Pingping, Jiang Chen, are you going tonight? Ding Ming. That Wan Cheng is insisting in the group that he is inviting students in Jinling to the bar. Are you going? If not, I won't go either. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, shifted to a more comfortable position, and glanced at the suddenly lively class group that had been dormant for some time. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Luan Cheng boasting. It had been quite a while since they had been apart, and he found himself missing everyone. Ombar, my cousin is the manager. Everyone in the class is welcome. It's on me. Such a bold proclamation. However, Jiang Chen recalled the name of the bar. It stirred memories of a conversation from his previous life. Just days later, Ding Ming had called him, excitedly informing him that a bar had opened in Jinling during the National Day holiday, offering free beer and waiving booth fees. Ding Ming lamented how unfair it was that he learned of such good fortune only after it had passed. This time was different. Perhaps it was because he had refrained from taunting Wan Cheng on the day of the exam in his previous life. Now, it seemed fate had compelled him to do so. Jiang Chen, you're back in Jinling, right? Someone saw you practicing driving at the driving school. Why so silent? I'm treating tonight. Remember to come. Wan Cheng tagged Jiang Chen in the group. It appeared this was indeed the case. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This lad was always trying to one-up him. He hadn't intended to tease him, but now that he had been tagged, it would feel somewhat awkward not to. Chapter 136. Even the most boastful must bow before the arrival of Wei Yanyan. Such a rare occasion of Wan Cheng treating. How could he possibly decline? Jiang Chen refrained from addressing anyone specifically and simply stated in the group, it's Cheng, not Cheng. Mind your typos. Well then, see you tonight. Luan Cheng promptly corrected Jiang Chen's typo. Jiang Chen contemplated this. Indeed, the character he used was slightly off. Although Chang'e had met a tragic end, he had been rather enviable before that. Was that how it went? Jiang Chen struggled to recall the plot. Upon sending his message, he was immediately bombarded with several private messages. Li Ming, Jiang Chen, if you're going, I'll go too. Han Piping, see you tonight. Ding Ming, should I come pick you up on my electric bike? Without responding to the first two, Jiang Chen replied to Ding Ming. Depends on the situation. Ding Ming, all right then, should I come find you now? Jiang Chen, I have something to attend to this afternoon. Ding Ming, I need to talk to you about something. I can leave at noon. Jiang Chen, come over and bring me a ginseng chicken steak, mildly spicy with sweet plum powder. An idea like sour plum soup as the complimentary drink. I haven't had breakfast yet. Ding Ming, feeling a bit resentful towards Jiang Chen, nevertheless resignedly rode his electric bike to fetch him a chicken steak. Qin Yin had gone to work, and Jiang Jianyang had also left for his job. Sitting at the dining table, Jiang Chen enjoyed his chicken steak while listening to Ding Ming finally confess why he sought him out. Remember how I mentioned his senior sister had approached me not long ago? We chatted for quite a while. She is quite pretty and has a lovely personality. I like her. Get to the point. Jiang Chen interjected, sipping his sour plum soup and tapping the table. My point is, Ding Ming scratched his head. She suddenly told me she wanted me to help set her up with you. Jiang Chen spluttered sour plum soup all over Ding Ming's face. It was precisely as he had suspected. This rascal. He asked, did you agree? Ding Ming wiped his face and nodded. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Chen felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses, but restrained himself, taking deep breaths to calm down. He then spoke to Ding Ming in a composed manner. Come down with me for a moment. Taking Ding Ming downstairs, Jiang Chen unceremoniously threw him on the ground. Are you awake now? Much clearer, Ding Ming replied, coughing up dust as he lay on the ground, his pained expression suggesting his intellect had returned to him. Covered in dust, Ding Ming found a stool to sit on. Deep in contemplation, he understood the reasoning behind his actions, yet he often found himself inexplicably agreeing to such bizarre and presumptuous requests. Why? Perhaps he thought that if he couldn't be with the girl he liked, it would be all right for Jiang Chen to pursue her on his behalf. The hell with that. I'm not your stand-in. Jiang Chen slapped the back of Ding Ming's head. I was quite upset when I heard such a request too. But I didn't know how to refuse, especially since I like her, Ding Ming said weakly, cradling his head. Then what if, after you marry, your wife wants to be with another man? Would you have the heart to refuse? After all, you like her. Jiang Chen jabbed at Ding Ming's heart, leaving him speechless. Of course, that was a future concern. He needed to marry first. Reflecting on this lad's life, devoid of a spouse in his previous life, Jiang Chen resolved to help him rectify this flaw. Show me your chat history. Ding Ming pulled out his phone and handed it to Jiang Chen. As he reviewed their conversation, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched, and his mouth twitched in disbelief. Even Wei Yangyang would have to bow before you. Tell her that I'm busy lately, but I'm available for a meal after school starts. However, I require you to join me. If not, there will be no meeting. Did she agree? She did, but then she stopped replying. Just wait for me to contact you again. Chapter 137. Has my son ascended to a Rolls Royce? Jiang Chen understood human nature. At that point, it was highly likely that this woman, Zheng Xiaohan, would bring another girl along to distract Ding Ming. Thus, the scheme began. Of course, even if it didn't pan out and they didn't bring Jiang Chen, he had a backup plan. It would merely lessen the motivational aspect for Ding Ming, which was not a significant loss. Han Pingping sought Ding Ming's contact information, and she could only think to ask him for it rather than doing so intentionally. Meanwhile, this girl had toyed with Ding Ming for nearly a month, only to request that he set her up with Jiang Chen before pursuing her own agenda. Every word she spoke was laden with moral and emotional manipulation. The scent of ulterior motives palpable even through the screen. A request, a manipulation, entirely different. If she was going to engage in such tactics, then perhaps it was time to teach her a lesson while also giving Ding Ming a bit of closure. Although, it was uncertain whether this lad felt any resentment. Jiang Chen glanced at Ding Ming beside him. Damn it, this chicken steak was not free. My adoptive father certainly isn't doing this for nothing. Unaware of what time it would be in the afternoon, Jiang Chen took Ding Ming out for lunch. The latter was visibly affected by the earlier confrontation, but needed some comfort. A bowl of old duck vermicelli soup revived him, and he began chattering about the bar gathering that evening. Though it's one Chang treating, which I'm not particularly keen about, to be honest, Jiang Chen. I've never been to a bar. I'm a bit excited. Do you think there will be, those kinds of experiences? At 5 in the afternoon. After wrapping up a meeting, Gu Qinjiao immediately messaged Jiang Chen to inquire about his whereabouts. Jiang Chen sent her a location coordinate. Aunt Wan is indeed quite reliable in her professional capacity. In this era, when navigation technology is still not well developed and convenience is scarce. She has accurately located the residential complex where Jiang Chen resides. A Rolls-Royce idles at the entrance as Jiang Chen opens the door and steps inside. At that moment, Qin Yun, emerging from the vegetable shop at the complex's entrance with a bundle of celery, happens to witness this scene and stands frozen in place. She quickly retrieves her phone and calls Jiang Jianyong. "Hello, darling. I just saw your son being picked up by a Rolls-Royce at the entrance of our complex." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, there's a brief pause on the other end of the line, followed by Jiang Jianyang's breathless laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Realizing that his wife was on the verge of exiting her gentle demeanor, Jiang Jianyong cleared his throat and quickly inquired, "Ayun, how did you see that? Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Yes, I witnessed it myself. I came out of the vegetable shop and happened to see him get into the car." "Did you see his face?" "No, but how could I possibly mistake my own son? If you didn't see his face, then you must have seen it wrong. Do you believe your son would ride in a Rolls-Royce? Or do you trust that your eyes and instincts could be mistaken upon a hasty glance?" "I'm hanging up." Qin Yun abruptly ended the call. She refused to believe that her vision and instincts could be incorrect. She was certain it was Jiang Chen, her son. Yet, she also found it hard to accept that he would ride in a Rolls-Royce. Thus, she decided to call Jiang Chen directly, digging out the new number he had sent her not long ago and dialing it. "Hello, Mom, what is up?" Jiang Chen answered. "What are you doing?" "I'm out having pot stickers." "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw someone who looks remarkably like you getting into a Rolls-Royce, and I thought to myself, how do you have that kind of ability?" Once Jiang Chen got into the car, Gu Qinjiao mentioned she was hungry and asked him what delicacies could be found in Jinling. He pointed ahead and said to turn right, leading them to their destination. Just as they settled in, Qin Yun's call came through. Jiang Chen glanced at the black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked outside the shop, his eyelids twitching. Chapter 138. Trust truly my mother. Jiang Chen chuckled to himself, recalling a time in his past life when he shared his entrepreneurial achievements with his parents. Back then, his company had just managed a net annual income of 30 million, and upon hearing that figure, Qin Yun and Jiang Jianyong had laughed heartily. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious demeanor, Qin Yun began to call her colleagues in the public administration sector, inquiring if her name appeared on any unfavorable lists. After confirming that it did not, she finally sighed in relief and began to feel joyous about her son's accomplishments. Parents are invariably driven by the aspiration for their children to succeed. Yet more than that, they wish for their children to remain safe and healthy, even if it means sheltering them under their modest wings for a lifetime, unwilling to see them suffer or stray from the right path. "Your mother?" Gu Qinjiao asked, her cold, beautiful eyes fixed on him as Jiang Chen hung up the phone. "Yes, she must be returning home from work after seeing me get into your car," Jiang Chen replied. "In the future, if something like this happens again, it shouldn't be at the entrance of your own residential complex. I can't explain this to my parents. I can't possibly tell them that my relationship with Gu Qinjiao is akin to that of patient and medication." Gu Qinjiao turned her gaze away, her expression somewhat dimmed. "You." Jiang Chen keenly sensed the shift in her emotions. "I'm fine." Gu Qinjiao took a deep breath and shook her head. "It's just that my parents passed away long ago, and I envy you a little. I wonder what it feels like to receive a call of concern from one as parents. I used to have my grandfather, but now, she was left all alone, solitary and unaccompanied." She managed a faint smile. In Jiang Chen's memory, it seemed to be the first time he had seen her smile. Yet, this barely perceptible smile was filled with melancholy. In that instant, Jiang Chen gained a new perspective on this frosty female CEO. Her cold exterior was merely a facade to conceal her own vulnerabilities. Such a guise was necessary to project an image of strength. If there was someone to rely on, how could a young woman in her prime choose to adopt such a demeanor? Jiang Chen was uncertain of her past character, but was certain that it was far from what it was now. For a moment, he fell silent, unsure of how to console this ice queen, or perhaps, for her, the best consolation was the absence of consolation itself. Gu Qinjiao quickly regained her composure. But to Jiang Chen, the ice goddess would never return to her former self. After finishing dinner, Gu Qinjiao returned to the car with Jiang Chen. She took out her laptop and began to show him all the subsequent plans regarding smart televisions. "Everything seems fine, but we're set to launch in early December. With nearly 2 months until then, the timeline feels excessively drawn out. If production can meet the demand, it would be best to launch by late October or early November. Late October feels a bit rushed. Early November should be feasible. Don't just say should be, it's best to be completely certain. All right, is there anything else? The weather is quite pleasant today. Shall we take a walk? Sure. It's a bit strange, isn't it? I mentioned not to leave tonight, didn't I? Jiang Chen chuckled softly, though his thoughts lingered elsewhere. Not far from Jiang Chen's home lies the Qinhua River. With the weather still warm, the night breeze wafted gently, inviting comfort. The hem of her light coat fluttered. Her long legs clad in tailored trousers clicked rhythmically against the cobblestone path. The slight curls of her long hair danced in the wind, causing her piercing eyes to narrow unconsciously, her expression revealing an unguarded daze. If only I could be like you, living carefreely as an ordinary person, Gu Qinjiao murmured, gazing at the Confucius Temple commercial street across the river. But for an ordinary person like me, life is hardly carefree, Jiang Chen replied, standing beside her. Gu Qinjiao cast a sidelong glance at him. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled, without a shred of remorse for shattering her illusions, as he continued. Everyone faces hardships in this world. Some toil their entire lives for basic necessities, while others struggle fiercely just to fill their bellies and avoid starvation. You may find yourself unfortunate, yet you're also fortunate in that you do not have to forsake your dignity for a morsel of food or a drop of water. The world is harsh, unbearably so, but this is the harsh reality for most people. Finding joy amidst suffering is the best way to live. Gu Qinjiao remained silent for a long while, a smile that resembled amusement gracing her lips. No wonder you're a top student from the philosophy department at Fu University. Jiang Chen shook his head. This ISNT philosophy, if we were to dissect it, it might fall under psychology. Excellent. I've learned a lot. Gu Qinjiao's expression brightened considerably. She slightly closed her eyes, her demeanor becoming pleasantly tipsy as she finally began to relish the refreshing river breeze. The evening wind tousled her hair at the temples, the moonlight shimmering, and the lights across the river glittered, her exquisite countenance reflected in the rippling water, creating an undeniably beautiful tableau. In terms of the body, medication is needed. In terms of the mind, medication is also required. Shouldn't I offer another dose? Jiang Chen chuckled softly. This one S on the house, Gu Qinjiao replied, keeping her eyes closed, standing at the riverbank, with her eyes shut for an extended period. This was not something someone lacking companionship and security would do. Yet, she was doing just that, signifying that unconsciously she had developed profound trust in Jiang Chen. Chapter 139. Do you prefer men? Ayun, why are you buying so many things? Is it a big shopping spree? After dinner, realizing her son would be returning to school the next day, Qin Yin went out to shop when a good friend from her workplace invited her out. Jiang Jianyang wanted to join her, but his superior called him out for drinks, which he could not decline. ISNT Xiao Chen going back to school tomorrow? He didn't bring anything when he started school, and I have no idea what he might be lacking, so I bought a bit of everything. He can take whatever he needs, Qin Yin said with a gentle smile. Huang Qiqi sighed and shook her head, lamenting, what a wonderful mother. If I were like that, my son would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Then why don't you do that? Make Kun smile, Qin Yin inquired. Huang Qiqi's tone was tinged with frustration. If he could get into Fuda, I would make him smile every day. But look at that good-for-nothing. He is attending that wretched school, which is only accessible by paying 30,000 yuan in tuition each year. His studies are abysmal, and yet he excels in romance. He is not even that good-looking, yet somehow, there are girls who fancy him. Well, that means Kuan has some charm. Besides, he's already in his second-year college. It's quite normal to have a girlfriend in university, Qin Yun advised earnestly. Indeed, at this point, I've resigned myself to it. Poor academic performance, dating, and getting married early, it's all part of life. But to ask me to be like you, that's simply beyond my capabilities. Every time I try to be nice to him, he drives me to the brink of madness. The moment I see him, I just want to kick him. You know, you carry too much emotional baggage. Your children will have their own fortunes. Just relax, Qin Yun encouraged. At this moment, Huang Qiqi suddenly recalled something and said, You're right, I should change my ways. My son has grown up so fast. Though that little rascal can't compare to your Xiaoqing, at least he's a normal person. You know Chun Ke from taxation too, right? Qin Yin pondered. Chen Huan? Yes, I'm aware, but not very well. Huang Qiqi leaned forward, announcing with a tone of gravity. Her son likes boys. What? Is that true? It was said that during a meeting, Chun Ke's phone rang, just as her superior was also on a call. She was instructed to answer it first. It was her son's advisor calling, urging her to pay more attention to her child's mental and emotional health, revealing that her son might be attracted to boys. The meeting room fell silent as everyone heard it loud and clear. There is no way that could be false. Qin Yun's expression twisted in shock. Huang Qiqi continued. I heard that her son has never had a girlfriend since childhood, possibly due to some psychological issues or excessive repression. Qin Yun froze again. Has Jiang Chen, perhaps, never had a girlfriend either? She recalled a dinner at Ding Ming's house about 6 months prior, where she had chatted with the two kids working in law enforcement. Through subtle hints, she had gleaned that neither of them had ever been in a relationship, and she also learned that Ding Ming was interested in dating but had no luck. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen showed no interest in romance whatsoever. The notion of lacking interest in relationships echoed in her mind, becoming an overwhelming realization. Her own son had no interest in dating. Could it truly be the case? Qin Yun felt a wave of panic. Hey, Ayun, look at that couple by the riverbank. Doesn't that guy resemble your Jiang Chen? At that moment, Huang Qiqi pointed in a direction and asked Qin Yun. Slowing down her electric scooter, Qin Yun glanced in that direction and spotted a familiar profile illuminated by the streetlight. Wasn't Jiang Chen? That outfit. The person who got into the Rolls Royce was dressed similarly. Wasn't he? Did I mistakenly identify him? Was that person truly Jiang Chen? Doubts bubbled in her mind, but quickly faded as her focus shifted entirely to the girl beside Jiang Chen. Dressed in a trench coat, tailored pants, and high heels, with long, slightly curled hair, her mature appearance was striking. She seemed quite attractive and appeared young. Qin Yun felt a sense of relief. As long as it's not what I feared. After her earlier concerns, she felt she could accept any kind of daughter-in-law, as long as she was a woman. Could it be Xiao Cheng? It certainly looks like him. Huang Qiqi remarked again, but Qin Yun silenced her with a gesture, whispering, Zia Qi, you should head back. Head back. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiqi had already guessed that the figure was likely Jiang Chen. She stabilized her electric scooter and eagerly said to Qin Yun, Ayun, can I stay and watch? You know me, I'm notoriously tight-lipped. Hurry home, or your husband will call to ask why you're chatting with your office staff all the time. I was merely having a normal conversation. What if you tell my husband? Before she could finish, her scooter sped off, and in the wind, the sound of her voice drifted back. I'm out shopping with Ayun, and we ran into her son walking by the river with his girlfriend. That girl looks so lovely, tall, and slender. They make a perfect couple. Damn it. Qin Yun felt two veins throb on her forehead. It wasn't that she was upset with Huang Qiqi's loose lips. Everyone knew she was talkative. It was more about the volume of her voice. What if Jiang Chen heard them? Seeing that Jiang Chen and the girl were oblivious, Qin Yun stealthily parked her scooter and began her covert observation. Why weren't they holding hands? Was she really his girlfriend? A woman working in law enforcement. Now sneaking around like a thief. A mother's heart was truly consumed with worry for her son. Jiang Chen, when are you coming? Jiang Cheng's phone buzzed repeatedly in his pocket, and upon checking, he saw it was a message from Ding Ming. We're all at the bar entrance. That scoundrel Wan Cheng is taking his sweet time. Wan Cheng is here. That guy drove a BMW 3 Series with all the windows down, and instead of parking, he insists on pulling up right in front of us to show off. What a jerk. Ha ha ha. His license plate is Su A2B50S, which perfectly suits his personality. When you arrive, you can quietly let the air out of his tires and see how he maintains his facade. His first words when he gets out will be that this is the new car his family bought for him when he got into college. Who cares about that? Meng Ting also seems to have arrived, apparently getting out of his car. I didn't think much of it before, but now she seems so foolish. Is she still coming? If not, I might leave. We're inside. The manager seems to really be his cousin. He brought a ton of beer, and he doesn't seem to intend to charge us. Jiang Chen, hurry up. If you don't come soon, he is really going to show off. Reading through the string of messages, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Ding Ming's antics. In truth, Ding Ming had no real animosity towards Wan Cheng. He just couldn't stand him because Wan's previous high school classmates had arranged to go to a bar together that night. Jiang Chen replied truthfully. It seems you frequent bars quite often? Gu Qinjiao unexpectedly inquired. A smile crept onto Jiang Chen's lips. This will be my second time. The first was when I encountered you. As Gu Qinjiao recalled, that evening alongside Jiang Chen's words, a fleeting wave of discomfort washed over her, prompting her to turn and gaze toward the opposite riverbank. Each time she reflected upon her every action that night, she felt a profound sense of embarrassment, yet simultaneously, an overwhelming relief. Thankfully, she had met him. Jiang Chen had departed. The two had walked a short distance after getting out of the car, not too far. Yet far enough, Aunt Wan was waiting behind, likely just a minute or two's drive away. Gu Qinjiao's gaze returned, her spirits lifted inexplicably. She couldn't quite fathom why, but there was an inexplicable sensation that life, this world, seemed to have gained a splash of color. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qinjiao stepped in the opposite direction, the crisp sound of her high heels on the ground resonating with a lively rhythm. Just as she had taken a couple of steps, Gu Qinjiao noticed a woman hiding behind a floor bead, glancing sideways. Their eyes met unexpectedly. That scoundrel! How could he leave a girl behind? Qin Yun mused internally, pulling out her phone to snap a picture of Gu Qinjiao to show Jiang Jinyang later. Should she truly wish to interrogate Jiang Chen, she would not fear this scamp's nonsensical ramblings. Cautiously, she lowered her phone to disable the flash, but when she raised it again, the girl had vanished from sight. Astonished, she turned her head to survey the surroundings. Their eyes had locked in an unforeseen moment. Qin Yun's first reaction was alarm. Her second was to feign nonchalance and make a hasty exit. The third was to realize she was indeed filming the girl and feign ignorance. The riverside scenery is quite lovely. Let me take a few night shots. The fourth was resignation, deciding honesty would be the best policy. What if she truly was Xiao Chen's girlfriend? How could they face each other in the future? With a silent sigh, she smiled and said, "Hello, I am Jiang Chen's mother, out to buy some school supplies for him, and I happen to see you." Jiang Chen's mother? The woman before her was of considerable age, yet still remarkably beautiful, bearing a resemblance to Jiang Chen. Gu Qinjiao was momentarily taken aback. A wave of unexpected panic surged within her, but she quickly suppressed it with a composed demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Hello, aunt. Come, let's drink. Drink. Drink freely, don't hold back." The music blared, deafeningly loud. In the corner, a large booth was filled with people. The purpose of coming to the bar was ostensibly to dance, yet most were first-timers, hesitant to let loose, opting instead to sit in the corner and drink. Luan Cheng incessantly sought attention, clinking his beer glasses and shouting for everyone to drink freely. "Ting Ting, have you finished? Get another bottle once you're done." Meng Ting, seated in the corner, was brought along by Luan Cheng. He had harbored feelings for her for quite some time, and she had always been lukewarm toward him. The aim of this gathering was to demonstrate to Meng Ting that he was far superior to Jiang Chen, hoping to make her realize that he was indeed a better catch, thus winning her heart after her breakup with Jiang Chen. A round of drinks reached Ding Ming's position, and Luan Cheng urged, "Ding Ming, what's the hold-up? Is Jiang Chen coming or not? He wouldn't renege on his promise, would he? That would be quite a waste of my goodwill." The scene in the bar was starkly different from what Ding Ming had envisioned. The drinks were less than palatable, and Luan Cheng continued to boast. If he hadn't left, he would have already been home by now. Upon hearing Luan Cheng's insistence, Ding Ming replied impatiently, "Do you think Jiang Chen is like you? Always boasting about his grades, yet he barely made it into a decent university. If I were you, I'd have withdrawn from a group and found a ditch to drown in." Ding Ming was brutally frank in his retorts to Luan Cheng. "You idiot," he thought. "One should not strike a person's face or reveal their weaknesses." Ding Ming's words left Luan Cheng's pride wounded, and he stood abruptly, glaring at Ding Ming, feeling an impulse to grab a bottle. However, he ultimately lacked the courage to act. Ding Ming's naivete was apparent. Luan Cheng feared the repercussions of physical confrontation more, especially if Ding Ming were to retaliate fiercely. But standing up with so many witnesses was daunting. After a moment's pause, he assumed an expression he believed to be intimidating and said, "Watch your mouth. Okay? Wow, such anger. Have you had too much cheap liquor?" Jiang Chen arrived late and happened to witness Luan Cheng's outburst, teasing, "I wonder who has a dirty mouth." Seeing Jiang Chen had arrived, Ding Ming's desire to retort Luan Cheng dissipated, as if common sense had regained control. With a snarky tone, he remarked, "I haven't said a single foul word. Everyone knows who has been talking nonsense. Enough, we are all classmates. There's no need for this ruckus. Jiang Chen has just arrived. Come, take a seat." The class monitor, Fan Dong, interjected as a peacemaker. Luan Cheng shot Ding Ming a final glare before returning to his seat. His expression, suggesting this time, was merely a stroke of luck for Ding Ming, while also demonstrating remarkable agility in saving face. Jiang Chen nodded toward Ding Ming, signaling him to remain silent, and Ding Ming complied. He was merely a brawn, while Jiang Chen was the brains. With Jiang Chen present, he had little relevance. He settled back on the couch, taking a sip of the beer, which tasted akin to horse urine. Truly vile. Chapter 142. Pretending to be impressive with free drinks? As soon as Jiang Chen sat down, he engaged in lively conversation with his high school classmates, a smile adorning his face. His eloquence and refined demeanor exuded an air of sophistication that made everyone feel both comfortable and elevated in his presence. When one encounters an individual who may be superior to oneself, yet engages in pleasant conversation, it is only natural to desire to converse a little longer. Soon, Jiang Chen became the focal point of discussions among the group. "Jiang Chen, how's university treating you? I'm at Nanda, and it feels rather lackluster, as if I haven't really begun my university life. Had I known, I would have chosen a school closer to home." "Jiang Chen, your hairstyle looks even more handsome." Seeing that his brief moment of hiding had transformed into Jiang Chen's domain, Luan Cheng could no longer sit idly. He retrieved 2 bottles of beer and handed them to Jiang Chen, saying, "Jiang Chen, since you're late, drink up. This round's on me, so don't hold back." He raised an eyebrow at Jiang Chen, attempting a display of bravado that came off as rather foolish. Jiang Chen entirely ignored him, not acknowledging his challenge. Instead, he chuckled and shook his head, saying, "This brand of beer is too good for my taste. Ding Ming, please fetch me a case of something less expensive." Luan Cheng's hand froze midair, unsure of Jiang Chen's motives. Just then, Ding Ming responded, "Sure," and got up to comply. Before long, Ding Ming returned, indeed having swapped for a cheaper variety of beer. However, Wan Cheng's expression darkened. The only free drink available at the bar was the one they were currently consuming. Regardless of the price, all other varieties were chargeable. Yet, Jiang Chen had switched from the expensive to the cheap without any recourse for Wan Cheng. Well, it's just a few bottles. How much could it possibly cost? No big deal. Wan Cheng scoffed, downing his drink in one gulp. Everyone, try this. Although it's cheaper, I find it far more palatable. What Wan Cheng did not expect was that after receiving the beer from Ding Ming, Jiang Chen began distributing bottles to everyone around him. Indeed, this inexpensive brew is far more delightful. This is the essence of beer. The previous one tasted akin to horse urine, and after just 2 glasses, I was already plagued by a headache. Let us finish this and switch to something more affordable. What do you think, Wan Cheng? I believe it's a splendid idea. This one is both cheap and delicious. There's no need to indulge in that overpriced concoction any longer. Why even consult Wan Cheng? This is significantly cheaper, and he already treated us to the expensive drinks, so surely he can't object to this more economical option? Engaging in wild revelry and pretentiousness. One can find all manner of possibilities, yet it is rare to encounter anyone at a bar genuinely there for the sake of enjoying the drink. Thus, the complimentary beverages are often poorly concocted by the bar itself, as dreadful as one might imagine. When everyone sips on decent beer, they instantly recognize its exquisite flavor, like nectar, making it impossible to return to the original mixed drink. Moreover, this delightful option is even more economical, prompting a chorus of voices clamoring for a change. Wan Cheng's expression shifted from dark to a sickly green. He seemed ready to devour Jiang Chen. Yet he found no grounds to refute this sentiment. He attempted to intervene, suggesting we stick with the renowned brand, but faced unanimous opposition and was ultimately compelled to switch the drinks. Still, the costlier beverages are far more enjoyable. Huh? Isn't this one cheaper than the last? Jiang Chen whispered to Ding Ming. The cheaper option requires payment, while the expensive one is complimentary. Ding Ming was perplexed, scratching his head, and Jiang Chen quietly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Ding Ming nearly leapt from his seat. This fellow is utterly shameless, using a free event to flaunt and fool us. Keep quiet, just eat and drink as you please. Jiang Chen silenced him, then called out, Wan Cheng, aren't we supposed to receive 5 fruit platters with the big package? Were they? Just a measly 5 fruit platters. Jiang Chen was unsure of what was to be served. He was merely speaking whimsically. But regardless of whether they would be delivered, once he mentioned it, one could be certain they would arrive. As the crowd grew thirsty from the dry drinking, all eyes turned to Wan Cheng, whose eyelids twitched like a tractor's engine, and he reluctantly ordered some fruit platters. Each platter costs over 100 yuan. Damn, that's enough to buy a whole table of fruit. Wan Cheng's heart bled profusely, and before long, the platters were devoured, prompting inquiries. Weren't we supposed to receive 5? Why is there only 1? Wan Cheng nearly cursed, forcing a smile as he replied, No, they only provide 1 here. Li Meng inquired, Isn't your cousin the manager here, Wan Cheng? My cousin had a boyfriend who was also a bar manager, and he always took her and her friends to the bar for unlimited free fruit platters. Wan Cheng awkwardly rose, saying, I'll go ask my cousin for a few more. At this point, he had no choice but to maintain the facade. His cousin merely worked here, and as Wan Cheng approached, he saw the other man nodding and bowing, without even having the courage to inquire. Instead, he went to the bar and paid for 2 fruit platters. Upon returning, he found several girls from their class gathered around Jiang Chen, chatting animatedly. Jiang Chen, how is Fuda? I was considering visiting Fuda during this holiday, but after some thought, I decided to go home instead. Thankfully, I didn't go, otherwise, I would have had no one to show me around. Jiang Chen, when I come to Fuda next holiday, you must host me. C9. There's truly no comparison. Who think we performed well in our exams are merely frogs at the bottom of a well, lacking perspective. It's only when we see the true top-tier universities that we realize how insignificant we truly are. Wan Cheng's mouth twitched violently, nearly leaving an afterimage. His own university was merely a first-tier institution. Although such statements might be tinged with humility, to him, they sounded painfully harsh. Chapter 143. Who said I'm going back? Observing how Jiang Chen was surrounded by girls engaged in lively conversation, while he hadn't even spared her a glance since his arrival, Meng Ting's mood deteriorated to an all-time low. As Jiang Chen chatted merrily with Li Meng, Han Pingping, and the brightest student in their class, Li Zihin from Nanda, Meng Ting felt a lump form in her throat, her eyes welling up with unshed tears. Jing Geiling, sitting beside her, could vaguely guess Meng Ting's emotional turmoil. yet she refrained from offering her previous words of comfort. Meng Ting appeared quite pitiable now. However, her audacious demands for Jiang Chen to score lower in the college entrance exams contrasted starkly with her unwavering refusal to sacrifice her own aspirations for him, leaving a bitter taste in Jing Guiling's mind. Even though they were close friends, she found her behavior utterly detestable. At that time, Meng Ting had shown no signs of vulnerability. Thus, she hardly deserved sympathy. While everyone was engrossed in conversation, Jiang Chen had become the center of attention, leaving Wan Cheng unable to lament the cost of the fruit platters and instead pondering how to steer the topic back to his domain. He had initially prepared several points to discuss, but with Jiang Chen's arrival, everything had shifted dramatically, causing his plans to unravel completely. After much contemplation, Wan Cheng realized that there seemed to be no topics within his realm, leaving him only to touch the BMW key at his waist, which rekindled his confidence. Clearing his throat, he was about to speak when Meng Ting abruptly stood, seizing a bottle of liquor from the table and performing a whirlwind maneuver, only to be interrupted midway by the carbonation, resulting in a spray that drenched Wan Cheng. A localized downpour, precise and elegant. Wan Cheng stood up, clutching his clothing. Despite it being Meng Ting's doing, he was on the verge of cursing, his brows furrowed tightly as he prepared to speak. However, Meng Ting curled up on the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. This unexpected turn of events left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. How did the conversation shift so abruptly to this? Jiang Chen, you broke up with Ting Ting. Did you do something to hurt her? Wan Cheng slammed the table, accusing Jiang Chen. With Wan Cheng's declaration, the crowd began to realize that Meng Ting's drinking and tears indeed portrayed her as someone wounded by heartbreak. When did Jiang Chen and Meng Ting break up? I'm not quite sure, but I heard rumors of their breakup quite some time ago, probably around the college entrance exams. With Meng Ting in such distress, could it be that Jiang Chen truly wronged her? I don't know, but I feel the likelihood is low, given Meng Ting's temperament. How many girls would willingly associate with her? Perhaps she was too dramatic, regretting the breakup with Jiang Chen. I suspect Jiang Chen might have cheated. Just look at how many girls were chatting with him earlier. Who could withstand that? There's a possibility of that too. The crowd murmured quietly, gradually shifting the narrative to portray Jiang Chen unfavorably. Suddenly, a loud bang silenced everyone as Ding Ming slammed a bottle onto the table, standing up and angrily declaring, Meng Ting, you tell us, what has Jiang Chen done to wrong you? Just days before the college entrance exams, you asked him to attend the same school and suggested he score lower in his exams. After 10 years of hard work, you think he can simply score lower on your say-so? Ask everyone here, is that something a person can say? Jiang Chen rejected you, and you caused a scene to break up. The breakup was initiated by you, and Jiang Chen merely acquiesced. What is the issue? How has he wronged you? And you still have the audacity to cry here. What are you crying about? With that, Ding Ming picked up the bottle again, his demeanor suggesting he was ready to bring it down on Meng Ting's head. He was furious, and although he restrained his words, he was holding back a curse that was stuck in his throat. Everyone was stunned, wanting Jiang Chen to attend the same school. She expected him to lower his exam scores? Even Wan Cheng was rendered speechless, gulping nervously and falling into silence. He had intended to speak up for Meng Ting, but now he found himself at a loss for words. He feared that if Ding Ming remained obstinate, the situation might escalate, and he could end up being the target of a bottle thrown in Meng Ting's direction. Meng Ting, covering her face, turned away in distress. As he watched her retreating figure and then glanced at Jiang Chen, who remained composed while sipping his drink, the truth of the situation began to dawn on everyone present. Meng Ting was truly remarkable. To have caused such a scandal without Jiang Chen ever mentioning it was quite astonishing. Jing Guiling, having been so close to Meng Ting, surely had some awareness of this matter, right? Well, I suppose I know a bit, she replied. Then it must be true. Jiang Chen, sitting in silence, seemed to rise to an even loftier status. Wan Cheng was baffled by how things had spiraled out of control. He had spent nearly 1,000 yuan on this event, and his heart felt as though it were bleeding. However, if he could manage to outshine Jiang Chen and win over the beautiful woman, then it would all have been worth it. But now, instead of overshadowing Jiang Chen, he had unwittingly illuminated him, and the beauty had fled. How had it come to this? Wan Cheng's frustration reached a boiling point. An overwhelming sense of helplessness made him want to slam his fist on the table. As the hour grew late, the crowd began to disperse. As they walked out, Wan Cheng shook his jacket, revealing the BMW car, key hanging from his waist, striking a pose as if he were flaunting a herniated disc. Finally, he had arrived at a moment of his own, perfectly timed for departure. He would throw a jab at Jiang Chen and then cease all contact with him. It would surely leave Jiang Chen in despair. Luan Cheng could barely suppress a grin. What was that saying? A little chubby at first is no big deal, but when it gets overwhelming, that's when it truly matters. A group of people exited the bar. Earlier, Luan Cheng had claimed he was merely visiting the restroom, but in reality, he had parked his car strategically at the entrance. As soon as he stepped outside, he pressed the unlock button and swung open the car door, leaning against the frame while saying, "Anyone need a ride? I can take you back." His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, Luan Cheng, have you bought a new car? SB250. That license plate is quite impressive." Luan Cheng's expression instantly darkened, unable to contain his laughter. "Jiang Chen, if your eyesight is poor, hurry up and get glasses. Stop babbling nonsense, and look closely before you speak." Jiang Chen squinted at the plate and exclaimed, "Oh, it's actually 2B. I must have misread it. My apologies." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ding Ming, cackling like a duck, nearly doubled over in laughter. It was clear this guy was about to show off. Finding a mistake in his display of bravado would disrupt his rhythm and lead to his own downfall. To be honest, in his past life, Jiang Chen had encountered countless pretentious individuals, but rarely had anyone dared to boast in front of him, for he would mercilessly ridicule them. Luan Cheng suppressed the urge to curse, stating, "The license plate doesn't matter. It's nothing worth discussing. A few hundred yuan spent at the vehicle management office could easily change it. Jiang Chen, I recall your place is on my way. Let me give you a ride home. It's late, and you and T want to struggle to find a taxi and end up stranded." Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Hey you." Luan Cheng's frustration peaked. Why couldn't he keep up with Jiang Chen's words? "If you can't find a taxi, then walk home. It's better than getting killed in a crash. Besides, who said I was going to walk back?" Before he could finish, Jiang Chen spotted a middle-aged woman in a suit and white gloves approaching. It was none other than Aunt Wan. "Young Master Chen, the entrance is blocked, and the car can't come through, so please follow me." Jiang Chen nodded calmly. "All right." Under the gaze of the onlookers, Jiang Chen followed the middle-aged woman to a sleek black limousine. She opened the door for him, and after he climbed in, she took her place in the driver's seat. "Young Master Chen?" Did that woman just call Jiang Chen Young Master Chen? The car looked impressive. "What kind of vehicle is this?" "That's a Rolls-Royce." "You don't know what a Rolls-Royce is?" "We usually ride in Benz S, but you're in a Mazda? No wonder you're stuck in traffic. Haven't you seen those classic films? Is it expensive?" "Expensive? This car is worth at least 10 million. 10 million? Everyone gasped, nearly dropping their jaws. Ding Ming initially mumbled something incoherent before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Observing Luan Cheng's dumbfounded expression brought him great joy. Such an expensive car. Who knows how it came to be? It's not even his. What is there to boast about? Luan Cheng feigned indifference and scoffed. Just as he finished speaking, someone interjected. "Hey, look at what is written on that sign. Grand opening, free entry. Selected drinks are complimentary. ISNT that the same drink we had at the start." Chapter 144. A Home Invasion. Aunt Wan, why haven't you returned to Modu? Mr. Gu said there's no rush. He'll return with young Master Chen tomorrow. Jiang Chen didn't probe further. He and T intended to flaunt the car to Luan Cheng, but with Aunt Wan's arrival, it seemed the teasing would be quite intense. Jiang Chen felt a surge of happiness. "Jiang Chen, where did you get a Rolls-Royce to pick you up? Damn, this is just too much." Did you see Luan Cheng's face? It looked worse than someone who had eaten something unpleasant. Plus, there are people who saw the grand opening advertisement outside the bar. "I bet Luan Cheng wants to find a hole to hide in." "Wait a minute. Why didn't you give me a ride? Damn it. Let me at least sit in such an expensive car and broaden my horizons." I was walking back with Fan Dong and the others when we just happened to run into a DUI checkpoint, and Luan Cheng got stopped. Fan Dong went over to ask if he needed help, and Luan Cheng was waving his hands like a fan. It was hilarious. "Did you see?" Luan Cheng left the class group. "Ha ha." Ding Ming sent Jiang Chen a flurry of messages recounting the events that unfolded after Jiang Chen had left. "Jiang Chen, that car was so cool. Can you take me for a ride next time?" "Jiang Chen, do you have time tomorrow? I'm leaving tomorrow afternoon, and I'd like to treat you to lunch." Messages also poured in from Li Meng, Han Pingping, and others. Jiang Chen didn't bother to reply, locking his phone screen. Upon looking up, he realized, how do we end up in my neighborhood? "Aunt Wan, how do we arrive at my house?" "Where's Mr. Gu?" Jiang Chen inquired. "He's at your house," Aunt Wan replied. Jiang Chen was puzzled. "What?" "Mr. Gu is currently at your house," Aunt Wan repeated, speaking more clearly. Jiang Chen got out of the car and walked toward his residence, a myriad of questions flashing through his mind, yet he still couldn't grasp the situation. Wasn't it just supposed to be a simple meeting? How had it turned into an invasion of his home? As he entered, he found his father busy in the kitchen, cooking, while Qin Yin placed a dish in front of Gu Qinjiao. "Qinjiao, try this. It's your Uncle John's specialty." "You little rascal, you finally remember to come home. Go wash your hands and join us for dinner." "Oh sure." Jiang Chen's face bore an expression of utter confusion. After washing his hands in the bathroom, he sat at the dining table. Seizing the moment when Qin Yun was in the kitchen, he leaned toward Gu Qinjiao. What's going on? Didn't you have enough to eat? Why are you at my house for dinner? What do you mean by not enough to eat? Gu Qinjiao delicately picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, her red lips glistening with oil, exuding an air of elegance as she chewed. She cast Jiang Chen a sidelong glance, saying, after your departure, I took a couple of steps towards Aunt Wan's direction and unexpectedly encountered her standing behind Floorbeat. Upon listening to Gu Qinjiao's narrative, Jiang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly wishing to burrow a 3-bedroom apartment for his mother, using just his toes. Eventually, upon hearing that Qin Yun had openly acknowledged their relationship, the awkwardness diminished significantly. Indeed, one cannot help but admire the grace of a mother. The aunt mentioned that she was your mother, and we exchanged a few words. She inquired whether I had dined, to which I replied that I had enjoyed pot stickers. Aunt Wan muttered a few words about you, chiding that you, the mischievous young rascal, only brought her this, insisting on taking me home for a proper meal. As Gu Qinjiao animatedly described her experience while eating, it evoked a sense of an iceberg melting away. Then you brought her back a Rolls Royce? Jiang Chen inquired. Gu Qinjiao shook her head, responding, then the aunt took me home on an electric scooter. Chapter 145. Where does the change lie? How did you define our relationship? Jiang Chen, glancing at his mother who was still occupied in the kitchen, lowered his voice further to ask. Just friends. Only friends? Gu Qinjiao retorted. What else could it be? Jiang Chen conceded. The simplest explanations are often the most straightforward and effective. Although his mother, still bustling about it at such a late hour, clearly found it hard to believe that they were merely friends, it at least sounded reasonable on the surface. Relieved that nothing outlandish had transpired, such as returning home in a Rolls Royce or claiming an inappropriate relationship, Jiang Chen felt a sense of ease. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. After a few bottles of alcohol and a trip to the restroom, he found his stomach somewhat empty, just as he had taken a couple of bites. Qin Yun emerged with a plate of dishes, scolding him playfully. This was made for Qinjiao, and you've devoured it all? There is still so much left. Jiang Chen attempted to defend himself, but was met with a piercing glare from his mother. By the time the late-night snack concluded, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Jiang Chen had assumed Gu Qinjiao would take her leave, but after a trip to the restroom, she reappeared with her makeup removed. Clad in a pair of slippers he had bought, but never worn, before heading into the guest room that had been vacant for quite some time. Aren't you supposed to be studying for exams tomorrow? Why are you still here? Go to bed, Qin Yun remarked while clearing the dinner table. Jiang Chen pondered the situation, wondering how it had come to pass that Gu Qinjiao was staying in his home. However, he surmised that his mother had likely arranged everything in his absence. From the looks of it, she was treating her like a daughter-in-law. He knew that if he pressed for answers, he would only receive a sarcastic remark. A girl comes over to see you, and you let her stay outside? Your father would have done the same. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. After washing up and returning to his bedroom, he contemplated inquiring why Gu Qinjiao had moved in, but before he could send out his edited message, Gu Qinjiao had already sent one. Good night. Dear, do you think Qinjiao and Xiao Chun are in a romantic relationship? Qin Yun asked Jiang Jianyang, who was lying beside her, engrossed in an e-book on his phone. This is indeed a question worthy of contemplation. Jiang Jianyang mused. I'm not sure. You don't know, so why make a big deal out of it? Qin Yun replied, frustrated after waiting for a response that ultimately yielded a mere, I don't know. She playfully slapped him. Didn't he notice? So how could I possibly know? Jiang Jianyang attempted to evade the topic by lying down, but even under the covers, he could feel his wife's piercing gaze. With a sigh, he sat up again, placing his phone aside to analyze the matter. This girl's demeanor suggests she comes from affluence. Perhaps being 4 or 5 years older than Xiao Chen. When you brought her home, I thought it improbable, but after seeing them together, I couldn't help but feel that my son held his own quite well. They seemed somewhat compatible. The situation is indeed complex and difficult to assess. Listening intently, Qin Yun nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Initially, when it was just Gu Qinjiao, she felt the girl was of a higher caliber and didn't belong in their home. Could her son truly be worthy of such a girl? However, after Jiang Chen returned, she observed that he didn't seem too dissimilar from Gu Qinjiao. Why are they so alike? Where does the change lie? All right, enough pondering. If you truly wish to know the answer, why not just ask our son directly? Jiang Jianyang retreated beneath the covers once more, resuming his phone browsing. Ridiculous. Qin Yun retorted. If I could just ask him and get an answer, would I still be here guessing? She pulled back the covers and lay down. Switching off the light, with her eyes closed, she continued to reflect on the matter. While she couldn't ascertain much else, she felt fairly confident that her son's orientation was unlikely to be problematic. Feeling somewhat reassured, she soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 146. Is bubble tea truly original flavor? Damn it. I passed. After meticulously answering the questions and confirming a score of 90, I submitted the remaining unanswered questions without a second thought, exiting the exam hall with an overwhelming urge to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. The first hurdle in this rebirth has been conquered. Tomorrow, my driver's license will be mailed home, and I will have my mother send it to school for me. Truth be told, I could drive right now. However, getting caught by the traffic police would result in a fine of $50. With a lightness in my step, I approached the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, sensing the curious glances of my fellow examines trailing behind me. I had long since grown accustomed to this feeling. The fiery red SF-90 drew even more attention than the Rolls-Royce, elevating the spectacle to an entirely different level. As soon as I settled into the car, Gu Kinjao cast a glance in my direction. What did that look mean? Did she just disdainfully regard me for having recently acquired my driver's license? You've just insulted yourself, I replied. Are we not heading home? No need. Everything we need is already packed. Gu Kinjao addressed Aunt Wan. Understood, Miss Gu. All right, young Master Chun, Aunt Wan responded, starting the vehicle. Don't bring everything. You always take my things, I sighed. My phone buzzing with a text from my mother inquiring about my exam results. After changing my number, I informed her, and it seemed she hadn't noticed. I replied that I had passed and was on my way back to Shanghai, assuring her not to worry and to simply send my license to school once it arrived. My mother responded affirmatively and then fell silent. Shortly thereafter, Ding Ming messaged me, asking when I would return to Shanghai. I casually sent him a photo of myself in the Rolls-Royce, and he bombarded me with a flurry of messages, all conveying the same sentiment. Dude, you're heartless. Heartless or not, I'm merely hitching a ride. I set my phone down and closed my eyes, drifting off to sleep. When I opened them again, we had arrived in Shanghai. Having missed a day at the office, Gu Kinjao had many matters to attend to, leaving me at school while the Rolls-Royce drove off. I slung my bag over my shoulder and glanced at the storefronts at the school entrance, undergoing renovations. The red advertisement cloth still hung, and the sign was ready, featuring white lettering on a red background, with a black and red logo that exuded quality, far surpassing the neighboring establishments by several streets. Upon entering, I observed that the renovation was progressing apace. Chunmu Village was diligently engaged in cutting something with a cutting wheel, oblivious to Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chen chose not to disturb him, opting instead for a leisurely stroll before stepping outside. He glanced at the two beverage shops across the street. Initially intending to visit the Kinkin milk tea shop for a cup of tea, he hesitated upon noticing the proprietress seated inside, clad in flesh-colored stockings, alongside the prominent sign reading original flavor milk tea visible through the glass. He promptly redirected his steps to the adjacent hot fruit tea shop. Young man. As Jiang Chen emerged with his drink, he noticed the proprietress from Kinkin Milk Tea beckoning to him from a short distance away. The scene struck him as oddly familiar. Did this proprietress perhaps have some side ventures? What's the matter? Jiang Chen inquired, taking a few steps closer without approaching too closely. Young man, I own the Kinkin Milk Tea shop, and I was just curious as to why you walked to our door only to turn around and leave. Have you tried our drinks before and found them lacking? Gong Chengcheng asked. Well, Jiang Chen replied, coming to a realization, I haven't sampled either of your establishments before. I intended to order from yours, but then I suddenly lost the desire. Gong Chengcheng paused, momentarily perplexed by Jiang Chen's reasoning. Why the sudden change of heart? If you don't drink this time, you can always try us next time. When you return, I assure you of cleanliness and hygiene, and I will offer you half price. Jiang Chen signaled an okay with his hand and turned to leave. As for his reluctance to indulge, Gong Chengcheng watched his retreating figure and absent-mindedly touched the silky fabric of her stockings. Autumn had arrived. It was time to switch to trousers. Jiang Chen carried his fruit tea directly to the incubator base, taking a couple of sips along the way before succumbing to temptation and discarding it into a trash bin. A pungent scent reminiscent of rotten apples lingered. It seemed that the business at the first store of the Overlord Ice Princess was flourishing, a solid foundation indeed. Boss, you're back. He encountered Gao Chao on the staircase. Gao Chao, who had initially intended to head out, turned around and followed Jiang Chen upstairs. Jiang Chen transferred 1,000 yuan to him, instructing him to arrange the two offices, utilizing the existing conditions. One was to be transformed into his private office, while the other was to resemble the neighboring workspace. Upon ascending, Gao Chao guided Jiang Chen to inspect the final results of this endeavor. The work office bore a striking resemblance to the adjacent one, furnished with school desks and chairs. Li Tong had sent over several computers, which Gao Chao had upgraded, ensuring everything was impeccably clean, even the windows sparkled. One could hardly call it anything less than spotless. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction before inspecting his own office. This room, designated as his workspace, was significantly smaller, yet upon opening the door, he was greeted by a refreshing sight, equally pristine, with transparent, spotless glass that uplifted one's spirits. Behind the school desk was a black leather executive chair, and in front of the door were two square leather sofas reminiscent of those found in administrative offices. Next to the desk stood a tin and glass cabinet, orderly and well-organized, evoking the essence of a true executive office. Jiang Chen cast a surprised glance at Gao Chao, who chuckled softly before beginning to explain. The cleanliness was achieved with the help of a few of my roommates. I treated them to dinner afterward. After arranging the office, I felt the boss's office was a bit too ordinary, lacking a certain prestige, so I visited a second-hand furniture market and acquired a chair. Initially priced at $200, I negotiated it down to $50 after sharing that I was a struggling college student and that I wasn't in a hurry. The computers have been upgraded as well. I managed to negotiate an additional 10 yuan off each one based on your original price. The cabinet was something I requested from Director Li when he came to inspect. I told him how wonderful you are to us and how this place has become our second home, greatly improving our study and living conditions. I got a bit emotional while explaining, and as a result, Director Li not only had the cabinet delivered, but also brought over two sofas from his office. Jiang Chen remarked how familiar the sofas seemed. This senior, a second-year student, truly had a knack for resourcefulness. Jiang Chen felt a sense of reliability in him and realized that nurturing such talent could yield greater benefits than hiring externally. Gao Chao, you've done exceptionally well. Gao Chao bashfully scratched his head and produced a mix of bills, approximately 100 yuan, saying, "Boss, this is the remaining amount from the funds you allocated, along with all the expense receipts." He then pulled out a collection of handwritten and printed receipts from another pocket. Seeing the money in his hands, Jiang Chen felt increasingly certain of his desire to cultivate Gao Chao's potential. While the future was uncertain, Gao Chao's integrity was something Jiang Chen greatly admired. He could have easily pocketed the savings from the negotiations, but chose to return every detail meticulously accounted for. A gentleman is cautious in solitude and does not deceive in darkness. Gao Chao was indeed a paragon of virtue. Jiang Chen accepted the money without hesitation. As a leader, it was not prudent to refuse such gestures. It would elicit gratitude now, but might also create an expectation of future refusals, leading to disappointment. He pocketed the money and receipts without further comment, patting Gao Chao on the shoulder. "Gao Chao, I'd like you to temporarily serve as the leader of the ground promotion team. Your salary will increase by 200 yuan a month for now. What do you think?" In truth, Gao Chao was already performing duties akin to those of team leader. Jiang Chen often assigned him tasks, many of which fell outside the purview of the ground promotion team, yet he handled them with diligence and competence. "Huh? Team leader? I'm not sure I can handle that." Gao Chao expressed doubt. "Believe in yourself and strive for improvement. You can do it." Jiang Chen encouraged him with a trusting gaze. All right." Gao Chao bit his lip, accepting the role, then added, "I can work hard in this position. But boss, a 200 raise is too much. It's not excessive at all. Compensation should reflect effort. If you work more, you naturally deserve more." "That is settled then. I'll head to the other office now, and we'll announce your new position in the work group shortly. Good luck, senior." Jiang Chen offered him a gesture of encouragement. As Gao Chao watched Jiang Chen's departing figure, he sensed a formidable presence emanating from this junior. One he struggled to articulate. Perhaps it was a sense of persuasion. He silently vowed not to disappoint Jiang Chen's faith in him. Little did he know, the wheels of fate regarding his future had quietly begun to turn. In the next chapter, the charming university student. Jiang Chen arrived at the adjacent office and found it somewhat impractical to divide the office space according to two distinct projects. As there was still ample room remaining after his relocation, he decided to temporarily refrain from segmenting the spaces, allowing Gao Chao to utilize the neighboring office for the ground promotion team as a preliminary division of activity zones. As more offices became available, further delineation could be addressed. For now, the projects were still in their initial stages, and there was no immediate need to expend excessive energy on such arrangements. Once operations stabilized, there would be time to revisit these matters. After conducting a final inspection of the website and app development for the Zaihangsha platform and confirming that everything was in order, it was decided that the website would officially launch tonight, with the app being released in tandem. As for the App Store, Jiang Chen had already submitted a version of the app for review. Perhaps due to the developer account having prior development history, the app surprisingly passed the review process more swiftly, even amidst the increasingly stringent scrutiny from the App Store. Of course, part of this success could also be attributed to the inherent potential of the product itself. Zaihangshu, your guide to life. What an excellent slogan. Yet one must ponder, years down the line, who will remember that this venture initially began as a mere platform for beauty and overseas purchasing information sharing. The version of Xiaohongsha launching today is still fundamentally a beauty sharing platform. The promotional strategy is straightforward. Jiang Chen has already shared the plan with Gao Chao. The website goes live tonight, and the promotional activities will commence the following day. Boss, here's the advertisement illustration you requested. What do you think? Han Yu turned her computer screen towards Jiang Chen. He navigated through the pages with the arrow keys, examining the long, colorful posters, each adorned with a television illustration and a catchy tagline. Visit our television, ushering in a new era of internet TV. November 11th, a revolution in time. Stay tuned. The images would be inserted intermittently within the content, ensuring they wouldn't disrupt the app's usability while subtly promoting it to users, especially with eye-catching, memorable slogans that could easily be committed to memory after a few glimpses. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, pushing the computer back to Hong Yu and clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. Everyone has worked hard during this time, so I've decided to award each member of our technical department a bonus of 100 yuan. Upon hearing this, one might expect jubilant cheers, but instead, the team exchanged puzzled glances. Why does it seem like the prospect of bonuses doesn't excite you? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Su Zhen opened her mouth, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts as she glanced towards Lu Lu and Zhou Yuan, who shared similar expressions. Finally, Han Li stood up, slapping the table. We're concerned about the sustainability of the office operations. Boss, although our time here has been short, you have treated us exceptionally well, and we all enjoy this place. With overtime pay and holiday bonuses, we fear you might incur losses. While the website's metrics continue to improve, we genuinely can envision a monetization strategy. Jiang Chen chuckled at their innocence. Ah, university students. Truly endearing. However, this sincerity also touched him. These were underprivileged students who genuinely needed financial support. Yet, despite the prospect of increased wages, they were instead worried about his well-being. Perhaps it was precisely because they were from humble backgrounds, grappling with life as hardships, that they were more inclined to consider others. With a smile, Jiang Chen sighed deeply, saying, I am truly moved by your concern for the office and for me. Thank you all. However, rest assured, since I have made this decision, I am confident in the website's monetization capabilities. Hong Yu, please share the images you created in the group chat. Okay, boss. Hong Yu swiftly typed and sent the images to the work group. Thank you, everyone, for incorporating these images into the website. I will provide detailed instructions on how to proceed shortly. As Jiang Chen spoke, the team eagerly opened the images. Guang Group? ISNT, that an advertisement for Guang Group? Seriously? Are we actually securing advertisements from Guang Group? Boss, is that true? Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. Indeed, while the advertising fee may not be substantial, it is still significant. Now that the website has gained traction, we need not worry about our ability to monetize. It is merely about the strength of that potential. Following the Guangwu Group's advertisement, we can anticipate more advertising opportunities in the future. Therefore, I reiterate, I will award each member of our technical department a bonus of 100 yuan. This time, the entire office erupted in cheers. What is all this noise about? Ridiculous. Downstairs, Xi Jinping, engrossed in a game of cards with paper notes plastered all over his face, heard the commotion and muttered under his breath. What good does harboring such resentment do? It would be wiser to think of ways to revitalize the projects at hand. Anyone up for a double? Yu Zhikue inquired. Come up with solutions while playing cards? Xi Jinping tossed his hand of cards onto the table and glanced up at the floor above, his eyes filled with frustration. After the cheering subsided, Jiang Chen organized the operational details for the advertisement images. Just moments ago, Gu Qinjiao had sent him a message. Tonight, Guangwu Group's advertisement for their smart television would be launched extensively. Once the tasks were arranged, Jiang Chen returned to his office, sinking into a nearly pristine boss's chair that Gao Chao had meticulously cleaned. Aside from minor wear, it resembled a new chair. He took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. It was blissful. The chair from his previous life had cost thousands more, yet offered far less comfort than he felt at this moment. His assets paled in comparison to even a fraction of what he had before. But he was only 18. Jiang Chen, I've arrived at school. After lounging comfortably for a while, he received a message from Shen Shiju. Do you have a lot of luggage? I can meet you at the school gate. Jiang Chen replied. No need. Uncle Min drove the car right in. Okay, then I'll meet you downstairs at your dorm. Sounds good. Shen Shiju tucked her phone back into her jeans pocket and addressed the middle-aged man in the driver's seat. Uncle Min, the girls' dormitory doesn't allow entry, so I can go up by myself. Please drive carefully on your way back. Thank you, Mississippi. I will, the middle-aged man replied earnestly. As he watched Shen Shiju walk into the dormitory through the Maybach-S window, Uncle Min smiled. He noticed that since his young charge started university, she had changed in subtle ways. Though she had always possessed a lively spirit, Her upbringing under her grandmother had molded her into a more reserved version. This was indeed the safest and most beneficial path for her growth. But was she genuinely happy, truly content with his safety? The Maybach roared to life, making a U-turn and heading back toward the campus outskirts. With the school year commencing tomorrow, the streets were bustling with returning students, drawing countless gazes. However, in an era when the internet was still in its infancy, most students only recognized brands like Mercedes-Benz and BMW, with a vague awareness of Rolls-Royce, perceiving the car as impressive without comprehending its significance. Only a select few might impulsively pull out their phones to search for information, yet upon encountering the complex triangular logo, they would be at a loss for relevant keywords. Jiang Chen maneuvered his vehicle closer to the curb, allowing enough room for the luxurious Maybach 62, which was worth no less than a Rolls-Royce, to pass. As they crossed paths, he briefly locked eyes with a middle-aged driver in white gloves. Wow, Shiju, that black car that just dropped you off looks so impressive. It must be expensive, right? Upon returning to the dormitory, Humaime, hanging her delicate white lace underwear on the balcony, inquired of Shun Shiju. I'm not entirely sure. Shun Shiju shook her head. She truly didn't have much knowledge about cars, as she was fond of riding in them at all. All right then, Humaime did not press further. She was not particularly intrigued by the car. With a cheeky demeanor, she retrieved a bag from beneath the table and handed it to Shun Shiju, exclaiming, Shiju, this is for you. It's a local specialty I brought back from my hometown. Authentic stinky tofu from Xiangzi. You have no idea what I went through to bring this back. On the train, the smell would occasionally waft from my bag, and the people around me would cast sidelong glances my way. I could almost envision what they were thinking, but you would never have guessed one possibility. Zhu Fengyu also presented a bag of local delicacies to Shun Shiju, grinning at Humaime. They were questioning whether you had an odor. An odor? Isn't it normal to suspect an odor? Isn't this stinky thing indeed an odor? Or could it possibly be a fragrance? Humaime queried, perplexed. Shiju, this is for you. Chun Lingshan chimed in, offering a box to Shun Shiju with a smile. I think Fengyu is once again speaking of things we might not quite comprehend. What do you mean by incomprehensible things? Humaime asked, her curiosity piqued. If it's something we can't understand, you ought to ask Fengyu. Chun Lingshan shrugged, indicating her inability to elaborate. Zhu Fengyu mirrored the gesture. You'll find out later, but I think it's best if you never do. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. I merely heard it from a senior in the student council. Shin Shiju paid no heed to their conversation about incomprehensible matters. Her entire focus was on the 3 gifts in her hands. Local specialties, they had all brought something for her. But what about her? What should she do since she had brought nothing? Shin Shiju pondered her hometown specialties, but could not recall any. After living in Hangzhou for over a decade, her knowledge of the city was rather limited. Even if she could think of something, it felt a bit late now. Jiang Chen had once advised her, when faced with uncertainty, not to panic. Instead, to analyze the situation rationally. She had received gifts and ought to express her gratitude. Since she had no gifts to give in return, she should proactively acknowledge her shortcomings. Taking a deep breath, Shun Shiju pressed her lips together lightly. Fengyu, Maimei, Lingshan, thank you for the local specialties. I truly appreciate them. However, I regret that I forgot to bring anything back, and I sincerely apologize. Oh, it's nothing. Truly, there's no need to apologize for such a trivial matter. They comforted her in unison. Shun Shiju revealed a sweet smile, showcasing her pearly white teeth and 2 charming dimples. Jiang Chen had remarked that interacting with others was not complicated, especially with kind-hearted individuals. As long as one expressed genuine feelings, everything would fall into place effortlessly. Jiang Chen was indeed correct. Hey, Jiang Chen, are you downstairs? Yes, I'm coming down now. Just a moment. Shun Shiju answered Jiang Chen's call, then turned to Chen Lingshan and the others with a bright smile. Jiang Chen said he wants to take me for a stroll along the bund. He's already downstairs, so I'll head down now. When I return, I'll bring back some delicious treats for everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Watching Shun Shiju leave the dormitory with an invigorated and joyful stride, Humaime sighed dreamily. How can there be such a beautiful and sweet girl in the world? Truly, sweet girls rule the world. Shakespeare does not deceive me. Zhu Fengyu turned in surprise. Did Shakespeare actually say that? We are all from a philosophy department. Don't try to fool me. Humaime responded with a playful exclamation. What are you talking about? It's a joke. Haven't you heard of Aduan? What Aduan? The one where the restrooms in our school are plastered with advertisements? Yes. There is a joke in it that suggests whenever you forget who said something, just pick one from MacArthur, Shakespeare, or Mr. Liu. You can even add your own words, as this is known as the celebrity effect, which enhances credibility. Zhu Fengyu pulled out her phone. Is that so? I must take a look. As the two conversed, Chun Lingshan moved to the balcony. Watching Shun Shizhu walk briskly to Jiang Chen's side, the two departing together, she let out a soft sigh, inexplicably compelled to inscribe a line of poetry on paper to express her melancholic feelings. I originally meant to direct my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas. The bright moon shines upon the ditch. Chapter 151. Taking the bus. The weather today was delightful. The sun shone brightly, and autumn had arrived, with the temperature no longer as sweltering as the previous month. Shun Shizhu donned a charming linen dress in a light color with half sleeves, her hair cascading freely over her shoulders. The delicate bangs framed her face, accentuating her pure and sweet demeanor. Her large, sparkling eyes, paired with her slightly chubby cheeks, made Jiang Chen unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. That's how it is, she reiterated. I remembered what you said about staying calm and analyzing the situation. Jiang Chen, am I right? Shun Shizhu recounted the recent events to Jiang Chen, who seemed a bit distracted, captivated by how small her feet were, her slender ankles and petite frame contrasting with her height. She was simply exquisite from head to toe, a testament to the creator's favoritism. One had to wonder if a girl like her would whimper for a long time if struck. Fortunately, after being reborn, his thoughts were sharp, and he had somewhat grasped what Shun Shizhu was saying. Absolutely. Very impressive. Jiang Chen praised her without reservation. She is a remarkably intelligent girl. Yet, having lacked social experience throughout her life, she would quickly learn with just a little guidance. You should pay attention to bringing back some treats for them later. Jiang Chen reminded. Shun Shizhu nodded. I will. The handsome young man and beautiful young woman drew the attention of countless passersby as they made their way to the school gate. Is it far? How shall we get there? Shun Shizhu tilted her head, glancing up at Jiang Chen, who was a head taller than her. Uncle Min might not have left yet. Should I ask him to come back and pick us up? No need. Then shall we take a taxi? Shun Shizhu pointed at a taxi whizzing by. She had often heard Zhu Fengyu and the others mention taking taxis, and she felt a twinge of novelty. Jiang Chen gestured toward a bus stop on the side of the road. We'll take the bus. Shun Shizhu's eyes widened, a strong curiosity sparkling within her large, expressive eyes. Beep. Student card. Beep. Senior card. Beep. Fitness card. Clang, clang. Hey, lady, air-conditioned bus, 2 yuan per person. I don't need air conditioning. I'm not hot. Why should I pay for air conditioning? Hey, you. After exchanging a few coins at a nearby convenience store, Jiang Chen and Shun Shizhu boarded the bus. As the vehicle lurched forward, Shun Shizhu momentarily lost her balance, and Jiang Chen instinctively grasped her arm. Although she wore long sleeves, he could still feel the softness of her skin beneath the fabric. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Shun Shizhu beamed at him, and the two found adjacent seats in the back. Filled with curiosity, she gazed around, only to be drawn into a commotion in the front where the driver and the lady were arguing. Her full, red lips parted slightly in fascination, and Jiang Chen could see the contours of her lips clearly, feeling an urge to kiss them. However, since they hadn't even held hands yet, such an act felt unrealistic. Jiang Chen silently resolved that his short-term goal was to coax her delicate, rosy fingers into his palm. As the argument escalated, Jiang Chen found it somewhat absurd. The weather was a bit warm at noon, yet it was unnecessary to turn on the air conditioning. Moreover, was there really air-conditioned buses in the city by the end of 2010? Jiang Chen pondered, struggling to recall. During his previous life as a student, he seldom took the bus. Chapter 152. Another goal achieved? Alas, she had yet to accomplish anything. It wasn't until an older gentleman could no longer bear it and handed $1 to the woman that the bus finally set off. Throughout the journey, she incessantly lamented about the man paying for her fare, insisting that it wasn't merely a matter of money, yet she showed no inclination to return the sum. Even these antics captured Shun Shizhu's full attention. While an ordinary person might deem her a fool, finding the situation tedious enough to want to deliver a punch, in Shun Shizhu's eyes, the myriad facets of humanity were endlessly fascinating, regardless of the circumstances. The woman, oblivious to her stop, continued her tirade until the man, perhaps overwhelmed, disembarked. The surrounding passengers avoided eye contact with her, fearful of being drawn into conversation, thus bringing this farcical episode to a close. Soon they arrived at their destination, and Jiang Chen escorted Shun Shizhu off the bus. The Bund was indeed a splendid location, opulent and dazzling, a testament to extravagance. With a brief holiday still lingering, the crowds were considerable. Though it was still early, nightfall would present the ideal ambience for a visit. However, the daytime offered its own charm, particularly for Shun Shizhu. This is the Bund. I have seen these buildings before. In books, Shun Shizhu exclaimed, gazing up and around in wonder. She pointed to the edifice at number 1 Bund, calling out its name, then proceeded to identify numbers 2, 3, and 4. Truth be told, Jiang Chen's former company was situated nearby. yet he was not well acquainted with the names of each building. Watching her hair flutter as she moved with an exuberance akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with delight, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. He engaged her enthusiastically, playing the role of a supportive interlocutor, allowing Shun Shizhu to chatter away, her lively spirit infectious. They conversed for quite some time, traversing the length of the promenade, during which Jiang Chen even purchased a bottle of water to soothe her throat. Shun Shizhu discovered how much she cherished talking to Jiang Chen. Every topic she found intriguing received his rapt attention, bringing her immense joy. Unlike her grandmother, who often admonished her not to waste energy on trivialities and to focus solely on her studies, or her father, who would respond to her with no more than 3 sentences before insisting he was too busy with work to be disturbed. As twilight descended, Jiang Chen guided her to purchase tickets for the observation area of the Oriental Pearl Tower. From this vantage point, the view of the Bund and the Huangpu River at night was breathtakingly resplendent, a riot of colors and lights. Small cruise boats glided across the river, creating ripples in their wake. "How beautiful!" Shun Shizhu exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Her lips slightly parted as she gazed intently through the glass at the dazzling scene below. "Is this your first time at such a height?" Jiang Chen inquired. Shun Shizhu shook her head. "No, but it's my first time looking down from a window. My grandmother never allowed me to run around." After a brief pause, Jiang Chen reached out to tousle her hair. "Look around for a bit longer. I'll take a picture of you in a moment." Despite being a privileged young lady with every luxury at her disposal, Jiang Chen felt a pang of pity and tenderness for the blooming flower before him. "Look here. Say cheese," he instructed. "Why do we say cheese?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "To make the photos look appealing, I suppose." "Cheese." Click, click, click. "Jiang Chen, your photos are stunning." Shun Shizhu beamed at the images on his phone, her delight causing Jiang Chen to chuckle. Just as he was about to ask her whether she found the scenery or the subject more appealing, she eagerly pulled him, bouncing towards the spot where she had just posed. "Jiang Chen, let me take a picture of us." Though her phone may not have been as sophisticated as Jiang Chen's, its resolution was notably superior. While high resolution does not guarantee flattering portraits, Jiang Chen's striking features ensured he looked handsome no matter how the photo was taken. "Jiang Chen, how can we take a picture together?" "That's easily arranged," Jiang Chen responded, unable to resist, though he refrained from being overly familiar, lightly brushing her chubby, cherubic face. "Wait here." He approached 2 girls who were also taking pictures and politely asked, "Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a photo?" The 2 girls, enchanted by the handsome young man and his charming manner of addressing them, readily agreed. Unbeknownst to them, a mutual thought crossed their minds. Is this handsome guy interested in one of us, using the pretext of taking a photo to flirt and perhaps obtain our contact information? They exchanged glances, each harboring a dismissive thought. "It can't be her. It must be me. How could he possibly fancy her? He's definitely here for me." As they pondered how to gracefully and discreetly provide their numbers, when Jiang Chen requested contact information, they were startled to see him wave in a direction and call out, "Come here." A stunning girl sprinted over, so captivating that the 2 girls felt a pang of envy. They stood side by side, and the girl even took Jiang Chen's hand in hers. The 2 girls were nearly at a loss for words, snapping pictures frantically with Jiang Chen's phone. Earlier, Shun Shizhu had observed a couple taking photos, the man holding the woman's hand, while she jokingly asked, "What if my husband sees this?" The man replied, "With his friends." Shun Shizhu's mind raced as she analyzed the situation, but found herself confused. Yet, standing next to Jiang Chen, she instinctively reached for his hand. When his hand was grasped by her delicate, somewhat cool fingers, Jiang Chen's mind nearly short-circuited. What was happening? Was this not the goal he had just set? How had it been achieved so effortlessly? Yet the truth was, he had yet to do anything at all. Chapter 153. Strange. "Jiang Chen, I am so happy." The autumn breeze by the river tousled Shun Shizhu's hair as she gently tucked it behind her ear, her smile radiating warmth and beauty. "When you return, remember to send me those photos." Her album had remained empty, but today alone had filled it with over 100 pictures, and she needed Jiang Chen to send her the ones from his phone, especially their joint photos. On their way back, Jiang Chen led her to a snack shop where they enjoyed some food, later buying a variety of fried skewers and 3 drinks to take with them. For a girl out on a night like this, it was the perfect gift. Despite the guilt weighing on her heart, she continued to munch away, especially as Umai Mei. "Cheek stuffed?" asked Shun Shizhu. "Shizhu, I just saw Jiang Chen drop you off at the dorm. Have you 2 been out together all this time?" "Wow, these pearls are a bit tough, ugh." "Yes." Jiang Chen took me for a stroll around the Bund, and we went to the Oriental Pearl to enjoy the view and take photos. Shun Shizhu was sitting at the table fiddling with her phone when Jiang Chen sent over the pictures. She opened one and smiled, turning her phone screen towards Umaime. Zhu Fengyu and Chen Lingshan leaned in to see as well. This is just too perfect, Umaime exclaimed. Her hands clenched in excitement as stars seemed to sparkle in her eyes, nearly dazzling Zhu Fengyu beside her. Zhu Fengyu was not as exaggerated, yet she felt a twinge of envy. In the photograph, Jiang Chen reclined casually against the armrest, radiating charm under the sunlight, while Shen Shizhu's smile was both beautiful and sweet. Most notably, they were holding hands. It seemed that Shen Shizhu had taken the initiative to grasp Jiang Chen's hand. This certainly warranted a journal entry entitled The Celestial Couples of Our School Days. Chen Lingshan quietly returned to her seat, taking a vigorous sip of bubble tea. She was genuinely envious, yet the feeling of a scorned woman lurking in the shadows was undeniably potent. The Guangwu Group's advertisements leading the new era of television had spread overnight, plastering bus stops, elevators, Weibo, and various media player openings, even manifesting as persistent pop-up ads in the corner of some obscure applications that one could not dismiss. What did it mean to lead a new era of television? The advertisement seemed to play incessantly while watching TV. She felt as though she could recite its lines by heart, whether watching television or Duan. It was always the same ad. Initially, it failed to evoke much awareness, but gradually, people began to recognize the extent of its omnipresence in their lives. Even without deliberate attention, the essence of this advertisement subtly infiltrated the public consciousness. What on earth was going on? Had Guang Group gone mad? At the headquarters of the Kong family group, Shun Yiming, in charge of television operations, found himself utterly bewildered by Guangwu Group's maneuvers. He called for a meeting, urging everyone to investigate what scheme Guangwu Group was concocting. According to my findings, Guangwu Group seemed to be promoting a borderless television. A borderless television? Such overwhelming promotion is somewhat laughable. No matter how much they innovate, a truly borderless television is unattainable. Moreover, even if it were indeed borderless, what difference would it make? The user experience would not significantly improve. Perhaps this exaggerated promotion would lead to a fleeting surge in sales, but it would merely be temporary, without substantial product quality. A rapid decline in sales was inevitable, and there was no cause for concern. This seemed to be Guangwu Group's last desperate struggle before being ousted from the television market. Shen Yiming shook his head, concluding the discussion about Guangwu Group's advertisement, and shifted the focus to the exploration of their new product. He inquired of the planning department director, Kong Jing. Kong, you mentioned having some ideas yesterday after discussing with your team. Have you made any progress? Kong Jing nodded. We have a preliminary outline, but we still need to refine the details. Once we have the proposal, I will send it directly to your email, Director Shen. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. After the meeting, Kong Jing sat at his desk, typing away to organize his thoughts. Yet for some reason, as his thoughts became clearer, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if something had been mysteriously extracted from his mind. To drive a person to madness is often a precursor to their downfall. Gu Qinjiao had already entered a phase of madness. Her so-called press conference on November 11th marked her impending doom. Have we compiled the total advertising expenses incurred by Gu Qinjiao? A preliminary estimate has been made regarding the expenditure on bus stop ads and media player promotions. And there's also a mention of a website called Inherent Aduan. I have already instructed my team to compile the figures. Inherent Aduan? What on earth is that? Be sure to meticulously document the expenses. This will serve as evidence for us to impeach that little girl at the upcoming board meeting. Understood, Director Chun. You may leave now. With a soft click, the door closed, and Chen Junda stepped onto the plush carpet, moving toward the sofa. He poured himself a glass of red wine, whistling the melody of the Lotus Lantern. However, he suddenly felt as though something was missing and picked up his phone to make a call. Soon after, his female assistant entered, locking the door behind her. She approached him, her high heels clicking on the floor, and knelt beside him on the carpet, reaching for the hidden compartment with practiced ease. Chen Jena halted her. First, cut me a cigar. Chapter 154. What a strong flavor, my friend. The launch of Zai Hongshu was subtle, but by noon on the day of its debut, promotions across Fu University and several surrounding schools were in full swing. The campaign continued to target restrooms, though this time, posters were affixed not in the stalls, but prominently beside mirrors. The posters read, "Are you still struggling with what to wear? Are you still troubled by your makeup skills? Come to Zaya Hongshu. Learn fashion, learn makeup. Zaya Hongshu, your guide to life." The app and PC version of Aduan had been updated last night, featuring not only Guangwu Group's advertisements, but also links and prompts related to Zaya Hongshu. In Fu University's cafeteria, two glaringly red advertisements caught the attention of many girls, who quickly noted the name Zaya Hongshu. They didn't even need to consciously remember it. The name was inherently memorable. Upon returning home, they began searching for and downloading the app. Beauty remained an endlessly captivating topic for girls. Over 90 of women could not resist its allure. Singing, bubbles floated gently, and the clear water swayed softly. Jiang Chen hummed a tune as he entered the classroom, feeling quite cheerful. It was a day full of classes, and he was determined to hit the books and replenish his knowledge. However, in truth, he had been preoccupied with the onboarding of beauty and fashion influencers for the past few days, missing several classes. Jiang Chen, are you aware of the welcome party? As soon as he walked in, Han Qingyun waved him over and approached him. Welcome party? Wasn't it supposed to be held at the end of September? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that it was already mid-October and the welcome party had yet to take place. He shrugged it off, thinking it was of no concern to him, and replied, I don't know. I have class. I'm heading to the back. I'll go with you. I have something to discuss. Han Qingyun insisted, following him to the back and sitting beside him. How shameless. Chun Sighting, who had arrived early and occupied the front corner of the classroom, watched this scene with disdain, rolling her eyes dramatically. How can Jiang Chen be so pretentious? Meng Meng, let us keep our distance from him. I can tell he is not a good person. Some individuals, when faced with those they perceive as inferior, will deem them pretentious. Lu Shiqiao was just such a person. He scornfully looked at Jiang Chen before turning to see that his companion, Lu Meng Meng, was fixated on Jiang Chen. When she stood up to sit beside him, he felt a pang of anguish. Meng Meng, what are you doing? I'm going to sit in front of Jiang Chen. Huh? Lu Shiqiao donned a mask of despair, his mouth twisting into a wave-like line. Yet, what was most admirable was that he followed this with Meng Meng. Let me carry your bag. It looks heavy. Dude, you really have some strong flavor. The guy in front could no longer endure and gave Lu Shiqiao a thumbs up with unprecedented vigor. Zhou Hui, seeing both of them settled, frowned at the somewhat ill-suited eyebrow she had drawn and stood up to join them. Thus, Jiang Chen found himself at the center of a triangular formation, leaning against the wall, with Han Qingyun beside him, Lu Meng Meng in front, and Zhou Hui seated behind him. Many boys who witnessed this scene found themselves grappling with an overwhelming urge to curse. On the first day of school, the caliber of female students in Class 3 of the sacred freshman year was truly impressive. After a month into the semester, I swear I want to change classes. Or perhaps transfer Jiang Chen away. This handsome guy has disrupted the entire courtship ecology of the male students. Chapter 155. No interest in women? Let me tell you, you have no idea how stunning the girl who spoke to me that day was. I believe she would rank second in our class. Just behind Han Qingyun, Chun Sighting, Lu Meng Meng, and Zhou Hui. Hey, I've noticed that our class has precisely 4 of the most beautiful girls. It would be too laborious to name them all individually, so let us just refer to them as the 4 beauties from now on. As Gao Zifei chatted with Go Yugui and Chun Junjun, a smile stretching from ear to ear, he walked into the classroom and instantly spotted Jiang Chen, surrounded by 3 of the 4 beauties. His smile vanished in an instant. Perhaps my entrance was inappropriate. I shall re-enter. Gao Zifei stepped out of the classroom, took a turn, and re-entered. The scene remained unchanged. He managed a calm smile and walked toward another corner, only to stifle a laugh as he passed by Jiang Chen's row, nearly brought to tears. What a beast! Gazing at the back of Chun Sighting in the front row, Gao Zifei muttered, Fortunately, there is still the most beautiful one left. Out of the vast waters. I'll only take 1 scoop. 1 is enough. Brother Gao, I suggest you lay down and take a nap. Stop dreaming with your eyes wide open. Chun Junjun suddenly chimed in after a long silence. Shut your mouth, Double Jun. Gao Zifei nearly jumped up. Chun Junjun's nickname had evolved yet again, transforming from Junjun to Double Jun and finally to Double Do. Go Yugui couldn't help but chuckle. He thought Chun Junjun's nickname should evolve once more, perhaps to something cool, like Gao Zifei the Silencer, which sounded quite impressive. Awakened by Chun Junjun's comment, Gao Zifei surveyed the classroom, murmuring to himself, honestly, settling for second best isn't such a bad idea. The other girls are quite lovely too. Jiang Chen, oblivious to the thoughts of others, would merely shrug if he were aware, as he genuinely just wished to attend class earnestly. Han Qingyun sought out Jiang Chen to involve him in the welcome party, hoping to recruit him for the program group. Jiang Chen flatly stated there was no room for negotiation. No reason needed. Is it necessary to provide a justification for refusing something one does not wish to do? Perhaps the former Jiang Chen would have obliged, but now. It depends on whether the person in question matters to him. Jiang Chen, don't rush to refuse. Let me explain in detail. Every department is required to present a program, and I want you to represent our department on stage, given your excellent appearance and beautiful singing voice. Is there any academic credit for performing on stage? No. Jiang Chen nodded. I have no interest in that, and I tend to shy away from the limelight. So I'm afraid I must decline, class monitor. Han Qingyan was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Jiang Chen would refuse to perform on stage. She had envisioned that if Jiang Chen joined the group, it would open up numerous opportunities for them to interact. But now, what opportunities were there? All her plans crumbled. She lowered her gaze in disappointment and stole another glance at Jiang Chen's impeccably handsome face, suppressing the nonsensical thoughts that bubbled up: his long eyelashes, his flawless skin, his perfectly sculpted nose, his striking profile, and so forth. She pondered why he was so difficult to approach. Was he just difficult with her? Soon, she realized it was not just her. Zhou Hui and Lu Mingming faced the same predicament. But why was he entitled to such standards? He was indeed handsome, yet they were not unattractive either. Han Qingyan suddenly covered her mouth. Could it be that he wasn't uninterested in them, but rather indifferent to women altogether? Chapter 156. Truly busy with entrepreneurship. Jiang Chen, your singing is so beautiful. Have you studied it formally? Is singing your hobby? Let us add each other on QQ. We can exchange ideas sometime. Jiang Chen, could you teach me that method you mentioned for relaxing leg muscles? 3 girls surrounded Jiang Chen, which undeniably placed a bit of pressure on him. They had all added him on QQ, but as for any romantic inclinations, Jiang Chen felt none. The innocent charm of his sweet smile, combined with his ethereal presence, left a lasting impression that overshadowed the other flowers around him. After class, Jiang Chen initially intended to visit the external liaison department of the student union, but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. Securing 2 advertisements would require sponsorship of at least 1,000 yuan with negligible returns. It was more prudent to seek out Li Teng. Since their last meal, and after renting the storefront nearby, the dynamic between him and Li Teng had become somewhat enigmatic. Li Teng was now indebted to him personally. Jiang Chen didn't even bring it up, yet this underlying tension had subtly drawn them closer. Jiang Chen genuinely desired to rent that storefront, and this unforeseen outcome could be likened to unintentional but fruitful endeavors. With their relationship improved, many discussions became easier, such as the possibility of erecting 2 advertisement boards at the welcome party. Li Teng responded, that should be fine, but you'll need to provide the advertising board yourself, and they shouldn't be too extravagant. This was naturally no issue. Jiang Chen would have prepared them regardless. After leaving the office, he went to the cafeteria for a meal, returned to his dormitory for a brief rest, and changed in his athletic wear, ready for physical education class. Each student was required to take 1 PE course, and Jiang Chen had chosen basketball, a sport he enjoyed and excelled at. As Jiang Chen exited his dormitory, Go Yugui, Gao Zifei, and Chen Junjun also stepped out, heading to their elective classes. On the way, Go Yugui couldn't contain his relentless verbal assaults on Gao Zifei. Gao Zifei was too exhausted to defend himself, attempting to shift the blame onto Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was not even with them, leaving him without any cover fire. Upon reaching the gym, the tall and burly PE teacher was sitting on the sidelines, drinking water. Jiang Chen had heard of this teacher, named Wang Bao, during registration. He was said to have been a key player on the university's team and would likely have entered the professional draft had he not suffered frequent injuries. Now, he was the coach of the school team, though Jiang Chen had little interest in such details. He was merely there to accumulate credits while also getting some exercise. Thinking back, it had indeed been a while since he last exercised. Jiang Chen stretched, casually picked up a stray basketball, and shot it, initially missing several attempts. However, after reacquiring his rhythm, he hardly missed, even attempting a jump shot, a feat he had struggled with in his previous life. His body felt incredibly energized, and his movements were fluid, akin to drawing a bow and shooting an arrow, quickly attracting the attention of several students arriving for PE class. Wang Bao, seated on the sidelines, also glanced over. After observing for a while, Wang Bao set down his water cup and approached, standing a short distance beside Jiang Chen. Nice jump shot. Are you here to try out for the school team? I'm just here for PE class, Jiang Chen replied. Just for PE class? Wang Bao's brow furrowed. Are you interested in trying out for the team? Your shooting skills are impressive. We really need a shooter. Actually, I'm not just a shooter, Jiang Chen said, cradling the ball as he walked toward the basket, easily executing a slam dunk. Wang Bao's eyes lit up even further. Playing basketball is merely a pastime for Jiang Chen. He has no inclination to pursue a career as a professional player, nor does he see much potential in it. Wang Bao, after much persuasion, decided to adopt a more indirect approach, suggesting that Jiang Chen occasionally join the school team for internal scrimmages. The idea was to gradually immerse him in the experience and eventually entice him to join the team. However, Jiang Chen remained resolute, claiming he had no time. Hey, as a freshman, what keeps you so busy all day? The two settled onto a nearby bench, where Wang Bao handed Jiang Chen a bottle of sports drink and inquired further. I'm preoccupied with starting a business, searching for romance, and savoring youth and life, Jiang Chen replied, placing the drink aside. Indeed, he had a multitude of engagements. At this response, Wang Bao's lips twitched. He thought to himself that these were precisely the pursuits of every university student. But to speak of entrepreneurship, what could a freshman possibly start? Not even taking a sip of water, was he afraid of being beholden to someone? How about this? If you agree to participate in the internal scrimmages, you won't have to attend physical education classes, and I'll grant you all the credits for this semester. To his surprise, Jiang Chen readily acquiesced. Hey, you sly one. Wang Bao felt a sense of being outsmarted, but it mattered little. Physical education was merely about fostering health and ensuring well-rounded development in students. Jiang Chen's skills required no instruction. Participating in scrimmages would be far more beneficial than the actual classes. Mr. Wang, are the training sessions scheduled at fixed times? Jiang Chen inquired. Not exactly. It depends on the situation, Wang Bao replied. Jiang Chen preemptively stated that he might have conflicts with his schedule. So you're trying to play me? Wang Bao nearly rose to his feet, holding up 5 fingers. You must attend at least 5 matches this semester. He was confident that if Jiang Chen truly loved basketball, the team's atmosphere would undoubtedly captivate him. There was little doubt about it. That's fine. Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Let us exchange contact numbers. The two shared their details, and Jiang Chen asked, Mr. Wang, may I post 2 advertising boards here? As he stood to leave, he inquired once more. Advertising boards? What kind? Wang Bao raised an eyebrow. The website, I found it. It's a project supported by the school and complies with regulations. Go ahead then, Wang Bao replied. Jiang Chen chuckled, waving goodbye. As he watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Wang Bao felt an inexplicable urge to engage the student in further conversation. It felt as if he were being drawn into a clever ruse. Soon enough, he noticed 2 stand-up posters prominently displayed in a non-intrusive yet conspicuous spot within the gymnasium, prompting him to ponder. Just like the advertisements in the cafeteria, this lad wasn't kidding. He was genuinely busy with his entrepreneurial endeavors. Chapter 157. With just a slight exertion, one has already reached the pinnacle of this segment. Brother Jiang, the renovations should be completed by tomorrow, and the cleaning team will come in afterward. We should be ready for handover by the day after at the latest. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Chen. With no need to attend physical education classes, Jiang Chen was quite pleased and strolled into the storefront at the entrance, taking a thorough look around. The products crafted by Chunmu Village proved to be remarkably effective, just as they had been in his previous life. Chunmu Village had been tirelessly overseeing the work day and night, his dark circles nearly reaching his lips. At first glance, Jiang Chen was startled. He wondered if staying up late could truly create such pronounced shadows beneath one's eyes. Was he engaging in something else at home? Eventually, he realized that the soot on Chunmu Village's face was merely from cutting materials, and the mask had left 2 dark imprints. We're not suffering. This is our job. As long as we're fed, it's only natural to do it well. Chunmu Village waved his hand dismissively, pulling out a cigarette to offer Jiang Chen. Remembering that Jiang Chen did not smoke, he put it back. The aroma of the soft-pack Huang Hengmei was tempting enough to make Jiang Chen consider having one, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Since he had abstained all this time, there was no need to relapse. After a thorough inspection and finding nothing to critique, Jiang Chen exited the storefront. Standing at the entrance, he gazed up at the sign. The temperature had dropped over the past few days, but it was not yet too cold. He stepped into the last remnants of summer, opening the curtain on this establishment. What he needed to do next was to dominate all surrounding competitors. As a few customers walked out of the Kinkin milk tea shop, sipping their drinks, Jiang Chen recalled the proprietress's offer of half-price milk tea, just as he was about to explore a rival store. Hey, little handsome, you're here. Gong Chengcheng instantly recognized Jiang Chen and prepared a cup for him. Drinking the half-price original silk stocking milk tea, he found it overwhelmingly sweet, accompanied by an inexplicable odd flavor. Perhaps the milk was not fresh, or the quality of the tea was subpar. Jiang Chen inwardly sighed. Is this it? Such a product's quality will inevitably lead to its market demise. Thus, when his own store opened, their business would dwindle, but that was of little concern to him. If he didn't tea open, others like Boang Ice Princess and Migzu Bingcheng would take them down. It was their own products that would seal their fate, not anyone else. In other words, his approach was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, ensuring that these 2 rival stores would be left in ruins. There was no escaping the reality of strength. Jiang Chen took a sip of the cloyingly sweet milk tea, and a catchy tune played in his mind. With just a slight exertion, one has already reached the pinnacle of this segment. Hey, little handsome. ISNT the tea here, better than the one next door? Gong Chengcheng sauntered out from behind the bar, leaning against the tall marble counter, raising an eyebrow. Yes, it is indeed better, Jiang Chen nodded, but only marginally. The sweet flavor was certainly preferable to the taste of spoiled fruit. Then you must come often. I'll always give you an 80 discount. Gong Changchang beamed like a blooming flower. Jiang Chen casually agreed, his gaze drifting toward the window. From this vantage point, he could see the Bawang Ice Princess store across the street undergoing renovations. The illuminated sign of Kinkin Milk Tea, vibrant in red and green, made the already exquisite storefront of the opposing shop appear even more refined. Chapter 158. Before the expedition could begin, one fell. Following Jiang Chen's gaze, Gong Changchang remarked, "That store across the street is quite amusing. It's chilly, yet they've opened a nice shop. How will they survive this winter? It's a bit disheartening to think about. I heard it's run by students from our school. They must be quite fearless. There are 4 seasons in a year. How could anyone claim to sell only ice?" Indeed, Jiang Chen concurred. They certainly can't sell only ice. Our shop offers hot milk tea. Next time you come, order it hot to warm your hands and your stomach. Absolutely. I'll make sure to do that. After leaving the Kinkin Milk Tea shop, Jiang Chen initially considered tossing the drink into the trash, but then thought it wasteful. So he took it back to his dorm and placed it on Gao Zifei's desk. This fellow adored milk tea, and Jiang Chen surmised that he would likely finish it off without asking whose it was. "Jiang Chen, when will you have time?" During this period, Ding Ming had been incessantly messaging Jiang Chen, asking when classes would begin. He was being pestered by senior sisters and was nearing his limit. Isn't that just pure two-arm behavior? Usually, no one pays attention to you when you want to converse with a girl. Yet now they're pursuing you for conversation daily. "Isn't that good?" Jiang Chen replied. "That would be fine, but I know her target is you. So it doesn't feel so good," Ding Ming responded, sending a laughing emoji. Tomorrow, around noon. Jiang Chen silently felt a pang of sympathy for Ding Ming for a fleeting moment. Contemplating the trivialities of the following day, he resolved to swiftly sever this entangled relationship for Ding Ming, while also providing guidance to this senior sister, and to help Ding Ming rectify his impulsive tendencies. He recalled the necessity of informing her that he insisted on bringing Ding Ming along. Whatever she might say, he would not yield, asserting that if Ding Ming refused to accompany him, then he too would not attend. This senior sister was indeed manageable. As for Ding Ming's issue, it stemmed from his inability to decline others, particularly those he held affection for. The remedy for him was straightforward. He needed to grasp that the discomfort of refusal could lead to even worse outcomes. It was now a little past 4 in the afternoon, yet the sky had suddenly darkened. Due to Shanghai's geographical location towards the east, it fell into darkness earlier than expected, though this seemed excessively premature. Glancing upwards, he noticed a thick blanket of ominous clouds creeping across the horizon. The absence of wind hinted that rain would descend within half an hour. Rainy days posed significant inconveniences for travel. Exiting the package collection point, Jiang Chen tore open the paper bag to reveal the driver's license that Qin Yun had sent him. Holding the document that he had finally obtained in this lifetime, Jiang Chen realized that the time had come. He hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to the Pudong second-hand car market. Jiang Chen intended to purchase a second-hand Jetta or Santana, preferably in good condition, as a temporary means of transportation. Such vehicles retain their value remarkably well. Within a year or two, reselling it would incur minimal loss, and with proper maintenance, he could even profit by 2,000. After 2 hours, he returned by taxi. Utterly frustrated, his venture had ended prematurely in failure. He had traversed the entire second-hand car market and finally found a suitable vehicle, only to fail 4 times on the hill start at the market's entrance. The owner of the used car lot could no longer bear to watch and advise, "Brother, with your skills, it would be wiser to purchase an automatic car. It's not that the vehicle is inadequate. Rather, an automatic would be safer for you." Chapter 159. Note: Ice block. It is said that seasoned drivers accustomed to automatic transmissions for over a decade may entirely forget how to operate a manual one. Even though Jiang Chen had adjusted to manual vehicles during his driving test, navigating the roads was one thing. Encountering unique road conditions could still leave him somewhat overwhelmed. It seemed necessary to explore an automatic vehicle. When he eventually drove back to Jinling, approximately 200 kilometers away, it would also conserve his energy. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen's phone rang. It was Gu Qinjiao. At the entrance, she said, her voice as cold and crisp as ever, uttering only 2 words. This time, she did not say, "No rush, I've been waiting for you." Was she in a hurry? Jiang Chen had just returned to school, and as he had barely taken a few steps inside the gate, he turned back toward the entrance and replied, "I'm right outside." Came her acknowledgement before she abruptly hung up. Upon exiting the school gates, he found no sign of the Rolls-Royce. Had he emerged too hastily? He stood by the roadside, prepared to wait a moment. Just as he settled, a woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s and dressed as a modern urbanite, approached him. "Mr. Jiang?" "I am Jiang Chen," he confirmed with a nod. "I am Cheng Yu, secretary to General Gu. This is what she asked me to deliver to you." Chung Yu handed him a leather-like package, and without waiting for a response, she turned to leave. What an aloof secretary, Jiang Chen mused as he examined the contents of the package. To his astonishment, it contained a car key, a blue sky and white clouds, a BMW. Jiang Chen spotted a pristine white X5 parked not far from the curb. Pressing the key, the vehicle's hazard lights began to blink. A gust of autumn wind swept by, and raindrops started to tap against the ground. He hurriedly opened the driver's door and climbed inside, noticing the documents placed on the passenger seat. Opening the green book and the registration, he found everything was in his name. As the raindrops began to patter against the windshield, Jiang Chen sent a message to Gu Qinjiao. What does this mean? I heard you want to buy a car, but didn't succeed. Coincidentally, we have a vehicle at home that was acquired recently and hasn't been driven. I arranged for it to be transferred to your name. I didn't have time to monitor your progress. I just happened to see you practicing hill starts at the used car market, she replied. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. The saying good news travels slowly, but bad news travels fast seemed to apply here. Why are you giving me a car? He inquired. It's not a gift. I will provide you with a 5 share of the net profits from the smart television project, settled monthly. The car's cost will be deducted from that, Gu Qinjiao clarified. Jiang Chen replied, I didn't intend to ask for anything in return for this proposal. Gu Qinjiao retorted, what you choose to want is your business. What I choose to give is mine. I'm busy, so I'll end our conversation here. A 5 share of the net profits may seem meager, yet it promised to be a substantial sum, given that the sales of smart televisions would be calculated in the billions. The entire corporation, with countless eyes scrutinizing Gu Qinjiao, had many who desired to see her toppled. Securing a 5 share for Jiang Chen was likely the utmost she could facilitate. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, contemplating her messages for a while. He opened her profile information and added a flame emoji next to her previously noted moniker, Ice Block. Gu Qinjiao's words signified her preparedness and planning. And Jiang Chen did not decline her offer. Truth be told, he genuinely needed the financial support. While one could manage without funds, having ample resources would lower the difficulty of endeavors from 10 to 5 and accelerate developmental progress from slow to swift. Starting the vehicle, Jiang Chen activated the windshield wipers. In his view, the interior of this car was rather rudimentary and unappealing, especially from the perspective of someone from a more advanced era. However, to those in this time, the X5's squared-off design still exuded a certain charm. He drove back to the school and headed straight to his dormitory, where he began drafting a project proposal. Lines of black text sprang to life on the blank Word document. Step 1 of the plan, recruitment. Recruit field promoters from the community to launch a comprehensive promotional campaign across all universities in Shanghai. Chapter 160. Oh heavens, what in the world? Why did the weather change so suddenly? When did it become so unpredictable? It had been overcast for a while. If it weren't for you, would we even be attending class? I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. Accumulating credits early is prudent. Gao Zifei, seeing that he couldn't shift the blame onto Jiang Chen, began to employ a rhetoric of altruism. Chen Junjun had remained silent, while only Go Yu Gui bounced around energetically. Gao Zifei grew more confident in his arguments as they bickered on their rain-soaked return. Well, Jiang Chen went to physical education class and is undoubtedly drenched. Hey Jiang Chen, why are you back so early? ISN TPE class still in session? Gao Zifei exclaimed as he entered the dorm, soaked to the skin, forming a stark contrast to Jiang Chen, who was already seated inside. The PE teacher saw how handsome I am and awarded me credits for the entire semester. Jiang Chen said candidly. Gao Zifei scoffed, flipping his hand dismissively before turning to leave. Not a word of that was believable. Jiang Chen chuckled at his friend's antics, refocusing on the computer screen as he resumed typing. The three of them finished their showers in succession and returned to find Jiang Chen still engrossed in his writing. Gui Yuguo inquired, Old Jiang, what are you writing? Isn't he applying for an office at the startup base? He must be working. Chen Junjun interjected on Jiang Chen's behalf. Upon hearing this, Gao Zifei's irritation flared. Old Jiang, you still owe us a meal from the last time you cleaned. Who owes you a meal? You. Did I ever say I'd treat you to a meal? You did, but I didn't go. Yes, you said it, but you didn't show up, so that's your issue. Gao Zifei found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter Jiang Chen's irrefutable logic. Jiang Chen chuckled heartily. If you need any assistance, just let me know. No need to be formal, Chen Junjun remarked to Jiang Chen. With his smile subdued, Jiang Chen nodded earnestly. All right, I've nearly finished writing. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late. Stretching, he approached Gao Zifei's bed and playfully punched his mattress. Just as Gao Zifei was about to retaliate, Jiang Chen announced, I'm heading to the canteen to buy dinner. What do you want? It's on me. His face instantly brightened. 1 serving of hot and sour noodles, and a kiwa kui. Old dog, Junjun, what about you? I'm fine with anything. Chen Junjun replied. Same here, Gui Yuguo mumbled through a mouthful of betel nut. Jiangge. It's still raining outside. Let us wait a bit, Chen Junjun suggested, glancing out the window. Indeed, old Baiao, Gui Yuguo concurred. No worries, just hang tight, Jiang Chen replied. Then I'll have another betel nut before heading out. It'll warm me up, Gui Yuguo said. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, stepping out of the dormitory. After driving to the canteen, he purchased a total of 8 meals, dividing them into 2 large bags. When will this rain stop? I'm starving, Hu Maimei lamented, patting her slightly protruding belly as she slumped in her chair, exclaiming, if I had known, I wouldn't have dieted at lunch. I feel like I'm going to starve. I'm hungry too. Chun Lingshan, who had been focused on her writing, sighed as she set down her pen and glanced at Hu Maimei. Had I known, I wouldn't have joined you in your diet. Fortunately, I ate at lunch. But I'm still a bit hungry, Zhu Fengyu chimed in, rising to her feet. I'll go see if I can borrow an umbrella. Shizhu, are you hungry? Hu Maimei looked towards Shun Shizhu. A little. Shun Shizhu nodded in response. Ah, I wish a hero would descend from the heavens to rescue me from this dire situation. Hu Maimei exclaimed, raising her hands in desperation. Just as her plea faded, Shun Shizhu's phone rang. I bought you dinner. It's at the dorm entrance. Come down and grab it, and remember to wear a coat. It's a bit chilly. Okay, I'm coming. Shun Shizhu quickly climbed down from the upper bunk, donning her cute pink pig slippers, and didn't forget to throw on a coat, as per Jiang Chen's advice. Heavens! Watching Shun Shizhu dash out of the dormitory, Hu Maimei raised her hands once more. They all heard the voice leaking from Shun Shizhu's phone, although no names were mentioned. It was only natural that the girls thought of Jiang Chen. Apart from him, they had yet to witness Shun Shizhu converse with any other male. Zhu Fengyu remained indifferent. Chen Lingshan let out a long sigh. Chapter 161. Dinner for everyone. Shun Shizhu swiftly reached the dormitory entrance. She ran so quickly that she didn't even consider the risk of slipping. Her mind solely occupied with the thought of whether Jiang Chen was getting soaked in the rain. Upon seeing him emerge from his car, she breathed a sigh of relief. Typically, a girl would ponder what kind of car Jiang Chen drove or question where he had acquired it, but Shun Shizhu had no such thoughts. Upon seeing that he was dry, she beamed and waved to him with both arms raised. A breathtaking beauty awaited him behind the curtain of rain, exuding joy and radiance upon his arrival. This scene was simply too beautiful. Jiang Chen sprinted through the rain, feeling as though this brief journey was all too fleeting. In such torrential downpour, I figured you hadn't eaten, so I brought you tomato and egg rice, along with a few extra portions for your roommates. Standing at the entrance of the dormitory, where they could shelter from the rain, Jiang Chen opened 2 of the bags and allowed Shun Shizhu to slip her delicate fingers through them, then handed her 2 more in the same manner, ensuring her tender hands wouldn't be squeezed too tightly. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Shun Shizhu smiled, revealing 2 adorable dimples. So sweet. However, Jiang Chen, being someone with low blood sugar, needed this sweetness. All right, the wind is too cold. Hurry back inside. Jiang Chen waved goodbye and dashed back to his car. Shun Shizhu wished to wave back to him, but realized her hands were full, concerned that the rain was too loud for him to hear. She mustered her voice to shout, Jiang Chen, goodbye. Jiang Chen glanced through the windshield, waved back at her, and as he watched her happily turn away, an indescribable feeling welled up within him. A sense of accomplishment? Perhaps this was the reward one ought to receive after giving, rather than being bound by moral obligations. Upon returning to the dormitory, Hu Maimei initially contemplated whether she could snag a few bites from Shun Shizhu's meal. When she saw Shun Shizhu returning with several portions, she leaped up in excitement. Shizhu, did you bring food for all of us? Yes. Jiang Chen brought it. Shun Shizhu nodded, explaining that it was indeed Jiang Chen who had provided the meals. Everyone was hungry, so hurry up and eat. Jiang Chen, forever the deity, Hu Maimei cheered, raising her hands in jubilation. At that moment, she felt convinced that Jiang Chen was most likely a good person. Zhu Fengyu, having failed to borrow an umbrella after searching in vain, was about to suggest that they endure a little longer without food when she was taken aback to see the meals had arrived. Realizing they were from Jiang Chen, she remarked, it seems Jiang Chen truly cares for Shizhu. Chen Lingshan took her portion and sat at the table, digging in while letting out another involuntary sigh. Jiang Chen brought food for Shun Shizhu. She couldn't help but let out a sigh. He even brought each of them a meal. She felt overwhelmed. Sigh. Oh damn. Food has arrived. Gao Zifei leaped off his bed and clasped his hands in front of Jiang Chen, declaring, Jiangge, your humble disciple pays respects. In a university dormitory, someone braving the rain to fetch food could easily elevate their status to that of a guardian figure among the others. This bow was indeed a light gesture. Jiang Chen's clothes remained relatively dry, which everyone assumed meant he had borrowed an umbrella, and they paid it little mind. However, even with an umbrella, he still deserved that guardian title. Upon receiving their meals, the ravenous group began to feast, especially Gao Zifei, who slurped his hot and sour noodles like a firecracker. Can you keep it down? Gui Yuguo could no longer tolerate the noise. We from Jiang Chen eat noodles this way. Changing it would ruin the flavor. You're eating rice noodles. Same difference. All right, fine. Since you insist, I won't hold back. After satisfying his hunger, Gao Zifei lay down, ready to sleep. The autumn air was crisp, and with fewer mosquitoes around, he felt immensely comfortable. Just as he was drifting off, he was jolted awake by the loud smack of someone chewing behind him, akin to someone gnawing on his brain. Turning to look, he found Gui Yuguo behind him, munching on beetle nut. Old dog, can you move away? Old dog, for crying out loud, my ears are about to explode. Brother dog, I'm sorry. I promise I won't make noise while eating again. I swear on my life. It was only after Gao Zifei swore the most potent oath a man could utter that Gui Yuguo returned to his own bed. Jiang Chen, what a delight. Chapter 162. Impressive and even more impressive. Jiang Chen, it's still raining. Jiang Chen received an early morning call from Ding Ming, who inquired whether he would be joining them today, despite the heavy rain. Concerned, Jiang Chen suggested that perhaps he should not venture out in such weather and offered to inform her instead. Upon waking, he noticed a flurry of messages from Ding Ming, the time indicating it was just past 6 in the morning. Poor child indeed. As per routine, Jiang Chen replied briefly before getting up to wash and prepare himself. Routine? But what if the rain drenched you and caused a cold? After freshening up, he discovered that Ding Ming had already responded. I won't catch a cold. Just wait for me. I'll call you when I arrive at your school, he reassured. Jiang Chen first drove to the cafeteria to grab some breakfast, also bringing a few portions for Shun Shizhu, which elicited cheers from Humaime. As for Gao Zifei and his companions in dorm 315, they remained oblivious, lost in slumber. Chun Junjun had stayed up late studying, while Gao Zifei and Go Yugui were suspected of engaging in some clandestine activity under the covers. When Jiang Chen emerged, the three of them were still sleeping soundly. Having enjoyed a lengthy slumber of nearly 9.5 hours, Jiang Chen had not stayed up late. Perhaps it was the soothing sound of the rain that had lulled him into such a deep sleep. Besides the meals he had brought for Shun Shizhu, he had prepared a few more to take to the office. As anticipated, everyone was present in the office. Yet no one had ventured out for breakfast due to the inconvenient weather. After some thought, Jiang Chen inquired in both work groups to see who had a driver's license. Gao Chao responded affirmatively. After calling Gao Chao for more details, Jiang Chen learned that he had possessed his license for quite some time and was quite adept at driving. His father had previously been a taxi driver, and Gao Chao often assisted him in earning money. However, after falling ill and incurring substantial medical expenses, his father had sold the taxi and borrowed heavily, yet still could not retain his health. With his mother long deceased, Gao Chao now lived with his grandparents, who were also struggling to pay off medical debts. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, he would not have applied for financial aid as a needy student. Despite his tragic background, Gao Chao had managed to gain admission to a prestigious university, showcasing his resilience in facing life, work, and the myriad challenges it presented. For this alone, he was truly admirable. Jiang Chen did not pity Gao Chao. True strength does not require sympathy. Instead, admiration was the most respectful sentiment he could offer. After picking up Gao Chao, Jiang Chen visited a second-hand car market. Gao Chao's claims were no exaggeration. His proficiency with a manual vehicle rivaled that of an automatic. Jiang Chen promptly purchased the car to serve as an office vehicle. With the acquisition of a car, many tasks became significantly more manageable, such as fetching meals for employees on rainy days. Next, they planned to embark on a promotional campaign across the vast metropolis, where a vehicle was indeed a necessity. The speed of the second-hand car dealer was astonishing. Jiang Chen mentioned he had other matters to attend to, and within half an hour, all the paperwork was completed. Gao Chao accompanied him to the vehicle management office, and they drove the car back together. Considering Gao Chao was not a local and unfamiliar with the terrain, Jiang Chen opted to invest in a GPS system for the vehicle, spending a generous sum of around 500 yuan. Once everything was settled, he dropped Gao Chao off and drove towards the industrial college, recalling the route easily since he had been there once before. Arrive at the entrance, come out, he called. Okay, let me borrow an umbrella first, came the response. No need to borrow, just come out directly. It's a long way from the dormitory to the school gate. I'll be drenched. I'm at your dorm S entrance now. Moments later, Ding Ming appeared at the dormitory entrance, peering out cautiously as if engaged in some clandestine activity. He dialed Jiang Chen's number, asking where he was. Just as he finished speaking, the white BMW SUV parked nearby flashed its lights twice. Get in. Jiang Chen's voice echoed through the phone. Ding Ming rubbed his eyes and scrutinized the vehicle for a moment before confirming it was indeed Jiang Chen inside, unable to suppress a shout of astonishment. What the heck? His sudden exclamation drew bewildered stares from passers-by, but Ding Ming paid them no heed as he dashed to the car. Flinging open the passenger door and settling into the seat, his mouth agape in disbelief. Where did you get this fancy BMW? He asked. I bought it, Jiang Chen replied. Shifting gears. Ask your senior where she is. We need to pick her up. You bought it? Ding Ming, caught off guard, thought it was a friend's vehicle. Realizing it was Jiang Chen's purchase nearly made him leap from his seat. Did Uncle Jiang and Aunt Qin buy it for you? What do you think? Jiang Chen countered, glancing at him. I think that's unlikely, Ding Ming shook his head. Well, let's say it's mine. I didn't steal it, rob it. Or get sponsored. You wouldn't understand if I explained it further. Hurry up and call her. I have other matters this afternoon. Since the costs were deducted from their earnings, the car was essentially his purchase. The situation was complicated, and Jiang Chen chose to bypass further explanation. I'll ask her, Ding Ming exclaimed, pulling out his phone to call Zheng Xiaohan, while gazing at Jiang Chen with a mix of envy and admiration, as if he were a lovesick fool. Thoughts of not wanting his brother to suffer, while also wishing for him to drive a luxury vehicle, never crossed his mind. He had always viewed Jiang Chen as impressive, and now he regarded him with even greater admiration. Jiang Chen, is this car more impressive or a Rolls-Royce? Ding Ming inquired. What do you think? One Rolls-Royce could buy 10 of these. So, is my car more impressive or launching S? I could buy 3 or 4 of his with this one. Impressive. Ding Ming leaned back in his seat, laughing heartily. Have you heard? Launching S car was a result of a family quarrel. If you knew you bought this SUV on your own, his eyes might pop out. Stop chattering. Is this the place? Yes, right here. Jiang Chen turned the steering wheel, pulling up in front of the girls' dormitory, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Ding Ming. Everyone at the dormitory seemed to know him, indicating he had quite a social life at school. Yet, despite his excitement, the outcome was rather disheartening. Before long, 2 elegantly dressed girls strolled to the entrance of the dormitory, glancing around. That's her, the one on the left. You were right, Jiang Chen. She really did bring someone along, Ding Ming remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm. The one she brought along isn't good news either. They must have conspired to keep you occupied, Jiang Chen observed. What should we do next? Ding Ming asked. Watch me work my magic. Just then, Ding Ming's phone buzzed. His senior was asking where they were. Jiang Chen pressed the horn twice, and through the rain-streaked glass, he could see both girls visibly moved. They hurried over to the car, both clearly eager to occupy the front seat. Upon noticing someone already seated there, they reluctantly made their way to the back. After a night of rain, the air was chilly, and while both girls wore long sleeves, they coincidentally revealed a hint of leg, one in a short skirt with knee-high boots, the other in knee-high socks and leather shoes. Adorned in long boots and exuding an alluring aura, Zheng Xiaohan flaunted her cascading curls, while her roommate, Lan Honghong, sported a chic bob hairstyle. Junior, your name is Jiang Chen, right? We aren't from the same school, so I shall address you directly. Which campus of Fuda are you from? I was thinking of visiting a 985 institution. Would you be so kind as to show me around sometime? At the outset, Zheng Xiaohan was the one pursuing Jiang Chen in conversation. Meanwhile, her roommate, Lan Honghong, observed with keen interest, her eyes darting about, and soon began to engage Jiang Chen in dialogue as well. She was there to assist. Zheng Xiaohan had asked her to procure lipstick, a common exchange between them, strolling around, enjoying a meal, and acquiring something in the process. What could be more delightful? Yet, this time, Lan Honghong found herself wavering. What kind of young man was this? Handsome, driving an X5, and a high-achieving student from Fuda. Securing such a boyfriend would guarantee a comfortable future, wouldn't he? Who wouldn't envy that? Could a mere lipstick suffice for such a prize? After much inner turmoil, Lan Honghong ultimately succumbed to temptation. Noticing Lan Honghong persistently chatting with Jiang Chen, Zheng Xiaohan shot her a pointed glance. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lan Honghong exchanged a few words with Ding Ming as a token gesture. The car soon arrived at a nearby restaurant. Jiang Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out, followed by the others. Zheng Xiaohan desired to sit beside Jiang Chen, subtly signaling Lan Honghong to distract Ding Ming, but Lan Honghong appeared oblivious, feigning interest in her phone. Ding Ming promptly plopped himself down beside Jiang Chen, earning several disapproving looks from Zheng Xiaohan. Chapter 164, Exhilaratingly Delightful. Thus, she found herself seated across from Jiang Chen. Zheng Xiaohan had anticipated that Jiang Chen would hand her the menu to make her selections, yet he showed no such inclination, casually ordering a few dishes before returning the menu to the waiter. Suppressing her emotions, she sought topics that might resonate with Jiang Chen, stifling giggles as she spoke. her demeanor exuding a trace of elegance, albeit merely a trace. Jiang Chen had encountered numerous icy, aloof women, as well as those imbued with an endearing sweetness. This faint air of sophistication might captivate someone like Ding Ming, yet to Jiang Chen, it was hardly remarkable. The dishes arrived swiftly. Ding Ming remained silent, observing as the two girls engaged Jiang Chen in lively conversation. Ha ha, Jiang Chen, you're too humorous. Mediocre today, I didn't perform well. Let us add each other on QQ. I'll show you something even funnier once we return. All right, my QQ number is. Jiang Chen clearly enjoyed a more animated exchange with Lan Honghong. Watching them laugh together, Zheng Xiaohan felt her teeth nearly grind in frustration. Unable to vent her irritation in front of Jiang Chen, she could hardly contain herself when she noticed Jiang Chen even exchanging contact information with Lan Honghong. Finally, she tugged at Lan Honghong's arm and declared, I need to use the restroom. Come with me. Ignoring whether Lan Honghong would comply, she led her away. What's your game, Lan Honghong? Are you unaware of our purpose here? Of course I know, but you must have seen it. Jiang Chen is more interested in me. And there is little I can do about that. Soon, a heated argument erupted in the restroom. What the hell? If you weren't so eager to flaunt yourself, would he even talk to you? Get lost. If I'm flaunting, then you're even worse. Despite your antics, he has still drawn to me. That's your own inadequacy. You're trying to steal my best friend's man. Are you even human? Best friend's man? You've only just met him. Is he already yours? Ridiculous. I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. Either eat this meal or leave. The two completely tore off their masks. And Zheng Xiaohan, furious, turned on her heel and stormed out. Not eating anymore? She can't eat a damn thing. Braving the rain, she dashed out of the restaurant. Just as a taxi arrived by the roadside, which she hailed before driving off in a huff. Lan Honghong, elated, returned to the restroom to wash her hands before sitting back down. Upon glancing at the table, she realized the dishes were nearly finished. Her expression stiffened momentarily before she regained her composure. It mattered little, as she wasn't particularly hungry. Just as she was about to strike up a conversation with Jiang Chen, he wiped his mouth, declared he was full, and stood up, with Ding Ming following suit. Forced to join them, she rose and left. On the way back, after dropping Lan Honghong off, Jiang Chen asked her to convey a message to Zheng Xiaohan, suggesting that using flirtation to manipulate a naive junior into assisting with pursuing his friend was indeed an unethical act. Lan Honghong assured him she would relay his words to Zheng Xiaohan. After Lan Honghong exited the vehicle, Ding Ming, reclining in the passenger seat, burst into laughter. This is exhilarating. Absolutely delightful. The restaurant was modest, and the restroom door lacked soundproofing. They clearly overheard the entirety of the argument and witnessed Zheng Xiaohan storming out into the rain. Ding Ming was utterly thrilled. Jiang Chen, call me dad. Get lost. Next time, don't seek me out. Adoptive father. Jiang Chen then added, all right, send a message to your senior and ask why she left so suddenly. Let us see her response. Ding Ming scratched his head. Is that appropriate? Just hurry and do it. All right. Chapter 165. What is even funnier? Following Jiang Chen's suggestion, Ding Ming sent Zheng Xiaohan a message. Senior Xiaohan, why did you leave so abruptly? The moment the message was sent, a reply came through. Get lost. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Did you already know she would scold me? Ding Ming exclaimed. If she is not inviting you to dinner, what else would she do? Jiang Chen retorted. For Zheng Xiaohan, this was akin to a dagger to the heart. Now that she had no need for Ding Ming, wouldn't she scold him? If you agree to her whims, what good could possibly come of it? Receiving a reply like get lost. Have you learned a lesson? I've learned. Ding Ming nodded earnestly, yet with a hint of frustration remarked, I now resent how swiftly she deleted me. If she reacted so strongly to an incidental encounter with your roommate, and her intentions in getting close to me were to set me up with you, I should have scolded her 1,000 times. Ah, teachable youth. Jiang Chen nodded in approval. This incident left Ding Ming contemplative. The more he pondered, the deeper the memory sank. Whether he could change this flaw remained uncertain. But significant improvement was assured. Once back at the dormitory, Lan Honghong eagerly sought out Jiang Chen, curious about what he deemed funnier. Yet after searching for some time, she found no trace of Jiang Chen in her chat list. Upon checking the contacts, she discovered that he had not accepted her friend request. Shanghai was not particularly warm, but being in the south, it was indeed autumn. After a day and night of rain, the sun emerged in the afternoon, casting a chilly glow. The following day, the weather remained clear, quickly warming up once more. However, it was noticeably cooler than before the rain, with passers-by donning coats. The impending opening of the Bawang Ice Princess was drawing near, and preparations were well underway. Jiang Chen had recently hired 4 employees, 2 part-time students from local universities and 2 high school dropouts eager to work. All equipment had been meticulously arranged, staff training completed, and the grand opening was scheduled for noon the next day. Finding a familiar and trustworthy store manager was also essential. Yet Jiang Chen had yet to identify a suitable candidate. The establishment boasts a two-story structure, wherein Jiang Chen implemented a spatial division during the renovations, creating a more tranquil ambience on the second floor compared to the bustling first floor, making it an ideal setting for couples on dates or intimate conversations. Jiang Chen tasked Gao Chao with allocating a portion of the ground promotion team to conduct opening promotional activities within the school. The conventional practice of offering discounts for grand openings is, in his view, rather detrimental. Once customers have tasted discounted items, they're often disinclined to purchase at full price, regardless of their cravings. Thus, Jiang Chen decided that the promotional activities would feature complimentary gifts. For example, customers who purchase 3 different products would gain a chance to enter a lottery for a chance to win a luxurious lipstick valued at 599 yuan. While this approach incurs considerable costs, the outcomes diverge significantly from those yielded by mere discounts. After arranging the opening of the Bawang Bingji for the following day, Jiang Chen also tasked Gao Chao with printing flyers to recruit part-time promotional staff, simultaneously disseminating information on various job platforms, emphasizing the allure of flexible hours and weekly pay. Within a single day, he received over 20 phone calls. As Jiang Chen was preparing to leave the Bawang Bingji, a girl named Liang Ling entered, introducing herself as the previous tenant of the establishment, seeking to converse with the owner. The former tenant had gone bankrupt, and Jiang Chen quickly deduced that she must be the one who had intended to sell orange products alongside stinky tofu. Upon learning that Jiang Chen was the proprietor, she expressed her disbelief at his decision to open an ice shop, questioning whether he was inviting failure. She suggested that, in addition to ice, he should incorporate some unique snacks. Such a spacious venue could easily accommodate snack sales, thereby compensating for the winter slump in ice sales. Listening to her articulate suggestions, Jiang Chen merely nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his appreciation for her insights. Chapter 166, Grand Opening, Gao Zifei. I must join the student council. As the clock struck 11 in the morning, Bawang Bingji officially commenced its operations. The pre-opening promotion had been executed splendidly. As the firecrackers fizzled out, patrons began to flock into the shop. Although the flyers had limited impact, the comprehensive outreach throughout the school proved effective. Jiang Chen also had Zhou Yuan initiate a discussion thread on the school forum about Bawang Bingji with a catchy tagline: "If you love her, take her to Bawang Bingji." The post, which humorously suggested that if one could enjoy ice, they could also savor G, garnered significant attention, inadvertently alerting many male students to inquire about ice cream before dates, with the implication that if she didn't want any, it might be best to reschedule. Li Tong observed the bustling shop from the security booth at the school entrance, nodding in approval, relieved that Jiang Chen's venture was thriving. He had feared that if the shop failed, his guilt would weigh heavily upon him, disrupting his sleep. Meanwhile, Gong Changcheng, standing at her own empty shop across the way, grumbled as she watched the crowd inundate Bawang Bingji. Not far off, Su Bing mirrored her sentiment, lamenting the lack of customers for his hot fruit tea. They exchanged glances, each silently acknowledging their predicament before retreating to their respective shops. Yet, neither felt concerned. The initial surge of customers was expected given the extensive promotional efforts, and they understood that the novelty would eventually wear off. With a jug of fine wine, dust on his garments, and thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Chen squatted by the roadside, whistling and singing, his spirits buoyed by the lively scene before him. Everything was unfolding in a manner he had anticipated. The following evening, after several delays, the welcome party finally took place. In the North District Gymnasium, first-year students entered in succession. Jiang Chen, accompanied by his 3 dorm mates, found a secluded corner to sit. Gao Zifei insisted on sitting at the edge, fantasizing that luck would favor him with a beautiful girl occupying the empty seat beside him, sparking an unexplainable romance. However, his fortune took a turn for the worse as a burly man sat beside him, causing him to shrink in his seat. Turning to his companions, he covered his mouth, nearly on the verge of tears, wishing to swap places with Go Yugu, yet unable to let the adjacent man hear him. He resorted to frantic gestures. Confused, Go Yugu raised an eyebrow and, after a moment's thought, popped a beetle nut into his mouth. Gao Zifei exclaimed, "Did you hear? Today, Senior Liu Yao from the 3rd year will perform." "Who is Senior Liu Yao?" "She is an amazing dancer, stunning to look at. Part of the student council's external relations department. Didn't you see her dance video from last year's welcome party? It went viral. I haven't seen it." Gao Zifei craned his neck to listen to the 2 girls in front of him, his eyes lighting up after hearing the conversation. And he whispered to Jiang Chen and the others, I'm joining the student council. I want to be in the external relations department. Jiang Chen could only sigh in exasperation. Buddy, at least wait until you actually meet someone before declaring that. In no time, the event was about to commence. And before the packed audience, four individuals carried two large advertisement boards, placing them prominently on either side of the stage. One board bore the name Xiao Hongshu, and the other a Duan. What are these ads about? They're quite useful. You should download them to see. These ads are everywhere. What do they have to do with the school? That is a good question. I want to know as well. When the principal and the school uncle come on stage to speak, you should ask them and report back. During the subsequent speeches, it became unnecessary to inquire, as Chun Zheng mentioned Xiao Hongshu and a Duan in his address, informing everyone that these were entrepreneurial support projects from the school, which is currently fostering a robust environment for budding entrepreneurs, encouraging those with aspirations to apply. Jiang Chen hadn't anticipated this and found himself grinning broadly. Chun Zheng's mention would undoubtedly amplify the publicity for the welcome party, although the speech segment was somewhat monotonous. The atmosphere of the welcome party began to elevate during the performance segment, particularly when senior Lu Yao took the stage. Although she may not have reached an extraordinary level of beauty, she possessed a graceful figure, and her dancing was indeed captivating. Clad in delicate silk garments, the splits of her pants nearly reached her thighs, revealing her long legs in an eye-catching manner as she danced. Just as Jiang Chen was about to comment on her appearance, he noticed Gao Zifei nearby, his fists clenched in excitement, eyes sparkling, as he muttered through gritted teeth. I'm joining the student council. I must join the external relations department. I absolutely must. Chapter 167. A surprise attack, lacking in martial virtue. By early November, the summary of October's data arrived on Jiang Chen's phone. Compared to September, a Duan experienced an explosive surge in various metrics during October. Of course, given that the previous month's numbers were just the beginning, they held little substantial significance. Throughout October, the website for a Duan recorded a peak daily traffic of over 500,000 visits, with total app downloads reaching 100,000 and total registered users exceeding 1.5 million. This was merely a few days into the promotional strategy across the entirety of the city. In just over half a month since its launch, the data for the Little Sweet Potato app has been remarkably impressive. The dual-platform app has surpassed 10,000 downloads, while the website recorded a peak daily visitor count of 30,000, with total registrations nearing 100,000, of which 90 are female users. Jiang Chen has reached out to numerous beauty and fashion influencers, investing significantly by purchasing exclusive beauty and fashion sharing posts and tutorials at the rate of 500 yuan each. This substantial investment has effectively attracted a multitude of female users, a considerable portion of whom are students from Fuda University. In fact, one can often overhear conversations among two girls in class. Why does your makeup look so much better today than yesterday? I learned it on Little Sweet Potato. Oh my gosh, sister, you haven't heard of Little Sweet Potato? It's our exclusive app for girls, a true blessing. Wow, that's amazing. How do I get it? If you have an Android phone, just do this, then that. Once it's downloaded, open it, register using your phone number, and you'll receive a verification code. After registration, you can browse daily shares or search specifically. For instance, if you have a round face, just search for round face makeup tutorials. As the weather grows colder and ice sales dwindle, the day after opening, Bawang Bingji launched a drink called Boya Juexuan, which became an instant sensation. The very next day, someone was already recommending this tea drink to Fuda students on Little Sweet Potato. Upon learning that their rival was also selling beverages, Gong Chengxing and Su Bing nearly leaped in outrage, feeling that such a move was utterly unscrupulous. With the situation escalating, they found themselves in disarray, unable to devise any effective countermeasures, resorting only to silent curses. During this period, Jiang Chen secured a new office and hired 8 employees, separating the review duties that had previously been shared among a few individuals into a dedicated review department, tasked with scrutinizing the content published on both platforms. As the user base and post volume continued to swell, the workload grew increasingly burdensome, and it became clear that the rigorous review of content was paramount, especially as both applications were set to reach a broader audience. In the meantime, Gao Zifei had become quite reclusive in his dormitory. He genuinely joined the student council and successfully entered the external relations department. However, he reportedly had yet to encounter the senior Lu Yao, instead spending his days soliciting investments, an exhausting and somewhat embarrassing endeavor. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, confidently proclaiming, "Having arrived here signifies I've already achieved half of my success. Ultimate victory is just a matter of time." Jiang Chen, who had little patience for clowns, quietly retreated to his bed and donned his original iPhone 4 headphones. He feared that if he continued watching, he might transform into Batman and confront the clown with a vengeance. As the assessment concluded, the skies cleared and the rain ceased. To express their gratitude for Jiang Chen's 2 generous gestures, even if merely incidental, Shun Shiju's 3 roommates decided to treat him to a meal. Jiang Chen confirmed his availability for the evening. However, Maimei inquired, "Why do you say, let's treat our Jiang Chen to dinner? He is not part of our family." After Shun Shiju contacted Jiang Chen and he agreed, she hung up the phone and, somewhat perplexed, asked who Maimei. What does that even mean? It's just a way of saying it, like, who Maimei pondered for quite some time, but could not articulate her thoughts, eventually waving her hand dismissively. It's like that one thing. Shun Shiju tilted her head, clearly not grasping who Maimei's vague explanation. "Maimei, stop being silly. Aren't you supposed to be washing your hair? Ling Shan's already finished. You should hurry. I'm waiting to wash mine," Zhu Fengyu urged, prompting Hu Maimei to rush into the bathroom as if chased by a dog. As the sun began to set, the appointed time drew near. Jiang Chen announced he was downstairs, and soon the 4 girls from room 303 appeared at the dormitory entrance. "Where's Jiang Chen?" Hu Maimei wondered, scanning the area and not spotting him. "Over there." Shen Shiju pointed to a white SUV parked nearby. Having seen Jiang Chen deliver meals twice, she had memorized which vehicle belonged to him. Although she didn't recognize the car's brand or its price, she could identify it with certainty. Even if 2 identical vehicles were parked side by side, she would not mistake them. "Wow, a BMW." Hu Maimei whispered to Chen Lingshan and Zhu Fengyu. "That car must be expensive, right? Probably around 8 to 900,000. Chen Lingshan replied quietly. "Shiju's family must be quite well off. This makes them a better match," Zhu Fengyu remarked. "But isn't it said online that many second-generation wealthy individuals have questionable character? What if Jiang Chen is one of them? I doubt it. We've known him for a while now, and I think he's quite a decent person." Zhu Fengyu countered. Chen Lingshan replied, her agreement implicit. Hu Maimei's eyebrows knitted together in skepticism. "No, I need to observe him further." "Over here," Jiang Chen called out as the passenger window rolled down. He beckoned to Shun Shiju. Having always sat in the back, she instinctively approached the rear door, only to realize Jiang Chen's invitation and took a seat in the front passenger seat instead. It was her first time sitting there, and she looked around, her curiosity piqued. She then asked Jiang Chen, "Shouldn't I buckle my seatbelt?" As she fastened her seatbelt, Hu Maimei, Zhu Fengyu, and Chen Lingshan settled into the back seat. "Jiang Chen, long time no see." Zhu Fengyu greeted him warmly. "Long time no see," Jiang Chen replied. Glancing at the 4 girls through the rearview mirror, he playfully inquired, "What do you plan to treat me to?" "Well, we actually haven't thought that far ahead," Zhu Fengyu admitted, shaking her head. "Let's go to the mall. There's a great Hunan restaurant we could try. I recently snagged a discount coupon for a set meal at 20 off, affordable and delightful." Jiang Chen started the car. "Hunan cuisine? Delicious." Hu Maimei, who had been trying to maintain her stoic demeanor, couldn't help but break into a smile at the mention of her hometown's culinary delights. "But we're treating you. Doesn't that mean you're treating us?" Chen Lingshan pointed out. Jiang Chen, one hand on the steering wheel, replied nonchalantly, "No worries. You can treat me to a couple of meals in the future." Hu Maimei, observing Jiang Chen's profile, felt her initial skepticism wavering once again. How curious. The assessment hasn't even begun, yet I find myself thinking he seems quite agreeable. After mulling over her thoughts, she glanced at Jiang Chen and remarked, "Given your family's affluence, why are you still using discount coupons?" Jiang Chen, catching her gaze in the rearview mirror, responded with a smile. "Who told you my family is well off? We're just an ordinary family." "An ordinary family drives such an expensive car? A BMW?" Hu Maimei exclaimed, gesturing emphatically. "This is my own purchase," Jiang Chen clarified. "You bought it yourself?" The 3 girls in the back were taken aback, and Shun Shiju turned her head to look at him. "Did you buy the car with your own earnings?" Chen Lingshan asked. "Yes," Jiang Chen nodded. "The profit he received from Gu Qinjiao was indeed his own." "Are you starting a business? To be able to afford such an expensive car, you must be doing quite well. What kind of business are you in? You started in your freshman year and have earned so much already, wow." Noticing the girls' inquisitive expressions, Shun Shiju wore a curious look as well, prompting Jiang Chen to provide a brief explanation. "I am indeed involved in a startup, but this car was purchased with my share from helping a friend with a project proposal. The startup is in the internet sector, just a small venture, nothing extraordinary." For Jiang Chen, who possesses assets from future generations, the current scale is indeed far from impressive and hardly worthy of mention. "Jiang Chen, you are far too modest. Even among us students from prestigious universities, it is likely that after graduation we would never have the opportunity to drive such a car. You're only a freshman, and you've already achieved so much." Chen Lingshan could not help but praise Jiang Chen. After a compliment, She let out a long sigh. As the car cruised along the road, Jiang Chen engaged in conversation with the girls. It turned out that Jiang Chen was not just a rich second generation. He was a rich first generation, and despite earning his wealth, he remained humble, even going so far as to snag group buying coupons. He was genuinely kind-hearted, and it seemed sincere. Mei's assessment of Jiang Chen had only just begun, and within an hour, it was declared a success and came to an end. Chapter 169. Is this not worth mentioning? The spiciness of Hunan cuisine is not to be underestimated compared to Sichuan cuisine. The difference lies in the appearance and perception of heat. A plate of signature stir-fried pork with spicy peppers had the girls eagerly devouring their meal without pause. As they ate, Mei proudly inquired, "So, how about it? Our Hunan cuisine is indeed impressive. Isn't it? This place serves it quite authentically." Jiang Chen. "Which app did you use to snag those coupons? I'd like to see if I can grab one too." Huang Tuan. Jiang Chen pointed to the yellow icon on his phone. "Huang Tuan. I downloaded it before, but the discounts weren't significant, so I uninstalled it," Mei remarked. "The discounts on Huang Tuan will surely be substantial during this period. The group buying market has entered a fiercely competitive stage. Once the competitors are eliminated, such generous promotions will be a thing of the past, so it's best to take advantage of them while you can." Huang Tuan had begun to fully unleash its potential, burning through funds with its user-friendly software and exceptional discounts, swiftly capturing the market. It was expected that within 3 months, this battle of 1,000 groups would conclude, with Huang Tuan emerging as the sole victor amidst the carnage. Take advantage? What does that mean? To fleece the sheep. Jiang Chen grinned. Haven't you seen the skip black soil and white clouds? It's about shearing a sheep to knit a sweater. And it ends with catching a sheep and shearing it. Ha. The 3 girls were thoroughly amused by Jiang Chen's wit. Shun Shizhu looked a bit puzzled, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Jiang Chen, who had increasingly become her source of answers over time, fulfilling her insatiable curiosity. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a cognitive reliance on him. Black Soil and White Clouds is a skit from the Spring Festival Gala a couple years back. Jiang Chen explained in detail to Shun Shizhu what they were discussing, elucidating the true meaning of to fleece the sheep. Her small face lit up with understanding, occasionally breaking into a smile, revealing her bright, perfectly aligned teeth that made her radiate an adorable glow. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone rang. He had intended to step out to take the call, but the 4 of them fell silent, prompting him to answer directly. "Yes, I've sent the promotion plan for Xiaohong Shu to your email. Aduan's promotional efforts should be slightly reduced, and some personnel should be allocated for the promotion of Xiaohong Shu." The call was from Gao Chao. After hanging up, Jiang Chen prioritized the joint promotion plan involving Aduan and Xiaohong Shu alongside Bawang Bingji. However, Bawang Bingji was currently in need of a store manager, and many tasks still required his personal oversight. The search for a manager needed to be expedited. "Jiang Chen, did you just mention Xiaohong Shu and Aduan?" Zhu Fengyu, unable to contain her excitement, directly asked upon seeing Jiang Chen hang up. "Yes," Jiang Chen nodded. "Is it the Xiaohong Shu that has quite a few ads at our school? And Aduan?" Chun Lingshan inquired. "Indeed," Jiang Chen confirmed with another nod. "These 2 apps must be your entrepreneurial projects, right?" Mei's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes," Jiang Chen affirmed thrice. The 3 girls were left utterly astonished. They were all users of Aduan and Xiaohong Shu, especially the latter, which felt like a divine intervention in their lives. They often spent late nights browsing Aduan, but to discover that both apps were Jiang Chen's entrepreneurial ventures? Jiang Chen had referred to it as a minor endeavor, hardly worth mentioning. Is this not worth mentioning? The 3 of them felt as though they had been thoroughly dazzled. Chapter 170. Astute strategy, closed-loop marketing after indulging in a hearty meal. Jiang Chen drove back to the university. As he passed by Bawang Bingji, he stopped to pick up 4 cups of Boyaju Xian. The 3 girls, being avid milk tea enthusiasts, were practically infused with the beverage. Upon tasting the beautifully packaged, refreshing milk tea that Jiang Chen had purchased, their eyes lit up, and they declared it their new sanctuary for milk tea. After dropping off the 3 girls, Jiang Chen accompanied Shun Shizhu to the rear entrance of the school for karaoke. Recently, Shun Shizhu had learned several new songs, and her naturally clear voice rendered them exceptionally melodious, regardless of status or lineage, whether concerning past or future. "All I seek is love. Moonlight hue, fragrant maiden, tears cut like swords." Lyrics interspersed with a hint of rap flowed from Shun Shiju's lips, blending sweetness with a touch of coolness. The song Moonlight, which was once a celebrated original but had now become a classic, lost a hint of youthful bravado in her rendition, yet remained remarkably beautiful. Jiang Chen sang it anew, though he still fell short of the original. He managed to capture some of its essence, prompting Shun Shiju to applaud enthusiastically. Quick, have some watermelon to soothe your throat. Jiang Chen felt an extraordinary sense of joy in that moment. Whether singing or engaging in any activity, it was the girl beside him whose unwavering gaze rested solely upon him. After escorting Shun Shiju back to her dormitory, Jiang Chen returned to his own, where he began drafting the specifics of the joint promotion plan. First, he called Zhou Yuan to inquire about the progress of the tasks he had previously assigned her. Zhou Yuan reported that the progress was quite satisfactory, and now nearly all users were familiar with the elements of Duan Yu and Hao. Excellent. Prepare to launch a new wave of elements called officially Certified Duan Yu Home, Bawang Bingji. As long as they verify their identity as Duan Yu, they will enjoy a 10 discount. Get everything ready, and wait for my signal before you start the rollout. Understood. After finishing the call with Zhou Yuan, Jiang Chen reached out to Su Zhen, instructing her to notify all major influencers to prepare a promotional video for Bawang Bingji. Indeed, it will be a promotion. This term may seem somewhat unfamiliar now, but it won't be for long. When promoting, do not directly send a standalone content piece. Instead, weave it into beauty or fashion videos using subtle or heartfelt endorsements. For instance, while applying makeup, if one feels thirsty, they might casually mention enjoying a cup of Bawang Bingji, or take a sip of milk tea and inadvertently say, "Sisters, I can't help but recommend this." These methods may be commonplace in the future, but their novelty and eye-catching appeal today would undoubtedly yield substantial promotional effects. As for the many influencers from out of town who may not have access to Bawang Bingji products, it was simple enough to send them a few cups filled with plain water. This, too, was a preparatory step, waiting for the news from his end, while he also had to make arrangements at Bawang Bingji's storefront, particularly in finding a competent and reliable store manager. Jiang Chen's joint promotional marketing strategy was undeniably ingenious. At present, Bawang Bingji operated only one location. While it is true that most users of Aduan and Shaohongshu are currently situated in the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, particularly within the main campus of Fudan University, they still represent merely a fraction of the larger population. The number of individuals unable to participate far surpasses those who can. Those who have successfully checked in at the Bawang Bingji will undoubtedly leave a lingering impression in the minds of those who could not. Once a Bawang Bingji establishment opens nearby, it will surely attract a multitude of eager patrons, thus creating a self-sustaining cycle. The initial promotion of the two software products, Aduan and Shaohongshu, will be followed by targeted advertising for Bawang Bingji. Once a single outlet of Bawang Bingji flourishes, it will subsequently generate regional feedback to both software platforms. The physical aspect of the strategy will not be confined to Bawang Bingji alone. It may also incorporate other new products. Similarly, the online strategy will extend beyond just Aduan and Shaohongshu. Chapter 171. Sampling new products quite impressive. Finding a reliable store manager is indeed a challenging task. Jiang Chen, reclining in his chair and stroking his chin in contemplation, was unable to identify a suitable candidate. Jiang, why the long face again? Have you encountered another troublesome issue? Chun Junjun inquired upon returning to the dormitory, recalling Jiang Chen's demeanor from that morning. I'm short on manpower. Upon seeing Chun Junjun, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was precisely the reliable individual he needed. Regardless of his qualifications, none could be more dependable and suitable than Chun Junjun. It was clear that Chun Junjun was not lacking in ability. He merely lacked experience, which is something no one possesses from birth. Junjun, are you busy these days? Not too much. I was thinking of taking a part-time job in the cafeteria. Forget about the cafeteria. I urgently need someone for a position that requires a trustworthy individual. And I can't think of anyone more fitting than you. Would you be willing to assist me? Chun Junjun nodded decisively. Sure, I'm willing. Then let us go. Jiang Chen exclaimed, slapping the table, and promptly led Chun Junjun out, arriving swiftly at the Bawang Bingji store at the school S entrance. Initially expecting a mere tea-serving job, Chun Junjun was taken aback to learn he would be the store manager. Manager? Can I really do it? Absolutely. Being a manager isn't overly complicated, nor will it consume too much of your time. Jiang Chen outlined the responsibilities of the position, which were indeed quite simple. Maintaining accounts, ensuring product quality, managing staff, essentially overseeing the store and collaborating with him on marketing strategies. All right, I'll give it a try. I'll do my best, Chun Junjun affirmed, his expression resolute. He recognized this as an excellent opportunity for personal growth. The revelation that this wildly popular beverage store on campus belonged to Jiang Chen was surprising, yet not entirely unexpected. He had sensed from the very beginning that his roommate was quite remarkable. With a suitable candidate for the store manager position secured, Jiang Chen stepped out of the store with a cup of milk tea, feeling invigorated. He planned to allow Chun Junjun a few days to acclimate to the job before sharing the upcoming marketing strategies with him so that he could prepare accordingly. "Hey brother, come here for a moment." The familiar voice drew Jiang Chen's attention, and he turned to see the proprietress of the meat silk stall beckoning him over with a playful demeanor. "Is there something you need?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Approaching her. "Nothing major. Just curious why you want to drink milk tea at their place when I told you to come here for a discount." Gong Chang teased. "With their popularity, is it wrong for me to go buy a cup to try?" Jiang Chen retorted, one hand in his pocket, while sipping on his drink. "Of course not. I just meant to say we've introduced new products too, and they're just as good. If you come here, I'll give you half off. I just made a few cups. Could you help me taste them?" "New products, you say?" Jiang Chen hesitated momentarily. "I can't drink anymore. Just a taste. It won't take up much space." "Fine, I'll help you taste them." Jiang Chen reluctantly entered the store to sample the new offerings from a competitor. To his surprise, he found a flavor to be uniquely unpalatable. The tea seemed to be steeped with stems, imparting a harsh bitterness, and without the sweetness to mask it. Other flavors emerged with startling clarity. Most concerning was the water, which bore a distinct taste reminiscent of city tap water's chemical treatment. Shouldn't she at least install a water purifier? Serving university students tap water in a prestigious institution like Fudan, a top-tier 985 university, seemed rather inappropriate for a milk tea shop. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. "Not bad." "Really?" "Of course, I'm being completely sincere." Chapter 172. Little white flour, an ice block aside from the taste. What more could Jiang Chen say? He was, after all, a person of utmost sincerity. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found only Guiyu Gui lying alone on his bed. Perplexed by the absence of Chun Junjun and the fact that Gao Zifei had gone to the student union, Jiang Chen, when asked if he had seen Chun Junjun, replied that he had, and that he was likely busy. Guiyu Gui, not fully grasping what busy entailed, assumed it meant studying, given Chun Junjun's diligent nature. He didn't probe further, but inquired if he could use Jiang Chen's computer, as he didn't wish to venture to an internet cafe alone. Jiang Chen acquiesced. Lying back on his bed, donning headphones, and looping his playlist of Jiu Julin, closing his eyes. Not napping at noon meant suffering in the afternoon. A deep midday slumber felt absolutely divine. His current health was a blessing. Jiang Chen recalled his previous life, where every attempt at a nap felt akin to being haunted. Half awake and waking up with a tingling body, exceedingly uncomfortable. Stretching luxuriously, he felt no cracking of joints, merely a comfortable sigh escaping his lips. Being young was truly delightful. Who would he wish to return to their youth? This question, if posed to the two Maties, would surely elicit a resounding affirmation. In the lower bunk, Guiyu Gui was engaged in a fierce battle, and as Jiang Chen removed his headphones, he heard fire in the hole, accompanied by the rapid clattering of Guiyu Gui's keyboard. Glancing down, he saw his roommate, who was clearly struggling as teammates voted to kick him from the room. His typed message read, "Hey, I'm a distinguished CF member. You can't kick me out. Are you mad?" Moments later, a second round of voting ensued, resulting in his expulsion, prompting him to curse under his breath, "Damn it." Jiang Chen quietly retracted his head, contemplating that if he played again in the future, he would certainly need to change his ID. Did CF even have a renaming card now? He pondered. It seemed they did, as team affiliations often required renaming. A smirk crept onto his face as he picked up his phone, noticing he had received 2 messages while napping. One from Li Meng asking if he was around, and another from Gu Qinjiao, inquiring if he was free that evening. Disregarding Li Meng's casual greeting, Jiang Chen replied to Gu Qinjiao, "Yes." In a few days, the new product would be launched, and he anticipated a busy schedule ahead, juggling both product-related matters and internal company affairs. Gu Qinjiao promptly responded, her message implicit yet clear. Jiang Chen directly asked, "Is Antwan coming to pick me up, or should I go on my own?" Gu Qinjiao replied, "Antwan is off today. I'll arrange for someone else to pick you up shortly." Jiang Chen, "Sounds good. Should I take a shower beforehand?" Gu Qinjiao ceased to respond. Yet Jiang Chen was certain she had already seen the message. Reflecting on the expression she might wear on the other side of the screen, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. Jiang Chen, Fang Yu Lingshan, and Mei Mei mentioned they would like to find a place to enjoy a weekend outing, and they asked me to inquire if you would like to join. At that moment, Shun Shizhu also sent a message. "Count me in," Jiang Chen replied instantly. "Great. I'll let you know once we finalize the details." Shun Shizhu responded. Returning to his contacts interface, Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the adjacent chat windows belonging to Xiao Beihua and Bing Tuzi. His actions abruptly halted, but only for half a second before he resumed his normal pace. Chapter 173, A Desire to Explore. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Chen exited the school gates. As he reached the roadside, A white Audi A4 glided to a stop beside him. The window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing an unwelcoming face. Chung Yu, Gu Qinjiao's secretary, who had previously delivered the car keys to Jiang Chen, with such a sour demeanor. One could wonder if she was suffering from premenstrual syndrome or the pangs of a recent heartbreak. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, mused briefly, and decided not to dwell on it. He settled into the back seat, resting his head against the headrest to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Before long, they arrived at the familiar villa district, in front of the opulent mansion that resembled a grand estate. Villa number 8. We arrived. You may disembark, Chung Yu instructed coldly, casting a frosty glance at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen paid her no mind. He had already exited the vehicle without requiring further prompting, which only deepened the furrow in Chung Yu's brow, as if she were suffering from an uncomfortable predicament. She bore no ill will towards Jiang Chen, yet her unwavering admiration for Gu Qinjiao painted her perception. To her, Gu Qinjiao was akin to a divine being, untainted and deserving of reverence, while she viewed the man who had her affections as merely a pretty face lacking substance. After casting a final disgruntled glare at Jiang Chen's retreating figure through the glass, she inhaled deeply to steady her emotions and drove away. At the entrance, Jiang Chen input the code 1882664505060. He navigated through the familiar surroundings, changed into slippers, and collapsed onto the sofa, typing, "You just gave me the password without fear of any ulterior motives?" Gu Qinjiao replied with a string of ellipses. Jiang Chen could almost envision her rolling her eyes in that cool, yet charming manner. If she could articulate her thoughts, she would surely quip, "What haven do you scheme for?" Stifling a chuckle, Jiang Chen ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon stepping out of the elevator, he heard Gu Qinjiao's voice emanating from the slightly ajar door of her study. "I still have work to finish. I'll take a shower and tidy up first." After her words, silence enveloped the room. He entered Gu Qinjiao's fragrant boudoir and beheld a neatly folded set of white cotton pajamas on the bed, exuding a subtle scent of freshness, clearly washed. He picked them up, noting they were his size, fitting perfectly, with slippers adorning his feet, and now donning his own pajamas. Jiang Chen mused whether he might inadvertently undergo an invasion of sorts. After a quick shower and slipping into the pajamas, which felt extraordinarily comfortable, he initially planned to take a nap but found himself still invigorated from a lengthy midday rest. Hesitating briefly, he exited the bedroom and made his way to Gu Qinjiao's office across the hall. Behind the desk, Gu Qinjiao was engrossed in her work, clad in a pristine white suit. Her hair was elegantly styled into a bun, with a few stray strands cascading down her temples. When she glanced up at Jiang Chen, she instinctively tucked a loose lock behind her ear, a fleeting gesture that sent a jolt through Jiang Chen's heart. "I'm not done yet," she stated. The moment their eyes met was fleeting, as she quickly returned to her writing. "Feeling a bit bored, so I'll wait here for you," Jiang Chen declared, comfortably settling onto the sofa and pulling out his phone to browse for a film to watch, silencing the sound as he began to view it. "This thing seems to diminish in value with each passing day," he mused. "Is the pajama fitting well?" Gu Qinjiao's pen paused momentarily as she asked. "Quite well," he affirmed with a nod. After responding, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia washed over him. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the warm domestic life he had yearned for in his past life, a devoted wife preparing new attire and inquiring about its fit. Gu Qinjiao seemed lost in her own thoughts as she glanced at Jiang Chen before returning her focus to her work, adding, "There are a few more sets in the wardrobe. The leftmost closet in the dressing room. Feel free to take them, but do not open any other cabinets." Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly at her words. Why did it feel as though she were inadvertently revealing her secrets? Positioned on the sofa beside her, he could clearly discern the elegant curves of her form encased in a fitted skirt, the delicate length of her legs accentuated by sheer stockings. Her small feet, clad in slippers, were visible from afar, their rounded toes reminiscent of glistening Victoria grapes. Initially untroubled by such thoughts, Jiang Chen suddenly found himself overwhelmed by a compelling urge to explore Gu Qinjiao's dressing room. The current streaming service was lagging, prompting Jiang Chen to abandon it in favor of a more reliable media player. He had initially intended to rewatch The True Ring, but recalled that it had yet to premiere. Still not released. He thought this television series would maintain its popularity for many years to come, even becoming a significant draw for streaming platforms. In the future, it would be dubbed electronic pickled vegetables by many. One could hardly enjoy a meal without watching an episode. Although the show had garnered attention upon its initial release, it had not reached such astonishing heights back then. What a pity, Jiang Chen lamented, reflecting on his limited finances. If only he had sufficient funds, he he would have seized the exclusive broadcasting rights from old Jia, leaving him with no options. Of course, Jiang Chen's thoughts remained just that, thoughts. The potential profits from acquiring such rights were considerable, yet even with several million on hand, he would never be foolish enough to make such a purchase, as the returns would hardly justify the expense. Nevertheless, he mused, someone else might take the plunge. In his subsequent business plans, this copyright would play a pivotal role, an essential component. Chapter 174, A Fresh Start. The individuals Jiang Chen referred to as potential buyers were none other than Gu Qinjiao and her esteemed enterprise. This copyright would remain dormant for him in the coming years. However, once her company's smart television launched, possessing the exclusive broadcasting rights would undoubtedly be a stroke of good fortune. Even if her television venture faced hard times in the future, it would provide a final lifeline, much like the past success of Lusher Video, whose owner had ventured into car manufacturing in America while the platform continued to thrive for several years, sustaining hundreds of employees thanks to the exclusive online broadcasting rights for the True Ring, purchased at a mere 20 million. In other words, the Guanggu Group could acquire the rights for now and utilize them when the time is right. Jiang Chen conducted an online search and discovered news of the True Ring beginning production. Reflecting, he recalled the series was set to premiere in November of next year, leaving a whole year ahead. It seemed like an eternity, yet now was undoubtedly the optimal moment to act. The series had yet to be completed, and the value of online broadcasting rights was not yet paramount. In the past, old Jia had secured those rights for 20 million, and Jiang Chen estimated his ideal price would be 8 million. The production company behind Zhenhuan Zuan is relatively modest, with an expenditure exceeding 80 million being considered a significant burden for them. Thus, they are undoubtedly eager to recuperate their investment. Securing the exclusive online broadcasting rights for 8 million, which presently seems rather inconsequential, is not a daunting task. Seizing the opportunity during a moment of hesitation from Gu Qinjiao, Jiang Chen broached the subject with her. Naturally, he could not directly state that there exists a drama called Zhenhuan Zuan that is exceedingly promising and beneficial for both parties. Instead, he subtly encouraged her to act swiftly in acquiring it. Gugu Group has developed its own system software for their smart televisions, which, according to Jiang Chen, features a live drama theater. By activating it, users can effortlessly switch to this theater, resembling a television broadcast, complete with channel switching capabilities, not to various satellite networks, but to a plethora of options, catering to all age demographics. This feature facilitates ease of use for the elderly and provides a casual viewing experience for those uncertain about what to watch, serving as a remarkable touch of brilliance. Gugu has already negotiated numerous online copyright agreements for various dramas to be included in this theater, thereby allowing Jiang Chen to clarify his intentions with ease. He advised Gu Qinjiao not to fixate solely on previously successful dramas, as their copyrights are costly and often recycled. Instead, she should scout for emerging films and television shows with potential. Gu Qinjiao grasped the implication immediately and promptly instructed Chengyu to compile a list of dramas currently in production or soon to be released, with Huan Huan prominently featured. Jiang Chen selected it without hesitation. Besides Huan Huan, he encountered many exceedingly familiar titles, such as Palace, Scarlet Heart, and The Temptation to Go Home, among others. He meticulously noted them down along with estimated acquisition prices. Taking the folder, Gu Qinjiao reviewed it intently and remarked, "I will allocate 10 of the subsequent profits to you. There is no need for monetary compensation. I merely seek the rights to the copyright several years hence," Jiang Chen replied. "Then it shall be a 5 share, along with your future rights to the copyright. Once the television is launched, we will sign the revenue-sharing contract concurrently," Gu Qinjiao asserted, closing the folder and producing another document, exuding an air of finality that brooked no argument. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, but opted for silence, retreating to his phone to engage in Temple Run, finding little thrill in it, and eventually turning his attention back to the television. He reminisced about how grandly it began and how dismal it became, recalling the death of Zhao Linger, an event that left countless viewers in anguish for decades. Within the masterpiece The Legend of the Sword and Fairy, one must not be reckless in youth, wielding swords in the martial world for the sake of beauty. If one does not look back, why must one forget? If fate is lacking, what need is there for oaths? Victory and defeat are mere trifles in warfare. Young hero, please begin anew. These lines had remained vivid in Jiang Chen's memory over the years. Regrettably, the Li Xiao Ao from the show was not the same as in the game. He never uttered that final line, nor was there a chance to start afresh, unable to alter the tragic conclusion of two lovers meeting their demise. Yet he was now on the verge of a new beginning. He was determined to eradicate any potential regrets before they could even manifest. Chapter 175, full fury mode. It was 11 o'clock. Working so late daily, how could one's body endure? After watching several episodes, Li Xiaoao had completely forgotten about Zhao Ling. While Gu Qinjiao remained engrossed in her work, Jiang Chen could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "Sitting for prolonged periods can lead to health issues. One ought to rise and move every hour." In truth, Gu Qinjiao did not work late every night. It merely happened that whenever Jiang Chen visited, she was invariably busy. This led him to believe she toiled until midnight daily. "I understand," Gu Qinjiao replied, glancing at Jiang Chen before returning to her tasks. "If you understand, then why not stretch a bit?" Jiang Chen approached her, playfully tapping her elegantly crossed legs. Gu Qinjiao knitted her brows and looked up at him. Sitting cross-legged for extended periods can cause scoliosis. Upon glancing down at the spot Jiang Chen had tapped, she obediently uncrossed her legs. Jiang Chen picked up her phone from the table. "What is your phone password?" 0298. She answered, staring at him without inquiring about his intentions. "What a peculiar combination of numbers," Jiang Chen commented as he unlocked her phone. "I change my password regularly," Gu Qinjiao explained. "Don't you forget or mix them up?" "Not at all," she denied. "Impressive memory," Jiang Chen praised. "Now, I've set an alarm for every hour during the work week. When it rings, do make an effort to move. Your health is paramount. Do you know how to exercise? Allow me to show you. First this way, then that way. Rise and follow my lead." "What kind of expression is that?" Jiang Chen exclaimed, flailing his arms and legs while twisting his waist in a rather comical manner. Gu Qinjiao had no intention of mimicking him, merely observing as if she were watching a fool. With a flick of his wrist, Jiang Chen returned to the sofa. After picking up his phone, Gu Qinjiao discreetly cast a glance his way, a fleeting smile dancing across her features. After a moment's hesitation, she set her pen down and exited the study, prompting Jiang Chen to leap up and follow her. As Gu Qinjiao stepped into the bedroom, she suddenly felt weightless, as though she had been swept off her feet. In a whirlwind of motion, she instinctively clutched Jiang Chen's neck, their faces mere inches apart, breaths mingling. Turning her face away, she coldly demanded, "What do you think you are doing?" In response, Jiang Chen gently deposited her onto the plush bed, swiftly sealing her lips with his own. You're insane. Let me tell Li that I can't stand this. We can only lay down. Li must not feel pain," she stammered, her words a jumble of indignation and confusion. "In any case, pain is inevitable. So it is better to endure it from the outset. This way, you can conserve your energy." Jiang Chen mimicked Gu Qinjiao's muffled voice, igniting a blend of embarrassment and fury within her. Her face flushed a deep crimson. "Jiang Chen, you scoundrel. Jiang Chen, you rascal. You insufferable brute," she protested, her tongue momentarily held hostage, yet managing to form coherent words. She struggled to push him away, but her efforts were in vain. The icy demeanor of the corporate queen gradually shifted from anger to an entreaty, before plunging into a state of sheer fury once more. Chapter 176, Overstepping Boundaries. The following morning, Gu Qinjiao, dragging her weary body, sat up in bed and glanced at her phone, realizing it was nearly 10 o'clock. The alarm she had set for 7, ringing every 10 minutes, had failed to rouse her from her slumber for almost 3 hours. Glaring at the numerous missed calls, she seethed, kicking Jiang Chen's leg. This scoundrel is becoming increasingly outrageous. Reflecting on her pleas from the night before, hoping to conclude the matter, she felt a wave of humiliation and anger surge within her, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. With her sore legs, she unleashed a flurry of kicks, finally dislodging Jiang Chen from the bed. Watching him groggily rise from the floor, scratching his head in bewilderment, brought her a modicum of satisfaction. In the back seat of a Rolls-Royce, Jiang Chen stifled a long yawn. After a night of heightened excitement, Gu Qinjiao had fallen into a deep slumber while he remained restless, running 3 laps around the villa before returning to shower and eventually sleeping only as dawn approached. His energy was abundant, yet he found genuine pleasure in the experience of physical exhaustion. "President Gu, General Liu just contacted me to confirm that, per your instructions, he has conducted the final checks and will continue to monitor the situation to ensure the press conference proceeds flawlessly. The rights for the online broadcasting of those films and television dramas have been negotiated, and I anticipate receiving news within 3 days." Just an hour ago, Chairman Shen Junda called to express his admiration for your innovative borderless television, but he reminded you not to forget about the betting contract. In the passenger seat, Chen Yu was reporting to Gu Qinjiao. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and inquired, "What is the betting contract?" Chen Yu furrowed her brows deeply and glanced back from the passenger seat, her eyes filled with a warning, as if to say that Jiang Chen should focus on his responsibilities and refrain from asking unnecessary questions. In her view, what Jiang Chen ought to do was clear enough. However, to Cheng Yu's astonishment, Jiang Chen did not even cast a glance in her direction. After his inquiry, Gu Qinjiao indeed began to recount the details of the situation to Jiang Chen, thoroughly and meticulously. Jiang Chen listened, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gu Qinjiao would place such trust in him, nor did he expect her to be so resolute in her actions. It was no wonder she could manage such a large conglomerate. Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up. This decisiveness, if miscalculated, could lead to tremendous consequences, yet if correct, it would yield substantial rewards. With several days remaining until the final outcome, both Gu Qinjiao and her subordinates were on edge, as this move was indeed monumental. A misstep could render Gu Qinjiao's position within the group exceedingly precarious. Jiang Chen, however, felt no apprehension whatsoever. He naturally hoped for Gu Qinjiao's success. After all, having provided the plan, he was confident it would succeed. He would not allow Gu Qinjiao's trust to be misplaced. Upon arriving at the gate of the company, Jiang Chen exited the vehicle, while the Rolls-Royce continued its journey to the Guangwu Group headquarters. In the president's office, Cheng Yu concluded her work report, and just as she was about to leave, Gu Qinjiao suddenly called out to her. Cheng Yu, it seems you harbor some reservations about Jiang Chen. During the car ride, she had keenly sensed Cheng Yu's hostility towards him. I just think he has overstepped a bit. Cheng Yu replied. Overstepped? Gu Qinjiao pondered the term for a moment before shaking her head. He is not. All right, you may return to your duties. Cheng Yu nodded and departed the office. Clearly, Gu Qinjiao had misunderstood Cheng Yu's intent. Gu Qinjiao believed that internal matters of the group should not be disclosed to an external individual like Jiang Chen, while Cheng Yu was concerned that Jiang Chen, a kept man, was inquiring about Gu Qinjiao's professional affairs. Yet, Gu Qinjiao patiently explained everything to him in detail, which Cheng Yu felt was beyond his purview. Upon returning to the secretary's office, Cheng Yu opened the door to find Yu Qianqian typing away furiously at her keyboard. Cheng Yu observed her for a moment before resuming her seat. Yu Qianqian exhaled a sigh of relief, just seconds before Cheng Yu entered. She had been texting Chairman Qinjun to report Gu Qinjiao's schedule, while browsing her phone during working hours wasn't inherently problematic. The guilt of doing so made her hastily conceal her device beneath her rear as soon as she heard the office door creak open. Meanwhile, upon receiving a message from Yu Qianqian, Chairman Chun burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Gu Qinjiao, you truly have me in stitches. He guffawed. Just then, his assistant halted her actions, her smile abruptly fading. Why have you stopped? Who told you to stop? I was just, she began, but Chairman Chun cut her off. You're fired. The female assistant nearly shed tears. The job lacked dignity, but it paid well, and without it, she would be left with nothing. Get out now. If you don't leave, you won't see a dime of this month's salary. She wiped her tears and fled the office. Why must you provoke me when I'm in such a good mood? Chairman Chun spat before chuckling again, his mood swinging unpredictably, resembling a lunatic who had just escaped from a psychiatric ward. Chapter 177, A Triple Win. Shanghai is in the south, yet its lowest temperatures can plummet below zero. With the cold season approaching, Jiang Chen recalled that this year not only was it hot, but the winter in Shanghai also seemed particularly frigid. He had ordered 3 additional air conditioning units for the 3 newly requested offices in the Guangwu Group, recalling his previous installation at the company's storefront. Southern regions lack central heating, resulting in minimal temperature variation indoors and outdoors, making it quite unbearable during the colder months. With air conditioning, they could cool in the summer and heat in the winter, significantly enhancing the working environment for employees. As for the electricity costs, they were covered under the university's entrepreneurial support program, eliminating any concerns. After the previous welcome party, where he had singled out Duan and Angshu, there had been a noticeable uptick in applications for the university's entrepreneurial support. Jiang Chen collaborated with Li Teng to reserve the remaining offices on the 2nd floor for himself, while Li Teng accommodated the new applicants on the 3rd floor. Recently, Jiang Chen had installed 2 surveillance cameras in the 2nd floor corridor, a fortuitous decision, as it would have seemed suspicious had he installed them after the newcomers arrived. In recent days, the joint marketing plan between Bawang Bingji and Duan, Angshu had commenced, yielding results precisely as Jiang Chen had anticipated, remarkably successful. Bawang Bingji was nearly at full capacity from opening to closing, leaving several employees overwhelmed. Had Jiang Chen not recruited 4 additional staff members to work in shifts, it was likely that someone would have resigned within 2 days. Feedback from Angshu and Duan was equally positive. Occasionally, Angshu's post would read, Sisters, is it truly delicious? When will Bawang Bingji finally open a branch beneath my apartment? How frustrating. There is only one location nationwide. It's the worst feeling to crave something you can't have. Hurry up, it's really on discount. Similar sentiments echoed in Aduan's posts. Checked in. The discount is real. Discount code, Tianwang Gai Di Hu. Although it's over 2,000 kilometers away, I can't check in at Duan US Place. But that doesn't diminish my status as a devoted fan. Just so you know, Jiang Chen's marketing strategy had successfully propelled Bawang Bingji into a state of scarcity marketing. The user engagement for both Aduan and Xiao Ongshu surged dramatically. This marketing approach could undoubtedly garner applause from even the most formidable business tycoons. Jiang Chen's next step was to expand nationwide, launching new branches, each one capable of extending the reach of Xiao Ongshu and Aduan in that region. Without hesitation, he decided on a location for the second store, Jinling. Jinling was Jiang Chen's hometown, and with his current manpower still insufficient, opening a branch there was advantageous due to familiarity with the area. He currently had over 1 million at his disposal, ample to cover operational costs while establishing a new outlet. Furthermore, with Bawang Bingji generating substantial daily profits, and Aduan and Xiao Ongshu on the brink of transitioning into profit-generating models, he faced no financial concerns, especially with the revenue share from Gu Qinjiao on the horizon. He resolved to find time soon to return to Jinling. Jiang Chen squatted by the roadside, savoring an ice cream while observing the bustling scene at the Wang Ba Ice Princess, contemplating his next move. Discarding the paper cone into a nearby trash bin, he rose to return to school, only to hear a familiar voice call out from behind. "Hey, little brother." Turning around, he found it was none other than the proprietress of the Kiss Kiss milk tea shop. "Little brother, I wanted to ask you, do you think my store S sign is lacking compared to the one across the street?" Gong Chengcheng inquired, gesturing towards the thriving Wang Ba Ice Princess and then pointing to her own store, which was nearly deserted. "Yes," Jiang Chen replied honestly. The few words stuck on those triangular iron rods cannot possibly compare to the upscale and illuminated sign of the other shop. He continued, "Moreover, the glass has yellowed, and the interior decor appears rather outdated." She pointed out the shortcomings of her establishment, seeking confirmation of its inferiority compared to the one across the street. "Is that even question? It's evident to anyone with discerning eyes," Jiang Chen affirmed, remaining true to his honest nature. After their exchange, Gong Chengcheng offered him a cup of milk tea, which he politely declined. Once Jiang Chen departed, she scrutinized her storefront, her face reflecting grand ambitions. Chapter 178. The significance of rebirth. What was happening here? Jiang Chen arrived at the incubation base's ground floor, where he spotted Gao Chao, Lin LV, Qian Li, and several employees from the marketing team, couples and groups of men and women, gathered around a tricycle, tinkering with it. Approaching them, he inquired, "Boss, the tire has been punctured." "Punctured?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Lin LV's face was contorted with anger. "Indeed, this is the second time. Yesterday, it was punctured too. I personally witnessed He Junping from room 101 do it." Senior Qianli confronted him, but he demanded proof, claiming we were framing him. "We just fixed it last night, and now it's punctured again. Surely, they are behind it." The folks on the first floor applied for entrepreneurship merely to coast along and earn credits. Seeing our success has made them envious, and they frequently seek trouble. Last time they complained about the air conditioning unit buzzing, disrupting their work. Yet they spend their days playing cards, disrupting their work. Indeed, Jiang Chen began to grasp the situation. At first, he had sensed that the individuals downstairs were unsavory, but since they hadn't overtly caused trouble, he had chosen to remain passive. Now, Qianli emerged from the incubation base with a stoic expression, declaring, "All the offices on the first floor are vacant, and the external surveillance doesn't cover that angle. It seems they've gone on a trip to hike." At that moment, Lin LV suddenly recalled something. "Yesterday, while I was in the restroom on the first floor, I overheard them discussing plans to take a train to Longhu Mountain at midnight, mentioning they wanted to avoid security and see if there are truly immortals on the mountain." Qianli fumed, exclaiming, "They must have punctured the tire before leaving. They're not only shirking responsibility, but dragging others down with them. What a bunch of parasites." Listening to Lin LV, Jiang Chen fell into deep contemplation. Hike to Longhu Mountain, see if there are immortals, evade security, explore uncharted territories. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Turning away, he decided to leave it be, suggesting they simply repair the tire and resume work. With that, Jiang Chen made his way to the office building. If all went as expected, this was the event that had led to a tragic outcome. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had not attended Fuda University, yet he had heard of this incident during his time at East China Normal University. It even made the newspapers. During this period, a group of Fuda students had ventured to Longhu Mountain without purchasing tickets, insisting on entering an undeveloped, unexplored area. That fateful night, torrential rain fell. trapping them in the mountains and leading to the sacrifice of several lives during rescue attempts. Remarkably indifferent, these students displayed a chilling detachment towards the lives lost due to their recklessness. The families of the victims, unwilling to let their children's sacrifices be in vain, forgave them, allowing the students to continue their studies in hopes they would become useful members of society. Yet, not a single one of those students attended the memorial service, instead flaunting their experience on online forums, and when it came to the promise of supporting the grieving families, not a single one upheld their word. This incident shattered Jiang Chen's worldview. As a young man filled with righteous indignation, he had wished to confront those responsible. Later, after achieving wealth, he donated 5 million, establishing a team to support the bereaved families. However, those who instigated the tragedy remained free, living lives of comfort, seemingly oblivious to the innocent lives they had extinguished, which was infuriating. Now, those individuals were equated with Xi Jinping and others, showing no trace of remorse. Chapter 179. Words bring tears. Jiang Chen found Li Teng in the office and recounted the entire saga, emphasizing that the tire puncturing and provocation had no connection to personal grievances. The high fatality rate of carelessly venturing into unmonitored zones was a serious concern. Should an accident occur, the entire Fuda University would face repercussions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Teng nearly leapt from his seat, making urgent phone calls as he dashed out of the office. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Teng called Jiang Chen back to inform him that Xi Jinping and his group had been apprehended on the outskirts of the uncharted area. A heavy downpour was imminent. If they had indeed gone in, the consequences would be dire. In such a storm, would it not be necessary for someone to risk their life to rescue them? Clearly, such a rescue was unavoidable. Yet, the individuals in need of saving were also someone's children. Many of them were of similar age to Jiang Chen. Why should they risk their lives for such frivolous endeavors? This time, there would be no forgiveness from the victims' families, no more platitudes about their worth as members of society. Even if no severe consequences ensued, the university's administration convened the following day and decided to expel all students involved in the incident. Upon investigation, it turned out that this group had been idling away their time at school under the guise of entrepreneurship, frequently taking trips after Xi Jinping spotted a challenge to explore an unmonitored area on a forum and impulsively set out for an adventure. They were apprehended the moment they arrived. As the dust settled, Jiang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction, not from revenge against provocateurs, but from averting a tragic event and ensuring that those who deserved punishment received it. It was about doing what one could to change what was changeable. This, too, was part of the significance of living again. Li Teng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. These were all candidates from the incubation base, and had a real incident occurred, he would have faced significant trouble. He insisted on taking Jiang Chen out for a meal, and Jiang Chen did not decline. The two went to a Sichuan restaurant near the school, abstaining from alcohol, as Li Teng's drinking capacity left much to be desired. Their conversation turned to the offices on the first floor of the incubation base. With Xi Jinping and his group expelled, the first floor was now vacant. If Jiang Chen desired an office there, he could arrange for new applicants seeking entrepreneurial support to be placed on the third floor. Jiang Chen was more than willing, promptly applying for an office on the first floor. Aduan and Xiao Ongshu must establish a profitable model, necessitating the creation of a small marketing department, as well as a financial team. Jiang Chen is currently in dire need of talent. Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous. After dining with Li Teng, Jiang Chen returned to the office with him, completed some paperwork, and headed back to the incubation base, placing the contract in his office while also taking a brief tour of the technology department on the second floor. Boss, someone just called Li Changguang, expressing great interest in Xiao Ongshu and Aduan, wishing to arrange a meeting with you to discuss acquisition matters. They mentioned a willingness to purchase each website for 2 million, Cheng Chen said, as Jiang Chen walked in. Upon hearing this, a hush fell over the entire office. Selling 2 programs would undoubtedly be the fastest way to Monet eyes. Let them go cool off elsewhere. Yet, the silence barely lingered for a second before Jiang Chen's voice shattered it. 2 million? That's purely a jest. He placed the key to the 101 office downstairs on the table. When Gao Chao arrives later, have him take it. Jiang Chen left the office, simultaneously messaging Gao Chao to have the newly applied office cleaned and furnished with desks and chairs. Have you heard? The school recently expelled over a dozen students, allegedly for reckless behavior. Jiang Chen overheard Gao Zifei and Go Yugu discussing upon entering. Surprisingly, Go Yugu was not alone. Gao Zifei was there as well, which puzzled Jiang Chen. Hey, old Gao, what a rare sight. Why aren't you busy charming the senior girls at the student council? Finding time to visit the dormitory? Jiang Chen inquired with a grin. Damn it, you just had to bring that up. Gao Zifei nearly leaped up, not in response to Jiang Chen's words, but due to his own misadventures in the student council. It's too painful to recount. What happened? Do tell. Let us share in your sorrow, Jiang Chen said, settling onto the seat beneath his bunk and casually grabbing some sunflower seeds Gao Zifei had brought back, ready to hear the tale. I've been toiling away in the student council for so long. I might as well have been a dog. My family owns a mine, for crying out loud. Well, have I ever endured such humiliation? All just to stay in the external relations department. After all that effort, I finally found out that Liu Yao, despite being in the external relations department, has only shown up 3 times over several semesters. To hell with it. I resigned on the spot. Who needs those extra credits from the student council? I already have 2 electives in my freshman year. Do I really need your measly credits? Gao Zifei's deep grievances echoed in the air, and as soon as he finished speaking, both he and Jiang Chen burst into hearty laughter. Is this what you call sharing in my sorrow? Gao Zifei exclaimed, nearly jumping up in indignation. Jiang Chen, grinning widely, replied, Isn't this enough sympathy? Haven't you seen us laughing ourselves into despair? What the? Gao Zifei fumed, retreating to his bunk, turning away from everyone, a picture of isolation from the world. Yet, this solitude lasted no more than 3 seconds, as Chun Junjun entered the dormitory, instantly re-establishing his connection to the world. Shuang Shuang. I've noticed you've been leaving early and returning late these days, even earlier than me. Have you found a place to woo some girls? Gao Zifei asked, twisting his head to look at Chun Junjun, while Go Yugu also leaned in curiously. Chun Junjun denied it. No, I've been working. Working? Are you holding a part-time job? Where? Gao Zifei's mood shifted, suddenly tinged with melancholy upon hearing this. Chun Junjun replied earnestly, At Ba Wang, Ice Princess. Ba Wang, Ice Princess? No way. Gao Zifei shot up, astonished and excited. Junjun, you work at Ba Wang, Ice Princess? Can you give me a cup of milk tea? I've tried going several times since it opened, but couldn't get in line. Sure, let me check my schedule tomorrow, Chun Junjun said, glancing at Jiang Chen to gauge his reaction. Seeing no objections, he nodded. Junjun, make one for me too. Go Yuga chimed in eagerly. Okay, Chun Junjun agreed, then went to freshen up before returning to his desk to continue reading. Gao Zifei resumed, playing on his phone, occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. His peculiar sounds not bothering Jiang Chen or Chun Junjun, but they did distract Go Yugu, who was struggling to load a video on his phone. What are you laughing at? Can you manage to keep a straight face? Can you expect Aduan to not laugh? Can you not laugh so creepily? My laughter isn't creepy because I'm watching Aduan. It's because I'm chatting with a girl, Gao Zifei explained. That's a girl I met in the student council. Also a freshman. After my relentless efforts, we finally agreed to go out together with our dorms for a social event. Isn't that worth a chuckle? Go Yuga's expression shifted dramatically. Gao Ge, oh no, Fei Ge. Laugh as much as you want. Be as loud and creepy as you like. Oh, by the way, I take back what I said on the first day of school about Jiang Chen being suitable as the dorm leader. You, Fei Ge, are the undisputed choice for the head of our 315 dorm. Gao Zifei laughed heartily, his mirth unabashed. He patted Go Yuga's shoulder, saying, Don't worry, little pup. The timing isn't set yet, but this is already a done deal. Once we finalize the details, I'll let you know. Oh, by the way, Jiang Chen and Junjun, you two should definitely come along, right? I'll see if I have time, Jiang Chen replied. I'll check my schedule too, Chun Junjun added. Don't. This is a rare opportunity. If you two don't come, Gao Zifei pleaded urgently. If we don't go, you'll each have 2 girls to yourself. Doesn't that sound better? Jiang Chen countered. Besides, didn't you always say I stole your girl? Shouldn't you be happy if I don't go? That is somewhat true, but we're a team. Such things should be enjoyed together, Gao Zifei insisted, slapping the bed frame in frustration. His words were a sincere expression of camaraderie, and a part of him believed that with 4 people, it would be perfectly balanced, one-on-one. Surely, Jiang Chen couldn't possibly manage 2, could he? He hesitated, suddenly feeling insecure, and coughed. Actually, Jiang Chen, it's not a big deal if you don't come. Before he could finish, Jiang Chen turned to Chun Junjun. All right, then we'll all go together. Chun Junjun nodded. Sounds good. In the dormitory, they had curled up for over 2 hours without anyone mentioning dinner. Chun Junjun was reading. Jiang Chen was engaged in a game of CF, while Go Yugu and Gao Zifei were glued to their phones. At this moment, the contest was one of endurance. Whoever mentioned hunger first would lose and be tasked with bringing back a meal for everyone. However, Jiang Chen and Chun Junjun were not part of this contest. It was solely Gao Zifei and Go Yugu's internal struggle. After eliminating over 30 opponents, Jiang Chen noted his negative kill-death ratio and poor etiquette, mentally declaring that his account was doomed. He tossed off his headphones, stood up, and stretched. Gao Zifei and Go Yugu's eyes were instantly drawn to Jiang Chen. If he were to head out, their request for takeout would surely follow. However, Jiang Chen glanced at them and announced, "Anyone want to go for barbecue across the street? My treat." In an instant, both Go Yugu and Gao Zifei, who had previously been reluctant to leave their pillows, stood up in unison beside Jiang Chen. "Let us go." The night had already enveloped the sky in darkness. It was past 8 o'clock when the 4 members of the 315 group stepped out of their dormitory and made their way toward the barbecue restaurant across from the school's main entrance. As they passed by the Bawang Ice Princess, they noticed that not only was the establishment still open, but it was also teeming with patrons. Among the crowd, it was evident that a significant portion were not students. "What a lively scene," remarked Gao Zifei, glancing at Chen Junjun, whose expression was unmistakably questioning. "Are we having drinks now?" Chen Junjun inquired. We'll enjoy some barbecue and a couple of cups of milk tea to cleanse our palate," Gao Zifei replied. At that moment, a voice from the entrance caught their attention. A girl, dressed in a minuscule skirt and sporting dyed blonde hair, was on the phone. "Are you serious? I traveled all this way to have a cup of milk tea, and you say you're not working? What? Even if you are, you can't prepare one for me in advance? Is it a rule to wait in line? You should have told me earlier. I could have saved myself the half-hour subway ride." "What do you mean I didn't tea?" asked. "All right, I suppose I didn't tea. Can you bring me a cup after your shift?" Okay. Love you." Gao Zifei scratched his head, pondering. "ISN tea it against the rules to skip the line for milk tea? Perhaps we should just forget it. It's fine." Chen Junjun reassured him. "It won't violate any rules?" Gao Zifei pressed. "Not at all." Chen Junjun denied. Gao Zifei glanced at Go Yuguai, who appeared just as puzzled. "Didn't you say it was against the rules to bring one out? How come it's not a violation for Chen Junjun?" Through the glass door, they observed Chen Junjun entering the shop. Under the gaze of all, he walked straight to the counter, where several busy staff members greeted him with smiles. "Junjun seems to be quite well liked," Gao Zifei noted. Then they watched as Chen Junjun collected 4 cups and began preparing the milk tea himself. Surprisingly, the other customers seemed unperturbed by his actions. How did he manage that? Gao Zifei wondered, pulling the glass door slightly ajar and peeking inside to eavesdrop. Chen Junjun emerged, carrying several cups of milk tea. Upon hearing the staff bid him farewell, Gao Zifei withdrew his head, looking utterly bewildered. "What did you hear?" Go Yuguai asked. Gao Zifei, channeling his inner tomcat, pointed inside with a grin like a robot. "I heard them call him store manager Junjun." "Hey, manager." Soon after, as they made their way to the barbecue stall, Gao Zifei exclaimed, "The manager, Junjun, is actually the manager of Bawang Ice Princess. Woe is me." He slurped on the milk tea that Chen Junjun had brought out, leaning his head on Gao Zifei's shoulder and occasionally emitting dramatic sighs. Moments later, as they indulged in skewers and beer, Gao Zifei's spirits lifted again. Thank goodness. Although Chen Junjun has become the manager of Bawang Ice Princess, he is still not as handsome as I am. Indeed, his looks are still a tad inferior to mine, so I have nothing to feel inferior about. The earlier lamentations were entirely unwarranted. Yun, lit is toast. He raised a disposable cup filled with beer, clinking it against Chen Junjun's. Chen Junjun, however, declined the drink, citing other commitments, prompting Gao Zifei to insist that he could enjoy the milk tea while he drank. After a hearty meal, the 4 returned to the school. As they passed by Bawang Ice Princess, Chen Junjun paused, saying, "I'll go settle today's accounts. Chen Ge, I'll bring the records and money back to you shortly." "All right." At the beginning of his statement, Gao Zifei felt inclined to wave him off. But confusion soon twisted his expression. Wait, what do you mean by that? Bringing the accounts and money back to Lao Jiang? Aren't you the manager? Why would you bring it back to Lao Jiang? Chen Junjun nodded. "I am the manager, but Chen Ge is the owner." Later that night, as Gao Zifei drifted into slumber, he suddenly sat up with a start. "Lao Jiang, you truly deserve to be cursed." Chapter 182. How did it become a smart TV? November 11th, 10 a.m. Today was destined to be a day of immense attention on the internet, as Taobao kicked off its second Double 11 event. A highly anticipated press conference commenced, capturing the interest of both insiders and outsiders alike. The Qiagu Group had spent over a month fervently promoting what was touted as a revolutionary product in the realm of internet television, and the moment had finally arrived to unveil it. "Mr. Gu, I extend my heartfelt congratulations in advance." Chen Junda, being a key figure in this event, could hardly refrain from attending. The elderly gentleman with graying hair occupied a front row seat, dressed impeccably in a suit. When he saw Gu Qinjiao, clad in professional attire and striding in her high heels, his lips nearly curled into a triumphant grin as he stood to obstruct her path. "Thank you, Chairman Shun. But I have matters to attend to. I kindly ask you to let me pass." Gu Qinjiao's expression remained impassive, neither happy nor sad. Her tone as unruffled as a still pond. "Of course, Ms. Gu is our group's great benefactor and today's star. Delaying your time would be my fault. Please, go ahead. Chun Junda, with a facade of affability, stepped aside for Gu Qinjiao to pass, then returned to his seat, donning an exceptionally benign smile. Don't just stare. A sideways glance revealed his nephew, Chun Heidong, still fixated on Gu Qinjiao's retreating figure. Chun Junda patted his shoulder, chuckling, the Gu family will eventually belong to us too. And so will my lovely granddaughter. Chun Heidong blinked in confusion, not fully grasping his uncle's implications. Soon, the press conference commenced. Lu Fong, the group's vice president, took the stage to announce the beginning of the event. Hello, everyone, I am Lu Fong, vice president of Qiaga Group. Now, let me unveil the much-anticipated product that will transform the entire television industry. After a brief introduction, Lu Fong stepped aside, gesturing toward the large screen behind him. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, and upon seeing its content, Chun Junda felt as if he had been jolted by a nail, springing to his feet. Smart TV? Was it supposed to be a borderless TV? Why has it turned into a smart TV? The incessant clicking of camera shutters erupted as Chun Junda's abrupt rise prompted others in the front row to stand, followed by the entire audience, erupting into thunderous applause. Despite the overwhelming attention, Chun Junda's expression darkened, resembling someone who had just consumed something distasteful. He begrudgingly joined the applause, casting a furtive glance at Gu Qinjiao, who was lightly clapping her hands, showing no indication of acknowledgement toward him, as if he were utterly invisible in her eyes. Once seated, Chun Junda, suppressing his fury, whispered to Chun Heidong, "Explain this to me. What on earth is going on? I'm not entirely sure." Our team confirmed that it was indeed a borderless TV. Chun Heidong stammered, fear evident in his eyes. Useless. All of you are useless. What good are you? Had it not been a press conference, he would have raised his hand to strike Chun Heidong. Chun Heidong fell silent. Uncle, please don't be angry. If this smart TV turns out to be a flop, it would be worse than the borderless version. Let it be so. Chun Junda gritted his teeth, turning his attention back to the stage, his heart racing faster than before. Chapter 183. I will not disgrace my duty. Clearly, Chun Junda's hopes, or perhaps prayers, have been dashed. What exactly is a smart TV? The rapid development of the internet and ever-evolving technology allows for instant access to our Qiaga Group's live television broadcasts, with channels tailored to individual preferences, all devoid of advertisements. Certainly, the essence of a smart television lies in its intelligence. We have integrated every conceivable streaming application currently available in the market into this television. Throughout the course of the launch event, the incessant clicking of cameras echoed, punctuated by spontaneous applause. The Guangwu Group refrained from resorting to false advertising or reckless promotions. The product unveiled at this event, this smart television, truly stands as a harbinger of a new epoch in internet television. Among the attendees was the Kangjia Group, also invited to witness this momentous occasion. After the presentation, Kong Jingtong felt an epiphany wash over him. He urgently grasped Shun Yiming's arm, exclaiming, "Mr. Shun, I have found clarity. This is the embodiment of the idea that has been eluding me." Shun Yiming's lips nearly stretched to the back of his head in disbelief. "They've already launched it, and you claim it mirrors your thoughts?" "No, Mr. Shun, what is that expression? The inspiration I could never quite grasp is precisely this." Kong Jingtong was on the verge of tears from frustration. "Forget the inspiration. This smart television is bound to dominate the market. Notify everyone to prepare for the inevitable copying." Shun Yiming interrupted his emotional outburst. Concurrently, nearly all competitors were engaged in the same action, scrambling to replicate. However, thanks to Gu Qinjiao's strategic foresight, they would encounter numerous obstacles in their attempts to replicate, such as patents and exclusive licensing from major platforms. While these issues could ultimately be resolved, they would undoubtedly consume valuable time that the Guangwu Group could exploit to seize market share. Additionally, Jiang Chen had suggested that Gu Qinjiao schedule the launch event for November 11th for a particular reason. At the conclusion of the event, Lu Fong announced wonderful news. The new smart television was now available for the Taobao Double 11 promotion. Those searching for keywords related to the smart television would also enjoy the discounts associated with the Singles Day event. It was happening. Everything was falling into place. Although the event was not yet concluded and outcomes remained uncertain, Gu Qinjiao sensed that success was all but assured. Gu Qinjiao understood, as did Chun Junda, who, immediately after the event's conclusion, rose and left the venue without a backward glance. Upon returning to the office, he vented his frustration, wreaking havoc in his workspace, leaving several departments' personnel exchanging glances of bewilderment. "Chairman Chun, we regret this situation, but it is not due to our incompetence. Rather, It is a testament to Gu's superior tactics. Indeed, the strategy of overtly establishing a facade while covertly maneuvering is stunning. Our defeat is not without justification. What do you mean, not without justification? Can we afford to lose? Are you not aware of the stakes outlined in the betting agreement? Chen Jun's heart raced as he spoke, his voice trembling with rage. He slammed an ashtray to the ground, exclaiming, "Do you believe that if I falter, you will remain unscathed?" The betting agreement pertains to market share, not merely to the quality of a product or its influence. We must devise methods to disrupt their sales, such as inciting public opinion against the group and the television, tarnishing their reputation. How can we capture the market if the product is discredited? The director of the publicity department, Gue Hong, adjusted his glasses and replied calmly, "Very well. Let's proceed with that plan. Gue, this task is now entrusted to you. Do everything in your power to thwart Gu Qinjiao." Chen Junda declared with enthusiasm. "I shall not fail you," Gue Hong assured, casting a sidelong glance out the window, his reflective glasses obscuring his eyes. Chapter 184, Quite Conscientious. Meanwhile, the Guam group was bustling with activity. Jiang Chen, having monitored the situation for a while and, sensing stability, decided not to dwell further on it. With no classes on Friday, he planned to return to Jinling. Sitting on the balcony, he called Qin Yun. "Mom, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. What time is your train?" "Your dad and I will pick you up." "No need." Jiang Chen refrained from mentioning that he would be driving back. Otherwise, Qin Yun would insist on accompanying him, and he preferred to spare her any worry, particularly since he had just obtained his driver's license. The distance from Modu to Jinling was not far, yet it spanned nearly 200 kilometers. "Mom, there's really no need to come for me. I have something to discuss with you and Dad." "Something to discuss?" Qin Yun, reclining in bed, sat up abruptly at this news, nudging Jiang Jianyang awake beside her. "Our son wants to ask for our help," she whispered, activating the speakerphone. In that instant, countless doubts flashed through the couple's minds. Has he gotten into trouble? Is he heartbroken? Could a young woman be pregnant? Surely he hasn't done something disgraceful that would lead to expulsion from school? "Actually, I've opened a shop in Modu and plan to establish a branch in Jinling." Knowing his parents would eventually find out, Jiang Chen opted for honesty and sought their assistance, believing their connections would facilitate the opening of the new branch. Moreover, enlisting their help would enhance their sense of involvement, preventing them from feeling sidelined by his sudden ascent to success. Having experienced this before, Jiang Chen understood the dynamics at play. Before he could finish, Qin Yun interjected, Wait. What did you say? You open a shop in Modu? And you want to open a branch in Jinling? What kind of shop? When did this happen? Why were we informed?" After enduring a round of questioning, and upon learning that it was a beverage shop named Overlord Ice Fairy, and that it was part of a student entrepreneurship support initiative, the couple finally breathed a sigh of relief. Parents naturally dread their children straying onto perilous paths, especially Qin Yun, who worked in the prosecutorial field. They had seen too many cases where a single misstep could lead to a lifetime of regret. Once assured that their son was not engaging in illegal activities, Qin Yun and Jiang Jianyang ceased their inquiries. "Our son is growing up. He needs his own space." This realization was bittersweet. After all, they had devoted over a decade to nurturing him, and now they were being asked to let go. Yet, it was a necessary step, akin to weaning a child. No matter how painful, it was a part of life. "Your father and I will discuss this. This weekend, when you return, we can explore potential locations for the store together. Will you be home before dinner tomorrow? I'll prepare your favorite dried vegetable pancake and duck blood vermicelli soup." Qin Yun said gently, "All right, I should arrive around 4 or 5 o'clock. Get some rest." "Okay, love you, Mom." "Love you too." After ending the call, Qin Yun felt tears welling up. "Why am I getting emotional?" Jiang Jianyang quickly wiped away her tears. "It's nothing. It's just that our son is growing up, and the feeling of separation is intensifying," Qin Yun said, rubbing her eyes. "It's because he's not physically here that you're feeling this way. You should be happy." Jiang Jianyang embraced her shoulders and reassured her. "Think about it. Our son is achieving success. Isn't that a wonderful thing? An eagle must eventually spread its wings and soar. This day was bound to come sooner or later. I thought that with his temperament, he would wait until he became more established before confiding in us. But it turns out he has a good conscience. He called us to ask for help, and we should offer him our utmost support. Witnessing his journey and aiding his growth, this is indeed a privilege of parenthood." In a moment of conviviality during a drinking session, Jiang Jianyang once confided to Jiang Chen, chuckling, that his sole regret in this lifetime was not being able to assist Jiang Chen during the nascent stages of his entrepreneurial journey. He questioned why Jiang Chen maintained such distance from him, a father, suggesting it was only natural for a parent to support their child. Perhaps he could not offer substantial help, but he could certainly have guided Jiang Chen to avoid unnecessary detours at the outset. Now, however, he and Qin Yun had no sense of accomplishment at all. Jiang Chen etched these words deeply in his memory, feeling a pang of regret. His self-imposed reluctance to inconvenience his parents had, in fact, created a rift between them. Thus, in this life, he had adopted a different approach, allowing them to participate directly. And according to Jiang Chen's vision, this involvement would continue to deepen in the future. Chapter 185. You are not truly happy. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen returned from the balcony to the dormitory, where he was greeted by the sound of Gao Zifei, who lay in bed, laughing heartily. It had been some time since he had laughed so freely. Even when scrolling through amusing content, he had not found the joy to laugh aloud as he once did. Yet today, he suddenly erupted into laughter, perhaps reverting to his former, carefree self. As he laughed, he caught sight of Jiang Chen entering from the balcony, and his smile abruptly ceased. It seemed he was not as joyful as before. Jiang Chen went to the restroom, and soon his melodious singing reverberated through the air. You are not truly happy. Your laughter is merely a protective guise. Gao Zifei exclaimed, "What an odd song." He rolled over, took a moment to compose himself, and finally chuckled again. However, Jiang Chen's voice grew louder as he emerged from the shower. I stand to your left, as if separated by the galaxy. Must we embrace our regrets? Hey, don't say that. It's actually quite pleasant. Yet Gao Zifei's smile once again solidified. Just as he was about to cover his head with the blanket in despair, his phone chimed. He picked it up to find a text from his mother that instantly swept away his gloom, and he erupted into laughter, as if consuming a piece of chocolate only to discover it tasted of something entirely unpleasant, like biting into a chocolate that bore the flavor of excrement. Jazai, I think you might be a bit schizophrenic, Guo Yugui remarked, looking at him with bemusement. What joke did you see that was so amusing? I didn't see a joke, it's just that you wouldn't understand, even if I told you. Gao Zifei waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't that they wouldn't understand. Rather, he was merely setting the stage. He declared that true joy must manifest tangibly, requiring groundwork. Much like the foreshadowing in a television drama, his lips curled into a grin that seemed impossible to suppress, and he buried his face into his pillow, feeling as if the world had transformed into something far more beautiful than before. Hey, weren't you planning to become a joke master? Shun Junjun suddenly inquired, causing Gao Zifei's smile to falter. Jazai, I've realized you truly know how to pick the worst moments to speak up, Gao Zifei retorted. I posted a joke the other day, and it received a flurry of likes and comments, which got me all excited, thinking I might actually have a talent for humor or sharp commentary. But then I racked my brain for more jokes, posted 4 or 5 more, and they all received the same identical likes and comments. Damn it, they were all bots. What a deceitful charade. Guo Yugui burst into laughter, while Chun Junjun silently turned away. Hey, who poked me in the backside? Gao Zifei exclaimed, feeling a sudden jab at his rear. Turning around, he saw it was Jiang Chen. Old Jiang, what are you doing? Nothing much, just offering you a cigarette, Jiang Chen replied, flicking a leftover Huanong Wong into Gao Zifei's hand. Gao Zifei caught it, grinning. But then his smile gradually faded, and he scratched his head, sensing something was amiss. The next afternoon, Jiang Chen took to the highway back to Jinling. Although novice drivers are not permitted on highways without a seasoned driver for 3 years, being caught would only incur a minor fine. A trivial matter for someone with over a decade of experience. Within 2 hours, he smoothly exited the Jinling toll station. Earlier that day, after finishing work, Jiang Jianyang and Qin Yun meandered around the vicinity, finding no suitable places. Jiang Jianyang called a friend, who recommended 4 locations for the beverage shop. After finishing work that afternoon, they scouted a few places, and upon hearing Jiang Chen had arrived in Jinling, decided to wait for him at a particularly promising location. Seated in their Buick, they noticed a vehicle behind them with exceptionally bright headlights, illuminating their car through the rear window. Jiang Jianyang initially thought it might obstruct traffic and prepared to shift the car slightly. However, upon glancing in the rearview mirror, he saw a BMW SUV driver's side door swing open, and Jiang Chen stepped out. Chapter 186. Some Truths. Jiang Jianyang thought he must have been seeing things. Rubbing his eyes and leaning closer for a better look, the figure was approaching the rearview mirror, and he widened his eyes, suddenly flinging open the car door to peer back. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? What the hell? Is this some kind of trick? Qin Yun asked, confused. At that moment, Jiang Chen tapped on the driver's side window. Jiang Jianyang exited the vehicle, glanced back to confirm it was indeed an X5, and quickly returned to usher Jiang Chen into the driver's seat, shutting the door behind him. This kid is driving a car worth over $1 million. Qin Yun was taken aback. What? Jiang Chen was about to greet his mother when his hand halted midair as Jiang Jianyang pushed him aside. He looked at the closed car door, a question mark hovering above his head. Through the window, he noticed his parents examining him with scrutinizing gazes, clearly due to the car he had driven back. However, He remained unfazed. He had already prepared an explanation. For now, he would simply state that the car belonged to Gu Qinjiao, as they had met her before, which would simplify his narrative. You can't just drive someone else's car like that. How bold are you to drive it all the way back from the Magic City? Hey, it's fine. Mom, I'm an experienced driver. Experienced driver? You've barely had your license for 2 months. Is that how you define an experienced driver? All right, Mom. Let us focus on the store. Jiang Chen deftly diverted the topic. Qin Yun's concerns were expected, but now that he stood before her, any worries would soon dissipate. This is the location I believe to be the best. The other 3 are situated in the bustling pedestrian streets of the Confucius Temple, and Jiang Jianyang began to analyze the pros and cons for Jiang Chen. Though the other 2 locations were in vibrant areas, the foot traffic for shopping was insufficient. The pedestrian street near the Confucius Temple boasted the highest foot traffic in proximity to home, making it convenient for any matters that might arise. However, the prices were exorbitant, far beyond what Jiang Jianyang deemed acceptable. Meanwhile, the location they were currently in offered a balance of decent foot traffic and affordable rent, albeit slightly smaller in size. For a beverage shop, which primarily caters to customers on the go, an expansive space was non-necessity. Jiang Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Jianyang's assessment. Very well. If Jiang Chen had no money at hand and was uncertain whether the Bawang Bingji would attract customers, he would undoubtedly have opted for this location. However, there are no what-ifs. Thus, after expressing his agreement, Jiang Chen promptly passed on this place. Why was it not viable? Are you interested in visiting the Confucius Temple? The Confucius Temple area is excessively expensive, with substantial investment and excessive risk involved. Son, business cannot be conducted in such a manner. Jiang Jianyang earnestly attempted to advise. Rest assured, Dad. Do you not know me? Your son never engages in ventures without certainty. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Aye. Jiang Jianyang pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, despite his son's mischievousness, he had always approached matters with a certain steadiness. He exchanged a glance with Qin Yun, and the couple silently communicated through their eyes, ultimately choosing not to speak further. Since it was Jiang Chen's decision to open a store, they would support his choice. If he were to incur losses, they would find a way to cushion him. Experiencing setbacks leads to wisdom. From immaturity to maturity, one must traverse numerous challenges to grasp certain truths. These truths can only be truly understood through personal experience, not merely heard from others. Chapter 187. Earnest Counsel. Damn, Mom. Just getting a car will suffice. Jiang Chen beckoned his parents to his vehicle, not for any other reason, but to showcase his excellent driving skills, alleviating their concerns about his ability behind the wheel. This did not require verbal affirmation. After a few rounds with them, they would naturally recognize this fact. Upon arriving at the pedestrian street near the Confucius Temple, the location was at the entrance of the bustling thoroughfare, ensuring high foot traffic. Parking at the street's entrance was convenient, making it an ideal spot. The 2 premises were reasonably sized, though the rent was somewhat steep, amounting to nearly $30,000 a month. Renting it would imply that if daily revenue did not exceed $2,500, they would incur losses each day. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and decisively settled on this location. It was suitable in size, and minimal renovation would be required. At most, it would take a month to prepare and hire the necessary staff before opening for business. As for the daily revenue of $2,500, that was exceedingly manageable. Achieving 10 times that might present some challenge, but it was hardly a cause for concern. Having made his decision, Jiang Jianyang and Qin Yun whispered among themselves, but did not intervene. Jiang Jianyang contacted a friend to summon the landlord for contract signing, and thus, this property was secured by Jiang Chen. After some negotiation, leveraging Jiang Jianyang's connections, they managed to lower the rent slightly, bringing the annual rental fee to $300,000. This price nearly equated to 3 years of rent at the store near the main entrance. However, considering the difference in location, there was no need to compare the two. Qin Yun initially intended to contribute financially. She had brought the family's bank card, which contained almost all their savings aside from the fixed deposits allocated for Jiang Chen's future spouse. It was sufficient to cover a year's rent. Yet to her surprise, Jiang Chen had already paid the amount in full, $30,000, without even a moment's hesitation. Qin Yun stared wide-eyed for a while, and after signing the contract and watching the other party leave, she pulled Jiang Chen aside and asked, "Where did you acquire such a substantial sum?" "From opening the store." Jiang Chen replied, "You've only been in school for a couple of months. How could you have earned that much?" "Mom, $30,000 is not that much," Jiang Chen grinned, revealing a set of neatly aligned, pearly white teeth as he began to massage his mother's shoulders. Since the opening of Bawang Bingji, they had nearly netted over $300,000. However, the store had only been operational for a month, and the profits did not begin accumulating from the start of the school term. This also included a few days before the store opened when beverage sales were comparatively low. I know you have the capability, Qin Yun remarked, pulling Jiang Chen's hand down. But you must consider many factors. Business is not that simple. Various elements intertwine. And even if the same model and approach are replicated, the outcomes can be entirely different. So do not act impulsively. Furthermore, while you made a profit in the first 2 months in the city, can you ensure you will continue to earn that much every month? Can you guarantee you will never face a downer? Therefore, you must not become complacent. Mom, I understand. Jiang Chen listened earnestly to his mother's sage advice, nodding seriously. They were unaware of Jiang Chen's marketing strategy. As long as Bawang Bingji was operational, losses were nearly impossible. However, the intricacies of the situation were too complex for him to explain succinctly. Eventually, when the Confucius Temple location commenced operations, the results would speak for themselves, and their concerns would naturally dissipate without him needing to elaborate. Now that this place has been selected, let us ensure it is executed well. Your parents will assist you. Qin Yun encouraged, patting her son's shoulder. At that moment, she suddenly realized how tall her son had grown. The little bundle that once nestled in her arms was now a head taller than her. I will find a suitable renovation team. They can start work tomorrow, Jiang Jianyang announced. All right, I will send a renovation plan to your phone, Dad. Mom, could you help me find a reliable store manager? When I return to school, I will need you to keep an eye on things here. Why hire a manager? It will be a waste of money. I can manage it for you. Qin Yun insisted. But Mom, aren't you working? Working won't hinder this. Okay then. Dad, Mom, I'm hungry. Did Tiyu make pickled vegetable pancakes and soup? What are you talking about? The ingredients were prepared, but I came out to drive you around. When would I have time to cook? Qin Yun shot Jiang Chen a look, then linked her arm with his. Let's go. I'll make you something when we get back. Honey, we're off. Time to go home for dinner. Jiang Jianyang, who was on the phone nearby, raised his hand in acknowledgement. Coming. Chapter 188. The Appearance of Diligence. With Jiang Jianyang's assistance, the renovation team swiftly commenced work. Jiang Chen sent the renovation plans for the Bawang Bingji to Jiang Jianyang, ensuring that the same style standards were adhered to. The signboard would also need to match precisely. Uniformity is a crucial factor for chain stores, especially beverage outlets. Particularly for the signboard, even if someone merely glimpsed it, they would instantly connect it to Bawang Bingji. The renovation responsibility was entrusted to his father, while business operations would be overseen by Qin Yun. Jiang Chen planned to recruit 2 reliable employees from the existing Bawang Bingji to work initially. After spending a couple of days at home, by Sunday afternoon, everything was nearly arranged, and Jiang Chen prepared to return to school. On the morning of his departure, Qin Yun arose early and went to the market to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Jiang Chen. As he was about to leave, she reiterated her concerns, urging him to drive carefully. Over the past few days, they had been out and about, and while they had developed trust in Jiang Chen's driving, worries still lingered. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine. I'm an experienced driver. Jiang Chen reassured her, gently releasing the brake as the vehicle moved slowly forward, waving goodbye to the passenger window. Jiang Gu, Qin Jia, are you expecting relatives at home? The neighborhood was small, and having lived there for 20 years, combined with Jiang Jianyang's family being nearby, many relatives resided in the same community, making it quite familiar. The person greeting them was the niece of Jiang Chen's distant relative from across the street. A connection that felt tenuous, but they exchanged pleasantries nonetheless. Yes, just have to buy some groceries. Jiang Jianyang responded with a smile. He did not refute the relative's assertion, merely exchanging pleasantries, deeming it unnecessary to elaborate further. On the way home, Qin Yun sighed again. That rascal truly embodies what you said. He has grown up overnight. But regarding his relationship with Qin Yao, how could he drive a car worth over $1 million just because they said so? If they are indeed romantically involved, then Qin Yao must come from a well-off family, where she looks down on us. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Jianyang. Darling, could you exert a bit more effort and elevate your status? Jiang Jianyang replied, Is it as simple as just stepping up? Nevertheless, a serious sentiment began to brew within him. After years of idling, it seemed time for him to make an effort, especially since their son might need it. Outside, sparrows were pecking at each other on the power lines. Jiang Chen connected his phone to Bluetooth, humming a tune as he swiftly returned to the bustling metropolis. Just after exiting the highway, a call from Chun Junjun came through, inquiring whether Jiang Chen was heading back to school today, mentioning that Gao Zifei wanted to treat them to a meal. If he wasn't returning, they would not be included. Jiang Chen confirmed that he had arrived in the city, to which Chun Junjun responded affirmatively, promising to inform Gao Zifei. Shortly after, Chun Junjun called back with the address, revealing that it was a rather upscale Cantonese restaurant near the school. Upon hearing the location, Jiang Chen immediately surmised that the lad was up to his usual antics, likely trying to show off. As expected, at the entrance of the restaurant, Gao Zifei, clad in a tailored suit, fidgeted with his attire. Upon spotting Guiyu Gui and Chen Junjun, he hurriedly took a few steps toward a blue BMW 3 Series, opened the door, and slid into the driver's seat. Once Chen Junjun and Guiyu Gui approached, he dramatically exited the vehicle as if he were performing a grand entrance. "Hey, old Gua, over here," he called out, promptly shutting the door behind him without a moment's hesitation. Years of experience in showboating had taught him that in this moment, he need not feign humility. The instant the two turned their gazes toward him, his objective was accomplished. As anticipated, both Chen Junjun and Guiyu Gui were captivated by the gleaming blue BMW that Gao Zifei had just exited. "Cousin, where did you get this BMW? And you're in a suit," Guiyu Gui exclaimed, astonished, even reaching out to touch the hood. Gao Zifei cleared his throat and waved dismissively. "Don't mention it. My mom came to the city for business and decided to buy me a car after seeing me take a taxi. She insisted. I couldn't refuse." This was the reason he had been grinning like a fool while lying in bed that day. When his mother texted him about buying a car, he nearly leaped from his bed, wanting to howl in joy. Yet, he had restrained himself until this very moment, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Gao Zifei longed to punch the air and shout, "What a thrill!" Just then, a white BMW X5 pulled into the parking space before them, and Jiang Chen emerged from the vehicle, inquiring, "Why are you all standing out here? Come on in." "Oh, Gao, that suit looks sharp. Quite the dapper gentleman." The smile on Gao Zifei's face evaporated at an alarming rate. "Old Jiang, is this car yours? Wow, the registration really has your name on it. When did you buy it? You're driving an X5 and still claim you're not a rich second generation." Gao Zifei exclaimed. "I assure you, I'm not a rich second generation, merely from an ordinary family. This car," Jiang Chen paused, then amended, "was gifted to me by a beautiful, affluent lady." Gao Zifei rushed forward, shaking Jiang Chen's shoulders. "What beautiful rich lady? I don't believe a word of it. You can stop right there. I want to buy it." Jiang Chen nearly burst into laughter. This meal turned out to be a clear lesson for Gao Zifei on the true meaning of agony and torment. He had anticipated a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess, but to his dismay, he ended up footing the bill. As the meal progressed, he nearly shed tears while embracing Guiyu Gui. "Old Gua, this meal cost $1,000. I just wanted to show off a little. Is that such a crime?" Guiyu Gui consoled him, patting his back. "Have you considered that your mistake might lie in trying to impress old Jiang?" Gao Zifei paused, sitting up straight in realization. Perhaps that was indeed the crux of the matter. Guiyu Gui's words illuminated the truth for Gao Zifei. After pondering all night, he finally grasped the situation. The universe had conspired against him, and Jiang Chen was his lifelong nemesis. To avoid suffering a fate akin to Zhou Yu's, he resolved to steer clear of Jiang Chen whenever opportunities for ostentation arose. "Hey, are you ignoring my calls? I know you're not that kind of person. The teacher believes in you. The South Gymnasium, this afternoon at 1 o'clock, be there on time. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you don't show up, you'll lose all your credits for physical education, plus you'll be marked absent." After a hearty meal, he returned to rest. The next morning, he awoke to find 2 missed calls and several messages from basketball coach Wang Bao. Jiang Chen sat up, stretched, glanced at the time, and noticed that Chen Junjun had already left, likely busy at the convenience store, while the other 2 were still sound asleep. After a bit of stretching, Jiang Chen freshened up, grabbed his car keys, and headed to the mall. He had brought only 1 pair of basketball shoes to the city, which had seen better days. The soles were nearly worn through. While they were adequate for casual practice, they were insufficient for a competitive match. He needed to buy a new pair of basketball shoes first. Upon arriving at the mall, he started his day with a bowl of dry noodles, which served as breakfast. To be honest, even though it was in such a bustling area, it paled in comparison to the fare from a small eatery back in Yuzhou. As he made his way to the elevator, Jiang Chen passed by a bustling store of a well-known brand. The place was lively, filled with customers. The TV at the entrance was playing a clip from last year's sensational drama that had taken the world by storm. "Let us watch the sandstorm together. First of all, my name is Chu Yuxian, not Hey." The classic lines brought back a wave of nostalgia, the kind that lingered long after many years. Evoking a powerful sense of déjà vu, Jiang Chen recalled that during the release of this drama, he was in his senior year of high school. His desk mate, Li Meng, had seen a significant decline in her grades due to this show, constantly pestering Jiang Chen, Ding Ming, and Han Pingping with questions about the release of a sequel. When will the second part come out? Will there be another sequel called Let Us Watch the Sandstorm Together again? Perhaps more sequels like Let Us Keep Watching the Sandstorm or Let Us Always Watch the Sandstorm? She even hoped for at least 10 installments. Jiang Chen vividly remembered those conversations, and just the thought of them brought a smile to his face. At the Nike store, he purchased 3 pairs of Kobe 5 sneakers, which had just released their 5th model this year. Initially, they were on sale, But after Kobe's consecutive championships, the prices surged. He also bought 2 pairs of running shoes and 3 pairs of AJ1s, Chicago, black toe, and a low-top version. In the past, he had often hidden under his blanket, gazing covetously at the exorbitant prices of these shoes, lamenting why he hadn't bought a pair when they were affordable. Now, emerging from a store with bags in hand, he felt a sense of fulfillment, having finally realized a small wish from his past life. Upon returning to school, Jiang Chen showcased his pork loin pie in the cafeteria. Having changed into his sports shoes, he arrived early at the gymnasium to commence his warm-up routine. He executed forward stretches and backward pulls, mobilizing his ankles all the way to his shoulders, concluding with 50 push-ups. Jiang Chen could distinctly feel that his physique was exceptionally robust at that moment. His physical attributes, including strength, speed, and endurance, were markedly superior compared to the same period in his previous life. This improvement could be attributed to his consistent training, but it was also likely influenced by the fact that he had been reborn. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable to possess such innate talent. Such a level of training alone could not yield this caliber of physical prowess. Nevertheless, this realization only heightened Jiang Chen's appreciation for his body. This was his first encounter with intense, competitive exercise since his rebirth, and it was crucial to ensure a proper warm-up to minimize the risk of injury. Once warmed up, he began shooting hoops, and it wasn't long before he was drenched in sweat. At that moment, Wang Bao arrived with the team members at the gym. Witnessing Jiang Chen's diligent effort intensified Wang Bao's desire to recruit him into the basketball team. He instructed his 9 team members to warm up promptly. After about half an hour of preparation, Jiang Chen joined them, and the internal game commenced. Jiang Chen was placed in the substitute team, while the opposing team comprised the regular starters. Wang Bao officiated the match, stipulating that a quarter would conclude once a team accumulated 25 points. With a total of 4 quarters to play, the main players exhibited a lack of enthusiasm, as Wang Bao merely mentioned that a fellow student had joined for a game. But within 3 minutes, everyone was fully engaged. Jiang Chen swiftly scored 4 consecutive 3-pointers. Without having contributed much else, he had already left half of the first quarter behind, making it evident that he was a significant asset to the team, prompting the 4 substitutes to rally around him as supportive players. As substitutes, this was their primary role. Chapter 190. Not a bro. Are you Jordan? FIFA. Are you heading to the gym? What for? ISNT, there nothing going on today? There is. I just heard that there's an internal scrimmage in the gym, and it's supposed to be quite intense. Lu Fan and a few others have already gone to watch. Then let us go see for ourselves. Lin Fangfei had initially intended to fetch water, then return to the dormitory, but upon hearing by Xiaoxing's words, she abandoned her plans and headed straight to the gym with her water bottle. At that moment, the game was in full swing. Lin Fangfei and Bai Shaoxing took their seats beside some friends who had been watching for a while. Is it really that intense? What is the score now? The game is structured around a 25-point quarter system, and we're currently in the second quarter with the starters trailing 45-40. The starters are behind? What is happening? Look at that guy not wearing a jersey. He has already scored 30 points. The players are defending him like he's Kobe, and he's still scoring. Absolutely incredible. Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. He is quite handsome. He is indeed handsome. I haven't seen him either. Perhaps he is a new addition to the team? As Lin Fangfei listened to Bai Shaoxing and the others converse, her attention was completely captivated by Jiang Chen on the court. Just then, Jiang Chen shed a double team with a screen and executed a one-handed dunk against the center of the starters. Wow, amazing! Bai Shaoxing and the others leapt up in excitement. Seriously, he is already at 32 points, and it's only halftime. Are you Jordan or what? As halftime drew to a close, Jiang Chen's substitute team was still in the lead. While resting on the sidelines, several main players approached, surrounding Jiang Chen in lively conversation. They inquired why they hadn't seen him at the sports academy, questioning whether he was a freshman. When they learned that Jiang Chen was indeed a freshman and a student of the philosophy department, not a sports major, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. After all, it is said that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and once the main team adjusted their strategy to emphasize teamwork, they eventually reached 100 points first, winning by a 10-point margin. However, Jiang Chen's performance earned him the respect of all. The atmosphere in the team was genuinely pleasant. Wang Bao asked Jiang Chen for his thoughts, to which Jiang Chen responded affirmatively. Yet, when Wang Bao inquired if he had any intention of joining the team, Jiang Chen's answer remained negative. Wang Bao paused, though he did not appear anxious. After all, it was just one game. Lin Fangfei and Bai Shaoxing left the gym briefly to purchase 2 bottles of water from the supermarket. Fei, you're not buying water just for that handsome guy, are you? How amusing. Finally, someone has captured the heart of the illustrious Lin. When you win him over, can I touch his abs? He must have a six-pack, given how impressive he is. Bai Xiaoxing was bubbling with excitement, while Lin Fangfei remained silent. Her attitude clearly indicating her tacit approval of Bai Xiaoxing's suggestion that she might pursue Jiang Chen. By the way, what is the name of that handsome guy? Upon returning to the gym, Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Bai Xiaoxing, being acquainted with a few members of the basketball team, approached someone to inquire. He just left. What? He has already gone? As soon as Bai Xiaoxing finished speaking, Lin Fangfei asked, when will he come back for practice? Practice? What practice? He is not on our team. Not on your team? Right, he is from the philosophy department, a liberal arts student. It's impressive to have gotten into our university and to play so well. Truly remarkable. It's a shame he is not interested in joining the team. Otherwise, our school's team could elevate itself by 2 tiers. The other person shook their head in disbelief, and, as someone called out to Jiang Chen from the court, he acknowledged them with a wave and ran back, clutching the ball. Chapter 191. That handsome guy. By the way, what is his name? What year is he in? Bai Xiaoxing cupped her hand around her mouth and shouted. Freshman, named Jiang Chen. I don't know which Jiang or which Chen, was the response, delivered without turning back. Bai Xiaoxing turned to Lin Fangfei. Fei, what should we do now? I don't know anyone in the philosophy department. Do you? Lin Fangfei shook her head. Bai Xiaoxing suggested, how about we check out the freshman classrooms in the philosophy department? We don't have any classes this afternoon anyway. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fangfei nodded. All right. Thank you for accompanying me, Xiaoxing. Oh, there is no need to thank me. We're good friends. Your happiness is my happiness. And besides, once you win him over, I'll benefit too. Benefit? How so? Well, I'll be happy for you, my dear friend. Go for it. After an invigorating game, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory to take a shower, feeling refreshingly rejuvenated. After a round of stretching, he changed his clothes and headed to the lecture building for class. In mid-November, the weather had grown increasingly chilly. Students traversing the campus had already donned long sleeves and trousers, with some timid of the cold even pulling out their down jackets. Jiang Chen was dressed in black straight-leg pants, a pair of newly purchased low-top AJ1 sneakers, a pure white sweatshirt, and a light green baseball jacket, looking stylish in the sunlight. Old Jiang, where have you been? I called you, but you didn't answer. The instructor just posted a notification in the class group that there will be someone checking attendance in this class. Thankfully, you made it. Chen Junjun and the others were seated in the last row, leaving a space for Jiang Chen. Once he sat down, Guo Yugui and Gao Zifei eagerly leaned over to speak with him. Gao Zifei, having received some encouragement from Guo Yugui, no longer appeared disheartened. I played a game, Jiang Chen replied as Professor Chen Dihao entered the classroom. After a lengthy lecture, Guo Yugui and Gao Zifei struggled to keep their heads up, fighting drowsiness. Their pens, used for note-taking, moved almost instinctively, disconnected from their thoughts. Chen Junjun and Jiang Chen were both intently listening. Chen Junjun was absorbed in his studies, while Jiang Chen, on the other hand, found that being fully engaged during class made time seem to fly. The more he slacked off, the more time seemed to drag on. At last, the class concluded. Gao Zifei let out a long yawn, eager to return to the dormitory for a quick nap, and Gu Yuguai felt similarly. Chen Junjun began to pack his belongings, preparing to head to the shop at the entrance. Just then, 2 girls walked into the classroom through the front door. Their unfamiliar faces did not belong to their class. One of the girls was quite beautiful and seemed vaguely familiar. It's Lin Fangfei, the one hailed as the campus belle on the forum. I saw her at the gym last time. Indeed, she looks even more stunning in person than in photographs. Someone recognized Lin Fangfei. All eyes in the class were fixed on the 2 girls, especially the 4 girls designated as the 4 beauties by Gao Zifei, who stared intently at one another, eager to ascertain just how much more beautiful the so-called campus belle was compared to themselves. She is indeed quite lovely, but not to the extent of being the campus belle, Han Qingyun muttered quietly. Zhou Hui and Lu Mingming shared similar sentiments. In terms of looks, they were not significantly inferior to Lin Fangfei. If she qualifies as the campus belle, then I can too, Chen Siding scoffed, addressing Feng Shan. Lin Fangfei and Bai Xiaoxing paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes. Their attention was entirely focused on Jiang Chen, seated in the corner. That handsome guy indeed. Chapter 192. No phone, oh my goodness, Lin Fangfei? What brings her to our department? Gao Zifei exclaimed. Wait, it seems like they're approaching me. He thought. I knew it. She must be a girl of substance. She just didn't recognize my depth at first, but now she's finally realized. Gao Zifei noticed the 2 girls heading straight towards him and suddenly felt wide awake. What the hell, you've been talking nonsense? Gu Yuguai silently critiqued, struggling to suppress a smirk at Gao Zifei's comments. Do you really think they are coming for you, my friend? Clearly, they are headed for Jiang. He remained silent, for words were unnecessary. Reality would speak for itself. Upon realizing that Lin Fangfei and Bai Xiaoxing were heading towards Jiang Chen, Han Qinyan, Zhou Hui, and Lu Mengmeng, who had previously dismissed Lin Fangfei, grew increasingly anxious. Jiang Chen had consistently maintained a cool distance from their advances, and they had even speculated whether he might not be attracted to women at all. If Jiang Chen was indeed rejecting all of them for Lin Fangfei, no matter how they compared in looks and figure, they would be utterly defeated. The crux of the matter was that they were unwilling to concede Jiang Chen to Lin Fangfei. Why her? What set her apart from them? As Lin Fangfei approached Jiang Chen, the three girls felt their tension escalate, almost hearing their own heartbeats. Gao Zifei felt the same. Hello, Jiang Chen, I'm Lin Fangfei. I watched your game at the gym earlier and went to buy you 2 bottles of water, but by the time I returned, you'd already left, she said. However, when Lin Fangfei reached him and spoke, Gao Zifei's excitement abruptly settled. Huh, a superficial woman. He scoffed quietly, though beneath his composed exterior, he felt like a jester in tears. At that moment, he realized something. If he were to be around Jiang Chen the next time such an event occurred, he should resist any self-satisfied notions, lest his nose turn red. Can we get to know each other? Lin Fangfei's question relieved the 3 anxious girls. It turned out they were not yet acquainted, but soon enough, they slipped back into a new round of tension. Would Jiang Chen agree? Gao Zifei's heart shattered. Most of the boys in the class felt similarly. Many chose not to even glance at the scene, silently gathering their belongings and leaving the classroom. Of course, we already know each other now, Jiang Chen replied, nodding. Lin Fangfei pulled out her phone from her snug jeans and smiled. Let us exchange contact information. Upon seeing the phone in Lin Fangfei's hand, Gao Zifei stood up and walked away without hesitation. He vividly recalled when Lin Fangfei had previously turned him down, stating, I don't have a phone. What was that device in her hand? A coin? Upon exiting, Gao Zifei leaned against the wall, covering his mouth. He had intended to avoid Jiang Chen's radiance, yet here he was, humiliated. And then there was Lin Fangfei. He knew her earlier rejection was a lie, but her blatant disregard for that past deception, or rather, her failure to even recognize him, was what truly pierced Gao Zifei's heart. At that moment, Gao Zifei vaguely heard Jiang Chen's voice from the classroom. I didn't bring my phone, so let us skip the contact exchange. I'm a bit hungry. I'm heading to eat now. See you. Gao Zifei gradually lowered his hand from his mouth, his frown morphing into a smile as he turned back into the classroom. Calling out, Old Jiang, old dog, Junjun, let us go. I'll treat you to Cantonese cuisine. Chapter 193. An ordinary girl Lin Fangfei was utterly bewildered. She had always been the one to reject others, never anticipating such a decisive rejection from Jiang Chen. Even after he had left for quite some time, she remained in a daze. Fifei, let us go, Bai Xiaoxing urged. Many people had already left the classroom, yet Bai Xiaoxing felt as if countless gazes were still upon them, shaking Lin Fangfei's arm. In truth, throughout the entire exchange, nearly everyone's eyes had been on them. Only at this moment did Bai Xiaoxing feel an acute sense of being under scrutiny. After Lin Fangfei and her companion exited, Zhou Hui and Han Qinyan also began to pack their things and leave. Their moods were evidently uplifted, and as they encountered one another at the door, they exchanged greetings and decided to head to the cafeteria together. You stand in a position separated from me by tears, Lu Mengmeng hummed as she exited the classroom. Lu Shiqiao trailed behind her, carrying his bag. Mengmeng, do you want to eat Cantonese cuisine? Chun Sighting slung her shoulder bag over her shoulder and chuckled. The 3 of us nearly had our dignity stolen by outsiders. What a disgrace. It seems I'm a step up. Feng Shun, following closely behind Chun Sighting, widened her eyes and asked, Step up? Sighting, are you planning to take action against Jiang Chen? Chun Sighting shrugged. I wouldn't want to, but if we let outsiders steal the limelight from our philosophy department, where would that leave us girls? Thus, I reluctantly have to take the initiative. Despite her words, whether she genuinely felt this way was something only she knew. Lin Fangfei was nearly pulled out of the classroom by Bai Xiaoxing. Once outside the teaching building, she remained perplexed, unable to fathom why she had been so summarily rejected. Observing Lin Fangfei's dazed expression, Bai Xiaoxing comforted her. Fifei, it's all right. His refusal isn't a personal affront. He even turned down joining the basketball team. Some individuals might simply require more time to warm up to someone. Much like a durian, its tough, spiky exterior conceals the sweet flesh within, which necessitates a bit of effort to reach. Lin Fangfei nodded. Rest assured, Xiaoxing, I'm fine. I understand that good things take time. Bai Xiaoxing raised her fist in determination. Exactly. Good things come to those who wait. Fifei, keep going. I will help you devise a plan to win over Jiang. I will first gather some information about him. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Xiaoxing. Thank you. No need for thanks. Assisting you is akin to assisting myself. Huh? What I mean is, we are good friends, and good friends should help each other, right? Chingo, let us enjoy some clams. Cheers. Ultimately, Jiang Chen did not allow Gao Zifei to treat them to another meal of Cantonese cuisine. Instead, they opted for barbecue across the street, which served as a fitting response to the previous day's embarrassing incident. Gao Zifei was so moved that he nearly referred to Jiang Chen as his godfather. Once seated and feasting, he relentlessly toasted Jiang Chen with drinks. He was no longer just old Jiang. He had transformed back into brother Jiang. How exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Do you know how Lin Fangfei rejected me back then? She claimed she had no phone. How could that be? Just now when Chenggu made his move, it was absolutely thrilling. I felt a rush, you know what I mean? Gao Zifei's description left the other three at a loss for words, unable to express shared sentiments. As they ate and drank, Gao Zifei suddenly realized something. In his lifetime, the two most exhilarating moments had both come courtesy of Jiang Chen, which made him understand why he was always humiliated in front of him. It was not merely that he was inferior to Jiang Chen in various domains. It was also because Jiang Chen, this sly fellow, was secretly a master of showmanship. Quietly sipping his drink, Gao Zifei became increasingly convinced that he must steer clear of Jiang Chen in the realm of pretentiousness. Moreover, if such a situation were to arise again, he would simply escape, no more indulging in self-satisfaction or even casting a glance at him. Pondering this, he found himself puzzled. Jiang Chen, with Zhou Hui, Han Qinyan, and Lu Mengmeng from our class, plus Lin Fangfei. What kind of talent could possibly catch your eye? A celestial beauty? Wait, you wouldn't be disinterested in girls, would you? You can't possibly be a homosexual, right? As he said this, he covered his backside. This place serves excellent food. I'll help you out. Just come over later and grab it. Jiang Chen replied to Shen Shizhu, then set his phone down, giving Gao Zifei a look of incredulity. What celestial beauty? What homosexual? An ordinary girl will suffice. As long as there's a connection, everything else is inconsequential. Even if Jiang Chen were indeed gay, he wouldn't be interested in someone like you, Gao Ge, so there's no need to waste your efforts hiding it. Chen Junjun interjected quietly. Gao Zifei's forehead throbbed with two prominent veins. Junjun, kindly keep your mouth shut. After warning Chen Junjun to be silent, Gao Zifei redirected the conversation to Jiang Chen's earlier remark. An ordinary girl, as long as there's a connection. This statement inexplicably sparked a sense of admiration within Gao Zifei for Jiang Chen. Not focusing on appearances, but rather on feelings, character, and emotions. Damn it. This kid is acting like a sage, leaving me feeling utterly inadequate. He sighed deeply and asked, so old Jiang, what kind of girl qualifies as having a connection for you? Just then, a voice called out, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen pointed toward the source of the voice. Someone like that, perhaps. Gao Zifei followed his gaze. Across the barbecue stall, four girls stood on the opposite side of the street. Upon recognizing the girl who waved at Jiang Chen, Gao Zifei was left with only one overwhelming thought. Damn. Seriously, old Jiang, please act like a person. Is this what you call an ordinary girl? Gao Zifei genuinely felt like flipping the table. He had resolved to distance himself from Jiang Chen. Yet here he was, once again, facing humiliation. Chapter 194. Old Jiang, you truly deserve to be cursed. The courses in the first year are relatively few, but that is only a relative statement. Recently, Shen Shizhu and her classmates have had a packed schedule, attending classes daily. And Jiang Chen has also been quite busy. Their schedules have not aligned, and they haven't seen each other for several days. Nevertheless, their conversations on QQ have remained uninterrupted. Shen Shizhu has become increasingly proficient with QQ, particularly in using expressions, no longer confined to the default yellow emoticons. She has started utilizing a plethora of various emoji, having saved a considerable collection of adorable ones, which never fail to delight Jiang Chen. According to Shen Shizhu, she sneakily acquired them from a group chat with her dorm mates. Upon reading the word sneak, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle and asked Shen Shizhu why she described it that way. Shen Shizhu explained that Humaime and the others teased her about stealing the emoji. Through the screen, Jiang Chen could almost visualize her adorably confused expression, one that made one want to pinch her cheeks. After the last class of the day, Shen Shizhu chatted with Jiang Chen as usual. Upon mentioning their plan to dine out, Jiang Chen inquired if she wanted to have barbecue, to which Shen Shizhu eagerly replied that she did. However, it seemed unlikely since they needed to return to complete their assignments, and they planned to grab some food before heading back to the dorm. Thus, Jiang Chen ordered barbecue for the four girls to take away. By the time they arrived, the food was nearly ready. After receiving the packed barbecue from the owner, Chen Lingshan attempted to pay, but Jiang Chen informed her that he had already settled the bill. Zhu Fengyu took the plastic bag, and Hu Maimei patted Shen Shizhu on the shoulder, saying, "Let us thank Jiang for the treat. Don't worry, we will take good care of Shizhu." Zhu Fengyu added, "Once this busy period is over, we'll treat you to a meal." Jiang Chen nodded. "All right. Goodbye, Jiang Chen. See you on Saturday." Shen Shizhu waved farewell to Jiang Chen. During their conversation, they agreed to meet on Saturday, just 2 days away. As the 4 girls departed, Shen Shizhu turned back to glance at Jiang Chen several times, and he continued to watch them leave. Each time she caught him looking, she waved back at him. "All right now, there is no need to be so reluctant. Walk safely, or you might get hit by a car." Until Humaime wrapped her arm around Shen Shizhu's neck, preventing her from turning back, she finally ceased waving all the way to the school gate. After bidding farewell to the 3 girls, Jiang Chen returned to his seat, where 2 of his companions wore distorted expressions. "Old Jiang, you deserve to be cursed. This is more painful than being killed. You even went out of your way to humiliate me. You call that an ordinary girl? Is that something a person would say? I may not be human, but old Jiang, you are undeniably a dog." Gao Zifei slammed his hands on the table. Guo Yuguai's mood was not as agitated as Gao Zifei's, but it was close. He had listened to their conversation, and when that beautiful girl appeared, he too felt the splash of humiliation land squarely on Gao Zifei's face. Jiang Chen truly had no sense of propriety. He deserved to be cursed. Yet, what troubled him more was that he too wished to find a girlfriend. It was said that high school was tense and university was relaxed. But how was it that more than half a semester had passed, and he hadn't even glimpsed a hint of romance? As the 2 lamented, they nearly broke down in tears and glanced at Chen Junjun, wondering why he remained so composed. Chen Junjun quietly replied, "I understand the vast gap between me and Chen Ge, so I don't find it surprising at all." His words nearly broke the 2 once more. Chapter 195, It May Be Hopeless? As of now, LOL has yet to launch in the country. Otherwise, both Gui Yuguai and Gao Zifei would undoubtedly want to ask Chen Junjun whether the crit build Garen was his main champion. The moment he spoke, it silenced the room. Jiang Chen felt a twinge of acidity in his smile. As he chuckled, he suddenly recalled the name of an armor-piercing item from the game, The Last Whisper. In the beginning, when he was merely enamored with the game, he never understood why the armor-piercing item bore such a name. It wasn't until later that he finally comprehended. What can be most disheartening is undoubtedly that final whisper. Ugh. Jiang Chen shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts and emotions swirling in his mind. Truly, he had been significantly influenced by the emo philosophy of later generations. How could one even contemplate entering a state of melancholy during such a joyous moment? Jiang Chen's sorrow was feigned. On the other hand, Go Yugui and Gao Zifei were genuinely distressed. After satisfying their appetites, Chen Junjun headed to the Bawang Bingji, and Jiang Chen accompanied him. He intended to seek out a few employees who were not only capable and willing, but also available at suitable times. As they were to journey to Jinling in a few days, the store there would soon be opening, and his parents were remarkably efficient. Thus, he needed to devote more attention to matters at hand. This trip to Jinling would be considered a business excursion, encompassing meals and accommodation, as well as transportation to and from, for approximately half a month, with an additional 500 yuan on top of his base salary for that duration. Such generous benefits had undoubtedly piqued the interest of most. With so many eager participants, Jiang Chen decided to conduct a brief assessment. The employee who produced the best and most standard product flavor would secure a place for this business trip. Jiang Chen and Chen Junjun parted ways, leaving only the 2 of them to return to their dormitory. Go Yugui tossed and turned in bed, unable to focus even on his phone. Suddenly, he bolted upright and dashed into the bathroom, where Gao Zifei was squatting. He bombarded him with questions. "Old Gao, didn't you mention a dormitory gathering? Why is there no news? Were you just boasting?" Gao Zifei cursed. "Nonsense. I never boast. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and set a date. I'm itching to chat with a girl and soothe my wounded heart." "You make a compelling point. I wholeheartedly agree. My wounds are deeper. I should seek solace as well." The 2 of them, in their foolishness, were in perfect accord. Gao Zifei immediately began chatting with the girl from the proposed dormitory gathering. Go Yugui, undeterred by the unpleasantness of the situation, approached and fixated on their conversation. "Let us aim for this weekend. Starting next week, our schedule will be packed." Go Yugui suggested. "That's exactly what I was thinking," Gao Zifei concurred. "What shall we do, just have a meal?" Go Yugui pondered. "Dining alone won't foster any camaraderie. I know of a resort. Let us spend 2 days and 1 night there together. Wouldn't that facilitate connection?" Gao Zifei raised an eyebrow. "Wow, it's hard to disagree with that. With such an idea, how are you still single?" Go Yugui questioned skeptically. Gao Zifei felt increasingly uneasy. Wait a minute, Does that imply something derogatory about my appearance? Go Yugui retorted. Is there even a need to comment on your appearance? My friend? Let us see what they say. Will they agree to the resort? Gao Zifei replied. She said she'd discuss it with her roommate. Damn it. That sounds precarious. Chapter 196. Do not agree under any circumstances. Go Yugui contemplated. I have a strategy that could significantly enhance our chances, but it may require you, old Gao, to make some sacrifices. Gao Zifei asked, what is the plan? Go Yugui replied, you'll cover all expenses. Gao Zifei fell silent for a moment. Damn it. Fine, I'll cover it. But please, refrain from saying such things in the future about sacrifices. My family has wealth. This is nothing. Go Yugui gave a thumbs up. Yet, shortly after sending the message about covering all expenses, Gao Zifei regretted it. The more he thought about it, the more remorseful he became. Damn it. This was a trip to a resort. Including food and accommodation, it would surely cost at least 300 to 400 yuan per person, if not more. With so many people involved, it would amount to thousands. This was a recipe for disaster. His thoughts shifted from silently praying that the other party would agree to desperately wishing they would not agree. Fang Fei, about that dormitory gathering I mentioned. We VE arranged one with the philosophy department, also first-year students. Are you planning to attend? It's this weekend. Upon returning to the dormitory, a roommate asked Lin Fang Fei. Lin Fang Fei had returned late because she had been trying to gather information about Jiang Chen alongside by Xiaoxing, but had learned little. Only that Jiang Chen was from Jinling and that his closest companions were 3 roommates named Chun Junjun, Gao Zifei, and Go Yugui, who often sat together in class. According to Bai Xiaoxing, judging by their names, they were likely 3 losers, which explained why they had no impression of the person sitting next to Jiang Chen when they exited the philosophy department classroom, whether they were losers or not. Lin Fang Fei was uncertain. She only recalled someone shouting that they would treat Jiang Chen to Cantonese cuisine, which had caused her to retract her own invitation to dine with him. The person who shouted was seemingly named Gao Zifei. How did she even know his name? Lin Fang Fei couldn't recall and didn't dwell on it. All she knew was that this person was truly annoying. Upon hearing her roommate's so-called invitation to the gathering, Lin Fang Fei initially intended to decline outright. However, upon noticing that they were from the first-year philosophy department, despite recognizing the improbability of such a coincidence, she still inquired, first-year philosophy department? Xiaoling, what is the name of the person? His name is Gao Zifei. We met while working together in the Student Union's External Affairs Department. I don't know his roommate's name, Long Xiaoling replied. Upon hearing Gao Zifei's name, Lin Fang Fei visibly paused. She hadn't held any hope. It was merely a casual inquiry, yet she was surprised by the coincidence. Wow, this weekend, right? What kind of gathering is it? I thought we were just having a meal. But Gao Zifei said he wants to stay at a resort in the suburbs for 2 days, and he is treating us. However, we haven't finalized the details yet. What do you think, Fang Fei? I think a resort sounds delightful. All right, I'll check with the other 2. If there are no objections, we'll finalize it for Saturday morning, Long Xiaoling declared. Sure. Lin Fang Fei nodded, her spirits lifting. She suddenly felt that this Gao Zifei wasn't so unbearable after all. If they went to the resort together, there would be ample opportunity for her to interact with Jiang Chen. Surely, whether it was durian or something else, everything would be just fine. Chapter 197. Gu Qinzhou's Frantic Dilemma. Hush, 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 the newly appointed female assistant, with her fresh whistle tune, uplifted Chun Jun's mood considerably. He reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, completely oblivious to the disdain and contempt that occasionally flashed across the face of this new assistant. During this time, he had been in excellent spirits. Why, you ask? Because he had foreseen the moment when his presumptuously confident niece would face a setback. The facade of a well-constructed path belied the covert maneuvering underway. He acknowledged that it was indeed a highly astute strategy. But so what? In the face of absolute power, all else was futile. What constitutes absolute power? The entire publicity department was under his control. That, my friends, is power. For a nearly trillion yuan conglomerate's publicity department to tarnish its own product's reputation, was that not a matter of utmost ease? Just moments ago, the publicity department had updated him on the progress of their smear campaign. They had identified 4 product flaws in the smart television and were relentlessly denigrating it, even elevating the issues to moral dimensions. The public sentiment was already heating up, and it was merely a matter of time before the entire internet condemned the smart television. This Gue Hong was indeed a remarkable talent. With a beaming smile, Chun Jun suddenly exclaimed, "Why has it gone silent? Haven't you eaten?" The new female assistant observed that Chun Jun had not yet opened his eyes and silently muttered a couple of words. Just as she was about to immerse herself in her work, Chun Jun raised his hand and struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground. The assistant. fearing that her earlier outburst had been overheard, hurriedly sought to apologize. However, before she could utter a word, Chun Junda interjected, "Damn it. I didn't tell you to stop. Who gave you the authority to halt your work? You're such a buzzkill. Get lost." The assistant quickly scrambled to her feet, her high heels surprisingly agile, and as she reached the door, she nearly burst into laughter. Get lost indeed. An inexplicable surge of intense irritation washed over Chun Junda, and his previously buoyant mood dissipated in an instant. Taking several deep breaths, he approached the window, gazing out at the bustling CBD landscape, and dialed number. In the secretary's office, Yu Qianxian's phone buzzed in her pocket. Upon seeing the caller ID of 10010, her expression shifted to one of alarm, and she hastily ended the call. Cheng Yu, seated at the front of the office, glanced her way and inquired, "Why didn't you answer the phone?" Yu Qianxian, forcing a calm demeanor, replied with a smile, "It was a call from a service provider, probably trying to promote a new package. No need to answer." Cheng Yu nodded and returned to her tasks. The sound of her own heartbeat echoed in Yu Qianxian's ears, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. After several deep breaths to regain her composure, she felt sufficiently calmed and decided to excuse herself to the restroom, feigning urgency as she exited the office. While making her way out, she kept a careful watch, relieved to find that Cheng Yu hadn't even cast a glance in her direction. She did not head to the restroom. Instead, in the emergency exit stairwell, she retrieved her phone and returned the call to the earlier 10010. Why did it take so long? As soon as the line connected, an elderly man's cold voice questioned her. "I was in the office, with Cheng Yu present. I could answer the phone. Wasn't it agreed that we would communicate via messages for any matters? How could you Qian whispered into the phone, covering the mouthpiece. "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my work? And no, I would never presume to teach you. It's genuinely a bit perilous." Yu Qian never imagined she would find herself embroiled in such treachery. Her heart was subjected to relentless trials, and she endured nightmares every night. Yet, the lure of that sum of money was irresistible. In just a few months, she could earn an amount that would take her several years, perhaps even a decade, to accumulate. Thus, gritting her teeth, she resolved to persevere, even if it meant enduring nightly terrors. "What has Gu Qingyao been occupied with these past few days?" I haven't had the chance to check in with General Gu, but Cheng has been tirelessly managing the negative publicity surrounding the new product, appearing exceedingly busy, often working late into the night. It seems General Gu is also burning the midnight oil. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Chen Junda's mood brightened instantly. He could almost envision Gu Qingyao in a state of utter disarray. "Keep your eyes peeled and report anything that arises. Rest assured, after this matter concludes, you shall receive every penny owed to you." After hanging up, Yu Qianxian glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stepping out of the stairwell. Yet, just a few steps later, she collided with Cheng Yu, who was carrying a cup. Startled, Yu Qianxian nearly jumped, her heart racing wildly. "Cheng Yu, have you finished in the restroom?" "Yes. I sent you a document. Please organize the contents when you return." Okay. Yu Qianxian hastily retreated to the secretary's office. If not for her thick layer of foundation and lipstick, her pallor would have been unmistakable. General Gu. After pouring herself a cup of coffee and returning to her office to tidy up, Cheng Yu entered the president's office with a folder in hand. After placing the documents on the desk, she went to prepare coffee for Gu Qingyao. The president's office had its own coffee machine tucked away in a corner. Gu Qingyao had been engrossed in her work, but, noticing Cheng Yu fetching coffee, recalled what Jiang Chen had said that day. After a moment of hesitation, she instructed, "Just warm water will suffice." "Understood, General Gu." Cheng Yu was somewhat puzzled. Gu Qingyao had always preferred coffee, so this sudden request for warm water was unexpected. Nevertheless, she didn't pry further and poured a cup of warm water for Gu Qingyao, setting the cup down beside her. Cheng Yu noticed that Gu Qingyao had paused her work and began discussing the contents of the folder she had brought. "Let us set it aside for now." "Of course, General Gu." Cheng Yu complied and exited the office. Gu Qingyao, seated in her form-fitting skirt, created an exquisitely graceful silhouette. Her shapely legs draped over one another as she picked up a pen, just as she was about to lean over her desk. Memories of Jiang Chen's words flooded her mind. "You're meddling too much," she muttered, her expression cold and detached. Yet, she still uncrossed her legs, aligning them and sitting up straight. After jotting down only a few words, she set the pen down again and glanced at her phone. The messages exchanged with Jiang Chen had remained stagnant for several days. Chapter 198. Mr. Li, keep it up. After leaving the Bawang Bingji, Jiang Chen made his way to the incubation base. The lights in room 101 were on, and upon inspection, he found Gao Chao mopping the floor. Jiang Chen had previously instructed Gao Chao to arrange the space with a slightly more businesslike aesthetic. Upon entering, He was pleased to see it indeed exuded a professional atmosphere. The desks were repurposed school tables, likely due to the high cost of new furniture, but Gao Chao had ingeniously separated each desk with semi-transparent acrylic panels. The chairs were second-hand leather seats, considerably less refined than those in Jiang Chen's office. When he inquired, Gao Chao revealed they were around 30 yuan each, and he had purchased as many as he could find, even replacing a batch for the technical department upstairs. To the left of the entrance was a four-seater leather sofa, identical to the one in Jiang Chen's office. Gao Chao confessed he had been at a loss for how to acquire a sofa and had lamented to Li Teng. In turn, had arranged for someone to help him frame an inspirational quote that now adorned the wall. Jiang Chen examined the wall, where a bold inscription read, "Work diligently and pursue greatness in your career." Well, this is impressive. Which teacher penned this? Jiang Chen marveled, recognizing it as a motivational mantra for the corporate workforce. He was equally astonished by Gao Chao's resourcefulness. It was clear he would secure a significant role in logistics once the company expanded. The office was now ready. Next, it was time to recruit talent for the marketing and finance departments. Upon reaching the second floor, he listened as Han Li and Su Jin reported on the user growth of Aduan and Shaohongshu, which was thriving as anticipated. Once the Bawang Bingji opened in Jinling, the current figures would likely experience several surges in growth. Boss, that individual named Li Changguang has called again, expressing interest in acquiring the website. He requests that you return the call or arrange a time for a meeting. The price is negotiable. What else did they say? They mentioned you shouldn't be ungrateful, stating that both Aduan and Shaohongshu are highly replicable. Selling to them would provide an opportunity. If you refuse, they can easily replicate identical versions, and it would be too late for regrets. As Cheng Chen finished speaking, the office fell into a heavy silence. They feared Jiang Chen might agree to sell, and they also feared the prospect of the threats made over the phone becoming a reality. The capital of the opposing party is undoubtedly far more formidable than theirs. When the time comes to suppress them, they may find themselves utterly powerless. So impressive? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he said, "Call this person back. I wish to have a word with him." Understood. Cheng Chen, armed with a notebook containing the recorded phone number, dialed the number using a landline. Speakerphone engaged. At Jiang Chen's gesture, Cheng Chen activated the speaker mode, and everyone strained their ears, holding their breaths in anticipation. After a brief jingle, the call was swiftly connected. "Hello, pure and good investment, Li Chengguang," came a voice of a man, likely in his 30s or 40s. Pure and good investment? Jiang Chen pondered, realizing he had never heard of it before. In his previous life, he had navigated the business world of the Magic City, yet this name was entirely foreign to him. This situation could arise from two possibilities. Either the other party's scale was exceedingly small, or they had gone bankrupt long before Jiang Chen graduated from university. The former seemed more plausible. Had it been the latter, he would have at least heard of them. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Chen's face. However, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still a morsel. "I am Jiang Chen, the owner of Little Sweet Potato and Inner Awareness Aduan." "Oh, President Jiang, greetings." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's introduction, the other party immediately adopted a cheerful tone, even exhibiting a hint of surprise, as if the threatening individual Cheng Chen had described was altogether different from the person on the other end. People adapt their discourse to their audience. One moment they're all smiles, and the next they can turn hostile. Jiang Chen had encountered such behavior frequently and was unfazed. Observing the stark contrast in the other party's demeanor compared to what had been conveyed, Cheng Chen felt a twinge of concern. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. I prefer to hear President Li express sentiments about regretting his actions later." Ha. The other party clearly did not anticipate Jiang Chen's bluntness, tearing away the facade they had attempted to maintain. After a few hearty laughs, he remarked, "I was merely anxious as I hadn't heard President Zhang's voice in several calls. Nevertheless, I sincerely offer this advice to you, President Jiang. Since you are willing to return this call, I assume you have already made up your mind. My stance has remained unchanged from the outset. The last time my employee called you, I had already conveyed my position to you. President Li." Jiang Chen's words were unyielding, yet his tone remained buoyant. "I call to inform you that I am not fond of being threatened. I shall await the moment you regret your actions. Until we meet again. Oh, and President Li, good luck." Listening to the busy signal, Li Chengguang withdrew the phone from his ear, staring at the recently disconnected number. A surge of intense anger coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Jiang Chen's call would merely serve to deliver such a message. What foolishness! Suppressing the urge to hurl his phone against the wall, Li Chengguang sneered derisively. In his view, It was entirely normal for a fledgling website to struggle for survival, wary of attracting unwanted attention. Even if they did not acquiesce to his acquisition offer, they should ideally delay, seeking more time to grow stronger. Yet this Jiang Chen had the audacity to call and provoke him, even urging him on. What was this? A reckless youth unafraid of tigers? Rashness? Regardless of the label, it was evidently foolish. Since he had suggested that Jiang Chen should keep up the good work, Li Chongwang resolved to oblige him. He dialed his secretary. Hello? Initiate the plan we previously prepared to replicate Little Sweet Potato and Inner Awareness Aduan. He was eager to see if, after his encouragement, Jiang Chen would continue to exhibit such ignorance and bravado. Chapter 199, Jiang Chen, truly a good person. He specifically called to encourage the other party to replicate his website. No one knew Jiang Chen's true intentions behind this action. He offered no explanations, assuring everyone not to worry, and whistled a tune of congratulations and prosperity as he departed the office. The people in the office were perplexed, yet witnessing Jiang Chen's composed demeanor alleviated their anxiety a bit. In dormitory 315, Gao Zifei and Go Yuguai lay back on their beds, their feet touching. Yet, Gao Zifei's thoughts were far from the present moment. Finally, a notification pinged. Long Xiaoling had replied. He hurriedly opened the message. They agreed. Old dog. They have agreed to go to the resort hotel. Upon reading Long Xiling's message, Gao Zifei slapped the bed, bursting with excitement. They agreed? Yes, not only did they agree, but all four of us from the dormitory are going. Then I'll find time tomorrow to get a haircut and buy some clothes. Old Gao, do you want to join? Go Yuguai, caught up in Gao Zifei's enthusiasm, also felt a surge of excitement, beginning to think about how to prepare himself to present his best appearance for the outing. He even retrieved his small mirror from under the bed. However, in his self-examination, he failed to notice that Gao Zifei's excitement was tinged with reluctance. Gao Zifei was on the verge of tears. Damn it, how could they agree? And all four from the dormitory, too. Adding us makes a total of 8. This is going to cost several thousand yuan. What a financial hemorrhage. Old Gao's expression resembled someone who had just consumed something objectionable. Jiang Chen and Chen Junjun returned to the dormitory in quick succession. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Gao Zifei, stretching his neck with a face that looked more tragic than crying. Not quite eating something objectionable, but close enough, Gao Zifei muttered with a sigh, resigning himself to reality. Old Jiang, Junjun, didn't we agree to have a social event with another dormitory? I just finalized the timing. This Saturday, we will head to a resort hotel in the suburbs and return Sunday night. There will be 8 of us, just enough for each of us to drive a car there. Saturday? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. I have plans on Saturday. And you won't be going? Gao Zifei's eyes widened in disbelief. If Jiang Chen opted out, he could save a portion of the expenses. The odds of their 3 against 4 would significantly increase without Jiang Chen's presence, enhancing their chances of success. I'll ask if she wants to join. If she does, I'll go with everyone. If not, then someone from you all will have to take a taxi. Jiang Chen had already arranged to spend Saturday with Shun Shizhu, though they had not specified where. Taking out his phone, he called Shun Shizhu, who, without any hesitation, agreed immediately. Jiang Chen merely mentioned the suburban resort hotel, and she did not inquire further, exhibiting no concern that Jiang Chen might lead her into a compromising situation. She had developed an unspoken trust in Jiang Chen, one that she herself was unaware of. Even if she did realize it, she would not comprehend why she felt this way. Perhaps it was because he had fed her a bowl of instant noodles when she was at her hungriest, or because he had taught her how to navigate many things when she felt lost and helpless. She simply lacked life experience, but she was no fool. She could discern who genuinely cared for her. Jiang Chen, indeed, was a good person. Chapter 200. One is not troubled by scarcity, but by inequality. In truth, Shun Shizhu's attitude towards others had always been one of respectful distance. This was a lesson imparted to her by her grandmother from a young age. Never speak casually with strangers, nor display a smile to them. She appeared to strangers with an unwavering expression, akin to a regal princess, proud and aloof. As for her reluctance to converse with unfamiliar faces, one could hardly fathom how her relationship with Jiang Chen had blossomed into its current state. It was during a moment of despair, when hunger drove her to tears, that Jiang Chen approached her, offering words of comfort. He treated her to instant noodles, guided her on where to procure meals, instructed her on how to interact harmoniously with her roommates, and even took her on outings. Gradually, she and Jiang Chen were no longer mere strangers. Contemplating their arrangement for Saturday, Shun Shizhu's lips curled into a smile, her clear eyes blinking slowly, gradually becoming heavy with drowsiness. With a final effort, she sent Jiang Chen a good-night message and drifted into a sweet slumber. All right, let us go together, Jiang Chen replied with a good night of his own. Deal. Gao Zifei nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen bringing his companion along made little difference to him. They would still be 3 against 4, and the odds remained favorable. Wait a moment. Gao Zifei paused, suddenly realizing that this was not merely a matter of numbers. It was also a financial commitment on his part. With a gulp, he stretched his neck and chuckled mischievously. Old Jiang, with your financial standing, you and your companion wouldn't expect me to foot the bill, would you? What do you mean by that? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, questioning, are you suggesting that this outing will be entirely funded by young Master Gao? Oh well. Gao Zifei instinctively wanted to boast about his family's wealth, but ultimately he could only nod in resignation. Impressive. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up, swiftly understanding why this fellow had taken such a splendid opportunity, yet wore a face as if he had just eaten something unpleasant. He chuckled lightly, saying, the people I bring along won't burden you financially, but since you've graciously offered a treat, you must cover my share as well. Otherwise, it would be unfair to treat everyone else while excluding me, and I might harbor some resentment over that. This isn't about my financial capacity. Haven't you heard the saying? A person suffers not from scarcity, but from inequality. Gao Zifei could find no counterargument, his shoulders slumping in defeat. You. All right. Observing his dejection, Jiang Chen found amusement, but whether or not to treat himself was of little consequence. He decided not to tease Gao Zifei further, suggesting instead that he cover his own expenses, while also advising him to take advantage of the current deals available on Huangtuan. At present, Huangtuan was aggressively outpacing other group buying platforms, leaving them with no chance of recovery. The discounts were astonishing. A luxurious resort package that originally cost $4.99 was now available for merely $1.29, inclusive of a complimentary breakfast, although each phone number could only redeem one offer. For a university student, this posed little difficulty. Gao Zifei nearly knelt in gratitude, feeling as though he had discovered a treasure that would save him considerable funds. He was determined not to let Jiang Chen pay, insisting on treating even Shen Shiju. Old dog, what are you waiting for? Did you hear what Brother Chen just said? Hurry and download Huangtuan for me. You too, Shuang, get it downloaded. The 4 of them each bought a deal. And Gao Zifei rushed to other dormitories seeking assistance, his voice ringing out as he called for his friends to join him, even asking if they could lend him their phones to make purchases. Chapter 201. Is this fellow really a dog? The weekend brought the highest foot traffic to the Bawang Bingji resort. Chun Junjun initially had no desire to visit, especially not for an overnight stay. However, Jiang Chen assured him that it would be fine. Any pending accounts could wait a day, and as long as he arranged other matters in advance, he agreed to join. The next day, Chun Junjun rose early to busy himself at the Bawang Bingji store. Jiang Chen left the dormitory simultaneously, first visiting the incubator base to arrange some affairs before heading to Bawang Bingji for a dessert breakfast. Cradling a cup of milk tea, he sat on the curb, pondering recruitment matters. Hiring was not the challenge. Attracting talented individuals was the true difficulty. Given that their office was situated within a university, it was not feasible to offer high salaries initially. Finding experienced and capable candidates was particularly daunting. This was not a future where talent was plentiful. The current environment had not yet devolved into a situation where graduates from prestigious institutions resorted to street vending or food delivery. After some contemplation, Jiang Chen resolved to first recruit a batch of part-time students for the marketing department to get operations underway. Part-time roles were the only viable option, as alumni were often too ambitious to consider positions in a nascent company. The likelihood of students without experience succeeding in the marketing department was slim, meaning Jiang Chen would have to be hands-on initially, hoping to identify potential talents for future development. As for the finance department, once revenue began flowing, the necessity for financial reports and tax filings would arise, creating an endless array of tasks. Handling this alone would be overwhelming, making the establishment of a finance team imperative. However, finding trustworthy individuals with the requisite skills was more challenging, necessitating the recruitment of a capable and reliable CFO. It would be unrealistic to expect to find a suitable candidate quickly, so Jiang Chen would need to undertake the responsibilities himself initially, while seeking part-time students to alleviate some of the workload. After this weekend, things were bound to become hectic. Jiang Chen stood, dusted off his pants, tossed his empty milk tea cup into the trash, and prepared to finally tongue. The upcoming week would be intense. Resolving the issue of recruiting part-time students today would be ideal. As he stepped outside, Jiang Chen was greeted by a familiar voice calling out to him, and upon turning, he saw the owner of the Kinkin Milk Tea Shop waving. Little brother, I've managed to secure 2 renovation teams who work day and night to complete the work in such a short time. We've also updated our products, marking a significant reform. Yet, for some reason, we still have no customers. Could you lend me a hand? The renovations at Kink and Milk Tea Shop had indeed improved its appearance significantly, and even a neighboring hot fruit tea shop was undergoing changes. However, despite the renovations and product updates, both shops continued to see minimal customer traffic. They had employed staff to distribute flyers and organized events, yet the results remained lackluster. Just as Jiang Chen was about to respond, a young girl in a Ba Wang Bingji uniform bounced over, shyly informing him, "Boss, the manager asked me to check if you're around. If you have time, could you come by the store?" "All right." Jiang Chen nodded, and the girl swiftly dashed back. Turning back to the owner of Kink and Milk Tea Shop, he remarked, "Sister, your shop's lack of customers has little to do with the renovations. It's simply a matter of changing times. It's best to avoid further investments and consider closing to mitigate losses." Gong Chengxiang gazed at Jiang Chen's retreating figure as he walked back toward the Bawang Bingji. Lingering in a daze for an extended period, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. This person, truly was he a dog? Chapter 202. Gu Qianzhao's Initiation of Casual Conversation. Chun Junjun felt a twinge of concern about potential issues arising from his prolonged absence, sensing that some matters may not have been adequately arranged. Unable to tolerate the anxiety any longer, he sent someone to check if Jiang Chen had left. Upon returning, Jiang Chen confirmed that Chun Junjun's arrangements were flawless, patting his shoulder in affirmation of his capabilities. After leaving the Bawang Bingji, Jiang Chen proceeded to Li Teng's office. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen was recruiting once more, this time for part-time students in market management and finance, Li Teng accompanied him to meet Tan Jianshan. Tan Jianshan promptly organized interviews for that very afternoon. He genuinely wished to treat Jiang Chen to a meal, having seen him alleviate the burdens of his hectic work schedule. While Tan Jianshan contacted potential candidates, Jiang Chen and Li Teng departed. After descending a flight of stairs, Li Teng returned to his office, leaving Jiang Chen to head back to the incubation base. He wandered through the technology department before settling into a small office, where he connected his laptop and prepared to organize promotional efforts for products like Zaihongshu's cosmetics and clothing, as well as Aduan's advertising business. With no immediate personnel available, he resolved to tackle the tasks himself, as it was his responsibility regardless of the timing. As Jiang Chen opened QQ on his computer and logged into his email, the little penguin icon in the bottom right corner began to flicker. The urgent beeping sound rang out, and upon checking, he found a message from Gu Qianzhao. She reported that everything was progressing according to plan, with no signs of deviation. The market share was being swiftly captured as anticipated, leaving competitors momentarily defenseless. However, nearly 90 of rival companies were scrambling to produce in a bid to secure a foothold before the launch of smart televisions, which would herald a transformation in the television era. Fortunately, their prior preparations, including various patents and exclusive agreements, would buy them ample time to achieve their objectives. Gu Qianzhao conveyed a wealth of information regarding the current status of the group's smart television initiative, consistently using the term "we" throughout her message. Yet, Jiang Chen pondered why she had suddenly chosen to share this with him. He replied with a simple closing the chat window, only for the little penguin to flicker once more. "Gu Qianzhao, you seem quite busy?" Jiang Chen responded, "Not as busy as you, but I do have quite a bit to attend to." Gu Qianzhao, busy with classes? Jiang Chen found it curious that this icy, aloof figure was engaging him in casual conversation. He replied, "I have a full schedule next week. It's not yet time for me to be buried in studies. Right now, I'm occupied with work. Each department is understaffed, and it will take time to find reliable personnel, so I must handle everything myself for now." Gu Qianzhao quickly replied, "About 2 months before I met you, I established a small internet company. It's not large, but I've carefully vetted the employees for their character and capabilities. Initially, I consider the company's precarious state as a fallback option, should I falter and need to reclaim my grandfather's legacy at Guang Group. However, it seems that it's no longer necessary, as there are no significant projects, and the company is merely treading water. If you're interested, I can package this company for you." Her statement about it no longer being necessary raised questions for Jiang Chen. Did it imply her position within the group would be solidified post-television project? Or did she now have capable allies to rely on? Unbeknownst to Gu Qianzhao, she was uncertain of her own motivations when she made that offer. After reading her message, Jiang Chen straightened up and typed, "Please elaborate on the company's situation." Gu Qianzhao replied in succession. "The company has a total of 20 employees. The finance department has 5, including a finance director. The marketing department also has 5, including a marketing director. The human resources department has 8, including a director, and the legal department comprises 2, 1 director and 1 assistant. The office is located on the 33rd floor of the Leixin building, encompassing around 300 square meters. That is my asset, and you can use the office as well." The distribution of employees was impeccable, precisely what Jiang Chen required. This was indeed a timely intervention, akin to a lifeline in a snowstorm. In an instant, Jiang Chen resolved to accept the company. As for the fact that he had never met these individuals, he trusted Gu Qinzhao's assessment of their capabilities, believing they were unlikely to be unreliable. Initially, he planned to demote all of them to entry-level positions, allowing time to assess their performance before making further decisions regarding their roles. Jiang Chen had inherent trust in Gu Qinzhao, though they might not fully realize the depth of their mutual confidence that had developed over time. This situation transcended mere trust. Jiang Chen deemed it necessary to proceed in this manner, as these were living, breathing individuals. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, there would be room for maneuvering, preventing matters from spiraling out of control. Chapter 203, Handing Over to Others. Regarding the office, Jiang Chen expressed, "I will review it first. I will accept the company and its employees, but I intend to demote their positions initially." He stated his intentions clearly to Gu Qinzhao. From their acquaintance until now, it seemed they had never concealed anything from one another. They communicated openly. Jiang Chen added, "Rest assured, I will manage each individual appropriately." All right. Gu Qinzhao acknowledged Jiang Chen's discretion. Jiang Chen inquired, "How much will be needed?" "You could deduct it from the television project as revenue share." Gu Qinzhao unusually sent a gesture emoji, shaking her finger. "No need for deductions. Consider it a token of gratitude for your significant assistance. I have been rather busy recently, so I will have Qingyu coordinate with you. Do you have time now?" Gu Qinzhao asked. Jiang Chen glanced at the time. It was still before noon. "Sure. Should I send someone to pick you up?" Gu Qinzhao offered. "No need. Let us meet at the Leixin building," Jiang Chen replied. All right. Closing his laptop, Jiang Chen took his car keys and departed the incubation base, driving toward the Leixin building. The Leixin building was not far from the Bund business district. It had been in operation for around 7 or 8 years. The office space belonged to Gu Qinzhao, acquired as a settlement for a debt owed to her grandfather by a friend. Qingyu drove from the Guang Group headquarters to the Leixin building. The sun shone brightly, but the wind was strong and the temperature was low. Dressed in professional attire and a thin down jacket, Qingyu stepped out of her car and entered the first floor of the Leixin building, waiting by the window for Jiang Chen. Her furrowed brow remained tense and unrelaxed. Gu Qinzhao had entrusted this fallback company to Jiang Chen, and Qingyu could not fathom why Gu Qinzhao would make such a decision. The white X5 parked in the designated spot outside, a car gifted to Jiang Chen by Qingyu. Recognizing that Jiang Chen had arrived, her furrowed brow finally relaxed. Though her expression turned emotionless, akin to a stone in a latrine, exuding an unpleasant aura. As Jiang Chen entered through the revolving door into the lobby, Qingyu coldly called out, not waiting to see if he heard her before turning toward the elevator. "What is the situation with this woman? Is she often troubled by irregular menstruation?" In an instant, Jiang Chen sensed the hostility emanating from Qingyu, raising an eyebrow in confusion. He pondered, when had he ever provoked her? Was it possible that she harbored feelings for her dear female CEO, and he had unwittingly intruded upon that? Though it seemed fantastical, the likelihood appeared rather substantial. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Chen chose not to dwell on it further, as he remained indifferent to the secretary's attitude towards him. Qingyu swiped her card, and the elevator swiftly ascended to the 33rd floor. Upon exiting, Jiang Chen glanced around, surveying the surroundings. The office floor was partitioned into 2 distinct sections, each housing a different company. Despite being on the same level, they were well separated, requiring a card swipe for entry, ensuring high security and privacy. Qingyu entered the office after swiping her card, with a layout featured well-defined partitions, with each department possessing its own small office. Although the 300 square meters was not particularly vast for a company, it could be aptly described as small yet fully equipped. Chapter 204. A large and fragrant pie. The individuals present had already received prior notification from Gu Qinzhao regarding their reassignment, leading to considerable speculation amongst them. Deep down, they all felt a sense of resistance. They had felt stifled within the Gu group, with their abilities going unrecognized. Having followed Gu Qinzhao to this new place, they had anticipated a chance to showcase their talents. Yet, after more than 6 months, there had been little in the way of meaningful business or work assignments. Although they had received salaries up to the end of the year upon leaving the Gu group, resulting in a paid vacation of sorts, what they truly desired was the opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities. Yet they found themselves waiting, only to receive news of a transfer to another. Surely, anyone capable of persuading President Gu to relinquish the company must be an impressive individual, perhaps a formidable business tycoon or a renowned entrepreneur. This was the last flicker of hope for everyone. However, Upon seeing Jiang Chen enter alongside Cheng Yu and hearing her announce that this young lad would be their new boss, their final glimmer of hope was abruptly extinguished. Under Cheng Yu's guidance, all necessary procedures were completed, and Jiang Chen summoned everyone to the conference room for a meeting. The compact conference room, accommodating around 20 individuals, felt somewhat cramped. Jiang Chen first turned to Cheng Yu, expressing his gratitude, the significance of which was unmistakable. As the secretary to the president of the GU Group, Cheng Yu held a position of far greater stature than his own as an unknown newcomer. Thus it was inappropriate for her to remain during the ensuing proceedings. Having witnessed countless scenarios in her years, Cheng Yu understood the implication behind Jiang Chen's thanks. She turned away, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. After her departure, Jiang Chen surveyed the faces of those present in the conference room. Earlier, while signing the documents to change the company ownership, he had reviewed everyone's profiles, now able to match their names and positions. Clapping his hands, he spoke. Before we proceed with introductions, I would like to pose a question. All of you were once employees of the GU Group. Why did you choose to leave and come here? The directors and employees exchanged glances, uncertain of what to expect, yet this question provided them with an opportunity to voice their grievances. Huang Chuan, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a mix of dissatisfaction and anger, responded in a grave tone. It is simply because our abilities went unrecognized, and we sought a new environment to prove ourselves. Excellent, Jiang Chen exclaimed, slapping his hand on the table. Do you believe that President Gu entrusted you to me out of abandonment? The silence in the room was palpable. Their expressions made it clear that they all shared a silent affirmation of that sentiment. If you think this way, you are gravely mistaken. Jiang Chen leaned on the table, his fingers lightly tapping. It is precisely because President Gu recognizes your ambitions and aspirations that she entrusted you to me. She does not wish for you to languish here, uncertain of when significant business developments may arise, with no clarity on daily tasks. His words resonated, and the room fell into a contemplative silence. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Chen, a student from Fuda University and also the founder and owner of Xiaohongshu and Nei Duan. Taking a seat at the head of the table, he smiled and continued, You may not yet be familiar with what Xiaohongshu and Nei Duan are, but fret not, I will elaborate shortly. Huang, could you please assist me in connecting my laptop to the projector? The attendees had calmed considerably. When Jiang Chen called his name, Huang Chuan was taken aback, surprised that Jiang Chen knew his name and position. Soon, Jiang Chen's laptop was connected to the projector, and the curtains were drawn. He proceeded to display the data from Xiaohongshu and Nei Duan since their launch. Given that they were within an internet company, it was expected that they would possess a degree of understanding about the internet and discern the significance of the data presented. In the coming year, Xiaohongshu and Nei Duan would become household names, with 90% of the population familiar with these products. Within 3 years, it was guaranteed that over 70% of individuals would have these applications on their phones, establishing them as leading national products. Do you still believe that President Gu has abandoned you by entrusting you to me? After your current contracts expire, this company's future remains uncertain. Even if it continues, you would merely be coasting along without purpose. However, if you join my team and strive for these products with immense potential, each of you will have the opportunity to truly showcase your talents. As the products flourish, your names will resonate throughout the business community in Modu and even across the nation. In terms of the art of persuasion, Jiang Chen ranked among the top 3 in Modu's business sector in his previous life. His entrepreneurial journey had been built upon this very skill, allowing him to achieve remarkable outcomes seemingly out of thin air. Back then, he was uncertain if his products would succeed, as plans often falter under the weight of unforeseen changes and the future remains shrouded in mystery. Yet in this life, Jiang Chen possessed unwavering confidence. Thus, the vision he painted was not only grand but also enticing. Chapter 205. The vibrancy of youth. The essence of persuasion lies in a delicate balance. After concluding his presentation, Jiang Chen lightly tapped the table and declared, For those willing to stay and strive alongside me, I wholeheartedly welcome you. For those wishing to depart, I respect your choice. The group exchanged glances, and ultimately, not a single individual chose to leave. The stereotype that young individuals are unreliable, often seen in domestic perceptions, seemed to be challenged. While it is true that youth often lacks trustworthiness due to their inexperience, exceptions do exist. As Jiang Chen spoke with eloquence and conviction, he exuded a powerful charisma that resonated deeply with them. This allure stemmed not only from his words, but also from his very essence. They sensed an indescribable quality within Jiang Chen, one that was rarely encountered in Gu Qinjiao. If one were to articulate it, it would be a potent blend of confidence, strategic foresight, and an ability to triumph from afar. In addition, there exists a certain aloofness born of prolonged dominance, intertwined with a hint of youthful rebelliousness and fervor, which inexplicably resonates with them. Gu Qinjiao entrusted them to Jiang Chen, who showcased his platform and articulated his vision. Rather than languishing in discontent, it will be far more prudent to take a gamble and trust this young man. Given that the company still has other employees, he temporarily demoted everyone by one rank, with Jiang Chen himself assuming the roles of the heads of various departments. This arrangement met no opposition. Jiang Chen's nominal dual roles and their demotion were essentially equivalent to no change at all, yet they understood it was also a test from Jiang Chen. Surprisingly, rather than dissatisfaction, they felt a long-lost surge of passion. They yearned to prove their worth through ability, not through cunning or becoming mere pawns in the high-stakes games of upper management. This was precisely what they desired. Many had rented accommodations nearby, making the prospect of moving their office cumbersome. And coincidentally, Jiang Chen also needed an external office as a facade, thus he retained this office area. After facilitating a necessary alignment among the two groups of employees and ensuring the market department was adequately organized, Jiang Chen set up the operations for both the finance and legal departments. He then accompanied the human resources department, now augmented by a deputy director, Hu Dengming, along with several employees back to the university to oversee the forthcoming recruitment interviews. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang Chen aimed not only to ease the process, but also to assess the capabilities of the human resources personnel. The outcome did not disappoint him. Seizing the opportunity before the workday concluded, Jiang Chen registered a company, integrating the technology firm recently acquired under Gu Qinjiao's name into the subsidiary hierarchy. Henceforth, everything officially fell into place. As for the company's name, after much contemplation, Jiang Chen ultimately decided against using the name from his previous life, settling instead on the 4 characters, Nian Hua Yuedong. Inspired by the poetic lines, try new tea with new fire, enjoy poetry and wine while young, which he greatly admired, as well as the vision of pure white blossoms in full bloom. Jiang Chen hesitated several times as Gu Qinjiao's image flickered in his mind while filling out the form, but ultimately inscribed those 4 characters. Chapter 206. The Boy Who Rejected Lin Fangfei. On Saturday, the 315 dormitory stirred to life early. Gao Zifei and Go Yuguo set their alarms specifically to rise at dawn, beginning their showers and preparations. Gao Zifei styled his hair back, applying gel to keep it in place, and spent over 10 minutes obsessively brushing his teeth, so much so that his toothbrush bristles frayed. He donned the tailored suit his mother had purchased on her last visit, undeterred by the outside temperature, which was below 10 degrees. Meanwhile, Go Yuguo had also acquired several mature outfits, and, after a shower and blow-drying his hair, utilized Gao Zifei's hair gel, repeatedly humming, "Style your hair like an adult. We're a handsome suit. Old dog, could you possibly keep your mouth shut? I can't even manage my own hair. Come on. Your hair management has nothing to do with me singing. If you can't present, don't blame the Earth's gravity." A similar scenario unfolded in the girls' dormitory. Freshmen, filled with anticipation for university life, especially the legendary dormitory social events, saw Long Shaoling rise early to apply makeup. To her surprise, the other 3 roommates awoke around the same time to prepare as well. "Shaoling, are you done yet? Let me use the water first." Mei Ying knocked on the bathroom door. "Weren't you just washing your hair last night?" Long Xiling's voice came from inside. "I'm just washing my face and putting on makeup," Mei Ying replied. "Ying, like me, you have oily skin. You don't need to wash your face in the morning before applying makeup," Fang Tian remarked. "Really? How do you know?" Mei Yingjing questioned. "Just saw it on Little Red Book." "Wait, let me find it," Fang Tian said, pulling out her phone to search. After the rush for the bathroom subsided, the 3 girls settled before their respective desks, applying makeup in front of a small mirror. What they did not expect was for Lin Fangfei to also wash her hair and sit at the mirror to apply her makeup. "Fangfei, why are you up so early to do your makeup? You're fully made up and even wash your hair." Lin Fangfei typically wore makeup, but this time she was fully adorned. Moreover, a girl washing her hair before going out undoubtedly indicated her seriousness about the occasion. Fang Tian's inquiry drew the attention of Long Shaoling and Mei Yingying as well. "Indeed, Fangfei, you initially didn't want to attend this social event, but now you're washing your hair and going all out with makeup?" Lin Fangfei glanced at her 3 roommates, smiled subtly, and said, "It's quite a coincidence, but I have a crush on a boy who happens to be in the same dorm as Gao Zifei." "Huh?" The 3 girls ignited with curiosity. Long Shaoling was the first to leap forward, with the other 2 quickly following suit, gathering around Lin Fangfei. "Fangfei, quickly tell us more." "There's not much to say, really. It was just a chance encounter. Later, I went to the philosophy department to find him, but he rejected my request for his contact information in front of the entire class. He is quite exceptional and has a strong personality, Lin Fangfei recounted, a smile gracing her lips as she reminisced about being captivated by Jiang Chen. Did Lin Fangfei like Jiang Chen? It could be said that her infatuation was based on external circumstances. However, prior to Jiang Chen's rejection, her feelings were limited to that. Now, following the rejection, her sentiments towards him had evolved into something deeper, a yearning that intensified with the impossibility of attainment. Wow! Upon hearing Lin Fangfei's story, the three girls expressed astonishment. Rejected you? My goodness! Is that true? Long Xiaoling gasped. Fang Tian wore a similar expression. Fangfei is a campus belle. What kind of boy would reject her? Mei Yingying added. Anyone who could provoke Fangfei to seek out contact information must be a handsome fellow. But if even the campus belle was rejected, perhaps he lacks discernment. Long Xiaoling pointed out, he might just be aloof. Fang Tian chimed in, or perhaps he is the brooding type. Mei Yingying patted Lin Fangfei's shoulder, reassuring her. Don't worry, dear sister. We will definitely help you win over this boy you like. Absolutely, Fangfei, we will all support you. United in sisterhood. They were determined to believe there was no boy they couldn't help Lin Fangfei conquer. Chapter 207. The Allure of Dominant CEO Fiction, a Bit of Crush. Styled like an adult with a handsome suit, those years of missed downpours, those years of unrequited love. Old dog, are you done yet? Do you not realize how awful you sound when you sing? If you keep it up, you won't be allowed in my car. Fine if I can't. I'll just take old Jiang's car. It's way more spacious than yours. How dare you? Gao Zifei fumed, his patience wearing thin. Two BMWs were parked not far from the dormitory. Gao Zifei held a deep affection for his car. He took his keys with him everywhere, be it to class, meals, or sleep, utterly enamored with it. Now, as he gazed at his blue 3 Series parked beside the white X5, his affection suddenly waned sporadically in that instant. This is akin to the relationship between a father and son. Damn it, from now on, even if it means walking an extra mile back to the dormitory. I shall never park here again. To be precise, I shall never park next to Jiang Chen's car again. Ultimately, Go Yuguo still boarded Jiang Chen's vehicle. Accompanied by Chun Junjun, Jiang Chen picked up both of them before heading to collect Shen Shiju. The task of fetching the 4 girls from the social dormitory was left to Gao Zifei. Though he feigned reluctance, Gao Zifei was actually overjoyed, eagerly taking the keys and setting off to pick them up. Jiang Chen arrived at the girls' dormitory of the philosophy department to fetch Shen Shiju, who coincidentally emerged just as he reached the building entrance. Today was not particularly warm. She donned a lightweight sports down jacket, paired with black athletic pants and sneakers. Her hair was neatly tied back in a refreshing ponytail, embodying a unique beauty in her sporty attire. Accompanying her was Mei, clad in fluffy pajamas and sporting messy hair, typically would never venture out in such a state, especially to meet someone. She followed Shen Shiju out to issue a warning to Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen opened the passenger door for Shen Shiju, Mei tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Adopting a comically fierce yet endearing expression, it insisted, "You must bring Shiju back safe and sound, otherwise we. What do they possibly do?" Mei had momentarily forgotten her threat and stumbled over her words, failing to articulate her meaning. "I must thank you on behalf of Shiju, her wonderful roommate. However, compared to you, I will ensure she suffers not a single bit of harm." Jiang Chen flashed a grin, turning to the driver's side and waving at her before getting in. As the passenger window rolled down, Shen Shiju leaned out and waved goodbye to Mei. Watching the taillights of the car fade away, Mei found herself momentarily dazed. She hadn't anticipated Jiang Chen would utter such words. The realization washed over her, igniting a profound, tingling sensation throughout her body. It felt akin to the moment in a romance novel when the domineering CEO embraces the vulnerable heroine and proclaims her as his own, sending shivers down her spine. Mei slowly parted her lips in disbelief. She had come to warn Jiang Chen, yet now she found herself enamored. Chapter 208. Let's see if you have any issues. Over at the girls' dormitory entrance, Gao Zifei parked his car and leaned against the door, waiting patiently. After enduring a reprimand from the school security, he finally spotted Long Xiaoling approaching. He raised his hand in greeting, scrutinizing her companions and secretly pleased with their decent quality, only to spot Lin Fangfei among them, causing his smile to falter. What a coincidence! She happens to be from this dormitory? His hopes for Lin Fangfei had already dimmed, and seeing her presence dampened his spirits further. His options had now shrunk from 4 to 3. No, it was more like 2.5. His enthusiasm for Long Xiaoling waned. Otherwise, it would have been just the two of them socializing, rather than a whole dormitory outing. Fortunately, the other 2 girls appeared quite appealing. One was slightly taller and quite attractive, while the shorter one was a bit lacking in looks but had a vibrant personality. As they approached, Gao Zifei's mind raced through a myriad of thoughts in mere seconds, transitioning from a broad smile to a stiffened expression, and then back to a more cheerful demeanor. He tousled his stiff hair and introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Gao Zifei. Gao, as in expert, Z, as in wood, and Fei as in takeoff. Hi, I'm Fang Qian." Qian meaning tranquil, the taller, attractive girl introduced herself first. Lin Fangfei nodded at Gao Zifei, both recognizing each other, yet remaining strangers in the open. Amao Ing meaning crystal clear, the shorter girl chimed in. Although they were introducing themselves to Gao Zifei, all four girls' attention was elsewhere. Lin Fangfei was searching for Jiang Chen, while the other three were eager to glimpse the boy Lin Fangfei admired. "Where are the others from your dorm? Why is it just you?" Long Xiaoling surveyed the surroundings, realizing Gao Zifei was alone with no one else in the car. "Don't look in the car. How could I pick you up if there were others inside?" Gao Zifei chuckled, opening the car door. "They took another vehicle and left ahead of us. Let's get going." The girls felt a tinge of disappointment, wishing for a chance to chat with him en route. However, they realized the likelihood of all four of them sitting in the same car was slim. It wasn't a big deal. How much could they converse in a car anyway? They would have plenty of time at the resort. As the four of them exited the dormitory, they brimmed with confidence, with Lin Fangfei's beauty and the support of her friends. Alongside the splendid opportunity of spending 2 days and 1 night at the resort, they firmly believed that unless the boy harbored a disdain for women or was a troublemaker, they would undoubtedly win him over. Gao Zifei had initially intended for either Fang Qian or Mao Yingying to sit in the passenger seat. But Long Xiaoling directly opened the door and settled in, leaving Gao Zifei with no choice but to feel a bit miffed as he took the driver's seat. They started the engine and drove out of the school, heading toward the holiday hotel. All the while, Gao Zifei hoped they would bring up his car. Yet, that conversation never materialized. They spoke incessantly among themselves. The girls were indeed curious about the BMW. Recently, a female guest on a dating show had quipped, "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle," which had further glamorized the BMW brand. However, not all girls were materialistic, especially those just entering their first year of college, who had yet to develop significant material desires. Moreover, their interest lay more in the boy Lin Fangfei liked. With no mention of his vehicle, Gao Zifei found himself relegated to the role of a mere driver. Yet, as he listened to their conversation, albeit somewhat disjointed, he gleaned Lin Fangfei had not yet given up on Jiang Chen and was hoping her friend would assist her during this social gathering. "Damn it, I paid for this outing for you two to date?" Gao Zifei cursed inwardly. Yet, this realization, coupled with his irritation over not discussing his car, brought a smile back to his face. Under normal circumstances, he would have had little hope for this social event, but this time felt different. He recalled the breathtaking girl, and he knew that their primary mission would abruptly conclude upon their arrival at the resort. While Long Xiaoling and the others chatted, they were certain everything would go smoothly. Once they encountered Jiang Chen, especially with that stunning girl by his side, "Let us see if you have any issues." With this thought, Gao Zifei couldn't help but chuckle. "This is fantastic." The three women behind did not hear, but Long Xiaoling did. Noticing his incessant laughter, she turned her gaze and furrowed her brow to inquire, "Ah, did I laugh?" Gao Zifei, taken aback, realized he had been overly joyous, forgetting to monitor his bodily responses. Aware that he must have indeed laughed, he cleared his throat and replied, "Isn't it natural to feel delighted since we are about to arrive? This is a hot spring resort hotel. As a northerner, I have frequented many bathhouses, but this will be my first experience with a hot spring, and I can't help but feel a bit excited." Upon hearing this, Long Xiaoling regarded Gao Zifei with some suspicion. This place shouldn't be anything inappropriate, right? Like those mixed baths where men and women are nude in large pools? Gao Zifei's eyelids twitched in response. "Sister, what are you imagining? Have you been watching too many neon animations? This is the great summer. This is Magic City. How could such places exist? Tell me where, and I will head there immediately." While internally grumbling, Gao Zifei continued, "Every hot spring pool is private. If you wish to share, you may, but if not, you can separate. Moreover, even if you do share, everyone will be clad in the attire provided by the hotel. There's no such thing as nudity in mixed bathing." Long Xiaoling's face flushed slightly. Indeed, she had been somewhat influenced by those neon animations. She had intended to rise early today and hadn't watched any yesterday. But prior to that, she had made it a habit to watch an episode every night before bed. "Ahem, tell me about your roommates." Long Xiaoling cleared her throat, diverting the topic. "My roommates?" Gao Zifei launched into a narrative. "Speaking of my roommates, there's much to say. One is from Kaiying province, named Go Yu Gui, who we affectionately call Dog Brother. He loves to offer a betel nut. Then there's Chen Junjun, whom we simply refer to as." Long Xiaoling anticipated Gao Zifei to continue with the third name, But after he mentioned Chen Junjun, he fell silent. The attentive Ma Ying, ears perked, asked, "What about the third one?" "Yes, what about the third?" Fang Tian queried. "Hee, the last one is named Jiang Chen, an absolute heartthrob. Lao Jiang not only possesses striking looks, but also has an impressive physique. You all know about that Conqueror Ice Princess outside, right? That's owned by Lao Jiang. Did you see the BMW I'm driving? It cost over 300,000. Lao Jiang also drives a BMW, but his is a 5 Series, far superior to mine." Gao Zifei chuckled, extolling Jiang Chen's virtues and excellence. Typically, this was something he would least like to admit, but now, he felt compelled to share every detail with these 4 young women about just how remarkable Jiang Chen truly was. The better Jiang Chen appeared, the greater their expectations would grow. Consequently, upon finally encountering the young man, the disparity in their perceptions would only amplify. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Gao Zifei felt a desire to release the steering wheel and raise his fist to the sky. Wait, no. Was he reveling in? Gao Zifei cleared his throat, suppressing his mirth. He was not a petty individual. He was not concerned about being declined with the flimsy excuse of not having a phone. Nor did he mind that what was meant to be a casual gathering had transformed into a matchmaking event for 2. Even if he did care, he was not one to harbor grudges. He was merely speaking candidly. Lao Jiang, do you get drowsy while driving? Would you like a beetle nut to perk you up? I brought a pack this time, but I can't share too much. You'll have to ration it if you decide to partake. Jiang Chen politely declined the beetle nut, which resembled a wooden fruit. Shen Shizhu glanced curiously at it. She had never seen such a thing and had not even heard of its name. Beetle nut? It looks like a piece of wood. Jiang Chen explained. We don't consume this. It's even more harmful than smoking. Excessive consumption leads to mouth and throat decay, ultimately resulting in oral cancer, necessitating facial reconstructive surgery. It's quite gruesome. Shen Shizhu recoiled slightly, her curiosity dissipating instantly. There are numerous dangerous substances in the world. One should not be curious about everything. And even if curiosity arises, one should not easily experiment with them. Jiang Chen chuckled at her reaction, speaking softly, "I understand." Shen Shizhu nodded earnestly. In truth, she was aware of this principle. No matter how curious she felt, she would not casually try things unless Jiang Chen was the one guiding her. Gazing through the front windshield from the passenger seat, she observed the path and scenery ahead, gently pressing her lovely lips together while her clear eyes remained unblinking. She suddenly realized that she might not actually dislike being in a car, because right now, sitting here brought her immense joy, not only in this moment, but it seemed she felt quite cheerful when returning to school from home as well. Chapter 210, The photo is beautiful, and so are you. Go Yugui felt that Jiang Chen had just now resembled a kind and benevolent father, and he couldn't help but retort, "Old buddy, while you speak. Could you perhaps phrase it differently? It's somewhat terrifying for me. Old buddy, do you think I jest?" Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the rearview mirror. Go Yugui caught Jiang Chen's gaze, and the firmness in his eyes made him falter slightly. But many people over there consume this. And I haven't seen many who have had their mouths cut off. Perhaps you've been fortunate not to have encountered any. No, it should be said that you've been unfortunate. Do your own research online. In this age, it is widely known that smoking is harmful to health. But the dangers of beetle nut have yet to be thoroughly disseminated. Jiang Chen had warned Go Yugui about its risks more than once, but he remained indifferent, leaving Jiang Chen with little recourse. Having said all that, he hoped that after his search, Go Yugui might show some improvement. Reaching for the volume knob, he turned it, and melodious music filled the car. Form a pill, roll it into a ball, just sing it out loud, squat down little zombie squats. Recite the incantation. The lively rhythm quickly captured Shen Shizhu's attention, prompting her to inquire about the song. Jiang Chen hummed along. Soon arriving at their destination, the Yuri Hot Spring Resort Hotel. Nestled in the outskirts, this establishment boasted exquisite decor, easily discernible as high-end from distance. Upon exiting the car, Go Yugui couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Chen Junjun, however, remained unresponsive, either sleeping in the car or seeking a restroom upon disembarking. After calling Gao Zifei, he was informed that they were nearly there. Upon arrival, they would need to check in, which would take a little while. Jiang Chen's purpose for coming was not to socialize. He had brought Shen Shizhu out for enjoyment, so he did not wait for them. He left Go Yugui and Chen Junjun seated in the car while he strolled outside with Shen Shizhu. In early winter, as they gazed around, the ochre hues merged into a vast expanse. In the distance, a maple tree's leaves had lost their vibrant red. With a gentle breeze, the falling leaves scattered like raindrops. Though this place belonged to the Magic City, it stood in stark contrast to the bustling urbanity, as if separated by a wall, resembling a hidden paradise. The wind was cold, particularly in the outskirts, but fortunately, with noon approaching, the sun cast warmth, softening the chill that brushed past them. Is it cold? Jiang Chen observed a few strands of hair falling across her face, which she casually brushed aside, resembling delicate white flowers. Not cold. Shun Shizhu shook her head, taking a deep breath. It feels so refreshing, Jiang Chen. This is what good air feels like, right? Yes, compared to the city. It is indeed much better. When I have time in the future, I will take you nearby to hike. The air at the mountain's peak is even better than this, though the climb may be tiring. All right, I'm not afraid of getting tired. Shun Shizhu wore a face brimming with vitality. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile, and his thoughts wandered back to a past life when he, along with a group from his company, set off for a team-building trip to a small scenic spot. Before even stepping off the bus, with the windows down, everyone exclaimed, "Wow, the air is so fresh. I wish we could live somewhere like this." Yet, upon disembarking, they discovered the bus had stopped in a parking lot covered with cow dung. This sight had Jiang Chen, the boss, doubled over with laughter. Though he had never smelled it before, calling cow dung fresh air didn't seem entirely inaccurate. Truly, to breathe fresh air, one must either visit the vast grasslands or climb a mountain. When shall we go? Jiang Chen asked. Before he could finish, Shun Shizhu was already contemplating the trip. Let's pick a weekend when we have time, maybe after the semester's final exams, she suggested. Jiang Chen pondered the timing. All right. Shun Shizhu nodded eagerly. As they spoke, the two of them reached a maple tree. Jiang Chen offered to take her photo, but Shun Shizhu wished for a portrait together. Her large, beautiful eyes gleamed with hope as she looked at him. Who could resist such a gaze? Jiang Chen searched for a solution. He found the phone's timer function and propped it up on a clod of earth, adjusting the angle before quickly returning to Shun Shizhu's side. A faint click signaled the shot was taken. Jiang Chen picked up the phone, wiped off the dirt, and opened the gallery. The angle was perfect, the focus sharp. The photo was arguably the clearest that phone could ever capture. Zoomed in, their faces remained distinct. The image exuded a poetic ambience. Using a popular modern term, it was simply exquisite. The massive maple tree, its leaves cascading like rain blown by the wind to the left, framed Jiang Chen and Shun Shizhu at the center. Jiang Chen's smile was radiant, while Shun Shizhu's eyes, still recovering from his hurried return, appeared even more pure and innocent. Her left hand hung gently over her abdomen, clasping her right, and the breeze tousled her hair, creating an enchanting scene. If taken with a DSLR, with minimal adjustments, this photo would undoubtedly place in any photography competition. Even sharing online would quickly make it viral on QQ Space. So beautiful. Jiang Chen, send it to me quickly. Shun Shizhu urged. Send it. Is it the photo that's beautiful, or the person in it? Jiang Chen teased. The photo is beautiful, but you're beautiful too. Chapter 2:11. Are they here to pray for a child? They continued walking along the path, snapping many selfies with Jiang Chen's phone as front camera. Shun Shizhu nestled close to Jiang Chen, creating an intimate, cozy aura in the photos. After venturing quite far, Jiang Chen felt it was time to turn back. Suddenly, Shun Shizhu pointed excitedly to one side. Jiang Chen, is that a temple over there? Jiang Chen glanced sideways. A bright yellow Zetian-style roof came into view. Taking a few steps toward a more open vantage point, he confirmed the building's identity as a temple. Want to take a look? He asked Shun Shizhu. She nodded enthusiastically. Let's go. Jiang Chen took her hand, and they headed toward the temple in one seamless motion. Naturally, a soft, warm hand slipped into his palm. It was their first time holding hands. The last occasion had been at the Oriental Pearl Tower, when Shun Shizhu had taken the initiative, but only briefly for photos. This time, Jiang Chen chose to be the one to lead. In truth, he had always been proactive, but Shun Shizhu invariably beat him to it, leaving him to wonder who was truly plotting what. Plotting nefarious schemes? He was merely intent on protecting this innocent and kind-hearted girl. At the temple entrance, the carved plaque read Guanyin Temple. The sight suddenly reminded Jiang Chen of a past life. Back then, Qin Yun, who had become deeply superstitious after refusing to marry, would visit this temple to pray for Jiang Chen to have children, hoping it would prompt him to wed. Jiang Chen had been puzzled, saying, "We aren't even married yet. How can Guanyin bless me with children?" Qin Yun replied, "Once you have children, marriage will soon follow." Jiang Chen realized then that this was a reverse strategy. Since traditional methods failed to make him marry, they resorted to praying to Guanyin for a child to compel him into matrimony. This backhanded tactic had thoroughly bewildered him. The temple doors stood wide open, and they stepped inside. An elderly man in simple clothes was sweeping the floor. Upon seeing them, he showed no inclination to speak. Jiang Chen took the initiative to ask and learned that the site now belonged to the tourism bureau, with the old man serving as a janitor. No monks or priests remained. If they wished to pray, they could, but incense cost 3 yuan per stick. Suddenly, the old man produced a bundle of incense, switching to a sales pitch that starkly contrasted his earlier indifference. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, but ultimately purchased 10 sticks, handing over 30 yuan. Young man, do you want a lighter? 5 yuan, the old man offered. Thank you, but I happen to have one, Jiang Chen replied. The old man tried to sell him a lighter again, but Jiang Chen already had a windproof one in his pocket, leaving the second sale unfulfilled, though the old man bore no ill will. Watching Jiang Chen lead Shun Shizhu into the Bodhisattva hall, the old man muttered softly, "They're barely grown, and already here, praying for children?" Chapter 212. It's about holding hands. Is the Guanyin temple only for praying for children? Jiang Chen wasn't he sure, but he knew that this time, both he and Shun Shizhu intended to pray for something else. What should they wish for? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and looked at the girl beside him. Let us pray for our family's health and longevity, and that she can stay by my side forever. Jiang Chen lit 5 incense sticks and placed them in the censer. He also lit 5 for Shun Shizhu, cautioning her not to burn herself. She mimicked him, holding the incense before the Guanyin statue, eyes closed. Silently, she wished to happily remain friends with Jiang Chen for life. Afterward, she stepped forward and pressed her incense into the ash beside his. Having satisfied Shun Shizhu's curiosity, they left the temple, curious about her wish. Jiang Chen subtly coaxed her into revealing it. Upon hearing it, he felt a mix of joy and dismay. Her wish was, in fact, for him, which delighted him greatly, but to be friends for life? Jiang Chen momentarily considered returning to buy 5 more incense sticks to revoke her wish, but thought better of it. Once spoken aloud, wishes lose their power. Besides, a girlfriend is also a friend, right? He chuckled to himself. On their descent, Jiang Chen quietly took Shun Shizhu's hand again. She tilted her head, puzzled. Last time she had held his hand was for a photo, and just now he held her hand to lead her to the temple. But now, why hold her hand still? Jiang Chen explained, we're friends after all. Friends hold hands. Shun Shizhu was confused. Her understanding was different. Jiang Chen smiled brightly, his face handsome and radiant in the sunlight. Ordinary friends don't. But we're not ordinary friends. So what I say applies only to me. Oh, she replied. Shun Shizhu obediently responded with a sound. Upon reflection, she realized that regardless of the nature of her friendships, other than Jiang Chen, she was unwilling to hold hands with anyone else. As for the reason behind this exception, she herself was uncertain. Gao Zifei had only recently obtained his driving license at the beginning of the summer vacation. He had driven for just over half of the summer, and, with the start of the school term, had not driven for quite some time, rendering him somewhat out of practice. Furthermore, the car was newly purchased, with only a few hundred kilometers on the odometer, and he was unfamiliar with the suburban roads. Comparatively, Gao Zifei was indeed lagging behind Jiang Chen. In the back seat, Go Yuguai had already fallen asleep, and Chun Junjun, who had just finished using the restroom, also succumbed to a brief nap. The blue BMW 3 Series had finally arrived successfully. As they entered the hotel parking lot, Long Xiaoling suddenly exclaimed from the front passenger seat, Gao Zifei, I absolutely refuse to ride in your car on the way back. Why not? I drive so steadily. Gao Zifei retorted. What stability? You keep slamming the brakes. I almost felt nauseous. That is your issue, not mine. You must be prone to motion sickness. Look at those 3. Who among them has said my driving is unstable? Hearing Long Xiaoling critique his driving, Gao Zifei felt an urge to give her a piece of his mind. For heaven's sake, just stop whining while riding. If you refuse to ride in my car, then take a taxi back. Fine, let's get out. I bet you won't feel nauseous once you're out of the car, he said, inhaling deeply several times, suppressing his urge to berate Long Xiaoling in front of the 3 girls in the back. He unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. The 4 girls also disembarked. Xiaoling, are you all right? Let's check if the hotel has any motion sickness medication. The 3 girls in the back seat hurried to her side, expressing their concern. Long Xiaoling waved her hand dismissively and whispered, I'm fine. I just said that so that when we leave, I can find a way to ride another car. At least letting Fang Fei sit with Jiang Chen. Brilliant. Fang Tian, Mao Yingying, and Lin Fang Fei exchanged glances and each gave her a thumbs up. Let us go, Long Xiaoling exclaimed, brimming with mischief. She hurried after Gao Zifei to the hotel entrance and asked, Gao Zifei, where are they? Gao Zifei looked around several times, but could not spot Jiang Chen and the others. He took out his phone, preparing to make a call. Just as he reached for his phone, he noticed Jiang Chen's white BMW X5 parked nearby and quickly approached it. Wow, sleeping so soundly. Junjun, wake up. Old dog. Old dog. With that, Chun Junjun opened his eyes, while Go Yuguai continued to sleep soundly, unresponsive to any calls. Gao Zifei changed his approach. leaning close to Go Yuguai's ear and whispering, "Old dog, your hairstyle is a mess." Chapter 213. A smile never fades, it only shifts. Huh? Go Yuguai sprang upright as if jolted by electricity, stretching his neck to adjust his appearance in the rearview mirror. Chun Junjun, however, did not even glance at his reflection. Entirely indifferent to his look, and exited the car, forming a stark contrast to Go Yuguai. "Where are the others? Just you two?" Gao Zifei inquired. "They went for a stroll," Go Yuguai replied with a yawn. "A stroll?" Gao Zifei raised an eyebrow, then quickly relaxed. "No pity. What is meant to come will eventually arrive." The girls approached as well. Long Xiaoling, Fang Tian, and Mao Yingying walked briskly, leaving Lin Fangfei lagging behind. The three of them were eager to see the person who had garnered Lin Fangfei's interest enough for her to request his contact information. A boy whom Gao Zifei had praised to the skies. "Let me introduce you. This is Go Yuguai. And old dog, this is Chun Junjun." Gao Zifei instinctively began to call Go Yuguai old dog, only to be met with a sharp glare from the latter. Chun Junjun appeared disinterested, seemingly seeking a place to catch some sleep, but Go Yuguai was different. He had styled his hair in a more mature manner, and with a few attractive girls around. He certainly did not want Gao Zifei to tarnish his image by calling him old dog. "Isn't this the most beautiful one? Why does she look so familiar?" Isn't this Lin Fangfei, the campus belle who asked Gao Zifei for a contact after he bought her a beetle nut and sought Jiang Chen's number? Go Yuguai scrutinized Gao Zifei, finding it implausible that he had orchestrated this. After all, this kid held grudges. "Hello," Go Yuguai introduced himself, while the girls looked around. Long Xiaoling asked, "What about the last one? They went out for a walk. Don't worry about them." "Gao, just check in," Go Yuguai quickly interjected. "Them?" Long Xiaoling and the other girls exchanged puzzled glances, all surprised. There was clearly one person missing. Why would he add they to it? Upon entering the hotel lobby, Gao Zifei provided the front desk with a number from a voucher for check-in. "Old Jiang is back." Go Yuguai suddenly noticed that his shirt resembled that of the hotel staff. He zipped up his jacket and, out of the corner of his eye, caught sight of Jiang Chen approaching the hotel entrance. The girls, initially disappointed at not seeing Jiang Chen immediately, turned in unison toward the door. There, a tall figure with a well-defined physique and short, tousled hair, radiating charm even from a distance, walked into the hotel. "Wow." Long Xiaoling, Fang Tian, and Mao Yingying all looked exhilarated, nudging Lin Fangfei. Lin Fangfei smiled in response. For many girls, the choice of a partner often hinges on whether he can evoke envy among her peers, a significant factor in their selection process. However, in the very next moment, the smiles vanished from their faces. Long Xiaoling, Fang Tian, and Mao Yingying fell silent, and Gao Zifei noticed the sudden shift. A smile never truly disappears. It merely transitions from one face to another. Chapter 214. Absolutely impossible. As they reached the hotel entrance, Shen Shiju was captivated by a thick glass structure adorned with the hotel's illuminated logo, seemingly suspended in midair. Jiang Chen led her to examine it. And after a moment, as he entered the hotel, she, deep in thought, darted back to confirm a crucial detail. With a joyful bounce, she returned, excitedly explaining the principle behind the floating logo. Jiang Chen, there's a light installed beneath it, which makes the entire glass appear illuminated. But the glass itself doesn't reflect anything, so the frosted pattern seems to float. "You grasp the principle so quickly. That's impressive," Jiang Chen remarked, unable to resist reaching out to pat her head as she scampered back to his side. "Jiang Chen, do the wishes made in that temple really come true?" With sincerity comes efficacy. It's not merely about wishing for something to manifest. It's a form of spiritual anchoring. If you steadfastly pursue your goals, success is highly probable. "Oh," Shen Shiju nodded, though somewhat perplexed. "Then I will strive for it." With that, Jiang Chen took her hand again. "What if it's too easy to hold? What if I can't hold on enough?" Meanwhile, at the front desk, Long Xiaoling, Mao Yingying, and Fang Tian stood agape, looking incredulously at Lin Fangfei. Realizing Lin Fangfei's expression was one of sheer bewilderment, Long Xiaoling asked, "Gao Zifei, what is going on? Isn't this a joint gathering of two dormitories?" "Is a joint gathering of two dormitories." Gao Zifei was secretly reveling in the moment when he heard himself being called out. Suppressing a laugh, he feigned seriousness and replied, "Then why is there a ninth person?" Long Xiaoling's tone was laden with inquiry. What's wrong with having a ninth person? The two dormitories didn't specify that family members weren't allowed. Gao Zifei raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smirk. If it weren't for bringing family along, Jiang Chen wouldn't have even considered coming. Family? Which family member? Is it his sister? Fang Tian and Mao Yingying asked in unison, clutching at their last hope. What do you think? Gao Zifei chuckled. countering their question and extinguishing the final flicker of their optimism. How could it possibly be a sister? A sister wouldn't hold hands like that. It was a sister or anything of the sort. That so-called family member could only be. Still not checked in? Jiang Chen approached the front desk, hand in hand with Shun Shizhu, and inquired of Gao Zifei. All done. Here are everyone's room cards. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce, this is Jiang Chen. And this is... As he mentioned Shun Shizhu, he realized he didn't even know her name, but thankfully, Jiang Chen quickly interjected with her name. And Gao Zifei proceeded to introduce several other girls. Jiang Chen and Shun Shizhu waved at them before taking the room cards from Gao Zifei. I'm a bit tired. I'll head back to rest for a while. If you need anything, just call, he said, leading Shun Shizhu towards the elevator. Throughout, Jiang Chen maintained a gentle smile, exuding an undeniable charm and charisma. As they drew closer, Long Xiaoling and the others were even more astonished, realizing why Lin Fangfei was so enamored with him. However, upon closer inspection, they also clearly saw the girl beside Jiang Chen. And upon that realization, only 4 words echoed in their minds. Astonishingly beautiful. Lin Fangfei, celebrated as the campus belle, appeared utterly eclipsed by this girl, who rendered her beauty insignificant at first glance. It wasn't that Lin Fangfei was lacking. Rather, this girl was simply too extraordinary, so enchanting. She seemed to float like a lotus from the water or emerge from a painting, a celestial being untouched by the mundane. They had been confident that as long as Jiang Chen wasn't gay or harboring a disdain for women, they could undoubtedly help Lin Fangfei win his affection. Clearly, Jiang Chen bore no such disdain and was not gay. Yet with that girl present, their so-called absolute certainty shifted to an impossibility in an instant. Chapter 215, Sinister Thoughts. Jiang Chen's room was directly across from Shun Shiju's. The rooms were modestly sized, each featuring a small chamber at the back housing a private hot spring. The public hot spring was located on the first floor, with an outdoor pool in the garden behind. Shun Shizhu peeked into her room and then slipped into Jiang Chen's. After lunch, she lay on the bed watching television while Jiang Chen turned on the tap, letting the natural spring water flow. This hot spring resort was a frequent haunt of Jiang Chen in his previous life, a time when it was far from deserted. Thanks to viral videos, the place had transformed into a trending hotspot, bustling with visitors and hard to book. Yet, even amidst the crowds, it maintained its commitment to safety, privacy, hygiene, and the quality of its spring water, an assurance that had kept it thriving for many years. At this time of year, it was just the same, albeit the water was flowing rather slowly. In the interim, Jiang Chen prepared disposable towels for both Shun Shizhu and himself, changing in the restroom and leaving a smaller set for her to use as well. Before long, they were both soaking in the warm water. In the early winter chill, the comforting embrace of the hot spring was utterly delightful. It wasn't too long before Shun Shiju's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. The attire designated for the hot spring was snugly fitted, obscuring any revealing view, which was precisely why the public pools were unisex. Yet despite this, Jiang Chen found himself unable to restrain certain urges. Just then, his phone, resting at the edge of the pool, began to ring. Jiang Chen stretched but couldn't reach it. Standing would undoubtedly reveal his physical state to Shun Shizhu. Fortunately, after a few rings, Shun Shizhu stood up to retrieve it for him. It was a call from Gao Zifei, inquiring if they wanted to join the others at the outdoor pool. As Jiang Chen was already in the water, he politely declined, knowing it would be impossible to take Shun Shizhu outside. Fangfei, go enjoy the hot spring to relax a bit. If this doesn't work out, we can find someone else. You're incredibly beautiful and a campus belle. You're bound to meet someone you like. In Lin Fangfei's room, Long Xiaoling and the others were at a loss on how to console her. Should they tell her that there would be other opportunities? To not lose hope? That girl stood like an insurmountable mountain before her, leaving little room for optimism. Thus, they could only urge Lin Fangfei to let go and move on. Indeed, Fangfei, there's no need to be disheartened. Such unrequited love is common. Even emperors of ancient times faced unattainable women, Mao Yingying remarked. Jiang Chen is quite decent, otherwise. Someone like you would have been left with nothing but the bones after pursuing him, battered and bruised, without a favorable outcome. Fang Tian, skilled in comfort, offered a grimmer perspective, making Lin Fangfei feel that her situation was not so dire after all. In truth, she wasn't as unfortunate as she thought. She had simply been accustomed to being adored by many, and, upon first taking the initiative toward someone she liked, discovered him accompanied by a girl who made her feel inferior, hence her despondency. After their soak, Shun Shizhu changed into a cotton nightgown that Jiang Chen had brought for her, while he swapped his clothes outside and fetched the food that Han had prepared. After eating, they sat on the bed watching television in the empty room, the two of them alone. The latest drama aired on the screen, proving to be quite engaging. Yet, regardless of its intrigue, Jiang Chen found himself unable to focus. Shen Shiju's figure was simply too alluring. The thick cotton nightgown, while modest, still accentuated her stunning curves. Gradually, a wicked thought began to form in his mind. Taking advantage of her naivete in matters of the heart, he could thoroughly win her over. That way, she would be forever within his grasp. Jiang Chen was aware that such thoughts might seem rather unscrupulous. However, his intentions were noble. How perilous it was for such a pure, kind-hearted, gentle, and beautiful girl to navigate this complex world alone. Thus, he resolved to take care of her for a lifetime. Yes, everything was for her well-being. After mentally preparing himself, Jiang Chen cleared his throat and extended his hand toward Shen Shiju, who was similarly reclining against the headboard, engrossed in the television. Shen Shiju tilted her head to look at him. "Give me your hand. I want to read your palm," Jiang Chen said, unable to suppress a sheepish grin. Such a cliché pickup line. Where had he even learned that? Thankfully, it was the early 2000s, and he was dealing with an innocent flower. Otherwise, he might have faced ridicule. But well, after all, beauty was justice. As long as one is handsome. Even the absurd excuse that the cat at home can perform a backflip can deceive a girl into coming home. Shen Shiju, completely unguarded, placed her delicate hand in Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen examined her hand closely. It was indeed a pair of exquisite hands, akin to the petite feet not far away. Sculpted from jade, intricate and translucent. His fingertips gently traced her palm, eliciting giggles from Shen Shiju, who chuckled in delight. This line here represents your lifeline. Its considerable length signifies that you are destined for a long, healthy life. And this line here is your career line, also straight and long, indicating that you shall always be a wealthy lady. Jiang Chen spoke with a grave seriousness, but as he glanced up, he noticed Shen Shiju was intently listening to his words. Clearing his throat, he proceeded to the most crucial point. Now, this line represents your love line. Observe how it begins thin and gradually thickens. According to your destined long life, this point signifies your current age, which implies that the person fated for you is right beside you. The fabric of his words was woven perfectly. After finishing, Jiang Chen awaited Shen Shiju's reaction. Yet, after a prolonged silence, he looked up to find her gaze fixed on him with intense focus. "Jiang Chen, I've seen this plot on television before." Chapter 216, Deceiving for a Lifetime. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen replied, "Perhaps you should continue watching television." How absurd. Which show is so tiresome as to depict such a plot? After a while, Jiang Chen called out, "Little Gio." Shen Shiju tilted her head again. Her eyebrows arched playfully as she inquired, "What's up, little Chen?" Jiang Chen chuckled softly. "Has your grandmother ever spoken to you about matters concerning the opposite sex?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Shiju nodded. "Yes, she has." "What did she say?" "My grandmother often warns me to avoid any contact with the opposite sex, even a mere fingertips touch. And she cautions me not to trust the words of any man, for they are all deceitful, among many other admonitions, mostly along those lines." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Did she really say that? He had assumed she had not. Then how come you still? Before he could finish, Shen Shiju interjected, "Many of my grandmother's words are not entirely accurate. Since meeting you, little Chen, I've realized that those words don't hold true." She spoke each word with utmost sincerity. "My grandmother says that all men are bad, yet you are a good person. You have not deceived me, nor have you harmed me. You care for me, teach me so much, and take me out to have fun. When I am with you, I feel incredibly happy. I don't know how others are, nor do I wish to find out. I only know that even if what my grandmother says were true, it wouldn't be entirely right because you are the exception." With that, she flashed Jiang Chen a sweet smile, her dimples adorably apparent. Jiang Chen found himself momentarily stunned by her radiant smile. He had thought Shen Shiju was naive, yet he was astonished to discover that in her heart, he held such a uniquely special place, which explained her unwavering trust and lack of defenses against him. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy at understanding her feelings and guilt upon reflecting on his intentions. In truth, he had been attempting to deceive this pure-hearted flower from the very beginning, albeit with every attempt leading to misunderstandings. The innocence of this girl was profound, and her trust in him was unconditional. How could he bear to entertain such thoughts? However, just as guilt began to creep into his mind, a miniature devil wielding a pitchfork pierced his heart, birthing a mini angel within him, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Was that deceit? No, it was a desire to care for her for a lifetime, even if it were deception. To deceive someone for a lifetime would ultimately render it a form of truth. The mini angel, battered and bruised, curled up on the floor, utterly defenseless. His intentions were not deceitful, but rather a genuine affection. He simply wanted to be with her for eternity. If the duration were a lifetime, then even deceit could be considered truth. Gazing at the enchanting flower sitting beside him, Jiang Chen grinned and affectionately ruffled her hair. The sensation of having his head patted was rather delightful. Shen Shizhu, curious about the feeling of patting, reached out her hand to stroke Jiang Chen's head. It's even better than being patted. Unbeknownst to her, the quality of such feelings relies entirely on one's heart. After the devil had completely vanquished the angel, or perhaps assimilated it, Jiang Chen's heart returned to a state of tranquility, devoid of turmoil, even yearning for a bottle of beer. Yet, before he could entertain any further thoughts, Shen Shizhu, having retreated to her room to sleep, knocked on Jiang Chen's door once more. Jiang Chen, I'm feeling a bit scared alone in that room. May I sleep here too? Her large, innocent eyes gazed at him, exuding an aura of purity. Chapter 217, A Stealthy Kiss You Can't Control. From a young age, Shen Shizhu had already begun sleeping in her own room. However, that was in the familiar home she had grown up in. Now, having moved to a dormitory with 3 roommates, the unfamiliar environment made her feel uneasy alone at night. It was not difficult for Jiang Chen to surmise Shen Shizhu's mental journey, even if he couldn't fully grasp it. Who could refuse the request of such a radiant beauty standing at their door asking to sleep in their room? Just as Shen Shizhu was about to leave, she returned, kicking off her slippers and settling into the spot she had just leaned against, where remnants of her warmth still lingered. After making herself comfortable, she looked at Jiang Chen and patted the space beside her, the very spot where Jiang Chen had just sat. Jiang Chen chuckled, returning to his previous position. Their shoulders brushed against each other as they continued watching television, the plot reaching a climactic point. Yet, feeling the warmth of the exquisite girl beside him, Jiang Chen found it impossible to focus on the screen. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Shizhu's small hand had already been taken into his grasp. As he contemplated how to progress to the next step, Shen Shizhu's head bobbed and eventually rested on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Leaning down, Jiang Chen noticed she had fallen asleep while watching television, utterly unguarded. Observing her innocent, childlike sleeping face, a smile crept onto his lips. He patiently waited for her to drift deeper in his slumber before gently cradling her cheek, supporting her body as he carefully extricated himself. Half standing, he wrapped his arms around her legs and neck, lifting her in a princess carry and laying her down on the bed, tucking her in snugly. Once she was settled, Jiang Chen lay down on the other half of the bed, sharing a single blanket. After getting comfortable, he promptly closed his eyes. With Shen Shizhu's unwavering trust in him and her complete lack of defenses, how could Jiang Chen take advantage of her while she slept? Yet, after lying there for what felt like an eternity, he found himself wide awake. As his breathing slowed, his hand gently reached out toward Shen Shizhu, quickly locating her delicate hand and holding it firmly in his palm. Even while awake, they could hold hands, so it was perfectly acceptable to do so now as well. Right? He intended to clasp her hand as they drifted into dreams. Yet, once again, sleep eluded him. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and pecked lightly at Shen Shizhu's face before swiftly lying back down, an act executed with remarkable swiftness. This time, he finally fell into a deep slumber. The following day, in the afternoon, 2 vehicles embarked on their return journey. For Jiang Chen, this outing was a resounding success. His relationship with Shen Shizhu had progressed to the point of casual hand-holding. They had held hands throughout the night, and even shared a stolen kiss with the delicate flower. The lingering sensation of her soft lips remained etched in his memory. However, for the others, it was undeniably a failure, especially for Lin Fangfei, who faced a catastrophic defeat. Upon returning to the dormitory, Gao Zifei announced that their matchmaking endeavor had officially culminated in failure. Nevertheless, despite the expenditure and the dismal outcome, Gao Zifei felt an inexplicable joy. You have no idea how fervently the girls had proclaimed on the bus that they would undoubtedly help Lin Fangfei win over old Jiang. Yet, upon arrival, the sight of Shen Tongxiu beside old Jiang rendered them all utterly speechless. You certainly did not notice their expressions at that moment. It was simply hilarious. Old Jiang, I thank you for granting me yet another exhilarating moment in my life. No, I should be thanking Shen Tongxiu, whose striking appearance left several of them feeling utterly defeated. Moreover, if it weren't for old Jiang, Shen Tongxiu would not have accompanied him. Thus, one could argue that without old Jiang, Lin Fangfei would not have. In the dormitory, as Gao Zifei pondered further, he changed his clothes after a quick bathroom break and prepared to visit Bawang Bingji. Chen Junjun, unable to contain himself, remarked before leaving, "Why don't you trace it all the way back to Pangu opening the heavens?" Gao Zifei paused, waved his hand dismissively, and replied, "Get back to work." After Chen Junjun departed, Gao Zifei suddenly felt as though something was amiss. Why was Go Yuguai silent? Turning around, he saw Logu, engrossed in texting while grinning foolishly. Logu, who are you chatting with? You look like a fool. Huh? No one. Go Yuguai quickly masked his smile, shaking his head. You're talking nonsense. There's definitely something fishy here. Spill it. Gao Zifei leaped from his bed onto Go Yuguai's, pinning him down and digging into his armpit. This challenging scene made Jiang Chen avert his gaze. Faced with such torture, Go Yuguai soon succumbed, surrendering. All right, I'll tell you, just get off me. Speak. Gao Zifei knelt on Go Yuguai's legs, poised to pounce again if he remained evasive. Go Yuguai chuckled and revealed, it's Mao Yingyi. Thunder struck above Gao Zifei's head, leaving him frozen in shock. Logu, are you joking with me? Logu, you must be teasing me. Gao Zifei lamented thrice as he crawled back to his bed, slumping against the wall. He felt utterly despondent, a stark contrast to his earlier joy. How did you even start chatting? How could you? Logu, heed my advice. You're too small to handle that thunderous storm. Just sob. Chapter 218, Another Collision. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Shizhu was immediately seized by Humaime, who dragged her around to inspect every nook and cranny. After confirming that she was indeed intact, Humaime began to inquire whether Jiang Chen had done anything peculiar. She struggled to articulate what she meant by peculiar, eventually resorting to that vague term. Shen Shizhu pondered for a considerable time, but could not identify anything strange, so she shook her head. Humaime then rephrased her inquiry, asking what had transpired between them. Nearby, Chen Lingshan and Zhu Fengyu craned their necks to listen. The earlier visit to the Guanyin Temple had been unremarkable. However, when they reached the part about soaking in the hot springs together, Humaime's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. After a probing session, it was revealed that they had changed clothes in the restroom, and that their attire was quite modest, which allowed her to relax somewhat. But when she learned that Jiang Chen and Shen Shizhu had shared the same bed the previous night, Humaime leapt to her feet in astonishment. I knew it. Her expression conveyed a desire to storm into the boys' dormitory and confront Jiang Chen. However, as she continued to listen, her expression morphed into one of bewilderment. It turned out that Shen Shizhu had been frightened and had suggested going to Jiang Chen's room, where he merely held her hand as they slept through the night. Humaime's countenance shifted once more. She envisioned Jiang Chen not as a wicked scoundrel, but as a paragon of virtue, his image magnifying in her mind. Sharing the same bed, under the same blanket, this was Shen Shizhu. If it were her, she could hardly contain herself. Yet Jiang Chen. Humaime had initially intended to confront Jiang Chen, but in the end, she was again left astonished. In early December, the foggy metropolis welcomed a light drizzle, shrouding the city in a mist that signified the arrival of winter. Go Yuguai and Gao Zifei shivered in their dormitory, reluctant to emerge from their blankets. One hailed from Kaiying Province, the other from Jin Province. The winter in Kaiying Province was mild, while Jin Province boasted indoor heating. Neither had ever experienced such a temperature indoors that mirrored the chill outside, leaving them with nowhere to seek warmth. The blankets had become their daily refuge. Meanwhile, the Bawang Bingji branch in Jinling had opened its doors at the Confucius Temple pedestrian street. On the first day of business, it was already teeming with customers, leaving Jiang Jianyang and Qin Yun overwhelmed. They were delighted yet perplexed. Why were there so many people? And why did they seem to be flocking to their establishment? Many patrons, upon arrival, engaged in hushed exchanges of secret phrases like Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. What was going on? During the renovation, following Jiang Chen's guidance, the first step had been to install the shop sign, which meant that even before the interior was completed, news about the new store had already spread widely among the public. Although the current user base in Jinling was not extensive, a portion was already present. The explosive popularity of Bawang Bingji on two platforms had created a strong sense of scarcity marketing. Consequently, when users in Jinling learned that a store was opening, they rushed to treat it as a must-visit location, eager to share their experiences online. Previously, they had envied those in the metropolis. Now, they no longer needed to feel that envy. Instead, they had become the objects of admiration, as they too possessed their very own Bawang Bingji. Even before the renovations were complete, people were coming daily to take photos and post them online. On the opening day, it was inevitable that numerous individuals would flock there to buy milk tea and check in. Located on the bustling Confucius Temple pedestrian street, the high-foot traffic and the explosive popularity naturally generated a herd effect, attracting even more customers. In this virtuous cycle, the success of the second Bawang Bingji was assured. Everything aligned perfectly with Jiang Chen's vision and plans. Chapter 219. Qin Yun could no longer bear it. Concurrently with the grand opening of Bawang Bingji in Jinling, Jiang Chen was fervently promoting Aduan and Xiao Angshu. The store featured promotions where customers could download Aduan and Xiao Hongshu, complete their registrations, and receive a complimentary drink of the highest value or a portion of ice. Simultaneously, the deputy director of the Human Resources Department, Hu Dengming, along with Gao Chao, visited Jinling to establish a ground promotion team targeting various universities in the area. In a remarkably brief span of time, the downloads, registrations, total user base, and daily active users of Aduan and Xiao Hongshu began to surge explosively, reminiscent of the recent frenzy in the Magic City. Within the restrooms of various universities in Jinling, one could find a basket filled with snippets of humorous anecdotes, alongside books offering beauty, skincare, and fashion tutorials. Simultaneously, the restroom guide from Magic City commenced its own campaign. Numerous public toilets and office buildings in the Magic City displayed promotional materials regarding Aduan and Xiao Hongshu. As this initiative unfolded, Jiang Chen's expenditures began to escalate rapidly. Fortunately, the marketing department had already commenced operations, and Aduan secured advertisement from several local brands in the Magic City, while Xiao Hongshu garnered an abundance of endorsements from cosmetic brands. Concurrently, Jiang Chen instructed the technical department to develop an online shopping section for Xiao Hongshu, focusing on beauty and fashion. The current landscape of online payment is rather cumbersome, requiring the binding of bank accounts and a series of tedious steps to complete a purchase. Jiang Chen was acutely aware of this. Nonetheless, he proceeded with the development of this section. The majority of Xiao Hongshu's users are university students, and despite the complexities of online shopping on platforms like Taobao, female university students remain one of the largest consumer demographics. Thus, this was not perceived as a significant obstacle. In due course, beauty influencers would seamlessly integrate shopping links for their featured products directly beneath their makeup tutorial videos, undoubtedly enticing a considerable number of individuals to make purchases. However, this was merely one aspect of the strategy. More importantly, it was about cultivating product strength. As development progressed, Xiao Hongshu would gradually evolve into a comprehensive platform, encompassing everything from beauty tutorials to shopping experiences. After a prolonged period of relentless work, often to the brink of midnight while still juggling daytime jobs, Qinyan found herself somewhat overwhelmed. She had boasted, "Don't worry, Mom will manage this. My work won't be affected." Yet, Jiang Jianyang's dark circles were more pronounced than hers. The couple was truly feeling the strain. On a particular Monday evening, when they returned home a bit earlier than usual, they decided to confer and dialed Jiang Chen's number. "Hello, Mom. Why are you still awake at this hour?" Upon connecting, Jiang Chen's inquiry nearly provoked Qinyan's sarcasm. "What do you mean? Why am I still awake? I've been busy managing the store until now." However, it was her own decision to oversee the shop, and thus had little justification to criticize her son. She composed herself and inquired about another matter. "Son, I've seen the Xiao Hongshu and Aduan in the shop." "Were they?" "Those are two software applications I developed, and they also have web versions. Aduan is for sharing interesting content, while Xiao Hongshu is for beauty and fashion tutorials. I am utilizing Aduan and Xiao Hongshu for the online promotion of Bawang Ice Queen, and simultaneously leveraging Bawang Ice Queen for offline promotion of Aduan and Xiao Hongshu." Now that the store was operational, the results were evident, and Jiang Chen only needed to provide a brief explanation of the underlying principles. Had he attempted to explain this at the store's inception, it might have taken him 2 hours to clarify. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Qinyan exchanged glances with Jiang Jianyang. Initially, when they had heard that Jiang Chen was earning money from his store in the Magic City, they had assumed he had merely stumbled upon success. However, witnessing the booming business in Jinling, they began to grasp the reality. It was no mere coincidence. Everything had been meticulously planned by Jiang Chen. In that moment, they couldn't help but marvel at their son's intelligence, recognizing his remarkable foresight and business acumen, and they genuinely felt the poignant realization that their son had truly matured. Time was of the essence, and after finishing their conversation, Jiang Chen urged his parents to rest. It was then that Qinyan and Jiang Jianyang remembered the crucial reason for their call. They were overwhelmed. They decided to follow Jiang Chen's advice and find a store manager to oversee the daily operations, allowing them to visit occasionally. Without needing to say a word, Jiang Chen had already prepared a suitable candidate for the managerial position. He understood that after the store's opening, they would be incredibly busy. And even if Qinyan claimed she could manage, Jiang Chen couldn't bear to see his mother overburdened. For the Magic City store, Jiang Chen found an appropriate candidate, an intelligent young lady named Feng Man, who had dropped out of high school and traveled from a nearby town in Jinling seeking work. He had taken the time to train her, and with Qinyan supervising, he had no doubt there would be no issues. Chapter 220, Mr. Li. Keep up the good work. Jiang Chen's entrepreneurial venture was expanding at a rapid pace. During this period, He applied for 2 additional offices, further refining the review process. Regardless of the level of development, scrutiny remained paramount. It was on this day that a pirated version of Audiobook launched. Its features and functionalities were almost entirely copied, with many modifications made, yet remained fundamentally unchanged, crafted with a certain finesse, and it appropriated numerous jokes from Audiobook. Jiang Chen was initially unaware of this development until Li Chengguang called to inform him of this noteworthy event. Indeed, this is good news. Congratulations, Mr. Li. Your speed is commendable. Jiang Chen's congratulatory remark left Li Chengguang momentarily dumbfounded. Is this guy for real? He's calling to congratulate me on copying his product. And now that his imitation is online, he's congratulating himself? Isn't he worried that my software and website will overshadow his? After a brief pause, Li Chengguang scoffed. You're being too polite, Jiang. Your product, in terms of software and programming, is incredibly simplistic. If I let it slide for too long, how will I manage in the Magic City? I initially intended to give you an opportunity not to exploit you as a struggling college student, but you failed to seize it, so I bear no responsibility for that. Jiang Chen replied, of course, there's no blame to be placed on you, Mr. Li. You must continue to push forward and expedite the launch of a new version of Xiao Hongshu. Li Chengguang hung up the call, pondering whether he had indeed spoken with Jiang Chen himself. If so, what was his true intention? After a prolonged period of contemplation, Li Chengguang could not decipher Jiang Chen's motives, ultimately dismissing the incident with a derisive smile, viewing the entrepreneurial student as merely an eccentric. He summoned his secretary to proceed with their plans. After ending the call, Jiang Chen whistled cheerfully as he made his way back to the dormitory. The semester's demanding schedule had nearly reached its conclusion. Various matters had begun to stabilize, and it was time for him to unwind for a few days. After chatting with Shan Shizhu, they decided to grab lunch together, just as the hour arrived. She had classes in the afternoon, so after a satisfying meal, she went to meet her roommates. Jiang Chen then called upon Gao Zifei and Go Yugui to join him at an internet cafe. Another early class tomorrow. I'm truly at my wit's end. Gao Zifei expressed his exasperation regarding the upcoming schedule, yet felt powerless, having already missed numerous classes this semester. Similarly, Go Yugui found himself in the same predicament. At least after the early class, we can catch up on some sleep. Just a few days ago, we had to endure an entire day after the early class. Go Yugui humorously lamented, Hey, internet cafe manager, can we get a blanket? It's freezing in here. That's true. Gao Zifei acknowledged, discovering he was beginning to accept this reality. So, what should we eat tomorrow morning? I don't know. Ask old Jiang, Go Yugui suggested, shaking his head. Jiang Chen, having just eliminated Go Yugui's character in a game, replied without turning around, Old Jiang doesn't eat. What? Both of them exclaimed, puzzled. Jiang Chen turned his head back, arching an eyebrow at the two individuals. I have not skipped classes frequently. I can afford to miss tomorrow morning's lecture. When have you ever skipped classes infrequently? You often neglect your studies, don't you? Jiang Chen grinned. My previous absences were all sanctioned. They weren't truancies. Although my number of missed classes is considerable, I have accrued plenty of credits. Goodness, are you even human? The two nearly leapt to their feet. The fleeting amusement they'd managed to cultivate dissipating in an instant. Chapter 221. The sky is falling. President Gu. The television market statistics for November have arrived. The smart TV we represent was only on sale for 19 days, yet managed to capture a 9% market share. This figure continues to rise. And if the current trend persists, our market share for smart TVs could exceed 15% by the end of the month. This is an unprecedented achievement. It is unlikely that anyone will surpass this record in the next 2 to 3 decades. Upon receiving last month's statistical data, Vice President Lu Fong practically dashed to the president's office. After knocking and entering, his excitement was palpable. Hearing the figures, Gu Qinjiao was momentarily stunned. This data closely mirrored Jiang Chen's initial predictions. Quickly regaining her composure, Gu Qinjiao pursed her lips and nodded. Indeed, what? Lu Fong was taken aback by Gu Qinjiao's calm demeanor. President Gu, these figures signify that our group has revitalized its television sector. No, it represents a true paradigm shift. Most importantly, we surpassed 8. You have already won the wager against Chairman Chen, and it was a crushing victory. Indeed, Gu Qinjiao nodded once more. What? Lu Fong's face contorted in confusion. Why you seem so unfazed? Gu Qinjiao glanced at the market report in his hand, quickly closed it, and simply stated, as expected. Lu Fong was left dumbfounded. Was Gu Qinjiao not excited? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Yet, in comparison to Jiang Chen's almost miraculous strategic prowess, this thrilling outcome seemed rather subdued. Meanwhile, the door to Chen Junda's office was flung open with a bang. The busy female secretary gasped. hastily standing up and tugging down her form-fitting skirt, her feet clad in one high heel and one bare, as she rushed out of the office, clutching her shoes. Chun Junda, who had just managed to stand after taking 3 blue pills, was startled and sat back down. Recognizing the visitor, he grabbed a calendar from his desk and hurled it at the intruder's feet. "Are you out of your mind? Are you insane? Uncle, this is a disaster." Chun Haidong, holding a file folder, disregarded Chun Junda's outburst and shouted in despair. "What are you yelling about? Can you not be so reckless? You're not a child anymore. Can't you be more composed? Is the sky falling?" Chun Junda straightened his clothes, took a sip of water, and glanced sideways at his nephew. "The sky is indeed falling. The market statistics for last month are out, and our group Smart TV has achieved a 9 market share in just 19 days. Uncle, we have lost the wager with Gu Qinjiao." Chun Haidong's voice grew increasingly mournful. "What did you just say?" Chun Junda waved dismissively. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It is true. I just received a report from the marketing department." Chun Haidong handed over the folder. Chun Junda snatched it and began to read, his expression growing increasingly frantic. How could this be? How could this happen? Where's Gu Hong? Why did his smear campaign fail? How is it possible that it didn't work? It wasn't that it didn't work. Gu Hong never even attempted it. Chun Haidong gritted his teeth. Everything he showed us was fabricated. In reality, he never posted a single disparaging comment about the smart TV. Instead, he's been promoting it vigorously. I recently checked Weibo and saw no negative news about the smart TV. All the trending topics were positive. I sensed something was amiss, but I thought it was just a temporary suppression of negative news. Damn it, you fool. What else can you do? Have you lost your mind? If you sensed something was off, why didn't you investigate? Chun Junda felt a surge of intense heat rush to his head. In a fit of rage, he picked up an ashtray, but as he raised it above his head, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, the half-burned cigar tumbling into his open mouth, creating a rather comical scene. Uncle! Uncle! Chun Haidong rushed forward, noticing Chun Junda's face turning a disturbing shade of purple. He frantically dialed 120 for an ambulance. Shortly thereafter, paramedics arrived and swiftly transported Chun Junda from the Guang building. Isn't that Chairman Chun? What happened to him? I don't know. Many employees witnessed this scene, and soon the entire company buzzed with gossip about the incident. Chapter 222. He will certainly come. Have you heard? Chairman Chun has just been hospitalized. According to the emergency doctor who arrived with the ambulance, he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. What? The ambulance just took Chairman Chun? Cerebral hemorrhage? Is this for real? Of course it is. Chairman Chen's new assistant is the wife of a friend of mine. She heard it directly at the entrance. Apparently, it was due to losing the wager with President Gu. They wanted Minister Gue to tarnish the smart TV's reputation. But Minister Gue never did. Seriously? To tarnish the reputation of one's own product? What kind of person does that? It's utterly ridiculous. This old fool with so much wealth could have just enjoyed his life. President Gu has finally turned the tide for the group, and he wanted to sabotage his own company with such underhanded tactics? If he suffers a cerebral hemorrhage and dies, it's well-deserved. Latest news. I just saw the ambulance from a second hospital, and I called a friend there who happens to be in neurosurgery. They say Chairman Chen's condition is not severe. What? Why isn't it severe? He should have just died, sparing the group from a calamity. Exactly. How could someone like him still be a director? That old bastard should have gone long ago. Hey, don't speak so venomously. He has already lost the wager against President Gu, and unless something unexpected occurs, he will no longer be a shareholder in the company. So whether he lives or dies, it is of little consequence to us. That's true. His fate is no longer our concern. We need not curse him into misfortune. He does not deserve our sympathy. Chun Junda, once a respected director who fought alongside the elder Gu to build the company, saw his reputation utterly annihilated in just one afternoon, revealing his true colors. Meanwhile, those departments once under Chun Junda's control found their management in utter disarray. They were uncertain of the repercussions Chun Junda would face. Should he fall, their only outcome would be to pack their belongings and leave. They contemplated seeking allegiance with Gu Qinjiao, but such a move would likely lead to dire consequences. Historically, betrayal has always led to a dead end. What should they do? Should they continue to seek another shareholder to ally themselves against Gu Qinjiao? Not to mention, after this incident, it was questionable whether other shareholders would still oppose Gu Qinjiao. Her esteem within the company had reached its zenith, and any continued opposition would likely face dissent from their own subordinates. Fortunately, as a group of individuals found themselves utterly powerless and at a loss, at precisely 5:25 p.m., merely 5 minutes before the end of the workday, Chun Junhua regained consciousness. General Gu, I have just received news that Chairman Chun has awakened. It is reported that he is unable to move one of his legs, yet his mind remains lucid. Chun Yu announced as she entered Gu Qinjeo's office. Very well, Gu Qinjeo nodded in acknowledgement. Chengyu, please make a trip to the hospital and deliver a bouquet to Chairman Chen. Inform him that a board meeting will convene at 7 o'clock this evening. Given his health condition, he need not attend. But what if he chooses not to come? Chengyu voiced her concern. His situation is precarious. If this drags on, or if he attempts to evade responsibility, it could be detrimental for us. Rest assured, he will be present. Gu Qinjeo replied with unwavering confidence. Chengyu nodded and exited the office. Once Chengyu departed, Gu Qinjeo turned her gaze towards her phone, which was engaged in a video call. On the other end was Jiang Chen. Oh, by the way, Jiang Chen interjected. Please remind the secretary to procure chrysanthemums. See chrysanthemums? Gu Qinjeo hesitated momentarily before responding. Understood. I will inform her. All right then, I must hang up now. The game has started and my roommate is calling for me. Jiang Chen waved at the camera. A myriad of worries and anxieties filled Gu Qinjeo's mind, as the culmination of her long-standing efforts and plans was finally at hand. However, the serene smile adorning Jiang Chen's handsome face, imbued with confidence, alleviated much of her tension. She pursed her lips slightly and waved back at the camera. Old Jiang, are you not coming back? We're about to lose. Gao Zifei shouted from a quiet corner where he had connected with Jiang Chen. Go Yuga pressed enter in, typed in the chat. 4444444444. Chapter 223. White chrysanthemums. Chengyu purchased 44 white chrysanthemums from the florist and carried them into the hospital. Along the way, anyone who understood the significance of white chrysanthemums cast incredulous glances at her. Unperturbed, Chengyu strode confidently down the hospital corridor in her high-heeled boots, soon arriving at the entrance of a VIP cardiovascular monitoring room. Through the glass door, she could see Chen Junhua, already awake but looking quite unwell, receiving in 4 drip. Chen Heidong stood beside him, his head hung low like a chastised dog. Chengyu knocked and entered. Upon seeing her, Chen Junhua's pallid complexion visibly darkened further. Chairman, General Gu sent me to check on you and to inform you that the board meeting will commence in less than 2 hours at 7 o'clock. Given your current health, you need not attend. Setting the flowers down, she turned to leave. Chen Junhua watched her retreating figure, his expression stormy and his eyes narrowed in silence. Unable to hold back, Chen Heidong asked, Uncle, are we going or not? Chen Junhua shot a cold glance at his foolish nephew and scoffed. Why would we not go? There's no chance to take advantage of the situation while I'm incapacitated. His voice was laced with a hint of labored breath, a vestige of the cerebral hemorrhage he had suffered. Although his condition was relatively mild and largely treatable through 4 fluids, full recovery would require several months. At that moment, Chen Junhua noticed the bouquet of white flowers Chengyu had placed down, all chrysanthemums, and his expression darkened even further. Get a doctor in here. Make arrangements for me. No matter what, I must return to the company by 7 tonight. The board meeting scheduled for 7 o'clock elicited no surprise among the attendees. They were all aware of the unfolding events and could faintly predict what Gu Qinjeo would assert during the meeting. The conference table was surrounded by a circle of individuals, predominantly elderly men, with only a handful of middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, those who had inherited shares after their patriarchs had passed. The composition of the Guangwu Group shareholders had remained unchanged for 2 decades. Today, Gu Qinjeo would undoubtedly strive to maintain that status quo. Gu Qinjeo entered the conference room and took her seat at the head of the table. I'm sure you're all aware that Chairman Chen has fallen ill and is currently hospitalized. Fortunately, his condition is not too severe, but he requires rest. I have sent someone to inform him that he need not attend this board meeting. With everyone present except for him, Gu Qinjeo declared the meeting commenced. Just as she finished speaking, the heavy door of the conference room swung open with a forceful push. Chen Junhua entered, being wheeled in on a gurney, and 4 drip still attached to him. Upon entering, Chen Junhua let out a cold laugh. Thank you for your concern, my dear niece, but I assure you, I am quite well and do not require rest. At that moment, a derisive laugh echoed through the room, belonging to an elderly woman, once a pivotal figure in the Guangwu Group sales division and a key architect of a significant portion of the domestic market. Old Lady Wu's influence far surpassed that of Chen Junhua. A staunch supporter of Gu Qinjeo, she was said to have harbored affection for Gu Qinjeo's grandfather throughout her life, never marrying in the end. Initially, she had little regard for Gu Qinjeo's parents and was not overly fond of Gu Qinjeo herself. It was only after her parents' untimely demise that her attitude towards Gu Qinjeo softened, albeit slightly. Following the passing of Gu Qinjeo's grandfather, this eccentric old woman, who seldom spoke to Gu Qinjeo, became her most steadfast and trustworthy ally. Were it not for her limited shares, Gu Qinzhao's circumstances within the company would have improved significantly over the past few years. Chen Junhua cast a glance at old lady Wu, his brows furrowed deeply, and chose not to acknowledge her as he gestured for Chen Heidong to wheel him to his designated seat at the conference table. He had neither the need nor the energy to engage in conversation with the eccentric old woman. His sole purpose for being there was clear: to resist. Chapter 224. A Game of Chicken? Gu Qinzhao regarded Chen Junhua with an impassive expression before averting her gaze, stating, "The primary agenda of this board meeting was originally to discuss the status of our smart television initiative. However, since Chairman Chen insists on attending despite his illness, we shall first address another matter in consideration of his health." Chen Junhua's brow furrowed in growing concern. This was not the trajectory he had anticipated. A strong sense of foreboding welled up within him, more intense than any he had felt before. Perhaps it is only when one is on the brink of death that one truly comprehends the essence of life. Gu Qinzhao, approaching the subject from a perspective of concern for Chen Junhua's well-being, broached the widely known betting agreement between them. Such agreements are legally binding and protected. In truth, Gu Qinzhao could simply present the contract at this board meeting and declare the outcome. Yet, why had Jiang Chen insisted on having Gu Qinzhao bring Chen Junhua here? He anticipated Chen Junhua's forthcoming maneuvers. He would undoubtedly attempt to evade responsibility, and even if he couldn't, he would seek to drag it out for years. Even if the matter were brought before the court, a favorable verdict would take an extensive amount of time, possibly spanning 3 to 5 years. Who has the time or energy to endure such a protracted battle? Moreover, if the Guang Group's stock price were to rise significantly during that time, wouldn't his shares appreciate in value? In his past life, Jiang Chen had made a name for himself in the business circles of Shanghai and across the nation at a young age. Beyond his flexible principles, he was decisively ruthless. If a confrontation was to occur, it would be decisive. He would not allow the opponent any chance of survival. As expected, just as Jiang Chen had forewarned Gu Qinzhao, Chen Junhua was indeed attempting to evade responsibility. Upon witnessing Gu Qinzhao producing the gambling agreement, he let out a derisive laugh, audaciously claiming to disavow the document. What a remarkable display of denial from Chairman Chen. To disregard a contract that is evidently detrimental to oneself is indeed a formidable feat, alas. Such denial serves no purpose. The very essence of a contract is to bind individuals like him. Gu Qinzhao found herself utterly astonished by Chen Jun's audacity. Yet, the depths of this incredulity had not yet reached their conclusion. With a cold sneer, Chen Jun went so far as to assert that the contract was forged, insisting that he had never affixed his signature to such a document. Behind Gu Qinzhao, Cheng Yu brandished a laptop, directing the screen towards the assembly, and pressed the spacebar. This is the recorded video of the signing, with the contract clearly documented in black and white. You claim is forged? In the footage, Chen Jun appeared jovial and confident, exuding an air of certainty that Gu Qinzhao would never retract her words. This stood in stark contrast to his current bedridden state. Reduced to a pitiful figure, struggling to articulate his thoughts as he faced the consequences of his actions. Initially denying the contract, he then feigned indifference, spreading his hands as he proclaimed that Gu Qinzhao could take him to court, for he would only abide by the court's verdict. A tree that sheds its bark is doomed. A man who loses his shame is invincible, Wu Laotai remarked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Following her, several shareholders supporting Gu Qinzhao voiced their disdain, admonishing Chen Jun for his disgraceful behavior at such an advanced age. Yet, Chen Jun remained unperturbed, exuding an indifference akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. The remaining shareholders, who refrained from voicing support for Gu Qinzhao, observed the spectacle with a sense of detached amusement. Among them were those who remained neutral, waiting to reap dividends regardless of the outcome, and others relished the unfolding drama, harboring ambitions to usurp Gu Qinzhao's position. However, unlike Chen Jun, they were not foolish enough to act prematurely. Truly impressive, Chairman Chen. Gu Qinzhao applauded mockingly, her expression turning icy as she narrowed her eyes. A court case could take years, and while I may be unable to compel you, Chairman, do you reckon the tax bureau and criminal police will take so long to apprehend you? Chen Jun continued to dismiss her words, believing them to be mere bluster. Cheng Yu disconnected the laptop from the projector, turning the screen solely towards Chen Jun. His indifference faltered when Chen Heidong, standing behind him, suddenly dropped his phone, the sound echoing ominously. Uncle. Chen Heidong's voice was laced with panic. Chen Jun glanced at him, noticing his gaze fixed on the monitor. With furrowed brows, he peered at the screen, and it was as though the very marrow had been siphoned from his bones, leaving him slumped in shock. Chapter 225. The one with the gun is me. The laptop displayed damning evidence against Chun Jun. Years of selling high-value electronic components as defective goods at scrap prices, resulting in immense losses for the company. He had even established an external company for this purpose, with financial records that starkly contradicted actual sales, implicating him in tax evasion and fraud, an undeniable case. The latter would incur substantial fines, but might not be enough to strip Chun Jun of his fortune entirely. However, the former could certainly lead both him and Chun Haidong to prison. Chun Jun could claim all of this was fabricated, but he would have to face the police and see if they believed him. Gu Qinjiao's voice was calm and steady. Slumped in his wheelchair, Chun Jun sat in stunned silence, his face ashen as he turned to Gu Qinjiao, softly requesting, "Niece, may we converse privately? Grandpa Chun, let's discuss it here." Gu Qinjiao replied, adopting a new form of address, her fingers, delicate yet unadorned, tapping lightly on the table, refusing his request for a different location. Chun Jun snapped the laptop shut with a forceful gesture, inhaling deeply before stating, "I will fulfill the terms of the gambling agreement. Let us negotiate the specifics elsewhere." This time, Gu Qinjiao acquiesced, leading him to her office. Once they left, the remaining shareholders exchanged glances, eager to discern the leverage Gu Qinjiao held over Chun Jun, while simultaneously marveling at her demonstrated prowess. Despite Gu Qinjiao's impressive capabilities over the years, they had never fully abandoned their perception of her as merely a young girl. Now, witnessing Chun Jun's utter defeat at her hands shattered that misconception completely. In the presidential office, Gu Qinjiao settled in her chair, while Chun Haidong pushed Chun Jun to sit opposite her desk. After a moment of silence, Chun Jun declared, "If you swear on your grandfather's spirit, vowing to erase all matters related to this, I will honor the gambling agreement and sell you the shares at market price." "Grandpa, I can swear, but do you not grasp the situation?" Gu Qinjiao responded, her tone devoid of emotion. "The one holding the gun is me. Your fate is no longer yours to dictate." Chun Jun narrowed his eyes, fixating on Gu Qinjiao, who met his gaze with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Chun Jun lacked even the privilege of a desperate gamble. "What do you propose?" "First, you must fill the financial void stemming from your illicit profits within the company." "Agreed." Chun Jun, recognizing the futility of resistance, closed his eyes momentarily before nodding in acquiescence. "Next, you will sell your shares at the price on the day the gambling agreement was signed." Gu Qinjiao continued. Chun Jun nearly slammed his hand on the table in protest. Yet, before he could act, Gu Qinjiao interjected, "Consider carefully, Chairman Chun. Will you face ruin and imprisonment, or will you choose to live comfortably for the remainder of your days?" Taking several deep breaths, Chun Jun finally conceded, "Fine, I agree, but you must swear on your grandfather's spirit that you will delete all evidence." Chapter 226. Another episode. Gu Qinjiao had already prepared the share transfer agreement and coordinated with relevant personnel for notarization. She acquired all of Chun Jun's shares at the stock price prior to the smart television's release, while Chun Jun deposited over $100 million into the company's accounts, rectifying years of losses from his fraudulent activities. Once everything was finalized, Gu Qinjiao instructed Chun Yu to erase all incriminating evidence completely. She swore in her grandfather's name. Having watched Gu Qinjiao grow up, Chun Jun understood her character well. She would not resort to such unscrupulous tactics, especially when invoking the name of her deceased grandfather. Indeed, she certainly would, should, and perhaps would not, right? Chun Jun's thoughts lingered in a realm of uncertainty, a stark contrast to his previous unyielding confidence. At this moment, having been utterly crushed by Gu Qinjiao, he sensed an inexplicable dread emanating from her. Yet, he found himself powerless to think otherwise. He was devoid of any alternatives. Chun Haidong propelled Chun Jun out of the office. As they descended in the elevator, it halted at a certain floor and the doors slid open. Outside awaited a throng of employees, with the foremost figure unmistakably being Gue Hong. Upon seeing Gue Hong, Chun Haidong's eyes instantly reddened, and Chun Jun, despite being in a wheelchair, nearly rose to his feet. To him, Gue Hong was the architect of their downfall. Had it not been for Gue Hong's treachery and deliberate deceit, they would never have succumbed to Gu Qinjiao. At least, not so easily. "You traitor, you worthless scoundrel." Chun Haidong spat through clenched teeth. Gue Hong adjusted his glasses and retorted, "Minister Chun, on what grounds do you accuse me of betrayal? It is you who, seeking to exploit the publicity department, tarnish the image of a product capable of making history. If anyone is the true traitor here, it is you and Chairman Chun. You." Chun Haidong, in a fit of fury, attempted to confront Gue Hong, his current predicament igniting a desperate rage within him. Chun Jun seized him, gesturing for him to step back, narrowing his eyes as he coldly addressed Gue Hong. Do you suppose that by defecting to Gu Qinjiao, you will find solace? Reflect upon history. What fate has ever befallen a traitor but disgrace and ruin? Chairman Shun must be unwell, if you did not comprehend my earlier words. Allow me to reiterate. Compared to you, I am unworthy of the title of traitor, Gue Hong replied, his demeanor unhurried yet resolute. I was promoted by Chairman Gu. My gratitude compels me to strive for the betterment of the group. Initially, I believed Gu Qinjiao to be a mere girl lacking the ability to manage the group. Thus I leaned towards you for support. However, I have come to realize that the incapable one is not Gu Qinjiao, but you. To say you lack ability seems an understatement. You are the true source of turmoil within the group, causing unrest without regard for the consequences. Solely fixated on undermining Gu Qinjiao. Chairman Shun, reaching such an advanced age is no small feat. Perhaps you should take a well-deserved rest and enjoy your twilight years. Otherwise, who knows how many would rejoice at your demise? Gue Hong paused. That would certainly bring joy to many. You. Tin Yun pointed at Gue Hong, suddenly rising from his wheelchair, as if the blood clot binding his leg had miraculously dissolved. Yet in the next instant, he collapsed back into the wheelchair, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple, as if overtaken by a malevolent force. Uncle! Chun Haidong hastily supported Chun Jun, desperately attempting to revive him. But to no avail. Outside the elevator, Gue Hong remarked, Chairman Chun has had another episode. Minister Chun, you should hurry down. We can wait for the next elevator. With that, the elevator doors began to close, and in the next moment, a raucous cheer erupted from the group of employees surrounding Gue Hong. This shift was certainly worthwhile. The minister usually keeps to himself, but when he confronts someone, he is ferociously formidable. One female team leader quietly interjected, Minister, I feel you may have been somewhat unjust in your assessment. If Chairman Shun is indeed the source of chaos, then what does that make us? Chapter 227. The complex emotions of Gu Qinjiao after diligently attending to subsequent matters for over half an hour. Gu Qinjiao set her pen down and handed the documents to Cheng Yu. Once she departed, Gu Qinjiao leaned back in her chair. By stripping Chun Jun of his shares, she had decisively ousted the one who had persistently opposed her from the group. In this moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. A delayed exhilaration washed over her, intertwined with a profound sense of having finally established her footing in her grandfather's company. A desire to weep with joy stirred within her. These myriad emotions intertwined, causing the typically stoic Ice Queen to feel the warmth of tears welling in her eyes. She rose and approached the window. Before her grandfather's passing, he often stood by this very window, lighting a cigarette and gazing out at the bustling metropolis, a smile of immense satisfaction gracing his face. In her youth, Gu Qinjiao had been oblivious to the reason behind his smiles. Yet, as time passed, she gradually understood that her grandfather had reveled in the tumult of his life, finally securing a sanctuary for his beloved granddaughter. Grandfather, what you have left me, I shall safeguard, she murmured as tears cascaded down like raindrops. After a significant pause, she finally composed herself, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions. The floor-to-ceiling glass revealed her reflection, and beyond it, the vibrant cityscape, a world of lights and luxury. Through her teary vision, the image of Jiang Chen flickered in her mind. She knew, without a doubt, that had it not been for Jiang Chen, none of this would have transpired as it did today. She would never have been able to topple Chen Jun, let alone seize his shares. Reflecting on the entire series of events, from the inception of the smart television proposal to the strategies Jiang Chen devised for her to dismantle Chen Jun, every method and arrangement he suggested had been astonishingly effective, leaving her in awe. His foresight encompassed every conceivable angle, leaving no detail overlooked. Truly, he was a master strategist. When Jiang Chen had listened to her recount the current situation, he meticulously analyzed the dynamics of her opponents within the company, the distribution of their forces, and devised a comprehensive counterplan, including how to anticipate and thwart any unexpected retaliations from them. He even advised her to remain vigilant for any undercover spies, offering guidance on how to turn the tables should any be discovered. Every conceivable scenario had been preemptively addressed. Following Jiang Chen's guidance, she had approached Gue Hong, successfully swaying him while also identifying the spies Chen Jun had placed around her, and used this intelligence to present Chen Jun with precisely the information they wished him to see. As these memories flooded back, Gu Qinjiao found herself unable to contain her tears once more. Since her grandfather's demise, she had felt utterly alone, with no one to turn to for counsel. Until Jiang Chen arrived. Not only did she gain someone to share her thoughts with, but also an ally who provided her with strategies when she felt lost, enabling her to accomplish what she could not on her own. This newfound sense of reliance was both foreign and familiar to her. The arduous path to victory had not escaped Gu Qinzhao's notice. The harder the battle, the more she recognized Jiang Chen's extraordinary capabilities. She had replayed the events in her mind countless times. Without Jiang Chen's meticulous planning, there would have been no successful outcome against Chen Jun. In this pivotal battle, if Jiang Chen's prowess were to be known, he would undoubtedly be likened to a modern-day Zhuge Liang, orchestrating triumphs from afar in the realm of business. Gu Qinzhao's admiration for Jiang Chen had reached a pinnacle, yet this admiration was merely one facet of the myriad emotions swirling within her. Jiang Chen's place in her heart, under the peculiar dynamics of their recent interactions, had reached an intricately convoluted juncture that even she found difficult to articulate. After standing in silence for an extended period, she wiped away her tears and returned to her seat. She needed to finalize the last few matters before making her way to Fuda. She could not quite fathom why, but at this very moment, her desire to see Jiang Chen surged with an overwhelming intensity that she could not suppress. Once seated, Gu Qinzhao instinctively crossed her legs, only to lower them again a moment later, sitting upright with poise. Jiang Chen had advised her against crossing her legs, much like he had cautioned her about reducing her coffee consumption. During this period of refraining from crossing her legs, she maintained a proper posture, and the radiating pain in her right waist and leg had subsided. Since she had stopped drinking coffee, the occasional flutter of anxiety within her heart had also diminished, and during her menstrual cycle, her mood had improved, with less discomfort in her lower abdomen. Beyond these changes, numerous others had transpired, the reasons for many of which remained elusive to her. However, they were undeniably tied to Jiang Chen's counsel. She could not fathom why she chose to heed his advice. It was as if his words echoed in her mind, prompting her to alter habits she had maintained for years. Chapter 228, The Sinister Machinations. She set down her pen and glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30. Gu Qinzhao picked up the phone resting on her desk. "Hello, Chengyu? Please clear my schedule for tomorrow. I need a day off." "All right," came Chengyu's prompt response from the other end. After a flurry of busy days culminating in a favorable outcome, it was only fitting that Gu Qinzhao take a day to rest. "Also, please inform Aunt want to wait for me downstairs to take me to Fuda," Gu Qinzhao added. "Heading to Fuda?" "Understood," Chengyu confirmed from the secretary's office, letting out a long sigh after hanging up. She genuinely wished to prevent Gu Qinzhao from becoming further entangled with a mere pretty face. Gu Qinzhao was dressed in a white shirt paired with a thick linen blazer, complemented by a pair of washed-out skinny jeans and chestnut-colored high-heeled boots. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an air of intellectual elegance, yet also radiating an icy demeanor that kept others at bay. As she entered the elevator, it stopped a few floors down, the doors opening to reveal two shareholders who had just concluded a meeting. These shareholders, typically neutral, only participated in profit sharing and refrained from engaging in any factional disputes. Previously, they would have merely nodded upon encountering Gu Qinzhao, but this time, they initiated a conversation with her. The smart television launched by you, General Manager, truly heralds a new era in smart technology, just as the advertisements proclaim. Indeed, it's remarkable to see young talent shine. This couplet, we once merely recognized in words, is now vividly illustrated by your achievements, General Manager. Their enthusiastic praise stemmed from the surge in stock prices and sales attributable to the smart television, which had directly enhanced their profits. However, a significant portion of their admiration was undoubtedly linked to the board meeting earlier that day, where she had deftly dealt with the formidable Chen Junda. "Thank you, but you flatter me. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities as the president of the group," Gu Qinzhao replied, maintaining a calm expression which only elicited further accolades from them. Insisting she need not be modest, her prowess was evident. "Farewell, General Manager. Please take care." As she watched the two leave, waving goodbye, Gu Qinzhao suddenly comprehended why Jiang Chen had insisted on provoking Chen Junda to attend the board meeting. Jiang Chen had anticipated that someone like Chen Junda would inevitably become a deadbeat. He had long instructed Gu Qinzhao to investigate him. Initially, nothing had surfaced, but after reviewing the materials Gu Qinzhao had sent, Jiang Chen was convinced that Chen Junda's company was indeed problematic. He urged Gu Qinzhao to intensify her investigation, even suggesting the installation of listening devices at his residence to uncover the truth. To be frank, Gu Qinzhao had never contemplated such actions before. Yet, she unconditionally followed Jiang Chen's guidance, allocating an additional $2 million to the private investigation team. The result was the acquisition of compelling evidence. After obtaining this evidence, she had believed victory was assured and that she could easily manipulate Chen Junda. However, Jiang Chen insisted that it was imperative for Chen Junda to attend the board meeting, and his strategy had successfully ensured this. Gu Qinjiao had struggled to grasp Jiang Chen's motives until she encountered those two shareholders, at which point clarity dawned upon her. Jiang Chen's objectives extended beyond merely defeating Chen Junda. He aimed to ensure that all present witnessed Chen Junda's downfall, thereby establishing his own authority and instilling fear in the other shareholders. Jiang Chen's considerations were extraordinarily multifaceted. He calculated each move with foresight. Chen Junda had no avenue for recovery. Jiang Chen intended to maximize his utility to achieve the utmost benefit, exhibiting a level of cunning that bordered on the terrifying. Indeed, he was diabolically shrewd. These words were the only descriptors Gu Qinjiao could summon to encapsulate the seemingly harmless, radiant youth. Yet she felt no trepidation or fear towards him. She could not explain why. Often, she found herself puzzled by her own thoughts. Seated in the back of a Rolls-Royce, she informed Aunt Wan of their destination to Fuda. Gu Qinjiao then took out her phone and sent a message to Jiang Chen. It's resolved, just as you predicted, with no unforeseen complications. Jiang Chen's reply was swift. Good to hear. Chapter 229, A Meeting with a Beautiful Heiress. After a gratifying session at the internet cafe, Jiang Chen returned, took a shower, and reclined on his bed. Glancing at Gu Qinjiao's message, he felt no surprise. He had orchestrated every detail. Under the current circumstances, Chen Junda had no chance of escaping unscathed. With Gu Qinjiao's capabilities, execution alone would prevent any unexpected developments, even without Jiang Chen's arrangements. The myriad factors already in play ensured that Gu Qinjiao could manage the situation adeptly, though perhaps not to the fullest extent of profitability. Ultimately, Gu Qinjiao's capabilities were formidable. Otherwise, she would not have navigated the tumultuous beginnings to ascend to her current position as group president. Yet, her heart lacked the requisite ruthlessness. She was somewhat soft-hearted, merely presenting as a frigid lotus blossom. Moreover, her experiences had been insufficient. Having grown up in an ivory tower, she remained unaware that the most effective strategy against unscrupulous adversaries often involved employing equally unscrupulous tactics. Furthermore, she found herself ensnared in a veritable deadlock. The eventual downfall in a few years would hardly be surprising. It was not solely Gu Qinjiao in her 20s, even someone like Jiang Chen, a reincarnated individual who was cognizant of future events, might not have been able to break the impasse had he not returned. It could only be said that Chen Junda was simply unfortunate. Yet, Jiang Chen had indeed returned, a being capable of ensuring future outcomes, an element potent enough to overturn everything, had it not been for the opportunity presented by the smart television. Even possessing incriminating evidence against Chen Junda would not have guaranteed the current outcome. Chen Junda would have undoubtedly employed every means at his disposal to exonerate himself. His cunning schemes could even lead Chen Heidong to take the blame, thereby allowing him to evade responsibility. With his shares firmly in hand and his voice still resonating within the conglomerate, he could continue to undermine Gu Qinjiao and seize complete control of the Guang Group. However, given the prior betting agreement, should he attempt to renege and fail to transfer the shares to Gu Qinjiao, his identity as a shareholder would be exceedingly difficult to validate. Furthermore, with his reputation within the group now irreparably tarnished, he found himself devoid of any room to maneuver. Departing with a sum of money was not only the best, but the only viable option. Reflecting on all this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk. It had been years since he had navigated with such meticulous caution and strategic calculation. He recalled the early days of his previous venture when various predators had emerged, and every misstep could lead to total ruin. A time fraught with peril that, while headache-inducing, also stirred a sense of adrenaline. As Jiang Chen picked up his phone, preparing to send another message to Gu Qinjiao, her message arrived first. I'm almost at the gate of Fu University. Do you have time? Jiang Chen felt a trickle of sweat. How could he say he was busy when she was nearly there? What he intended to say morphed into a simple, sure, I'm heading out now. Please drive over. Gu Qinjiao replied promptly, all right. Without questioning her reasons, Jiang Chen rose from his bed, donned his long pants and down jacket, and tucked the car keys into his pocket. Gao Zifei, noticing Jiang Chen's departure, casually inquired, Old Jiang, going out this late? Yeah, going to meet a beautiful rich woman. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, striding towards the dormitory exit. Gao Zifei's face contorted in surprise, and he sat up to glance at Jiang Chen's receding figure before returning his gaze to his phone, realizing that the amusing anecdotes he had been engrossed in suddenly lost their charm. Do you think this rich woman he mentioned is Shun Tongxiu? Wouldn't he be greedy enough to want both the bowl and the pot? Would he? Why is no one responding? Have they all fallen asleep? After a moment of silence without any replies, he looked up to see that Shun Junjun had indeed drifted off, while Go Yugui was there, chatting away with a silly grin on his face. Damn, Gao Zifei smacked his own mouth in frustration. What a loose tongue. Why did I have to say anything? As he lay back down, his anger simmered, prompting him to rise and deliver a punch to Go Yugui's calf. Damn it, just I already. Chapter 230, Established on Deterrence. The white X5 rolled out from the university, while the long, grand Rolls-Royce awaited at the entrance. Jiang Chen parked the car aside, and Gu Qinjiao emerged from the back seat, sliding into the front passenger seat of the X5. Once seated in this vehicle, which paled in comfort compared to the Rolls-Royce, she felt her tension ease, having been taught for so long, especially during the notarization of the share transfer agreement. Her heartbeat steadied upon seeing Jiang Chen. As the Rolls-Royce gradually departed, Aunt Wan, from the back seat, cast several lingering glances, sighing with a hint of regret. Providing a car for Jiang Chen was not a boon. Her chances of observing their interactions closely would dwindle significantly. Gu Qinjiao fastened her seatbelt, and Jiang Chen turned his head, illuminated by the streetlight, allowing him to discern her face clearly. You've lost some weight, he remarked. Gu Qinjiao's fingers trembled slightly on her lap as she locked eyes with Jiang Chen, taking a deep breath. There has been too much going on lately. With so much happening, you should still make time to eat. It doesn't require cooking. Just spare 10 minutes to have a bite. How much time could it possibly take? If you neglect your health, no matter how much work you manage, it will all be in vain. That would only bring misfortune to both yourself and your loved ones. Gu Qinjiao pressed her lips together in acknowledgement. Yes, I understand. You didn't eat dinner either, did you? Jiang Chen engaged the gears and started the car, flashing a grin at Gu Qinjiao. I'll take you to a fantastic noodle place. Sound good? Gu Qinjiao nodded, leaning back against her seat, momentarily staring ahead before her gaze drifted back to Jiang Chen, captivated by the profile of his face as he drove with one hand on the steering wheel. Soon enough, Jiang Chen parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned to Gu Qinjiao, announcing, "We've arrived." Gu Qinjiao snapped back to reality, feeling as though only a brief moment had passed, yet when she checked the time, over 10 minutes had elapsed. They exited the car and entered a noodle shop, settling into a corner. This establishment specialized in Qian cuisine, and in his previous life, Jiang Chen often frequented it for a late-night bowl of noodles during social gatherings. They ordered 2 bowls of signature noodles, one mildly spicy and the other slightly more so, with Jiang Chen emphasizing the degree of spiciness with an exaggerated repetition of the word slightly. The spice level here was intense. Gu Qinjiao rarely indulged in spicy food, and even a hint could prove overwhelming. Yet, to omit the spice would compromise the dish's essence. Soon 2 bowls arrived, and Gu Qinjiao's lips turned crimson as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Nevertheless, even as the heat became nearly unbearable, she refrained from gasping for air like Shen Shizhu. How is the spice? If it's too much, we can go somewhere else, Jiang Chen offered. No, I can handle it. It's quite delicious, Gu Qinjiao responded, shaking her head. Have a sip of soda to ease the heat. Jiang Chen fetched 2 bottles of bibinjiang at room temperature, and placed one in front of Gu Qinjiao with a straw. Gu Qinjiao took a sip, the carbonation mingling with the spice, creating a peculiar sensation that somehow intensified the heat, though it soon alleviated the burning. After settling the bill, they returned to the car, Jiang Chen igniting the engine but not yet driving off. He took a swig from his bottle and resumed, discussing Chen Jun and Chen Heidong with Gu Qinjiao. She appeared puzzled. They had already transferred their shares and patched up the financial gaps. Why bring them up now? It soon became clear to Gu Qinjiao. Jiang Chen intended to hand over the evidence to the police and tax authorities, an act of total annihilation. This course of action had 2 primary motives. Firstly, it was to eradicate all roots of potential future troubles. When undertaking any endeavor, one must either commit fully or not at all. Lingering indecision was a grave misstep. Secondly, it was to re-establish Gu Qinjiao's authority. By bringing Chen Jun before the board and executing judgment in front of everyone, the effect was undoubtedly significant. Gu Qinjiao recounted several neutral shareholders who had greeted her warmly, engaged in lively conversation. Yet Jiang Chen countered, that is still far from sufficient. Today, they acknowledged your strength, but should another who overshadows you emerge, they will swiftly shift their allegiance. There are no eternal friends, only everlasting interests. The dominance and solidity of this alliance depend on the deterrent power one commands. As for Gu Qinjiao's oath made in her grandfather's name to eradicate all evidence and refrain from reporting Chen Jun and his cohorts, it was of no concern. Her vow pertained solely to her actions, not to others. She had indeed eliminated all evidence, retaining nothing. However, while she did not keep any, Jiang Chen had. The materials Gu Qinjiao shared with Jiang Chen had been preserved in 8 different copies across platforms like Kindian, QQ Cloud, QQ Email, and 360 Secure Box. Ample evidence at his disposal. Chapter 231, Emotional Factors. Gu Qinjiao recognized that every word Jiang Chen spoke was laden with truth. She heeded his advice and began to reflect on her own actions. After a lengthy pause, hidden from Jiang Chen's sight, she let out a soft laugh. This smile, while still imbued with her signature chill, resembled sunlight cascading down upon the petals of a snow lotus atop an icy peak, exquisite and captivating. Gu Qinjiao had not anticipated such a moment. She initially believed it to be the most dreadful occurrence in her life, yet ultimately yielded the most splendid outcome. Soon, she reverted to her usual expressionless demeanor, her fingers gently tracing the texture of her denim jeans on her thigh. Gazing out the window, her voice softened considerably as she inquired, "Shall we go for a drink? Let's buy some wine to take home." Driving back after drinking would be inconvenient, especially given the nightlife in this area, which is undeniably unsafe. After all, it is still the year 2010, far from the relatively civilized era of the future. If it were just Jiang Chen, he would not have to consider such matters. However, with Gu Qinjiao accompanying him, it was prudent to avoid trouble, as it would inevitably seek them out. Gu Qinjiao had initially contemplated returning to the place where they had encountered one another before, but upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, she quickly abandoned that idea and acquiesced to his reasoning. Jiang Chen parked in front of a convenience store, purchasing a case of beer. After a moment's thought, considering that Gu Qinjiao might not be accustomed to such beverages, he also acquired a bottle of moderately priced red wine with a good reputation, and then drove back to the World Trade Manor. Upon entering the community, they faced a minor inconvenience due to the lack of registration, but it was quickly resolved. Gu Qinjiao lowered her window and greeted the security guard. Upon recognizing her, the middle-aged security captain promptly opened the gate. Jiang Chen noted that he referred to Gu Qinjiao not as Ms. Gu, but as Miss Gu. This form of address painted a vivid picture of her past. Not long ago, before the passing of her grandfather, Gu Qinjiao had been an unconcerned young lady of privilege. The sudden loss of her grandfather had caused her safe haven to collapse overnight, forcing her to mature prematurely and shoulder an immense burden with her frail shoulders. Over the years, she had transformed into the cold, aloof persona she now embodied, akin to the icy exterior Jiang Chen had noted in her QQ profile. Beneath the facade of this ice queen lay a passionate heart. Her apparent chill was merely a protective veneer, navigating her way back to Villa Number 8. Gu Qinjiao opened the door while Jiang Chen retrieved the beer and wine from the trunk. Setting the box of wine aside, he placed 2 glasses on the coffee table as they settled on the sofa opposite each other. Jiang Chen filled a glass with beer and asked, "Do you drink beer?" "I can manage," Gu Qinjiao replied. Upon hearing her response, Jiang Chen filled a glass for her as well, offering it to her with a light clink. "Consider this a celebration. Congratulations on resolving the major internal threat within the corporation, gaining respect, and solidifying your current position, which will allow you to better pursue your ambitions in business." "I should be thanking you," Gu Qinjiao replied. "Without your assistance, I could never have accomplished all this. To be precise, you did all the work. I merely played a role in its execution. This glass is for you." With that, she raised the glass to her lips, tilting her head back to finish it in one gulp. Watching her drink so swiftly, Jiang Chen was taken aback, quickly downing the contents of his own glass before refilling both glasses once more. Gu Qinjiao was not particularly fond of alcohol, as her previous experiences with drinking stemmed from unwillingness or unhappiness. In those moments, she found the drink to be bitter and unpleasant. Yet now, she perceived the liquid in her glass as sweet, sparking her curiosity about the brand, only to chuckle softly as she realized that her mood, rather than the wine, was the true source of her enjoyment. Before long, the case of beer was nearly empty. Jiang Chen had consumed a bit more than she had, perhaps 7 or 8 bottles, while Gu Qinjiao, with her decent tolerance, had finished 4 or 5 and was starting to show signs of tipsiness. She had removed her slippers, curling her legs up on the sofa. The jeans accentuated her flawless lower body curves, and her pristine white socks were immaculate, with delicate lace patterns hinting at her ankles, evoking a desire to cradle her feet in one's hands. Jiang Chen felt it was time to halt this drinking spree, which lacked any accompanying snacks. But Gu Qinjiao slipped on her slippers and made her way to the bar, uncorking the bottle of red wine and retrieving 2 elegant glasses. She poured each glass halfway, thrusting one towards Jiang Chen while raising her own, fixing him with an unwavering gaze. "Jiang Chen, Her raised brow and those captivating, icy eyes, now slightly glazed, coupled with her flushed cheeks and tipsy demeanor, exuded a breathtaking beauty as she intently questioned, Why do you want to help me? Why? Jiang Chen took a sip of the wine, swirling the crimson liquid in his glass before responding. Honestly, there's no particular reason. After all, you're my first woman. I wouldn't want to see you in distress. Perhaps it's simply because you're stunning, and I'm a bit of a superficial person. In any case, I just felt compelled to help. Gu Qinjiao fell silent for 3 to 5 seconds, a subtle smile curving her lips. This smile was akin to a thawing glacier. Although it wasn't the standard answer she subconsciously yearned to hear, it nonetheless satisfied her deeply. As for what she had hoped Jiang Chen would say, she was inebriated and couldn't quite articulate herself. This evening's drinking had brought her unprecedented joy and relaxation. She intended to pour herself another glass. But just as she reached for the bottle, Jiang Chen seized her wrist, stopping her. Mixing red wine with beer? At this rate, you'll end up utterly intoxicated. No more drinking. He took the bottle from her and set it aside, then approached her to relieve her of the glass as well. However, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Gu Qinjiao's dazed eyes. Suddenly, she lifted Jiang Chen's glass and downed the remaining wine in one go. Then, wrapping her arms around his neck, her bare feet barely touching the carpet, they collided with each other's front teeth as she planted a kiss on his lips. Gu Qinjiao had never been so proactive before, catching Jiang Chen off guard. As the taste of alcohol filled his mouth, he quickly responded, embracing her in return. As the kiss deepened, Gu Qinjiao suddenly became aware of her surroundings. She attempted to halt Jiang Chen, but to no avail, only managing to mumble incoherently, Jiang Chen. We can't hear. The living room has surveillance cameras. We should go to the bedroom. While the cameras offered a high level of security and only Gu Qinjiao could see them, she still could not bear the thought of engaging in anything under their watchful gaze. Not only could she not accept it, but neither could Jiang Chen. Gu Qinjiao sensed him loosening his grip, but in the next instant, she found herself swept off her feet into his arms, instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist as the air between them crackled with intensity. This was a sensation she had never before experienced. Although Jiang Chen had often acted impulsively in the past, their encounters had always seemed goal-oriented, driven by intention. He gently laid Gu Qinjiao on her soft bed. "Lights off," she began to say, but before she could finish, Jiang Chen silenced her with a kiss. "Not tonight. No, Jiang Chen, we must turn off the lights." "Absolutely not. Let go of me. I haven't even washed up. I took care of that before I came out. But I didn't tea. Then I'll help you." "No, Jiang Chen. You rascal." Chapter 233. Intruding into her everything. Gu Qinjiao opened her eyes. A wave of intense fatigue, coupled with a foggy mind, flooded her consciousness. She rubbed her temples as fragments of the previous day's events surged into her thoughts like a relentless tide, rendering her expression as frosty as frost itself. While her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, under the warm, dim light of her bedroom, her clothes lay scattered haphazardly, leaving only a pair of small white socks as her final vestige of modesty. Yet, what could a mere pair of socks conceal? They were hardly sufficient. Embarrassed, she felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out Jiang Chen's eyes. In that moment, she had attempted to cover Jiang Chen's eyes, but in his grip, her inebriated state left her with no room to resist. The mere recollection ignited her shame and fury anew. Gu Qinjiao kicked Jiang Chen, then bit down hard on her lip. She recalled the scene in the living room where she had taken the initiative to embrace and kiss Jiang Chen, wishing desperately to find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. She had to delete the surveillance footage from last night in the living room, erasing it entirely. With this thought, she kicked Jiang Chen again, but this time her foot was captured by a large hand, as if he were toying with a piece of art. Throwing off the covers, she found Jiang Chen wide awake, grinning at her as he greeted her. "Good morning. How did you sleep?" Deeply, for she had passed out. But the moments before and after were anything but pleasant. Gu Qinjiao furrowed her perfectly arched brows, attempting to withdraw her foot from Jiang Chen's grip, only to fail. "Let go of me," she called out, but Jiang Chen remained unresponsive. In frustration, she used her other foot to kick him, resulting in that foot being seized as well. Meeting Jiang Chen's clear gaze and the smile that played on his lips, Gu Qinjiao sensed his intentions. Clenching her teeth in defiance, she turned her head away and softened her tone, repeating, "You, let go of me." Jiang Chen released his hold on her ankle, and she abruptly sat up, throwing the covers over his head. "Don't look at me. What was there to see that he hadn't tea already?" Jiang Chen, with his face covered, was still radiating joy, but did not lift the blanket. It wasn't tea until the door clicked shut, signifying Gu Qinjiao's departure from the room. That he finally threw off the covers and got up, dressing himself before gathering the scattered remnants of Gu Qinjiao's clothing from the floor. Normally, Gu Qinjiao would tidy up before rising, but perhaps in her flustered state, she had overlooked this step. Tossing the small purple satin lace garment into the laundry basket in the bathroom, Jiang Chen caught sight of himself in the mirror and momentarily lost his train of thought. He had long since sensed that the dynamic between himself and Gu Qinjiao was gradually shifting away from that of patient and medication, especially following last night and its aftermath. Gazing at his reflection, he pondered for quite some time before shaking his head, repressing his thoughts. He was uncertain of the path he should take. No matter how he ruminated, it seemed futile. Perhaps it was best to set it aside for now. In fact, he still had several doses remaining before his prescription ran out. With time, perhaps answers would come naturally. In Gu Qinjiao's bathroom, Jiang Chen found his complete set of toiletries, along with his pajamas and slippers neatly placed in the wardrobe, to the point where he almost felt as though he were the master of the villa. After completing his morning routine, he descended to the first floor, where Gu Qinjiao was busy reheating bread. Jiang Chen halted her, saying, "Let me prepare breakfast, or perhaps lunch." He was uncertain whether to label it breakfast or lunch, as they had only just awakened, yet it was nearly noon. Gu Qinjiao exited the kitchen and settled in the living room, turning on the television, though her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen, who was diligently working in the kitchen. Witnessing this scene, a profound sense of belonging welled up within the icy-cold corporate queen. It was as if, in that moment, the villa had finally regained its essence of home. Her vessel, adrift on the journey of life, had at last found a harbor. The high-stemmed glasses and wine bottles still lay scattered about, the memories of last night vividly replaying in her mind. She had been intoxicated and had taken the initiative to kiss Jiang Chen, yet it was evident that even in her inebriation, a deeper desire compelled her actions. Although her mind had been muddled last night, she now clearly recognized what her heart had truly yearned for, coupled with her current emotions. Gu Qinjiao gradually came to understand her innermost thoughts. The young man who had unexpectedly intruded in her life had bulldozed through everything: her home, her body, her life, her work, and even her heart. "What are you daydreaming about? Come eat. Have you washed your hands?" Gu Qinjiao, lost in her thoughts, failed to notice Jiang Chen emerging from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. "I've washed them," she finally replied, snapping back to reality, her demeanor returning to its usual coolness, though unbeknownst to her, the corners of her eyes and brows revealed a hint of tenderness when she glanced at Jiang Chen. Chapter 234, The Growing Mushroom. A simple bowl of tomato noodles tasted infinitely more delicious than any Michelin star delicacies to Gu Qinjiao. She found it perplexing, for though she seldom cooked, she was capable of preparing meals. "Why does it taste so good?" she asked Jiang Chen. "It's quite simple, but attention to detail is key. When frying the eggs, use a bit more oil, and ensure both the pan and the oil are sufficiently heated until they smoke before adding the eggs. This will create a wonderfully fragrant crust. Be sure to scoop out the eggs, add more oil, garlic, and then the tomatoes." Jiang Chen elaborated on each step. Gu Qinjiao listened, reflecting on the differences in her own cooking techniques. Perhaps it was the garlic that enhanced the flavor, or maybe it was the high heat that produced the crispy edges on the eggs. She resolved to try Jiang Chen's method next time. She elegantly twirled the noodles with her chopsticks and brought them to her lips, savoring each bite. What she did not realize was that while Jiang Chen's cooking was indeed delightful, it was her own psychological state that amplified her enjoyment. Much like the beer she had consumed the night before. "Still hungry? Shall I serve you another bowl? You'll be working and want to have lunch, so you might not make it to dinner without feeling famished," Jiang Chen remarked, having already consumed 3 bowls while Gu Qinjiao had just finished hers. "I'm full," she replied softly, shaking her head. "I'm resting today, not going to work." "Resting is indeed necessary," Jiang Chen agreed, nodding. "I don't have any classes today, so I'm in no rush to leave." Gu Qinjiao's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, her demeanor visibly softening. In the past, they would rarely exchange words after spending the night together before parting ways, and she had thought Jiang Chen would leave immediately after their meal. "Let me handle this," she said. The housekeeper did not come unless notified, and with a dishwasher installed in the kitchen, Gu Qinjiao often tidied up herself when it wasn't too much trouble. Concerned that Jiang Chen might not know how to operate it, she took the bowls and chopsticks from him while he tidied up the rest of the kitchen. The 2 of them working side by side in the kitchen stirred memories of Gu Qinjiao's childhood, where her parents shared a similar camaraderie. After they tidied up, Gu Qinjiao and Jiang Chen settled onto the sofa, with Jiang Chen sitting first. Although they did not sit closely together, Gu Qinjiao chose not to occupy her usual solitary spot on the other sofa, instead sitting a short distance away from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen grasped the remote control and navigated to the module that randomly played television dramas, selecting a youthful series. Soon, the familiar plot of Xianjian began to unfold. Gu Qinjiao remarked, "The dramas we've invested in are likely to premiere successively next year. Bold Snake Demon, daring to impersonate Linger, courting death." On the screen, Li Xiaoao was vehemently accusing the already pregnant Zhao Lingyu of being a demon, even threatening her with death while teaming up with Lin Yuru in a seamless display of swordplay. The scene provoked a pang of irritation in Jiang Chen. While Uncle Ge lounged on the sofa, nodding in agreement. Indeed, do not underestimate these dramas. They can yield substantial profits for your company. Gu Qinjiao, her cherry lips pursed, was about to speak when Jiang Chen suddenly rose, lifting her legs onto the sofa. With a playful pivot, he rotated her half a turn, finally resting her feet upon his abdomen before he reclined. He began to rub her petite feet, as if he were tenderly cracking walnuts, all the while contentedly resuming his viewing of the television. Gu Qinjiao was tempted to chastise Jiang Chen for being perverse, but the warmth of his large hand on her delicate feet almost elicited a moan from her. Having never been touched there before, her feet were exceedingly sensitive. The simultaneous sensations of itchiness and discomfort instinctively made her want to retract her feet, but Jiang Chen held firm, preventing her escape. The more she struggled, the more he intensified his ministrations, caressing her feet and calves incessantly. Gu Qinjiao clenched her silver teeth, her face betraying a chilling facade. Yet her flushed cheeks spoke volumes of her inner turmoil. The delicate blush, coupled with her cool demeanor, created an inexplicable allure that was irresistibly enticing to Jiang Chen. Her gaze was soon drawn to another part of the scene, akin to mushrooms sprouting from a small mound of earth, transforming into a delectable king oyster mushroom in an instant. You. She bit down on her silver teeth, turning her head aside, coldly stating, I intend to allocate 10 of the investment profits from these dramas to you. No need, Jiang Chen firmly declined. You need not refuse. This was your idea, and it is only right that it be yours, Gu Qinjiao insisted. Really unnecessary. If you must compensate me, a cash sum of 3 to 5 million will suffice. These dramas are long-term investments, a steady stream of income, and that 10 could accumulate to several million over a year. Such a sum is already quite considerable. If I were to retire comfortably, it would be more than enough. However, Jiang Chen clearly did not intend to retire. Thus he had little need for such profits. To him, even a capital gain from a slight loss would prove far more beneficial than long-term returns. 4 funds in his hands would yield the greatest value. I shall give you 10 million, Gu Qinjiao boldly proposed, doubling the figure Jiang Chen had mentioned. He did not refuse, calculating based on the 10 long-term return. Gu Qinjiao would not be at a loss. After all, over 10 or 8 years, it would far exceed 10 million, and Jiang Chen too would benefit immensely, as that sum would multiply exponentially in his hands. Watching the unfolding drama on television stirred within Jiang Chen an impulse to jump up and kick Li Xiaoao. He suddenly realized that he had grown too old to appreciate such plots, compared to the tumultuous love-hate entanglements that ultimately plunged a knife into the audience's heart. He preferred stories of unadulterated triumph, or to bypass the build-up and directly witness the exhilarating climax. With one hand still caressing the imprisoned feet, he switched through several channels until he landed on a primetime slot, featuring yet another episode of Xianjian, only a later installment this time. Stinky Egg, Brother Xiaoao. The two leading ladies were embroiled in a fierce rivalry, while Li Xiaoao's indecision and desire to abandon one of them seemed to herald an inevitable tragedy. If it were him, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched, and he pressed the remote repeatedly until he finally settled on a comedy channel. Gu Qinjiao, unaware of Jiang Chen's thoughts or the journey his mind had taken through the channels, momentarily lost in contemplation, playfully swatted his hand, withdrawing her feet from his grasp and slipping into her slippers as she ascended the stairs. Shortly after, she returned with a hefty stack of A4 paper, presenting it to Jiang Chen. Perplexed, he accepted it, only to discover it was a share transfer agreement. Upon glancing at it, his brow furrowed immediately. This ice lotus flower intended to grant him one of the shares of the Gu Company, following the explosive launch of the smart television. The stock price of the Gu Company had soared, and the value of shares had risen significantly. This one alone was worth at least 7 to 800 million. Of course, that was merely the market value. Should he opt to sell, the price would differ. Regardless of the figure, this one would undoubtedly transform Jiang Chen into a billionaire in an instant. Yet, confronted with such a contract, Jiang Chen's demeanor remained unperturbed as he looked up at Gu Qinjiao standing before him and inquired, Is this also what I deserve? Yes, Gu Qinjiao affirmed with a nod. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to acquire Chunjun's shares, nor could I have purchased them at the previous stock price. You have assisted me tremendously, and considering the discrepancy in the acquisition price, this one is indeed yours. When Gu Qinjiao received Chunjun's shares yesterday, she had already harbored this thought, though she had some reservations, for share ownership entailed more than mere monetary value. However, As she sat on the sofa, watching Jiang Chen toil in the kitchen, her resolve crystallized. She sent a message to her personal lawyer to draft the share transfer contract. Her previous trip upstairs had been to print it out. Jiang Chen gently placed the contract on the coffee table, shaking his head. Why? Gu Qinjiao stood before him, looking down with a furrowed brow, puzzled. The reasons were manifold. First, unlike Qinjun, the original shareholders' exit without justification for the share transfer would inevitably stir turbulence in the Gu company stock market. And the recent surge in stock prices following the launch of the smart television would undoubtedly suffer repercussions. Secondly, becoming a shareholder of the Gu company would impose more disadvantages than benefits for Jiang Chen's entrepreneurial endeavors. Once he held this one stake, he would be cloaked in a layer of scrutiny, drawing innumerable gazes upon him, rendering his desire for discreet development utterly futile. For someone like Jiang Chen, who relished the notion of stealthy progress, this would be counterproductive. His assessment was that rather than entangle himself in such convoluted share transfers, it would be far simpler to simply receive cash. Ahem, of course, that was merely his contemplation. He had not assisted Gu Qinjiao for the sake of personal gain, but rather from genuine intent, driven by a desire to help. Then let us not transfer the shares. Instead, I will grant you one of the annual dividend. Gu Qinjiao, with a glimmer of stubbornness in her cool gaze, plainly conveyed to Jiang Chen that regardless of his agreement, she would ensure that the funds would be transferred to him. Jiang Chen, you can go to hell. With a one share, the annual dividend would amount to several million, and her demeanor was unmistakably resolute. Perhaps this was the joy of being with a wealthy woman, alongside the upcoming revenue from her smart television and the anticipated 1 million from the drama shares. Jiang Chen's entrepreneurial challenges visibly diminished. What kind of look is that? Gu Qinjiao sensed that Jiang Chen's gaze upon her had grown somewhat peculiar. The way he looked at the CEO was undeniably domineering and strikingly handsome. Jiang Chen flashed a brilliant smile, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth, and gave Gu Qinjiao a thumbs up. Gu Qinjiao shot him a glance of disapproval, intending to leave, but before she could turn away, Jiang Chen seized her wrist and pulled her back with a forceful tug. She stumbled forward a few steps, while Jiang Chen expertly buried his face between her two grain silos. In broad daylight, Gu Qinjiao's cheeks flushed crimson, nearly burning with embarrassment, especially as she felt Jiang Chen take a deep breath. They had done what they needed to do. Yet even last night, with the lights on and desperately trying to shield one area with her hands, her other arm remained tightly wrapped around herself. Although her slender arm could not conceal everything due to its size, it managed to cover a small part. Despite her determined resistance, Jiang Chen had not managed to nibble on her like a gluttonous pig. Therefore, Jiang Chen's actions, especially under the bright sun, while fully clothed and in the living room, left her utterly flabbergasted. She clutched Jiang Chen's head, pulling him out of the enticing valley, and grit her teeth, demanding, "What are you doing?" To express gratitude for nature's gifts, I reward you with a facial cleanser. Jiang Chen tilted his head to look at her, a radiant smile gracing his face. Isn't that a reward for yourself? Gu Qinjiao nearly ground her teeth as she spat this out, feeling an overwhelming urge to step on Jiang Chen's toes. Then how about this? An additional 10 treatments added to your service card. You. Gu Qinjiao truly wanted to stomp on him, but as she opened her mouth, no words came forth. She turned away once more, intending to leave. Deep inside, she was rather reluctant to reject that extra offer. After all, she had somewhat forgotten how many treatments she had left from the last time she transferred money to Jiang Chen. It seemed there were still 3 or 4 left. If she could add 10 more, it would mean that the end was still far off. This thought inexplicably relaxed Gu Qinjiao's heart, granting her ample breathing room. However, she had not considered that her reasoning had become somewhat stagnant. Jiang Chen had never mentioned whether there would be an option to renew later. Gu Qinjiao intended to sit on another sofa. Being close to Jiang Chen felt far too dangerous. Yet, just as she approached that solitary sofa, she suddenly felt weightless, and the world spun before her eyes. Jiang Chen had swept her off her feet from behind. "What are you doing? I think an additional treatment would be better, but this time it must be used immediately. I don't need any more. Let me go." Gu Qinjiao struggled in Jiang Chen's embrace, her slippers flying off as it proved futile. He carried her into the elevator and up to her bedroom. In her struggle, Gu Qinjiao's hair became somewhat disheveled, and a few strands clung to her temples. Her flushed face, combined with her feigned anger, radiated an intense charm that rendered Jiang Chen unable to contain himself, delivering an overwhelming kiss. Indeed, it was a ruse of anger. Gu Qinjiao should have been furious. Yet, inexplicably, she could not summon true ire against this seemingly harmless yet audacious youth. "Let me go. What are you doing with my wardrobe? I won't wear this." "Jiang Chen, get out." Chapter 237. The heart that had just settled died instantly. Lin Yin served as the deputy director of the marketing department at the Guang Group, essentially the right-hand man of Chun Haidong. He had worked at Guang Group for many years and had risen from a team leader in the marketing department to his current position due to his sycophantic behavior towards Chun Haidong. He harbored no grand ambitions, as he was acutely aware of his limited capabilities. Thus, attaining this position had already satisfied him greatly. He had initially thought he could work smoothly until retirement, especially with Chun Jun's backing. However, he never anticipated such a day would come. The day before yesterday, when the market report was released, Chun Jun suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Along with him, a group of Chun Jun's faction members fell into a state of panic. It was only when Chun Jun recovered slightly in return that they regained a semblance of confidence. Yet, they were unprepared for the outcome of Chun Jun attending the board meeting in a wheelchair, hooked up to an 4, a scenario that turned out to be even more disastrous. Not only did they lose their shares, but they nearly lost him as well. Chun Jun had collapsed in the elevator the day before, and the rescue efforts nearly failed. A few terse words from Gue Hong led to a critical spike in Chun Jun's blood pressure, causing his veins to rupture. They had spent the entire night performing resuscitation. And by noon yesterday, he had supposedly regained consciousness, but his lower body had become completely immobile, entering a state of severe cerebral thrombosis. Regardless of whether the clot was dissolved or whether he had truly awakened, it was all irrelevant. Without his shares, even if he were to perish, no one would mourn him. A group of individuals created a chat group to discuss strategies, but they could not arrive at a coherent plan. Now, with Gu Qinjiao's rising prominence, no shareholder dared to oppose her at this critical juncture. Had they switched allegiances to support Gu Qinjiao a few days prior, they might have had a chance to remain within the company. However, now, throughout the entirety of yesterday, the individuals in the group were on edge, with some even posting pictures of their packed belongings, awaiting notification from HR regarding their termination. Yet, after a full day of anxiety, nothing occurred. This left everyone utterly bewildered. In desperate circumstances, the slightest glimmer of hope can amplify one's delusions, particularly when a group of desperate individuals congregates. Someone in the group speculated, could it be that Gu Qinjiao decided to let bygones be bygones? After all, they had merely been working for Chun Jun instantly. Others chimed in with agreement. With so many of them, Gu Qinjiao would hesitate to dismiss them all at once. Surely she intended to recruit them, considering their capabilities were still commendable. Various theories began to circulate, alleviating the tension in their hearts significantly. After a day of anxiety, returning to work the next day brought a sense of calm. Lin Yin shared a photo in the group, a pot of cacti he had brought that morning. Soon, others followed suit, revealing their own belongings, which they had previously packed. It had been a day and a night without any developments. Surely, nothing further would occur now. The group became lively, chatting with improved spirits about everything from breakfast to the attractive new kindergarten teacher who wore a short skirt and how they planned to drop their sons off daily. Yet, before long, each of their inboxes received 2 emails. Upon opening them, the relief they had just begun to feel evaporated entirely. Both emails came from the HR department of Guang Group. One was specifically addressed to their group. The other was sent to all employees of the company. Every single member of their group had, without exception, been terminated. In an instant, in the QQ group chat that had been buzzing with incessant notifications just moments ago, a profound silence enveloped the conversation, with no new messages appearing for quite some time. Eventually, someone broke the stillness, exclaiming, "Why was there no communication yesterday? Why are we only being dismissed today? Damn it, they instilled hope in us, only to plunge us into despair." This sensation is 1,000 times more agonizing than a direct termination. It is akin to a heartless betrayal. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Qinjiao had never entertained such thoughts, for they were entirely unworthy of her contemplation. The lack of communication yesterday was merely due to the fact that the female CEO had not been present at work. Chapter 238. Please help me say thank you in the secretary's office. Yu Qianqian diligently attended to her remaining tasks. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, startling her into a shudder. Upon realizing it was Cheng Yu entering, who didn't even glance her way, she let out a sigh of relief. As an undercover agent, her anxiety was magnified countless times beyond that of anyone else. She had reached a state where every rustle of grass and whisper of the wind filled her with dread. Last night, her sleep was plagued by nightmares of Chun Jun's downfall. She understood that there was no returning to her former life. The sum of money she had anticipated receiving remained elusive. Her only hope lay in retaining this relatively decent job, and she found herself praying incessantly that her true identity had not been uncovered. For if she were to be exposed, the consequences would far exceed mere job loss. She could potentially face imprisonment for months due to corporate espionage. She had researched and learned that, since she had not caused any significant damage if caught. She could expect at least 6 months behind bars. Most importantly, such a record would haunt her life, rendering her future endeavors exceedingly arduous. Regret surged through her like a tidal wave. Had she not been blinded by greed and agreed to Chen Jun's scheme, she could have simply worked diligently in her position and later sought a suitable partner for marriage, leading a life that was not necessarily devoid of happiness. Yet, it was evident that there exists no remedy for regret. Had circumstances not spiraled to this extent, one could only speculate whether she would feel the same sense of remorse at this moment. Jiang furiously typed away at her keyboard, striving to conclude her work. She exerted unprecedented effort, for it was the only means to quell her racing heart. Even though nothing transpired yesterday, she was distinctly aware that Gu Qinjiao had not reported to work. Finally, the tasks at hand were completed. She sent the documents to Cheng Yu, whose computer emitted a series of beeps. Sister Yu, I have compiled the materials you requested the day before yesterday, and sent them to you. Good? Cheng Yu replied without lifting her gaze. Then, what are my next work arrangements? Upon hearing Cheng Yu's acknowledgement, Yu Qianqian felt a significant weight lifted from her heart. Cheng Yu's demeanor was typically aloof, so there was no need to dwell on it. Your next task is to sign this contract and deliver it to the HR department. Cheng Yu approached Yu Qianqian's desk and placed a stack of A4 papers before her. As Yu Qianqian glanced down, she nearly buckled at the sight of the words voluntary termination of labor contract, her legs weakening as if she might collapse from her chair. I had initially intended to report you and have you arrested, but President Gu has shown leniency. However, do not expect any salary for this period, as he did not deserve it. The work you performed during this time was merely a facade. You all knew about me? Yu Qianqian gazed incredulously at Cheng Yu. Cheng Yu's expression mirrored that of Gu Qinjiao, though Gu Qinjiao resembled an iceberg, while Cheng Yu was more akin to a poker face. To be unaware is only possible if one has not acted wrongfully. We discovered your affiliation with Chun Jun on your second day here. Everything you have seen was orchestrated for your eyes only. Otherwise, the person speaking to you now would not be me, but rather the police. With that, Cheng Yu intended to leave, but paused and added, You have just stepped into society from school. Straying off course is not uncommon. I hope you can learn to be discerning in the future and contemplate every decision you make, so as not to squander the opportunity President Gu has provided you. Yu Qianqian stared at Cheng Yu, who had returned to her seat, lost in thought for a long moment, her emotions a tumultuous mix of regret and deep shame. She rose to gather her belongings, eventually picking up the contract and, carrying her things, made her way towards the office exit. As she approached Cheng Yu's desk, she paused, deeply bowing and choking out, Thank you, Sister Yu. If possible, please convey my gratitude to President Gu as well. Chapter 239. Even scoundrels cannot bear to witness such scoundrels at that moment. President Gu was in the adjacent executive office, managing her work. For her, the forthcoming situation appeared to be exceptionally promising. With Chun Jun out of the picture, even amidst many undercurrents, her work would become considerably easier. Cheng Yu entered, offering Gu Qinjiao a cup of warm water and relaying the recent developments. Gu Qinjiao took a sip from the cup, nodded in acknowledgement, and handed Cheng Yu several folders to take with her as she departed. After Cheng Yu left, Gu Qinjiao realized she had been seated for quite some time. Following Jiang Chen's advice, she planned to stand and stretch, but halfway through, her legs, clad in high heels, grew weak, causing her to plop back down into her chair. Memories of yesterday flooded her mind, recalling her futile resistance as Jiang Chen forced her to don a sheer garment from the wardrobe, leaving her ensnared in a passive and intimate embrace. As she thought of it, her naturally cool demeanor gradually shifted, her silver teeth clenching tightly, her fingers crumbling a piece of paper with an audible crunch, as though she were crushing Jiang Chen himself, wishing to obliterate him. However, her delicate, snow lotus-like visage could no longer contain the intense flush that crept across her cheeks, radiant as the midday sun illuminating an iceberg. In the neurosurgery ward of the second hospital of Magic City, Chen Jun lay entangled in a web of tubes and various lines. Although he had suffered near paralysis, his life was not in immediate danger. Aside from his physical condition, his mouth was slightly askew. Chun Haidong peeled a banana for him, but he could not manage to open his mouth on one side, angrily instructing Chun Haidong to leave, his eyes filled with disdain. He could not fathom how he had such a foolish nephew. His brother's genes seemed similar to his, yet it must have been due to that foolish sister-in-law, for otherwise, how could he have been so easily seduced in a bed years ago? Chun Haidong turned away, a flicker of shadow crossing his eyes. But after tossing the banana into the trash, he quickly resumed his obedient demeanor. Now, Chun Jun was no longer just a shareholder of the group. Yet he was still wealthy. With billions at his disposal, he could squander it all in 2 lifetimes. He harbored a deep-seated desire for Chun Jun to perish swiftly. However, since he had not, he was compelled to maintain a facade of submission, enduring the insults without complaint. Uncle, what shall we do next? What can we do? With a pig teammate like you, nothing will succeed. You. Chun Jun attempted to curse, but speaking was laborious, and he soon lost the will to continue, muttering, "Arrange for a visa, transfer the funds to a Swiss bank. Once I recover sufficiently, we will go to Mei Can, find a place, hire some bodyguards, and surround ourselves with women." He dreams incessantly of vengeance, yet in his current state of near ruin, where ambition seems but a distant memory, he has come to terms with the fragility of life. Having narrowly escaped death on 2 occasions, he realizes that as his days dwindle, it is perhaps wiser to indulge in the remaining pleasures of existence. As for his current semi-paralyzed condition, he could seek treatment at Mei Can. Even if he were unable to heal, would he be left without legs or hands? Their alternative means to revel in carnal pleasures, lying immobile upon the hospital bed. The mere thought of this ignited a fervor within Chun Junda, who found himself eager to explore his deviant fantasies. Stripped of all power, the prospect of inflicting one-sided torment appeared to him as a source of profound gratification. Chen Heidong's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. This was precisely what he yearned for. He could hardly contain his excitement as he envisioned a life akin to heaven on earth. "I shall procure a visa at once," he exclaimed, unable to suppress his enthusiasm. However, as he turned to exit the ward, his smile abruptly vanished. Tax inspectors and criminal police had just arrived at the threshold. "Chen Junda, Chen Heidong, you are suspected of abusing your authority for personal gain, embezzling company assets, and engaging in severe tax evasion. We are here to summon you in accordance with the law." The already partially immobile side of Chun Junda's face twisted in anguish. "Who has reported me? That little wretch. Has she no fear of her grandfather's wrath from beyond the grave?" At that moment, an elderly cleaning lady entered, hesitating at the scene before finally speaking up. "Chen Junda, someone offered me 100 yuan to tell you this. The person who reported you is a private detective. He has no grudge against you. He simply couldn't abide your foul character.